In this world, your fate is sealed the moment you awaken. Even though you drew the most useless class sword controller and were mocked by the entire school, you are actually the world's only 10-star mythic sword god. A 10-star talent and yet a useless sword controller? That's laughable. A tsunami of scorn engulfed you, and the brother who killed you in your past life now with a two-faced girl on his arm shot you a look of contempt. Facing the school's mockery, your expression remains impassive as you stare intently into the void. A pale blue stream of data refreshes frantically in the back of your eyes. Absolute height activated. Disguise, sword controller, true class, mythic tier sword god. Just as you silently channel your god tier sword energy, your frail deskmate, the one who shielded you from a blade in your past life, rushes toward you, defying the sea of scornful glances. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you from now on. As you looked at her, the ferocity in your eyes subsided, while your 4 max level divine skills surged through your boiling blood. In this life, let us see who the real prey is. Death Grotto is the first S-rank dungeon to appear on Blue Star after the arrival of Awakening Day. It is also the oldest of all S-rank dungeons. To this day, it remains unconquered. Countless powerful warriors have met their end here. Sue, stop clinging to life, hand over the divine artifact at once. God of Slaughter, your time has come. Sue. Surrender now. As a hero of the human race, I'll grant you a quick death. Tell us where you've hidden the divine artifact, and we might spare your body. Sue, clad in a tattered black robe with his hair disheveled, stood firm at the edge of the Death Grotto. Behind him lay a pitch-black cliff, filled with swirling black mist and bottomless depths as if it could swallow the entire mortal world. If one listened closely, one could hear sounds like the wails of vengeful spirits. Sue was covered in blood and lacerated all over, resembling a dying beast, yet exuding an overwhelming aura of power. His eyes were fixed intently on the crowd. For a moment, not a single person dared to take a step forward. If he took even a single step back, he would step into the Death Grotto, the most terrifying S-rank dungeon in all of history. The divine artifact would be buried with him. But he himself would also meet his end. It was precisely this intimidation that kept him and the others locked in a standoff for so long. Sue, hand over the divine artifact. For the sake of our former brotherhood, I want to kill you. Zhang took a step forward. He, too, was one of Dragon Country's current top 10 powerhouses and Sue's former friend. Instead, I'll merely strip you of all your martial power. A sinister, cold smile played on his face, his eyes brimming with scorn. Sue's expression was icy. He gritted his teeth, his heart boiling with rage. At the same time, there was hatred. Ever since he was 18, he had treated Zhang as a brother. The two had fought side by side for many years. In every battle, he had always stepped forward to protect Zhang. He had shared half of every resource he obtained with Zhang. One could even say that without Sue, Zhang would not be where he is today. Yet today, Zhang had secretly plotted and betrayed Sue. All to steal the supreme divine artifact in his possession, the Ring of Defiance. This was the prize Sue had obtained by venturing alone into the Death Grotto, risking his life to explore it, and even single-handedly slaying the mightiest divine tier beast, one that no one had ever killed before. It is said to be capable of reversing the rules and even reshaping one's physical form. Sue could never have imagined that the moment he obtained the artifact and stepped out of the Death Grotto, he would fall into Zhang's ambush and suffer severe injuries. Zhang led the Zhang clan's strongest experts, who attacked simultaneously, dealing a crushing blow to Sue. Several hero-level powerhouses were among them. Even with the agility of the world's greatest assassin, he was powerless to escape. Sue could feel the life force within him rapidly draining away at that very moment. Before I die, I have only one question. Sue's gaze was sharp as he scanned the area, his voice trembling. Who leaked the information? He clearly hadn't told anyone about this except his girlfriend. How did Zhang find out? Just then, a graceful figure in white stepped out from the crowd. It was me. Clad in a long robe and with an exquisite figure, she spoke calmly. Upon seeing her, Sue's eyes suddenly widened, and a storm of emotion surged within them. Run! He could barely get the words out. His beloved, the girlfriend who had been by his side for over a decade. All these years, Sue had trusted her unconditionally, lavishing her with devotion like a lovesick fool. He had never been stingy, using all manner of rare treasures to forcibly elevate her ordinary talent to its current level. Unexpectedly, the one who betrayed him was actually her. During the earlier standoff, Sue had suspected this possibility, but he had dismissed it each time. Of all people, it shouldn't have been her. In that instant, Sue felt utterly disheartened. His heart was on the verge of shattering into pieces. Consumed by intense rage and hatred, flames blazed in his eyes. Finally, he threw his head back and let out a bitter laugh. Ha 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 ha. Looking back now, he realized that all his years of devotion had been as ridiculous as a clowness. Sue, it's not too late to turn back now. Hand over the ring of defiance. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Sue as she spoke calmly. It was as if she were reminiscing about their past affection. But only Sue could see the trace of disdain, mockery, and contempt lurking in her eyes. And the unbridled satisfaction she finally dared to show after years of restraint. You betrayed me long ago? In that moment, Sue's mind was crystal clear, and he finally saw this woman for who she truly was. Upon hearing this, Ren smiled contemptuously. After all these years, you finally figured it out. With that, she stopped pretending altogether. She walked toward Zhang with a seductive sway, flashing a coy smile. Zhang let out a savage grin and pulled her into his arms. I'll be honest with you, at first, I only agreed to be with you because it was a mission from Brother Zhang. It was only because you awakened a 9-star talent back then, with such a promising future ahead of you, that I gave you a break, you little punk. Ren, nestled in Zhang's arms, curled the corner of her mouth and laughed lightly. Sue watched this scene, his heart breaking into 1,000 pieces. His former brother and the woman he loved most were conspiring behind his back, betraying him. For any man, this was a crushing blow that shattered his very dignity. Seeing this scene of collusion, Sue was so enraged that blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. He spoke, enunciating each word clearly. Even if I, Sue, die today, you'll never get your hands on this divine artifact. With that, he took a step back toward the death grotto. He would rather be buried alongside the supreme divine artifact than let these scoundrels have it. The death grotto was shrouded in a mist of death. Aside from him, Sue, the god of slaughter, no one dared set foot inside. At that very moment, Zhang smiled calmly. We've let you live this long just to buy time and set up this restraining formation. Everyone, attack! He gave the order. Several of the top-tier mages simultaneously activated the grand formation. In an instant, they sealed off Sue's entire body, leaving him completely immobilized. He couldn't even retreat back into the death grotto. Immediately afterward, the crowd unleashed a barrage of skills, attacking Sue with all their might. For a moment, the heavens and earth were ablaze with a kaleidoscope of colors. Sue was powerless to resist, and despair filled his heart. But at that very instant, a figure burst forth from behind the crowd. Defying the world. It was a young woman with bright, starry eyes. She held a massive scythe in her hand and wore a white robe as pure as snow. Sue, don't give up. She let out a shout and swung her scythe, forming a gray, skull-shaped protective shield that enveloped Sue. But faced with the barrage of powerful attacks filling the sky, the shield couldn't hold for even a moment before shattering. She acted with resolute determination, without the slightest hesitation. She actually took a step forward, spread her arms wide, and used her own body to shield Sue. In the next instant, her body was shattered by hundreds of beams of light. Blood blossomed like flowers, drifting through the air. Scorching blood splattered across Sue's face. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the girl before him. She was Sue's former deskmate and a comrade in arms for several years. Her name was Yao. Back in school, she had confessed her feelings to Sue many times. But Sue had always loved only Ren, and had rejected her time and time again. The gap in their cultivation levels had gradually widened, and eventually, they went their separate ways. Who would have thought that at the very end of his life, the person shielding him would be her? In the entire world, she was the only one left. Just another good-for-nothing coming to die. Zhang let out a derisive snort as he gripped his weapon and swung it with all his might. The heavens shook and the earth split, even space itself shattered. An attack from one of Dragon Country's top 10 strongest masters was far beyond her ability to withstand. But in that split second, Su had bought himself precious time. He activated the god-tier martial art Divine Concealment and broke free from the restraining formation. Holding her in his arms, he took a step back and stepped into the death grotto. Though he had died, he hadn't let those bastards get their hands on the divine artifact. A thick fog of death surged in from all directions, enveloping and devouring them. In that instant, the heavens and earth lost their color as the fog of death engulfed the two of them. It was as if they had entered a completely different world. "Yao, why did you come?" Su looked at the girl in his arms, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. At the very brink of death, her eyes were filled with a smile of contentment. "Su, I've always..." In the next instant, her body was swallowed by the black mist and vanished from this world. She didn't even finish her final words. In that moment, Su's gaze went blank. It turned out that she was the only one who had loved him from the very beginning, so much so that she was willing to sacrifice her life for him, without a single regret. It had taken him a lifetime to finally realize who the person he should have cherished truly was. In that instant, boundless regret, rage, and hatred surged through his heart. Run! Zhen! The two names were ground out between his teeth, practically bursting from his mouth. "If I'm ever reborn, I'll tear you both to pieces," he growled through clenched teeth. Then, Su's consciousness gradually faded. He plunged completely into darkness. His body was being corroded by the mist of death, slowly rotting away. His earlier exploration of the Death Grotto had been a miracle achieved only by exhausting every last trick in Su's arsenal and pulling out all the stops. Now, with his strength spent, he could not repeat that feat. The world's greatest assassin, god of slaughter Su. Today, he met his end in the Death Grotto. But no one noticed. In that instant, a wisp of dark blue light flickered from the palm of his hand. It was an ethereal ring. When Su's consciousness cleared and he awoke once more, he found himself in a high school campus. He had returned to his 18th awakening day. It was noon, and the sun blazed overhead. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Xianjing City, First High School. Awakening Day is about to begin. All students, please prepare for your awakening in order. The announcement echoed throughout the campus. The schoolyard was bustling with activity as row after row of students gathered there. They gazed up at the Supreme Awakening Day altar on the high platform. Everyone's hearts were filled with trepidation. Awakening Day could send their lives soaring to new heights. But at the same time, it could also send them plummeting to the depths. Either way, today would be a watershed moment in their lives. Many years ago, the game descended into the real world. That day came to be known as Awakening Day. Once people turn 18, they can participate in Awakening Day. By touching the Awakening Steel, they can change their class and unlock their class holder panel. Awakened ones can gain experience, attribute points, and skill scrolls by slaying ferocious beasts of all races and completing quests. In this way, they level up, acquire gear, learn skills, and grow ever stronger. The most powerful class holders can even move mountains and fill the seas, shatter the void with a single punch, walk on air, and possess the power to bend the very rules of the universe. Across the world, countless divine artifacts await discovery. But humans are not the only favored race. Accompanying this arrival are vast hordes of colossal beasts and terrifying dungeons. Silent Tower, myriad races battlefield, death abyss, countless challenges await the human race. Humans must fight relentlessly to ensure the survival of their bloodline. I hereby declare that the 127th Awakening Day at Xianjing City First High School is now officially underway. A booming voice echoed throughout the school. The clamor of students across the entire playground instantly fell silent. Under everyone's gaze, the first student stepped onto the podium. He placed his hand on the awakening steel. Suddenly, a pale purple magical pattern flickered, forming a faint glow that coalesced into the shape of a blade of grass. Chang, class change successful. Life class, cultivator. Innate attribute, 3 stars. Below the stage, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. The very first student, and it's not a combat class? Our school's luck is a bit off this year. Actually, it's not so bad. His gardener is one of the more useful types within the life class, his status 1T below in the future. Right, and his innate attribute isn't bad either, 3 stars is pretty good. I can't wait to find out my own class. A few students whispered to each other below the stage. On stage, Chang's brow relaxed as he let out a long sigh. Phew, that's good enough, I'm satisfied. Chang didn't have high expectations. As long as he had a class, he considered it a success. After all, if an awakening failed, one became a no-class holder, the lowest rung of society, with no hope of advancement for the rest of one's life, forced to work 14 hours a day. One can only imagine what a hellish life that would be. So even if he only awakened as a life class, he was content. In this world, professions are divided into 2 major categories. Combat classes, such as warriors, swordsmen, and mages. Life classes, which include artisans, tailors, enchanters, and blacksmiths, among others. Although life classes are merely support roles and hold a lower status than combatants, they ensure logistical support such as crafting weapons, enchanting armor, and brewing healing potions. They are also an indispensable part of the human race's front lines. In any case, as long as one successfully awakens a class, making a living is never a concern. Additionally, aside from combat classes, there are hidden classes. Once awakened, one is bound to rise to great heights in the future. But these hidden classes are 1 in 10,000. Ordinary students might as well just dream about them. One student after another stepped onto the high platform and placed their hands on the awakening steel. Li Song-yang, awakening successful, combat class. Warrior, 2-star innate attributes. Xian Yu, awakening failed. Song Li Kong, combat class. Berserker, 4-star innate attributes. Yang Jun, life class. A continuous stream of announcements rang out from the high platform. It was actually a bit noisy. In the crowd below the platform, a young boy suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. His gaze was icy cold, and his aura was completely different from that of the students around him. Su had woken up. His eyes fluttered as he looked around in confusion. What's going on? Didn't Ti perish in the Death Grotto? He realized that his surroundings were completely different from those inside the Death Grotto dungeon. Yet, they also felt somewhat familiar. Wait a minute, this is Shenzhen City First High School, my old school? He was utterly stunned. It seemed today was Awakening Day? A flood of memories surged through his mind, vivid as ever. The shock Su felt was beyond words. Could it be that he had been reborn? He raised his right hand. There, on his index finger, was a jet-black ring. It felt cool to the touch, like jade, and was engraved with ancient divine runes. Those runes had already faded. Ring of Defiance? Could it be that he had returned to his high school days while wearing this divine artifact? Su's mind and spirit were both shaken to the core. Could it be that the Ring of Defiance truly has the power to reshape the physical body and reverse the flow of time? He thought to himself. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. A sharp, numbing pain, accompanied by the taste of blood, surged through him. It was real after all. It wasn't a deathbed flashback, nor was it a delusion. I, Su, am back. He exhaled deeply, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, and regained his composure. To others, none could detect the turmoil within him. Since I've been given a second chance at life, I will rewrite every regret. Su's gaze was icy as he made up his mind. Once Awakening Day was over, the very first thing he would do was slaughter that pair of scum Zhang and Rin to vent his rage. In his past life, they had betrayed him. It was precisely because of them that he had met his end in the Death Grotto. At this thought, his eyes grew extremely cold. He glanced ahead, toward the line of students from the neighboring class. Su's gaze, like that of an eagle, locked onto those 2 figures in the crowd. Rin, Su's one true love from his past life. He had pursued her countless times at school, but she had always coldly rejected him, keeping him at arm's length. But in this life, Sue would never play the sycophant again. Toward her, there would be nothing but pure murderous intent. Hostess' murderous intent has reached the critical threshold. System binding in progress. God-slaying system, binding successful. One initial free draw awarded. Use immediately? A hint of surprise flashed across his face. If reincarnation can happen, what a system like this? His resolve was already as solid as a rock. After a moment of mild surprise, he returned to his usual composure. Use immediately, he thought to himself. In the next instant, a roulette wheel appeared in Sue's mind and materialized before his eyes. It was engraved with a dazzling array of millions upon millions of tiny squares, densely packed together. A golden pointer, inscribed with sacred runes, hovered within it. Skill class change scrolls, skills, experience points, divine artifacts, and equipment. The wheel was brimming with an endless variety. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, ancient. Legendary, mythical. Every quality imaginable was represented. Sue even spotted the God of Slaughter class change scroll among them, a legendary quality item. God of Slaughter was the top-tier special class for assassins. It's the only one of its kind in the entire world. In other words, once he class changes to God of Slaughter, he'll be the only God of Slaughter in the entire world. Generally speaking, it takes many class changes to become a God of Slaughter. But if he draws this class change scroll, Sue can skip all the intermediate steps and immediately class change from his unawakened state to God of Slaughter, leaping over several tiers. It's like ascending to the heavens in a single step. With a fleeting thought, Sue ordered the draw. Whoosh! The wheel spun at breakneck speed. Sue watched nervously as the pointer swept past countless rare and exotic treasures. Finally. Ding! Draw successful. The pointer landed on a golden slot. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mythic talent, Item Ascension. Item Ascension Mythical. You can upgrade the quality of any loot dropped in dungeons, such as combat skills, equipment, scrolls, etc. Any item can only be ascended or indirectly ascended once. Sue's face betrayed his shock. This mythical talent actually allowed him to ascend items at will. There was no limit to item upgrades. In other words, with a bit of luck, he could even upgrade a silver tier item all the way to mythic in one go. That's just insane. Sue was utterly stunned. Every time you break through a major realm, you can enter a lottery once. The system's voice was very pleasant to the ear. He forced himself to stay calm and looked ahead. There, Zhang and Rin, that couple of scoundrels, were standing in the line with their class, whispering to each other. Staring at their backs, Sue furrowed his brow. That's right. Thinking back to his past life, every turning point began today. He had successfully awakened as an assassin, and with a 9-star innate attribute at that. His future was boundless. That was why, after tonight, Ren, his former goddess, began a complete 180-degree turnaround in her attitude toward him. The change had been so sudden it turned out it was all part of Zhang's scheming behind the scenes. They had long had their eyes on his future talent, they'd only chosen to befriend him for their own gain. As the saying goes, those in the midst of a situation are often blind to it, while bystanders see clearly. Today, as an outsider, Sue finally realized just how transparent it all was. How ridiculous that in his past life, he'd been so dense that he'd never seen through it. He closed his eyes and exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Those two scoundrels are about to meet their end tonight. He sneered coldly. In that instant, a data panel naturally appeared in his mind. Sue. Class, unawakened. Talent, Item Ascension Gold. Skills. Slaughter Strike Legendary, Proficiency, Return to Simplicity, the ultimate form of the God of Slaughter. Wherever the nether dagger strikes, it obliterates all things. One strike, the God of Slaughter. Divine Concealment Legendary, Return to Simplicity, a top-tier footwork technique. Once activated, it grants immunity to all physical, magical, and mental attacks. Cannot be targeted, formless and invincible. Absolute Hide Legendary, Back to Basics, you can freely hide or alter all your information, equipment, class, and skills. Eye of Insight Legendary. Back to basics, your eyes possess the power to see through to the true nature of things, allowing you to discern the fundamental information of all matter. Looking at this interface, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Su's mind. His once calm heart was once again swept by a tidal wave of emotion. His gaze wavered, he could scarcely believe what he was seeing. What's going on? Some of my skills have come back with me, too? In his previous life, Su's primary class was Assassin. After a lifetime of effort and several class changes, he finally advanced to the 8th class God of Slaughter. And Slaughter Strike was the most terrifying skill he had mastered. It was precisely with this skill that he had slain the mightiest beast in that S-rank dungeon, looting the Ring of Defiance. Divine Concealment was also a skill unique to the God of Slaughter class. Once this footwork was activated, it was as if he had vanished from the very rules of this world. It was a skill that combined invisibility, untargetability, and teleportation all in one. When activated, no physical force can harm him. There is nowhere in the heavens and earth he cannot go. It was precisely by activating Divine Concealment that he managed to survive and escape from the Death Grotto. Eye of Insight is no small feat either. It's a skill Su obtained from an extremely high-level dungeon, and it is the only one of its kind in the world. However, all 4 of these skills consume an enormous amount of stamina. In his previous life, Su had fought a bloody battle and been ambushed, leaving him with no stamina remaining. As a result, he was unable to activate any skills and ultimately died in despair. What a pleasant surprise! Not only has he been reborn, but he has also retained these 4 skills. But I can't let my guard down. Although I've retained some of my skills, my level hasn't been carried over. Right now, this body of mine is too low level and too frail, Su muttered. If she were to forcefully cast the full version of Slaughter Strike, she'd likely die from exhaustion before the enemy was even defeated. In my past life, I had hundreds of skills, yet only these 4 strongest ones have been retained. But I'm content with that, it's enough. Su thought to himself. Just then, a young woman's voice came from behind him. Hey, Su, what do you think your class will be? Her voice was clear and pleasant. Su turned to look and was instantly taken aback. A slender, delicate-featured girl in white stood behind him. Her voice was so warm and familiar. She gave a faint smile, tilted her head slightly, and asked. Just as he remembered her eyes shimmering with light. It was his deskmate, Yao. Hey, I'm talking to you. Yao reached out her slender hand, patted Su on the shoulder, and leaned in to speak. A faint fragrance wafted over. Su's gaze softened. In that instant, all the hatred in his heart was temporarily buried. My major. Su said slowly. Looking at her, 1,000 thoughts flooded Su's mind, and there were so many things he wanted to say. Seeing Su's intense gaze, Yao's face flushed slightly. Why are you staring at me like that? She was usually carefree, but being stared at like that for so long made her feel shy. She'd long harbored feelings for Su and had dropped hints many times at school. But Su had always turned a blind eye. Such a clueless guy. She knew that the only person Su liked was Rin, the school beauty. So, over time, she'd given up. Oomph, you're such a silent type. Could it be that you're only now realizing how pretty this girl is? Let me tell you, it's too late. She placed her hands on her hips and teased him with a smile. In the sunlight, her face was glowing. But what she didn't expect was what happened next. Su made an extremely bold move. He actually took a step forward and gave her a tight hug. Yao froze, standing there dumbfounded. The classmates around them all looked on in shock. Holy shit, Ming, you're awesome, said a chubby guy. He was Chang, the first class holder to awaken an enchanter. Wait, did I see that right? Did Su just snag our class beauty? Holy crap, Su, take it easy, don't let the teacher catch you. The classmates all started cheering him on. Su wore a faint smile on his face. After gently letting go, her slender body trembled slightly, her eyes flushed, and she nearly lost her balance. You! What were you thinking, doing that out of the blue?" Yao said, her voice tinged with both shame and anger. "My awakening will be terrifying." Su smiled calmly and said nothing more. With that, he turned away. He had 1,000 words on his mind. But in the end, he held them back. The matter of his rebirth was something best kept to himself. In his previous life, this girl had sacrificed herself to protect him, perishing alongside him in the death grotto. When the whole world had abandoned him, she was the only one who stood by him. It had taken him a lifetime to finally see through people as true nature. She was the one truly worthy of his protection. In this life, he would protect her at all costs. Yao's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head slightly, stealing glances at Su's back, still unable to recover from the shock. Su's gaze, filled with unwavering resolve, fixed on the awakening platform. Next up, Zhen. Hidden Combat Class, Magic Hammer Warrior. Innate Attribute Rank, 8 stars. The awakening instructor's words sent a wave of gasps through the audience. 8 stars. First High School has actually produced an 8-star genius this early in the year. The students were stunned. It's only natural after all, it's Zheng, the eldest son of the Zheng family. His father is a war emperor, and his mother is a magic warrior. His bloodline is exceptionally pure to begin with. It wasn't just the students, even the school administrators seated in the VIP section were filled with delight and surprise. This is wonderful. Our first high school has produced an 8-star genius this early in the year. What a great start! Several school administrators exclaimed with delight. Su gazed at Zhang on the stage, his expression solemn. It seemed just like in his previous life. Zhang had awakened to a hidden class, the Magic Hammer Warrior. His initial talent was exceptionally high. On top of that, the Zhang clan was one of the strongest families in Dragon Country and possessed immense power. The clan behind him had poured countless resources into him. Ultimately, Zhang had risen to an extremely high realm. And Su's help had played no small part in that. In his past life, the two had gone through life and death situations together. Yet, in the end, he had betrayed Su. This time, Su had made up her mind. She had to kill him right from the start to avenge herself. "Yao, what do you think your class will be?" A female classmate behind her asked Yao. Me? Yao was taken slightly aback by the question. She quickly composed herself. "At most, I'll probably be a blacksmith after all, both my parents are blacksmiths." Her voice was clear and crisp as she smiled faintly. Even though blacksmiths make it big, it's still a pretty good profession. No need for all that fighting and killing. That was just her personality. Su, however, gave a faint smile. Not necessarily. Yao, maybe you'll awaken a hidden class? Su didn't turn around, she just spoke suddenly from behind her. Hearing Su's words, Yao for some reason instinctively wanted to believe them. She took it as encouragement. She smiled gently and said, "All right, Su, I'll take your word for it." Next up, Yao. Yao ran quickly up onto the platform and placed her palm on the awakening steel. A wisp of pale gray smoke appeared, coalescing into an ancient scythe. It was engraved with numerous ancient magical runes. Hidden Combat Class, Necromancer. Innate Rank, 7 star. The entire audience gasped. Another hidden class? Necromancers are among the higher-tier hidden classes. Compared to ordinary summoners, necromancers possess many unique skills. For example, skills like Corpse Explosion and Blood-Sucking Array can only be used by necromancers. Necromancers are extremely rare. Most importantly, nearly all of a necromancer's summons can be resurrected indefinitely. Even in dungeons, if a summoned creature is defeated by monsters, it only takes a little time or mana to resurrect it and get back into the fight. This is a formidable, sustained combat capability that other summoners simply don't possess. So at that moment, the eyes of every teacher and student in the school turned to Yao, filled with shock. Many others were simply filled with envy. No one had expected this fair-skinned, beautiful female student to awaken such a dark and violent class. What a charming contrast. Holy crap, a necromancer. It's been years since our school produced a hidden class player like this. I'm so jealous. Her innate stats aren't bad either. Dominating tomorrow's beginner dungeon will be a breeze for her. Don't get too ahead of yourself, the beginner's dungeon is still incredibly difficult. I think she'll need a party to clear it. This classmate is a hot commodity. Let us go find her right away and ask to join her party. Down below, Sue's lips curled into a faint smile. He wasn't the least bit surprised. Because everything was exactly the same as in his past life. Standing in the audience, his expression remained calm and composed. Yao stared at Sue, her face filled with shock. How could this be? It was as if Sue had known all along. A coincidence, it must be a coincidence. She thought to herself as she hurried down from the stage. Having awakened her hidden class, she was overjoyed. Once off the stage, she rushed over to Sue's side and said happily, "Sue, you really guessed right. I'm a necromancer. From now on, I've got your back." She beamed with pride. Hearing this, Sue smiled faintly. All right. Yao was a little taken aback. Under normal circumstances, Sue would definitely have teased her a bit. What was going on? Had Sue suddenly turned into a warm-hearted guy without her even noticing? She felt her face grow a little hot. It was a bit unfamiliar. No, she'd awakened a powerful class. Shouldn't she be the one holding the upper hand? How come he'd managed to charm her again? Her heart was racing, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Immediately after, Sue took the stage as well. Next up, Class 3-1, Sue. Sue walked up to the awakening steel, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on it. At that moment, the students in the audience all wore solemn expressions. Sue from Class 1? That guy, his grades are perfect across the board, and he studies really hard, but he has been an orphan since childhood. He gets by on welfare and scholarships. He really does work hard. I admire him. But his biological parents are most likely just ordinary laborers. His natural talent must be abysmal. He'll most likely fail his awakening and be doomed to a lifetime of manual labor. Sigh, he'll eventually realize that hard work can't change anything. All we can do is wish him a bright future on his path as a laborer. The crowd murmured their comments with a sense of resignation. The very next moment, suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon shook the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the awakening steel began to tremble violently. A terrifying fluctuation unlike anything any of the students had ever experienced exploded forth. The mystical energy permeating the heavens and earth coalesced, taking shape as an ethereal pattern that spanned the sky. It was crystal clear. Countless patterns flickered around it, radiating a terrifying aura. At that moment, every teacher and student was utterly stunned. At that very moment, in the distant VIP section reserved for school administrators, the dozen or so school leaders present all had trembling eyes. This kind of fluctuation, could it be that a genius with a 9-star or higher innate attribute has emerged? An elderly professor exclaimed in shock. It's most likely not far off. An elderly man said, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Don't get too excited just yet. What if this student is actually life class? That is certainly a possibility, but this is still quite impressive. In any case, he might very well be the most talented student at First High School in recent years. Our school's qualification for this year's Sky Tower competition is all but secured, said a department head excitedly. The school's top leadership was overjoyed. Sue, standing on the high platform, was also filled with astonishment. His expression was icy as he stared intently at the awakening steel. What's going on? Wasn't my initial class supposed to be an assassin? He wondered in surprise. The celestial phenomena he was currently witnessing were far beyond what an ordinary assassin class could possess. Could it be that my physical body was reshaped during my rebirth, causing my class to change as well? In the next instant, the system answered his question. This system has bound a brand new class to you. Sue was stunned. He never expected the system to have this capability. Then, above the awakening steel, the terrifying aura and celestial phenomena in the heavens and earth converged and condensed. They were on the verge of forming a long sword. The 3 chi long blue blade caused illusory cracks to appear in space itself. A divine sword chant filled the sky, humming ceaselessly. A voice echoed in Su's mind. Awakening successful. Mythical class, Sword God. A fucking mythical class. A whole tier higher than even the legendary class, God of Slaughter, a mythical class. Su couldn't help but let out a curse. Who ever heard of awakening to a mythic class? He must be the first in all of history, right? He immediately and discreetly activated his passive skill, Absolute Hide. This skill could disguise all of his information, including his class. It was the God of Slaughter's top-tier disguise skill, capable of even fooling the awakening steel. He immediately disguised his class as something similar, Sword Controller. He absolutely couldn't reveal his Sword God class, otherwise, he'd be plagued by endless trouble. Su understood all too well the saying, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a precious gem makes him guilty. Shortly after, the strange phenomenon emanating from the awakening steel began to subside. Eventually, it coalesced into a tangible longsword. Gazing up at the massive, ancient-looking longsword in the sky, shrouded in an ethereal aura, the entire school, teachers and students alike, fell silent as if turned to ashes. All the teachers were stunned. The students, too, had trembling eyes. After a long while, Teacher Awakening struggled to announce the result. Su. Innate attribute rank, 10 stars. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. It exploded in an instant. What? 10-star innate attribute. What kind of god-defying monster is this? That's the talent level of a provincial top scholar. Holy shit, I thought Zhang's 8-star magic hammer warrior was terrifying enough, but now here comes a 10-star maxed out one. The students were all stunned. Then, the teacher announced Su's class. Hidden class, Sword Controller. At that, the entire hall fell silent for a moment. It wasn't until much later that the room erupted. Wait, Sword Controller. I thought he was a swordsman. Look at the patterns on the blade, it's definitely a Sword Controller. Awakening Teacher's judgment must be spot on. Holy crap, I'm speechless. How could he be this class? Some people were snickering. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I was almost dying of jealousy. As expected, if God opens a door for you, he'll close the back door. Sword Controller, huh? That pretty much cancels out his maxed out 10-star stats. After all, Sword Controller is the biggest trap among the hidden classes. It may be rare, but it's really, really weak. The crowd let out a collective sigh. The Sword Controller is extremely similar to a swordsman, but there are significant differences between the two. Swordsmen are melee classes. Sword Controllers, on the other hand, are hidden classes capable of both ranged and melee combat, mastering both physical and magical attacks. Just hearing that, you might think they're incredibly powerful. But in reality, Sword Controllers are actually very weak. Many people assume that becoming a Sword Controller means embodying elegance, charm, and dashing charisma, slaying enemies while wielding a sword. Just like the cultivators in novels. However, the reality is exactly the opposite. The Sword Controller's biggest drawback is that it's very weak in the early game. Because it requires mastering both physical and magical attacks, it needs more attribute points invested than other classes. Therefore, in the early game, the Sword Controller's combat power is far inferior to that of an ordinary swordsman class holder. Moreover, the Sword Controller's skill tree doesn't have many powerful skills in the early stages. Even with Su's 10-star innate attributes at maximum, it would be difficult to fill this bottomless pit. Upon hearing this conclusion, Su's expression remained impassive. If the Sword Goddess class were exposed, it would likely bring both blessings and curses, and that was not what he wanted. The concepts behind the Sword Controller and Sword God classes are completely different. One is a hidden class with lackluster combat power, at best described as having promising potential. High emotional intelligence, promising potential. Low emotional intelligence, a total waste in the early game. The Sword God, on the other hand, is a top-tier mythical class capable of influencing a nation's development. The Sword God is the world's sole top-tier class. Apart from Su, there is no second one in the world. If his Sword God class were exposed, he wouldn't just receive the nation's protection. He'd also face assassination attempts from hostile factions. That would keep him up at night. Disguising himself as a sword controller was the choice he made after weighing the pros and cons. A 10-star talent, and yet he ended up as a sword controller. Just imagine how huge his letdown must be. Someone shook their head and said, "Don't be so quick to judge. Sword controllers get pretty powerful later on." Combined with Su's talent, I think he'll be able to rise to the challenge. Keep dreaming. It's a stretch whether a sword controller can even clear the beginner dungeon. Exactly, sword controllers are too weak. You guys should stop sucking up to him. Even with a 10-star talent, it won't do him much good. The students were in an uproar. They argued endlessly among themselves. Meanwhile, at the leaders' table in the distance, the reaction was completely different. Good heavens! A hidden class, plus innate 10-star attributes. All the deans spoke with trembling voices. An elderly professor slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet. How long has it been since First High produced a combat class student with innate 10-star attributes and full stats? Another teacher spoke up. Don't even mention First High. Across the entire Xianjing city, you wouldn't see a genius like this even once in several years. The teachers were all filled with awe. The other students are so naive. They only focus on the present and have no idea what an innate 10-star rating truly means. Even a sword controller can grow to be formidable. That's right. Although sword controllers are a bit actually very weak in the early stages. But in the later stages, they become incredibly powerful. Principal Wang Tingshan wore a grave expression. The sword controller is a class that cultivates both physical and magical abilities. This child will need a massive amount of resources to achieve the most perfect growth. To fully unleash his combat potential, he'll also need attribute values higher than those of other class holders, almost double. Thankfully, he has a 10-star innate with maxed out attributes. Director Zhang, go to the school warehouse immediately and retrieve a marrow elixir. I want to give it to this student as a reward. The principal's expression was stern as he waved his hand and spoke. A marrow elixir is extremely costly to produce, requiring a variety of materials and an experienced professional alchemist to craft. Consuming just one can purify the marrow and strengthen the bones, taking and awaken one's physical stamina to the next level. Another professor looked stunned. A marrow elixir? Principal Wang, isn't this a bit too much? Our school doesn't even have that many in total. Wang Tingshan impatiently cut him off. No need to say more, I'm the principal. His words left no room for doubt. And it's not just the marrow elixir, I'll also be funding this out of my own pocket for him. The principal's generosity left the teachers of First High School in a state of shock. Su strode down from the podium. His gaze remained fixed on the leaders' seats in the distance. He had been secretly observing the reactions of the principal and the department heads. In his previous life, when he had awakened to a 9-star innate attribute, it had shocked the entire school. That very night, he was immediately summoned by the principal and received a marrow elixir as a reward. In this life, I not only possess a 10-star innate attribute, but I'm also a hidden class sword controller. I wonder what gift the principal will give me later. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He was actually looking forward to it. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he saw Zhang and Ren from the neighboring class staring at him in horror. Zhang's gaze was extremely unusual. His fists were clenched, and his dark, brooding eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions. There was shock, hesitation, and jealousy. He was, after all, the eldest son of the Zhang family. He should have been the most talented student in the entire school. But Su had stolen all the limelight. At that very moment, he was in a terrible mood. Jean lowered his head slightly, leaned toward René's ear, and whispered something. "Ah, young Master Zhang, are you sure you want to do this?" Ren looked shocked. "Don't worry. There are plenty of unexpected twists in the dungeon. You won't have to put up with this for long," Zhang said. "A few years at most. Once we've reaped enough benefits from him, we'll just find an opportunity to take him out right there in the dungeon. Simple as that, right?" Only then did Ren nod, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. Su had witnessed all of this. Although he was too far away to hear what they were saying, he had figured out the gist of it. When Su looked over at them with a cold, stern gaze, the man and woman thought he was just greeting them. Zhang waved with a smile, looking completely harmless. Ran tossed her hair seductively and gave Su a flirtatious nod. Deep down, however, she still felt a hint of disdain. Humph, a broke guy is still a broke guy. Even after awakening to a full set of 10-star attributes, he is still groveling at my feet and making a show of looking my way. What a loser. Sigh, I can only blame myself, I'm just too charming, she thought to herself. On her face, however, she maintained a flattering expression. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Su had long since seen through her true thoughts. He let out a cold laugh. "No matter how arrogant you are, you won't make it through tonight anyway." Su remained composed as he slowly walked back to his Class S formation. All his classmates had already gathered around him. Holy shit! Su, you actually awakened with max stats. Even though Sword Controller is a bit weak, I'll have your back in the early game. Bro Ming, my bro Ming, am I still your good little brother, someone said with extreme flattery. Although Sword Controller wasn't as strong as a typical class holder, the appeal of max stats was undeniable. Many others also crowded around. Su, I'm the class president. Don't forget how many times you didn't do your homework. I was the one who helped you get away with it, someone said, trying to curry favor by bringing up past favors. Su, do you remember back in freshman year? I treated you to beef noodle soup once, a girl walked over. Su. The voices of his classmates drowned out Su. Su, please let us team up. We need you for tomorrow's beginner dungeon. Su simply smiled and let it pass. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. In this life, he wouldn't trust anyone so easily. Classmates, please stay calm. I just have better awakened stats, it's just luck. Don't forget, I'm a sword controller, we're really weak in the early game. Future prospects depend on individual fate, so please stay calm. As for partying up, let us talk about it tomorrow once we're in the beginner's dungeon. He spoke calmly and nonchalantly. But the crowd's enthusiasm only grew. Damn, he is so humble. Neither arrogant nor impatient, the bearing of a great emperor. So cool. I want to team up with you. It wasn't just his classmates, even more students from all around surged toward him like a tidal wave. It was safe to say that Su had already become famous. Before long, his reputation would spread throughout Xinjing City. Su looked at the crowd surrounding him, left speechless. He hadn't expected that his words would backfire like this. Some were fawning over him, while others were mocking him. Humph, fawning over a sword controller? What a loser. Once we're in the dungeon, I'll show him what a berserker's clearing speed looks like. Even if my stats aren't as good as his, I'll still crush him. Exactly. Being a sword controller means you start off at a disadvantage. What does he have to boast about? People chattered incessantly, and chaos reigned on the playground. Fortunately, at that moment, teachers from each class stepped in to put a stop to the escalating commotion. All students, calm down. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order of Awakening Day will have their enrollment revoked. Everyone, return to your respective lines. The teacher's authority carried considerable weight. The crowd gradually dispersed. Whether they had been praising or mocking, everyone had moved on. At that moment, Su noticed a young woman who still stood there, graceful and poised. She stood in the crowd, quietly gazing at Su from afar. Without making any special gestures, she was the girl who caught everyone's eye the most. Sue, congratulations. Yao smiled calmly, without a trace of flattery. She had once liked Sue simply for who he was. Not because of any added value or talent he possessed. That's why she remained unmoved, always true to herself. And that was precisely what Sue admired most about her. Yao, congratulations to you, too. Sue replied briefly. Awakening Day continued. The students who followed were, for the most part, of average talent. Except for one person, the only one worthy of Sue's attention. Yanzhe from Class 4, Grade 3. He was a slender boy with a sharp gaze. A hidden class demon hunter ranger with a 9-star talent. He even surpassed Jiang. Naturally, his awakening caused quite a stir. Unfortunately, with Sue's 10-star talent setting the bar so high, even his 9-star talent couldn't create much of a sensation. Soon, the buzz gradually died down. However, there was still plenty of discussion. Another genius, I'm really blown away. This year, our first high school is really on a roll. Yanzhe is usually so low-key, and his family doesn't have any major connections, yet he has a 9-star talent. 9 stars, that's insane. Plus, unlike Sue, his class has powerful combat capabilities right from the start. Hurry up and ask him to join your party. Many people asked Yanzhe to join their parties. But with his aloof personality, he turned down almost all of them. Sue stood in the audience, gazing at this classmate with a 9-star talent, his expression pensive. Because in his past life, Yanzhe had died in the beginner's dungeon. After Awakening Day ended, Sue returned to his private dorm room. That's right, after Awakening Day, the principal had upgraded his dorm to a private version. It was the same standard as the teacher's quarters. A private room, a personal bathroom, a private shower, and 24-hour hot water. This was a setup that every other student at first middle school wouldn't even dare to dream of. Sue lay on his bed and opened his character profile panel. Sue. Level, 10100 EXP. Class, Sword God Mythic Tier, 1 of a kind. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. Talents, Item Ascension, Origin Sword Body. Skills, Slaughter Strike, Absolute Hide, Divine Concealment, Eye of Insight. Upon awakening, all his attributes were set to 10. This is the true value of a 10-star talent, maxed out attributes. The total sum of all attributes reached 50 points. By extension, someone with a 1-star innate talent would have only 1 point in each of the 5 attributes. Someone with a 7-star innate talent, such as Yao, would have 7 points in each of the 5 attributes. Sue's initial attributes are already on par with those of some level 5 awakened ones. One can only imagine how terrifying his attributes will be and how far he will surpass others when Sue truly reaches level 5. This is the importance of innate talent. Although he told others that talent wasn't important, only he himself knew what having high talent truly meant. All your training will yield twice the results with half the effort. Breakthroughs will come more easily, and your combat power at the same realm will be higher. It can be said that, to a large extent, high talent determines the limits of your life. The Sword God class's mythic tier, its future potential will be even higher than that of my God of Slaughter class in my previous life. Sue said in a solemn voice. The God of Slaughter was merely a legendary tier class, slightly inferior to the Sword God in rank. After all, it was a class he had advanced to from the common starting class of Assassin. However, the God of Slaughter's skills were also very powerful. Sue noticed that an additional talent, Origin Sword Body, had appeared in his profile. Presumably, this was the innate talent skill that came with the Sword God class. When others change classes, the first thing they awaken is a skill. But for him, it was a talent right off the bat. Sue immediately checked the details of this talent. The moment the panel opened, he gasped in astonishment. Origin Sword Body passive talent, Mythic Tier, the source lies in the heart, the sword is innate. You can learn all sword-related skills, disregarding all restrictions. All sword skills, power increased by 300%. All sword skills, speed increased by 300%. All sword skills, proficiency gain rate increased by 300%. As your cultivation level rises, these effects will continue to strengthen. This talent was top tier right from the start, reaching the mythic tier. Looking at these effects, Sue was speechless. Insane, absolutely insane. Let us not even mention the rest, just take the fact that sword technique damage is tripled. That alone is terrifying enough. This means that even if Sue were given the most ordinary iron sword right now, he'd have the confidence to solo monsters below level 3. And that's without knowing a single sword technique. It's downright ridiculous. Triple proficiency gain. This effect is also incredibly overpowered. Once any skill reaches its maximum proficiency, it can be broken through and upgraded. For example, Sue's Eye of Insight started out as the bronze tier assassin skill Eagle Eye and evolved only after his proficiency was maxed out multiple times. A threefold increase in proficiency gain means Sue's sword skills can continuously evolve at a speed far surpassing that of ordinary people, ultimately reaching the pinnacle. And the threefold increase in slash speed is also incredibly powerful. Sue couldn't help but marvel. Incredible, absolutely incredible. He clenched his fists, his heart brimming with excitement. And that's not all. I also have skills from my past life, the God of Slaughter's Stealth Step and Slaughter Strike. So, technically, I'm half a dual class holder. It's just that I only know the God of Slaughter's ultimate move, I don't know any of the other skills. Sue's Heart Sword. If there ever comes a time when I can't defeat an enemy with a sword, well, sorry. I'll just have to pull out my dagger. He stroked his chin, lost in thought, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Looks like I can consider taking on the toughest boss in the Beginner-S dungeon. The Beginner-S dungeon is the first challenge faced by all 18-year-old new class changers. Early tomorrow morning, the Beginner-S dungeon will appear. Or rather, it won't just appear, it will suck everyone who has just awakened right into it. There is no choice in the matter. As long as you successfully change classes, you'll inevitably enter the Beginner-S dungeon one day later. Newcomers can choose to form a party or go it alone to take on the challenge inside. The survival rate is much higher when you're in a party. It's safe to say that unless you're looking to die, virtually no one would choose to go it alone. The newbie dungeon is rated at the lowest level, F rank. The 7 dungeon difficulty levels are S, 8B, C, D, E, and F. F is the lowest, and S is the highest. But F rank doesn't mean it's easy, it's actually extremely dangerous. There have even been cases where class holders who had just completed their first class change and were in their teens died in F rank dungeons, so no one dares to underestimate it. Although the beginner dungeon is F tier, its rewards are far more generous than those of a typical F tier dungeon. Most importantly, this year's beginner dungeon features a hidden boss. This is information known only to Sue. The hidden boss is the most unique monster in the dungeon. Its appearance rate is extremely low. Its combat power is incredibly ferocious, far exceeding the difficulty level of the dungeon itself. If it appears and is defeated, the rewards will far exceed the normal standard. Everyone has only one chance in their lifetime to enter the Beginner-S dungeon. In his previous life, Sue played it safe, killing only the regular boss to complete the dungeon. And he did so as part of a party. After all, he had just awakened back then and didn't have many skills yet, so he certainly didn't dare to act recklessly. In his previous life, he chose to avoid the hidden boss because it was simply too dangerous. But in this life, he absolutely had to give it a try. He was just getting started, and he needed to acquire as many resources as possible. For that, taking a little risk was worth it. Tomorrow, after the dungeon appears, I'll go to that area alone and take down the hidden boss by myself. He made up his mind. He was prepared to go it alone. After all, he figured that besides himself, no one else would dare enter that dangerous area. As for Yao, he didn't need to worry about her. Based on his experience from his previous life, she also made it through the dungeon safely and unscathed, following another party. Now, it's time to think about getting my revenge. A cold smile curled at the corner of Sue's mouth. He pulled out his phone and found 2 text messages waiting for him. They were from Run. Sue, Haven T, you always like me? I've changed my mind. Sue smiled indifferently. The exact same messages as in his past life. It was precisely these 2 messages that had led him and Rin to confirm their relationship that very night. He immediately typed out a reply. Meet me on the rooftop of the academic building tonight. After sending the reply, Sue began to think. Where could he go to buy a good sword? At that very moment. In a hotel off campus. A scene of intense passion was unfolding. A moment later, Ren was drenched in sweat, her face flushed. Zhang was panting heavily. He had a post-coital cigarette clenched between his teeth, his breathing noticeably ragged. Clearly, they'd just gone through a fierce battle. Ren picked up his phone and immediately furrowed his brow slightly. Tisk, brother Zhang, Sue took the bait. Hearing this, Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling an epic lungful of smoke. A cloud of white smoke filled the air. Then, he flashed a sinister smile. Very good. Although his profession is just a sword controller, his stats are too high. The higher-ups are bound to invest in him. He has a bright future ahead. I want you to get close to him and squeeze every last drop of value out of him. Zhang laughed darkly. As the legitimate son of the Zhang family, a prominent clan, he had been studying the art of manipulating others since childhood. How to secure more resources had been a mandatory lesson for him since he was 10. Classmates and talent were all mere pawns in his eyes. He intended to use this woman, Ren, to extract resources from Sue, that 10-star genius. That was exactly how the Zhang family had built its fortune back in the day. Today, the Zhang clan's influence spans Dragon Country, capable even of swaying national policy. Such is the power of the Zhang family. One of the 3 great clans of Dragon Country. Given his family's influence, what he might gain from Sue in the future wouldn't actually seem all that rare to him. But he had to do this. He needed to prove to his family that he was capable and ambitious. Ren flashed a seductive smile and leaned into Zhang's embrace. Well then, young Master Zhang, I'm about to leave you. Don't you have any thoughts on this? Zhang slapped her hard across the face. Ah, you filthy slut. The fight continued. By now, Sue had already arrived outside the school grounds. Guided by his memory, he made his way to a weapons shop. The place was bustling with people. This time of year was always the busiest for business here. After all, today was Awakening Day. Any student whose family had a bit of money would come here today to buy a reliable weapon to serve as their starter weapon. When tackling the beginner dungeon, having a decent starting weapon could greatly increase your chances of survival. There were quite a few weapon shops in Xianjing City, but Sue had chosen to come to this one in particular. That's because the owner of this shop was an extremely experienced blacksmith. His blacksmithing profession level was very high. In the remote Xianjing City, he was already considered one of the top blacksmiths. The weapons he crafted were of excellent quality and offered great value for the price. Moreover, this weapon shop was quite large. It doesn't just sell forged weapons. It also stocks weapons dropped in dungeons that have been purchased from class holders across the land. The selection is incredibly diverse. For Sue, who was short on cash, this was his only option. Because here, he could buy a very powerful weapon at a low price. All because Sue knew something. In this shop, there was a stone longsword. All he has to do is smash the stone casing to reveal the true blade within. It's a silver quality longsword. Yet its price is incredibly low. Because its exterior is so rough, no one realizes its true value. He absolutely must seize this opportunity to snag it at rock-bottom price. Outside a luxurious weapon shop, traffic flows like a river, and the area is bustling with people. Spanning thousands of square meters, it is one of the largest weapon shops in Xianjing City. Many luxury cars are parked at the entrance. A large crowd of students has packed the entrance so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. On the walls, a dazzling array of blades, swords, and other cold weapons hangs in abundance. They are made of various materials. Among them is even a long sword forged from pure shinmai cold stone. The sword was breathtakingly beautiful, reflecting a deep blue, icy glow. It was incredibly eye-catching. It captivated all the students, causing them to stop in their tracks and gaze at it in awe. But the price of this sword was far too high, no one could afford it. So they could only admire it from afar. Su also glanced at the sword out of the corner of his eye. A fake. He thought coldly to himself. In his previous life, he had frequently visited this weapon shop and had gradually gotten to know the owner. He had even shared drinks and talked the night away with the owner on more than one occasion. So he knew this sword was a fake. The genuine article was hidden away in the owner's warehouse. The genuine version of this sword was indeed extraordinary, a diamond quality longsword. It was called the Dragon Frost Heavenly Cold Sword. With a single swing, it could even completely freeze the blood inside a monster's body, shattering it with a single tap. If wielded by a master swordsman, this sword would be even more formidable. Unfortunately, Su couldn't afford it right now. After all, this sword was the shop's crown jewel. Naturally, it was exorbitantly priced. So his main objective wasn't this sword to begin with. Su's arrival caused quite a stir among the student body. Hey, look, isn't that Su? Sword controller Su is here. He is so handsome, just as expected. Some girls were already gushing. Since time immemorial, the top-tier sword controller class holders have all been exceptionally handsome. Although they're weak in the early game, they're undeniably handsome. Su was no exception. Wow, what a celebrity. He is here to buy a weapon, too. Makes sense. After all, the beginner's dungeon is tomorrow. Even with a 10-star talent, he wouldn't dare get too cocky. He is a level 10 innate with maxed out stats. It's no exaggeration to call him a once-in-a-lifetime genius. If he weren't a sword controller, he'd probably have already stunned the entire province. It's just a shame his class is a bit of a letdown. The students whispered among themselves. Su pretended not to hear them. He walked straight toward the counter, his stride steady. Just then, a young woman in her 20s stepped out from the crowd of students. She blocked Su's path. Su furrowed his brow slightly and stopped in his tracks. He didn't recognize this woman. Why was she blocking his way? He looked up. The woman was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and black stockings, and she had a stunning figure. She exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. She was clearly not short on money. She was visibly startled for a moment by Su's icy gaze. It was the gaze of an assassin, the kind honed only through countless life and death battles. She thought it might be a figment of her imagination. Soon, she regained her composure. Excuse me, young man. I mean no harm. As she spoke, she flashed a mature, alluring smile. Then, she handed Su a business card. I'm Jiang Lan, Vice Director of the Jiang'an Group. On behalf of the Jiang'an Group, I'll cover the full cost of your weapon purchase here today. She declared boldly. The moment those words left her mouth, every student around them gasped in astonishment. The weapon shop, all expenses covered. That was truly a gesture of unprecedented generosity. Among the students gathered there were some who lived in mansions, whose parents held high-powered jobs, and whose families had a bit of spare cash. But none of them would dare claim to cover the entire bill. After all, the weapon shop was one of the most expensive places in the world. It was simply impossible for an ordinary family to splurge here casually. Looking at her alluring smile, Su remained completely impassive. Oh, all expenses covered? May I ask, Miss Jiang Lan, what is the catch? Everything in this world boils down to one thing: self-interest. Su didn't even know her. This was their first meeting. There was no way she'd offer to pay for her out of the blue. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Su understood this all too well. Hearing Su's calm reply, she looked slightly surprised. She had already found out that Su was a poor orphan with no parents to support him. Coming here to buy weapons now, he was likely short on cash. She had specifically targeted this weakness to offer her financial assistance. A transaction can only happen when there's a need. That's the eye of a merchant. But what she hadn't expected was that Sue was just as clever as she was. He didn't agree right away. He remained unmoved in the face of such temptation. She secretly admired him. It seems, Sue, that you're not only exceptionally gifted but also remarkably clever. She began by praising him. You're right, I do indeed have a favor to ask of you. Sure enough, Zhang gave a calm smile. She waved to someone in the crowd. Immediately, a petite girl in a green robe stepped forward. Sue noticed that she was wearing a protective barrier ring on her finger. This was an extremely expensive item. If she were to suffer a fatal blow, the ring would instantly explode, forming a barrier to deflect the attack. This clearly demonstrated her family's immense wealth. This is my younger sister, Zhang Yuncheng. As long as you team up with her and protect her while she completes the challenges in the beginner's dungeon, I'll cover the cost of buying you a weapon. What do you say? She smiled confidently, her voice brimming with conviction. Money is the source of one's confidence. Upon hearing this, Sue remained unmoved. He sized up the girl standing before him, Zhang Yunqing, from head to toe. Zhang Yunqing's expression was calm. She stood before Sue with neither subservience nor arrogance. Although her natural talent was slightly inferior to Sue's, she had money. Subtly, there was a hint of pride in her brow. Sue stared at her, his face stern, his gaze as still as water. This Zhang Yunqing was the same age as him. They were both new class changers from this cohort. But she was a bit too frail. No wonder his sister had asked him to look out for her. That was only natural. Sue was used to this by now. Only newly awakened class changers could enter the beginner's dungeon. No clan experts or bodyguards were allowed inside. This meant that the Zhang family's second young miss would be venturing into dangerous territory all on her own, without any protection. This might very well be her first time. Under these circumstances, her family naturally needs a powerful expert to safeguard her. And the newbie dungeon is filled almost exclusively with newly class-changed players. No one starts out with a high level. So the only real option is to choose someone with exceptional potential. And he was the perfect candidate. First, he was naturally gifted, with stats that were a cut above average. Second, he was broke and easy to bribe. Sue quickly figured out the reason. Although his class was sword controller and his skills weren't as strong as others, his stats were impressive. Moreover, among the talented newcomers in Xianjing City, he was the only one who was relatively easy to bribe. The other geniuses were generally not short on money. He rubbed his chin, looking at Zhang Lan. He put on a harmless expression and said with a smile, "Alright, then I'll buy the Dragon Frost Heavenly Cold Sword. Alright, then I'll take the Dragon Frost Celestial Cold Sword." The moment those words left his mouth, Zhang Lan's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined Sue would make such an outrageous demand. The Dragon Frost Celestial Cold Sword, a diamond tier weapon, was the store's crown jewel. Its price ran into the tens of millions of descent coins. Even she couldn't possibly come up with that much on the spot. She had originally thought that a silver tier weapon would be enough to fob off this poor, naive student who'd never seen the world. The students around them also looked slightly startled. Isn't Sue being a bit too brazen? Sure, he's the new newcomer king in terms of stats, but don't forget his class as sword controller. He's really weak in the early game. Yeah, he's really caught me off guard. My opinion of him has taken a serious hit. That's a diamond tier weapon. He is just a newly class-changed player. It's not even certain he can equip it. Sue paid no attention to what people were saying. In his heart, there was only his goal. A mix of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in Zhang Lan's eyes. Sue's outrageous demand was making her look bad. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression turning serious. Are you serious? Sue's gaze was clear as he nodded. I'm serious. Is there a problem, sis? He tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion. This expression only made Jiang Lan seethe with frustration. But she couldn't let it show. Finally, she let out a sigh. I'm sorry, Sue, could you suggest something else? No matter what, she couldn't possibly continue to indulge Sue just to save face. For a businesswoman, money always comes first. Weighing the pros and cons is paramount. Although her family was wealthy, they couldn't afford to squander their resources endlessly. The Dragon Frost and Icy Sky sword is simply too expensive. I don't think your current combat value justifies such an investment on my part. If you were to switch to a silver quality weapon, I'd be more than happy to. She flashed a professional smile. Sue, however, shook his head, his resolve unwavering in that moment. Then forget it. I only want this sword. Nothing else is up for discussion. Sue's voice was flat. She walked forward lightly, the click of her high heels ringing out crisply. Sue inhaled the scent of her expensive perfume up close, yet his expression remained cold and unchanging. Are you sure? She asked. Sue's face was as impassive as an iceberg. I'm sure, he said, nodding. Jiang Lan shook her head slightly, a shadow of unease crossing her eyes. She said in a measured tone, all right, then. Yunqing, let us go. Her gaze turned icy as she took Zhang Yunqing by the hand and led her away. Zhang Yunqing glanced back at Sue for a split second, her eyes narrowed slightly. It was the first time she'd ever seen her older sister fail to gain the upper hand in a negotiation. This couldn't help but make her feel that Sue, this fellow alumnus, seemed to possess not only extraordinary talent, but also remarkable mental acuity. What a strange person. After the two had left, Sue took a deep breath. He'd never intended to accept the deal in the first place. But if he refused too bluntly, the other party would inevitably continue to press the issue. That was why he'd said he wanted to buy the Dragonfrost Heavenly Cold Sword simply to force them to back off. He knew there was no way they'd buy such an expensive sword for him. As it happened, Sue had already planned to head to the most dangerous zone to take down a hidden boss single-handedly. If he'd accepted the deal and had to bring Zhang Yunqing along to protect her, how could he possibly venture into that perilous area? He felt no regret at missing out on this free weapon. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The crowd stared at Sue, a murmur of confusion rising. He was clearly broke, yet he'd deliberately derailed this deal and given up the chance to get a weapon for free. It was truly baffling to everyone. Sue remained expressionless, pretending not to hear them. He pushed through the crowd, walking alone up to the counter. He addressed a female clerk. Take that stone sword down. Sue's tone was flat, but his words were startling. Upon hearing this, the female clerk's gaze sharpened slightly. She followed the direction of Sue's finger and looked up. There, suspended in the glass display case on the wall, hung a lump of gray stone shaped like a sword. It was pitted and pockmarked, its appearance ugly. Vaguely, one could make out the rudimentary shape of a long sword. It was practically just a weapon blank. Forget about cutting someone, it would probably struggle to even injure someone by being swung at them. Would anyone really buy this? The female clerk was utterly astonished. Are you sure you want this weapon? She parted her red lips slightly and asked. She knew Sue's reputation. He was currently Xinjing City's 10-star sword controller and a genius at first high school. Naturally, she didn't want to sell him a piece of junk that might cause him to perish in a beginner's dungeon. So, out of goodwill, she asked Sue. Sue stood his ground and nodded. The female clerk had no choice but to enter a few commands on the screen in front of her. Soon, the glass display case opened automatically. With a light flick of her finger, the display shelf slid down, revealing the stone sword before Sue. Sue gripped the stone sword and weighed it in his hand. The weight felt just right. A faint golden glow flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! It was almost just a fleeting moment. It was the eye of insight. He scanned the stats of the stone sword. Weapon stone core silver. A reward dropped by a ferocious beast in a certain F-rank dungeon. On the surface, it appears to be an ordinary stone longsword. However, once the stone casing is shattered, it can be unsealed to reveal a silver quality sword within. This is the sword. In his previous life, Su had witnessed a student purchase this very sword. The student had accidentally shattered the stone casing while in a beginner's dungeon, revealing the sword's true form. That's how he learned the truth about this sword. Not bad. How much is it? Su asked, holding the stone sword in one hand. His strength attribute was a full 10 points, almost 2 or 3 times that of other students. So even holding it with one hand, he didn't feel the slightest bit of weight. A transparent screen panel appeared in front of the female clerk, visible to Su. Student, per our store manager's instructions, every year on Awakening Day, students can receive a discount based on their awakening level. Class changers with 5-star or higher attributes can purchase weapons at 50% off. This stone sword's original price is 1,000 descent coins. Your discounted price is 500 descent coins. Upon hearing this, Su nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with this price, which was well within his budget. After all, other silver-grade weapons typically cost around 10,000. This was the perfect opportunity to snag it. Su knew full well that if he shattered the stone seal, the price of this sword would at least increase tenfold. Su's total savings currently amounted to less than 800. He was determined to get this sword. With a fleeting thought, his personal balance appeared before him. The entire Blue Star had long been digitized, and transactions were conducted using data. In the blink of an eye, the funds were transferred from his account. Transaction complete. The sword immediately became Su's property. The female attendant gave a slight bow, her expression a forced smile. Su held the stone sword and turned to walk against the crowd. He walked slowly toward the exit. All the students watching were utterly stunned at that moment. Su, is he completely out of his mind? This sword may be cheap, but can it even kill monsters? Ugh, buying a stone sword like this is practically asking for trouble. He doesn't actually think he is invincible just because he has high natural stats, does he? New class changers only have one starting skill. What good are high stats anyway? In the crowd, a male student wearing glasses looked grave. Stone weapons like this often drop in dungeons. They're basically junk, they shatter at the slightest blow. But there is a very small chance they might be stone-sealed weapons. Those weapons can be quite valuable. Could it be that he is trying to take a gamble? He mused thoughtfully as he analyzed the situation. The student's words sent ripples through the crowd. However, they did nothing to calm everyone down. On the contrary, they only provoked more scoffs. Some students even jumped to conclusions. My father is a blacksmith too. I know better than anyone just how low that probability is. Someone immediately chimed in. Exactly. I dare say that even if you smashed every single one of the hundreds of stone weapons in this shop, you still wouldn't get a single decent one. These stone weapons, if not 100%, then at least 99.9% of them are junk. Someone narrowed their eyes slightly and spoke slowly. Betting 500 descent coins on such a minuscule probability, I can only say he is an idiot. Su listened to the people around him, but slowly came to a halt. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he smiled and said, "Is anyone up for a wager?" he called out loudly. At the same time, he raised the stone sword in his hand high. "If I smash the sword and a good weapon comes out, give me 3,000 descent coins. Otherwise, I'll give you 5,000 descent coins. Who dares to take me on?" Su looked around. His voice echoed throughout the entire shop. Hearing this, not to mention the students, even the female servers thought he was crazy. Stone weapons are a common type of reward in dungeons. But stone weapons are basically consumables, they shatter at the slightest blow. Admittedly, stone weapons from certain high-level dungeons have a small chance of dropping as stone-sealed weapons. But that probability is extremely low, definitely 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. How dare Su bet on such a slim chance? Even their store manager, an experienced blacksmith, couldn't see anything special about this stone weapon. Yet Su seemed completely confident. So it wasn't just the students, even the staff here wanted to join the bet. After all, to them, Sue was practically giving away money. No one here had any faith in Sue. In an instant, many students scrambled forward, eager to place their bets. It didn't matter if their families were wealthy or not. Everyone jumped at the chance to participate. In the end, a burly male student was the quickest to act. He charged right up to Sue and flashed an excited smile. It was as if he'd already found money on the ground. "I'll bet against you," he said with a grin. "All right," Sue replied nonchalantly. In that instant, he used the eye of insight to see through this student's profile. Yang Ding. Level, 10100 EXP. Class, Tank Warrior Combat Class. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Luck, 7. Skill, all-out slash exhausts all stamina to channel into a single slash. The sum of all 5 attributes reached 35 points. Divided by 5, that translates to 7-star innate attributes. That's quite an extraordinary natural talent. Looking at him, Sue's gaze grew solemn. Yang Ding was a familiar face. He was a rich kid who acted extremely domineering at school, often bullying poorer students. In his previous life, Sue had even been scammed by this guy once in a beginner's dungeon. Seeing it was him, Sue narrowed his eyes slightly. What a small world. Scamming him this time wouldn't bother Sue in the least. Come on, let us sign the wager contract, Sue thought to himself. A panel appeared before him. It displayed the details of this wager. Betting agreement: does this stone longsword contain a stone-sealed weapon? If yes, Sue wins. If no, Yang Ding wins. Sue's stake, 3,000 descent coins. Yang Ding's stake, 5,000 descent coins. Once they signed, neither could back out. Even if Sue won, he would only receive 3,000, but if he lost, he'd have to pay 5,000. Moreover, the probability of a stone-sealed weapon was extremely low to begin with. No matter how you looked at it, this was an unfair bet for Sue. The students watching this scene were truly astonished. Wow, he's taking this so seriously he even brought a contract? If he loses and can't pay up, the interest will skyrocket by the minute. With the contract in place, no one can back out now. Yang Ding looked at the information and still hesitated a bit. But soon, he made up his mind. With such high odds of winning, if he didn't dare to take the bet, how could he call himself a real man? Besides, 3,000 descent coins wasn't a huge sum given his family background. He was taking this bet to take the wind out of Sue's sails. He was one of the most talented students in this year's class at First High School, alongside Sue, Yanzei, and Zhang. Like Yao, he possessed a 7-star innate attribute. Originally, he should have been quite the sensation. However, Sue had completely overshadowed him. Once Sue's 10-star attributes were revealed, not only did his 7-star attributes pale in comparison, but even Zhang's 8-star and Yanzei's 9-star attributes looked dim by comparison. This had been gnawing at him for quite some time. Today, he finally seized the opportunity to directly put Sue in his place. He would rise to fame by standing on Sue's shoulders. He immediately signed his name on the contract. Sue looked at Yang Ding, his face expressionless. The fish had taken the bait. Yang Ding crossed his arms, staring intently at Sue, a cold smirk involuntarily curling the corners of his mouth. He still had no idea what fate awaited him. Go ahead, shatter your stone. To be honest, I was actually a bit skeptical that a penniless bum like you could even come up with 5,000 for me. He continued, his voice laced with sarcasm. But he didn't get to finish his sentence. His words came to an abrupt halt. His expression shifted from smug triumph to utter shock. His eyes trembled. Because, in that very instant, Sue had cleanly and decisively shattered the stone sword in his hand. Crack! A crisp, thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire weapon shop. Everyone in the room froze in place. The scene froze instantly. The original clamor gave way to silence. Stone shards fell away. Revealed within was a simple, jet black steel sword. A 3-chi long blade. It bore dark red veins that seemed to flow through it like fresh blood. Black iron, crimson blade, low-grade silver. Special affix bloodthirst. After wounding a monster, this sword absorbs the blood it comes into contact with to heal the wielder's injuries. Su used Eye of Insight to scan the sword's stats and was thoroughly satisfied. He gripped the sword and swung it casually, feeling just how sharp it was. The best part was that after wounding a monster, it could restore his own health. It was like having a mobile healer. After all, healers were among the rarest of support classes. Forming a party with them was extremely expensive and required formidable strength. But with this sword, he wouldn't need a healer at all. Holding the sword, it felt as if it were an extension of his own arm. With a casual swing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade's glow was like cold dew, sharp to the extreme. It even seemed to slice through the air. Watching the sword, all the onlookers were stunned as if struck by lightning. The female waitresses couldn't close their jaws. The entire shop fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, a student wiped his eyes and said, still in disbelief, He really forged a stone-sealed weapon." Someone's pupils dilated as they pointed at the sword. "And judging by its appearance, this sword isn't even bronze grade. It's at least silver grade." The crowd erupted into a frenzy of voices. The commotion was deafening. Su and Yang Ding stood in the center of the crowd, swallowed up by the din. When Yang Ding saw the sword, his face went pale. He instinctively took half a step back, unable to believe his eyes. No. That can't be. It took him a long moment to force those two words out. His eyes wide with shock, he stared at the sword in disbelief. The jet black steel glinted with a sharp edge. Dark red veins, like living blood, flowed through it. It was at least a silver-grade weapon. His breathing became noticeably erratic. He had thought this would be his moment to shine, but instead, he'd been outmaneuvered. Su's expression remained impassive as he held out his hand toward him from a distance. "Yang Ding, pay up." It was as if he had anticipated all of this long ago. Yang Ding's mind was in turmoil. He never expected that he would lose. No, this weapon of yours hasn't been appraised yet. We don't even know what grade it is." He stammered. This was his final attempt at evasion and resistance. However, this time, before Su could even respond, the students watching the spectacle began to speak up one after another. Although I don't want to admit it, but Su really did win. "Yang Ding, just admit it. Whether it's been appraised or not doesn't matter. According to the rules, as long as a sword emerged from the stone, Su wins." The students' eyes were as sharp as snow. Under their intense stares, Yang Ding could no longer back down. Besides, the betting contract had already declared Su the winner. "Su wins." Gritting his teeth, he said with great reluctance, "You're just lucky." Then, he transferred 3,000 from his account and handed it to Su. There was no other choice, the contract was binding. Not even the King of Heaven himself could break it. That was the rule of this world. If he defaulted, massive interest would compound with every passing second. So he had no choice but to pay up right away. After receiving the money, Su gave a slight smile. "Thanks." But he didn't leave the shop immediately. Instead, he turned around and walked back to the female clerk at the weapon shop. "I'd like to buy a sword sheath, an ebony one that matches this sword of mine." The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. It took her a moment to process what he said. Oh, sure." She was so shocked that she became a bit flustered. She took out a precision instrument and began measuring the thickness, width, and weight of the black steel blood-drinking sword. A custom-made scabbard could be completed very quickly. Customizing a scabbard costs 1,000 Disen coins. Originally, Su couldn't have afforded it. But now, he had the money. Seeing this, the student crowd immediately erupted in commotion. Damn, he spent the money the moment he got it on a scabbard. He is practically rubbing Yang Ding's face in the dirt. Isn't this the classic case of taking advantage and still acting all high and mighty? He is really racking up the hate. The students clenched their fists. Looking at him like that, could it be that he knew all along there was a sword inside that stone? That's definitely a possibility. After all, sword controller skills come in all shapes and sizes. Who knows, maybe one of them lets you sense information about sword-type weapons? A moment later, Sue received an antique-looking ebony sword scabbard. It was tied behind his back with a rope. The black steel sword fit perfectly inside. Paired with his all-black outfit, he looked every bit the knight-errant. Sue walked slowly out of the weapon shop. From start to finish, his expression remained completely impassive. Yang Ding watched the scene, his face alternating between pale and ashen. He was practically fuming with rage. His voice trembling slightly, he spoke in a deep, solemn tone as Sue passed by him. "Sue, I'll remember you." Hearing this, Sue picked at the wax in his ear. Oh. Then, his figure vanished into the street. Back in his private dormitory, Sue drew his sword from its sheath. He swung it casually a few times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A crisp, melodious hum rang out clear and pleasing to the ear. I have the origin sword body talent, which enhances all my sword techniques. But I don't have any sword-related skills yet. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Skill scrolls are expensive. I don't have much spare cash. I simply can't afford them. I'll just have to hope that a sword technique scroll drops in the beginner's dungeon. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right, I have another talent, item ascension. A skill that allows him to upgrade any loot dropped in a dungeon. Sue hadn't used it yet. He immediately held the sword before him and activated the item ascension talent. Hum! A burst of sacred golden light flashed forth. Suddenly, the long sword before him began to transform. A moment later, the light faded. The blade was now fully revealed. The sword appeared even more pitch black, and the blood-red patterns on it seemed to have multiplied many times over. The entire sword now looked even more bloodthirsty and dark, an eerie sight that sent a chill down one's spine. Ascension successful. Mystic steel blood sipping sword high-grade silver. Drink red. After this sword wounds a monster, it can absorb the blood it has absorbed to heal the wielder's injuries. Blood sip. After this sword kills a monster, it can temporarily boost the wielder's all attributes by 5 points for 30 seconds. It had jumped directly from low-grade silver to high-grade silver. Sue was utterly astonished. This talent was truly miraculous. A new special effect, blood sipping, had appeared out of nowhere. After killing an enemy, it granted a brief buff that boosted all of his attributes. It was undeniably powerful. Moreover, after the sublimation, the sword felt even heavier. Its edge felt sharper than ever. Sue raised his hand and slashed down, striking his desk with the blade. Whoosh! Without warning, the wooden desk snapped in two. The break was as smooth as a mirror. It didn't even make a sound. Such was the sharpness of the blade. Sue was somewhat speechless. Its power was even more formidable than he had imagined. It was far sharper than before the sublimation. He glanced at the sky outside the window. It's nightfall. His voice was flat. This meant that the time for him to meet Ren had arrived. He slowly walked out of the dormitory, alone. His eyes glinted with a chilling intent to kill. At dusk, Sue stood on the rooftop terrace. In his pocket, he carried an ordinary dagger. To use Slaughter Strike, a dagger delivers the greatest power. While he could barely activate Slaughter Strike with a sword, its power would be significantly reduced. That's right, he was going to use his most powerful move to kill Ren. His expression was calm, showing not the slightest hint of the ferocity one might expect from a killer. A true assassin would never reveal their intent to kill before striking. On his way here, he had avoided crowds as much as possible. After all, he was about to commit a murder, so naturally he didn't want anyone to see him. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, with a gentle breeze brushing his face. The moon in this world had a crescent-shaped notch. Looking at it, there was a sense of sacred beauty. Footsteps echoed from the stairs. Sue furrowed his brow slightly. She had arrived. Sue, why did you choose a place like this to meet me? It's way too remote. Her complaints could be heard from a distance. Sue looked over. She saw her walking briskly toward him, dressed in a simple, elegant black dress. The front of her blouse wasn't T-buttoned all the way up, revealing a glimpse of cleavage. Whether she'd arrived in such a hurry or had done it on purpose, Sue couldn't tell. If this had been a young boy, she would have had him wrapped around her finger by now. Sue, however, remained expressionless and said coldly, "You're here." She nodded. A hint of impatience flickered in her eyes, impossible to hide. Sue picked up on it immediately. "Although I said I'd changed my mind, I'm going to test you for a while first. Only then will I consider whether or not to be with you. During this time, it's all up to how you behave." As she spoke, she flashed a somewhat meaningful expression. Upon hearing this, Sue merely gave a cold smile and said nothing. A trial period? What a lovely euphemism. The truth was, it was nothing but endless manipulation. During this time, she would string him along, turning him into a dutiful and uncomplaining servant. He would have to pour vast amounts of resources into her. In his past life, he'd already fallen for it. This time, he absolutely wouldn't repeat the same mistake. In his past life, Sue had worked himself to the bone, battling day and night in dungeons. Yet more than half of the rewards had been handed over to her. Looking back now, he'd been hopelessly stupid. He'd been completely loyal and devoted to her, only to be met with death and betrayal. Sue's smile looked somewhat bloodthirsty in the moonlight, sending a chill down Renee's spine. Why are you smiling so creepily?" She suddenly realized that Sue seemed a little different from before. But as for exactly what was different, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Sue remained expressionless as she walked slowly toward her. The closer he got, the more she could feel the bone-chilling intent to kill radiating from Sue's entire body. She felt the hairs on her body stand on end. Sensing that something was wrong, she began to feel afraid and slowly backed away. "Sue, you don't come any closer to me." She raised her hand in a defensive stance, her voice trembling with panic. Sue paid her no mind. His mind was made up. In a single bound, he charged straight at her. At the same time, he casually pulled a short dagger from his pocket. The movement was seamless, so fluid. The moment she saw the dagger, Renee's eyes widened in utter horror. She never imagined Sue could become so ruthless. He was about to strike her down the very moment he drew the dagger. Only now did she finally understand why Sue had chosen such a remote location to meet her. She was a life class user with very low attributes. How could she possibly be a match for Sue? "If you dare lay a finger on me, young Master Zhang won't let you get away with it." In her panic, she let out a shriek. Sue deliberately feigned confusion and stopped in his tracks. "Oh? Why did you mention Zhang?" She mistakenly thought Sue had been intimidated. After all, the Zhang family was one of the three most powerful families in Dragon Country. An absolute colossus. Sue, that penniless kid even with a 10-star talent, could never stand up to them. She let out a cold laugh. "Humph, I'll tell you. It was young Master Zhang who sent me to get close to you. I suppose you've already figured it out, so there is no need for me to keep up the act anymore." She decided to throw caution to the wind, her expression turning scathing. "Sue, don't you think for a moment that a penniless wretch like you could ever make this young lady change her mind? In this world, no matter how strong your 10-star talent is, it can't compare to the Zhang family's deep-rooted influence." After saying this, she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "You were just about to kill me a moment ago. How ridiculous. Just the name Zhang was enough to stop you from acting. Whether this succeeds or fails, I'll still get a reward of 100,000 descent coins. Now that my plan has been exposed, it just saves me the trouble. I should actually thank you for that, Sue." Her smile was cold and ruthless. However, to her surprise, Upon hearing these words, Su didn't tremble with rage, nor did she show any sign of shock. She remained as calm as a summer breeze. Calmness is the most terrifying thing of all. Very well. Su smiled indifferently. So, are you ready to die? His expression turned icy as he asked. Ran froze upon hearing this. She had originally thought that Su had been too frightened by young Master Zhang's name to dare make a move. That was why she dared to hurl insults so brazenly. But Su's composed demeanor was truly a bit terrifying. Deep down, she began to feel a twinge of fear. But on the surface, she was still putting on a brave face. You dare lay a hand on me? I just don't believe it. Before she could finish her sentence, Su struck. He didn't want to waste any more words. He felt nothing but utter disappointment toward this woman. He gripped the dagger tightly and lunged forward. His movements were lightning fast. The murderous intent in his eyes was bone-chilling. In that instant, Ren finally lost all composure. She realized that Su was determined to wipe her out. Wait. No. She let out a blood-curdling scream. Su remained expressionless, his movements unceasing. Slaughter Strike, activated. His entire body transformed into a streak of blood-red light. The next instant. Splatter! A dazzling, blood-red sliver sliced diagonally through the air. It seemed to split the night sky right down the middle. The blood-red trail left by the blade lingered in midair for a long time, frozen and refusing to dissipate. An overwhelming wave of murderous intent swept down from the heavens, engulfing everything in its path. Like a raging torrent, it instantly swallowed Ren whole. In that instant, she felt as if she were immersed in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, surrounded by the wails of countless restless souls. Su was like a demon god, delivering a blood-red slash. That slash, flawless, sliced through her neck. Blood gushed forth. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Su. That slash was too fast. It was practically like teleportation. It was completely beyond her comprehension. She felt that not only her body, but even her very will, had been shattered by that single strike. This was simply not a skill a level 1 rookie class changer could possess. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. All her arrogance vanished completely. Her body went limp and slumped to the ground. Blood gushed from her neck like a fountain. Su had severed an artery. Her death came in an instant. For her, it wasn't a long time, but it was long enough for her to savor every moment and feel deep regret. Even as she died, her eyes still held a look of utter shock. They were filled with venom and resentment, and a touch of hysteria. Su flicked the short dagger, shaking off the blood, then stowed it away in her personal space. Looking down at her corpse, Su's expression was icy. She had to admit that this woman was indeed beautiful after all. She was the school beauty of first high. Her figure was curvaceous, her face crystal clear, and her skin as white as jade. Her attire and style were also quite alluring. No wonder her past self had been utterly captivated by her. Unfortunately, she was all show and no substance. With a rotten heart, even the most beautiful exterior is useless. Revenge had been exacted. Su felt an immense sense of satisfaction. But at the same time, he felt a wave of weakness and dizziness wash over him. This was a sign that his mental energy was running out. In this world, no matter what class you are, using any skill requires mental energy. Whether it's a mage S, fireball, or a warrior S, cleave. Every skill requires the consumption of mental energy to be activated. If mental energy is depleted, you'll end up in this state extremely weak. You'll need to sleep to recover. In extreme cases, you might even need a restorative potion to fully recover. Slaughter Strike. The mana cost really is too high. At my current level, I simply can't unleash the full version. Su's breathing was somewhat labored. It took quite a while for him to recover. Right now, if I cast Slaughter Strike, I'll immediately deplete my stamina. And my mana will be completely drained as well. In other words, this strike was his ultimate trump card. If he unleashed it and the enemy survived, Su himself would be at the mercy of his foes. Though its power doesn't match my peak, against low-tier monsters and humans, this strike is still invincible. Looking back, the true slaughter strike could even shatter space and pierce through any defense. It could even slay the beasts of an S-rank dungeon. That was truly terrifying. However, Su harbored no nostalgia for his past life. In his past life, he relied on no one through talent and hard work alone. He had climbed to the 8th transformation. In this life, his future would undoubtedly reach even greater heights. In a beginner-s dungeon, even the boss shouldn't be able to withstand my slaughter strike. Su stared at the fading blade trail in midair and analyzed. Especially in terms of speed, it's incredibly fast. That strike was so fast that virtually no one in the world could dodge it. One could even say that, at his current cultivation level, Su could single target kill anyone. What is a single target kill? It means that if he calls your name, you're as good as dead. A guaranteed kill. If Su wants you dead by the 3rd watch, you won't make it to the 4th. Slaughter strike is powerful enough. This also gave Su the confidence to enter the dungeon tomorrow and challenge the hidden boss. He slowly crouched down and found Rene's cell phone in her pocket. The first thing he had to do was delete the chat history between himself and her. He had to make sure not a single trace remained. After erasing all traces, Su was about to destroy the phone. But suddenly, he discovered a chat history between Ren and Zhang. Su tapped to take a look. June 7th today, of all days. Ren, young Master Zhang, I plan to take down Su tonight. Zhang, very good. Squeeze every last bit of value out of him. In a few years, when he has grown and has enough valuable gear, we'll find an opportunity to kill him in the dungeon. Whether it works out today or not, I'll transfer 100,000 to your account. Ren, brother Zhang, you're so generous, I love it. Hee, this silly kid doesn't even realize I'm only after what he has to offer. Unlike me, I'm completely devoted to you, brother Zhang. Zhang, haha, you little slut. After you're with him, don't forget to make time to keep communicating with me, okay? Ren, of course, brother Zhang. Your skills in bed are something no one else has. That's exactly what I value about you. Their conversation was rather distasteful. Su's wrist twitched slightly. With a crack, he crushed the phone in his hand. Shan, you won't be around much longer either. He muttered. Then, he turned and walked away from the rooftop. Su's expression was stern. He hurried back to his dorm. The dungeon would open tomorrow morning. He had to make the most of his time and get some rest. Along the way, the campus was deserted, completely empty. After Awakening Day, many students had gone home. After all, the beginner-s dungeon was about to open. Although the dungeon offered abundant opportunities and rewards, it also carried the risk of death. The mortality rate for new class changers in the dungeon was extremely high. So many people felt the need to go home and see their parents one last time. It might be their final farewell. Su, all alone, returned to the entrance of his dormitory. He suddenly noticed a box sitting outside the door. On top of it was a letter bearing the principal's signature. Su carried the box inside, closed the door tightly, and locked it. This must be something the principal sent me. He opened the box. Inside, 2 items lay prominently displayed. A jet black wooden casket containing a jade-colored elixir. Marrow elixir golden mid-grade. An elixir refined from various ingredients. When ingested, it purifies the meridians in marrow, enhancing physical attributes. It is extremely valuable and can only be used once per person. Current market price, 200,000 descent coins. In addition, there was a black garment. Snakeskin black coat mid-grade silver. This black coat was crafted by an experienced armor maker. When worn, it allows the wearer to walk lightly and silently. Made from mutated snakeskin, it is extremely durable and can withstand attacks from sharp weapons such as claws and swords. Market price, 5,000 descent coins. Su's eyes narrowed slightly. The principal really is generous. Not only did he give me marrow elixir, but he also gave me a piece of clothing. This garment is a silver-grade outerwear defensive gear that can keep me safe. It seems the principal is doing everything in his power to protect me, his prodigy, so I don't meet an untimely end in the dungeon. That's why he didn't give me a weapon, but instead provided gear geared toward defense. The goal was to boost my survivability so I wouldn't die in the dungeon. It's just a shame that these two items were crafted on Blue Star by life class members smiths and alchemists using various materials. Since they aren't loot dropped in the dungeon, my item ascension skill can't ascend them. Sue tried using item ascension, but it indeed had no effect. Only loot dropped in dungeons could be ascended. But he was content with that. Sue immediately put on the black coat. He could feel that the fabric was remarkably resilient. It felt somewhat smooth to the touch. Looking closely, he could even see that a layer of snake scales was indeed embedded within the fabric. With this piece of gear, Sue's chances of survival had greatly improved. He then turned his attention to the letter. He opened it. The letter read, "Dear Sue, this is Principal Wang Tingshan. This is a personal letter from me. First, congratulations on awakening to a full set of 10-star innate attributes and the sword controller class. Inside the box, you'll find a marrow elixir, presented to you on behalf of the school, as well as a mid-tier silver quality piece of equipment, a personal gift from me. I know you've always lived a simple life and are in great financial need. I've taken the liberty of increasing your scholarship for this year to 10,000 descent coins, and the funds have already been transferred to your account. You may one day rise to a position of great prominence. But no matter what, please don't forget your alma mater when you achieve success in the future. I wish you a bright and promising future." At the end was the principal's handwritten signature. The strokes were as graceful as a dragoness. Sue opened his profile panel. Sure enough, his balance had already reached over 12,000. What a generous gesture. Sue couldn't help but mutter to himself. All of this, added up, was worth a fortune. It was actually a kind of investment. The principal had a long-term vision. What Wang Tingshan was looking forward to wasn't immediate gain. Rather, it was the return that Sue would bring to First High School once he had grown and succeeded. In that regard, the principal truly lived up to his title. His perspective was certainly on a different level from that of Run, a short-sighted little fairy. Sue smiled faintly. "Principal Wang, your investment will pay off." Sue would repay everyone who had ever helped him in the future. And as for those who had betrayed him, he would take revenge on each and every one of them. Immediately afterward, Sue swallowed the marrow elixir. He sat cross-legged on the bed. He waited for a moment. No excruciating pain struck him. Nor did any impurities get expelled from his body. After all, this was reality, not an elixir from a fantasy novel. Dozens of seconds passed, and Sue only felt a faint glow emanating from his body, accompanied by a warm sensation inside. Physical attributes plus 10. Experience points plus 100. Promoted to level 2 class changer. Gain 10 free attribute points. Sue's eyes widened in surprise. Since he was a 10-star innate with maxed out attributes, all his attribute points were already at 10. He had nearly reached the limit for a level 1 class changer. At this point, swallowing another marrow elixir would no longer grant him a significant attribute boost. It only increased his constitution by 10 points, half the normal effect. Fortunately, the World's rules converted the remaining attribute gains into experience points, raising Sue's level instead, so nothing was wasted. All in all, he still indirectly achieved 100% of the intended effect. Every time he leveled up, he received 10 free attribute points. These attributes could be freely allocated. Since Sue possessed a 10-star talent, he received 10 attribute points with every level up. If he had a 5-star innate talent, he would receive 5 attribute points per level up. This was the importance of talent. Over time, the higher the level, the greater the gap would become. Sue stood up and looked at his profile. "I'll put these attribute points into agility," he said in a focused tone. His agility attribute was immediately boosted. It doubled instantly. He immediately felt his mind grow much clearer, and his body became more agile and light on his feet. Sword God. A sword-wielding class. Its main focus is speed and elusiveness. Of course, he had to invest in agility. It's actually quite similar to the assassin from his previous life. Next, Su checked his stats. Su. Level, 20200 EXP. Class, Sword God Mythic Tier, 1 of a kind. Strength, 10. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. Talents, Item Ascension, Origin Sword Body. Skills, Slaughter Strike, Absolute Hide, Divine Concealment, Eye of Insight. Su nodded to himself. Very good. Right now, he was one level ahead of the vast majority of players. This might seem like a small step, but once he entered the dungeon, he'd be a giant leap ahead of everyone else. Su began preparing for tomorrow's dungeon run. First, he opened his personal inventory. This was a feature available to all class holders. He placed the blood-sealed sword of mystic steel from his desk inside. That way, he'd be able to use it once he entered the dungeon. Come to think of it, the Ring of Defiance reshaped my physical body. Can I use it again? Curious, he probed it with his mind. Ring of Defiance Mythic, 1 of a kind. Fragments of an ancient, fated destiny have fallen, they shall surely reverse the heaven's decree of death. Recharged by the power of time, it can reverse the laws of the Tao and reshape the physical body. Current status, charging. Su's eyes widened in surprise. The resurrection function seems to require some time to recharge before it can be used again. All the runes are dim right now. Looks like I'll have to be more careful, I can't risk my life recklessly. Just as Su was about to go to bed, he suddenly noticed someone had sent him a text message. After awakening, everyone had a personal profile panel that integrated all functions, including remote communication, the auction house, and personal spaces. But since they had only just awakened today, many people were still in the habit of using their phones. He opened it and saw it was actually Zhang. Su, it's Zhang. You're exceptionally talented. The Zhang family needs someone like you. Join my party for tomorrow's beginner dungeon. I'm an 8-star magic hammer warrior, I can keep you safe in the early stages. Reading Zhang's friendly message, Su's eyes turned cold. He simply replied briefly. I already have a party. Sorry. Then he shut off his phone. Just then, Yao sent him another party invitation from her personal space. Su, want to team up? She even included a cute emoji. Su smiled slightly but declined. He was planning to challenge the hidden boss, and bringing Yao along would be too dangerous. Sorry, Yao, I'd like to tackle the dungeon alone. Oh, alright then. Let me know anytime if you change your mind. Yao said. Immediately afterward, Su lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. When he had killed Run, he had used Slaughter Strike, which had drained a significant amount of his stamina. He needed sleep to recover to peak condition. In a hazy daze, he felt his body begin to float. When Su awoke, it was already the next morning. Opening his eyes, he saw a deep blue light completely enveloping him. The dungeon has arrived, he said, his gaze solemn. The next moment, his body suddenly vanished from Blue Star. The slaughter of the heavens is about to begin. To all new class changers on Blue Star. This is a dungeon filled with slaughter and opportunity. Here, you will battle it out and complete the challenge. There is only one way to leave here and claim your rewards. That is, the death of a boss-level monster within the dungeon. No matter who slays the boss, the dungeon will settle accounts. Each of you will receive settlement rewards based on your individual contributions. A voice rang out in his mind. Su opened his eyes again and found himself in a forest. The place was lush and green, with blood-red vegetation everywhere. Everything he saw was blood-red. The grass was blood-red when he stepped on it, it squelched like fresh blood. The trees were blood red, and the veins in their leaves were multicolored, giving off a peculiar, eerie, and utterly bewildering vibe. Judging by the ecosystem, this place was completely different from Blue Star. It was filled with a sense of danger. The map for the annual Beginner-S dungeon changes every year. But Sue had the experience from his past life. So for him, this wasn't his first time here. Yet even Sue didn't claim to know this place inside and out. There were still many areas here that he hadn't explored in his past life, areas teeming with danger. So he didn't act rashly. Instead, he immediately opened his personal interface. At the very bottom, the information for this dungeon was displayed. Title: Forest Beginner Dungeon. Level: F. A stench of decay permeates the air. This place is steeped in the scent of death. Next, he opened the World Chat channel. There, he saw many people wailing and screaming. "Oh my god, my spawn point is on top of a tree, and it's full of steel-spiked wild boars below, charging at me with all their might. What do I do? Just wait to die, buddy. You've got it easy. Right in front of me is a pool of sludge filled with fecal sea maggots, and there's a rotting, mutated tiger carcass. Forget that for now. What are your talents?" Right. Let us list our talents first so we can form a party. I'm a 5-star swordsman with the starting skill, horizontal slash. I'm a 3-star innate attribute with the hidden combat class, forest shaman. Sue watched the chat messages, his gaze growing somber. Star rating was the common shorthand people used for talents. He had a 10-star talent and his class was Sword God, so he was simply referred to as a 10-star Sword God. But this terminology was only used by newbies when discussing their talents. Once players reached the teens and completed their first class change, they no longer used these star ratings. Instead, they referred to them as first class change, second class change, third class change. Each 10 levels constituted one class change. That is, one major realm. In the world chat, people were still calling out. My name is Li Dabiao. I'm a 6-star barbarian fighter with a very sturdy build. My starting skill is brute strength, a short-term surge in physical stamina. I can both tank and deal damage. Who wants to team up with me? My coordinates are 4234, 2371. Priority goes to those nearby. A 6-star talent is already considered incredibly powerful. I'm in. Me, I'm a ranger. I want to join the party too. I'm a fire mage. Count me in. People were eagerly signing up. Hold on a second, a giant bloodthirsty rat just charged at me. I'll take care of it first, Li Dabiao said. But in the next instant, a message appeared on the world chat. All the players froze in their tracks. First player killed. Player, Li Dabiao was devoured and killed by a bloodthirsty rat. Immediately, the world chat erupted. What is going on? How could someone with a 6-star talent get one shot like that? Isn't the bloodthirsty rat the lowest tier monster? We're done for. This dungeon seems a little terrifying. Help! Who will escort me to safety? I'll give you 10,000 descent coins once we're out. Guys, I don't have much to offer, but I'm pretty cute. My coordinates are. Please let me tag along. Players gradually began to realize that this dungeon wasn't a game of make-believe. People were actually going to die here. They started banding together for safety, spontaneously forming nearby groups and joining forces. But in Sue's eyes, these were all fools. The truly smart ones had already rounded up their party and formed a squad before the dungeon even started. That way, when they entered the dungeon, their spawn points would be clustered together. Only then could they look out for one another. Sue had no intention of teaming up. He always went it alone. He closed his virtual screen, his expression impassive. Bloodthirsty mad rats, huh? The monsters that had killed Li Dabiao were extremely ferocious and incredibly fast. They were called bloodthirsty mad rats. They differed from the lowest tier bloodthirsty rats by just one character. But their combat power was worlds apart. The monsters in this forest dungeon were all kinds of mutated beasts. Su took out his Shin steel blood-swallowing sword from his storage ring. He drew the sword from its sheath and gripped it in his hand. He began to explore ahead. The origin sword body technique was active at all times. So when he held the long sword, Su felt as if it were an extension of his own arm. He moved with light, nimble steps, making his way through the forest. Suddenly, he heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the jungle ahead. Su crouched low to the ground and crept closer. Thud! A body plummeted from a tree. It was a female class holder. Using the Eye of Insight, Su identified her stats. She was a rare healer. Unfortunately, she had been killed by monsters before she could team up with other players. Her corpse was a gruesome sight. A healer on her own, with no combat ability, was nothing more than a buffet for monsters. It must have been a carnivorous ape that killed her. Su concluded, analyzing her wounds. The next moment. Roar! A loud roar echoed through the air. A massive, hideously ugly ape plummeted from the tree. It clenched its arms together to form a massive hammer and swung it at Su. Su's expression remained icy as she suddenly sidestepped. She managed to dodge it by the skin of her teeth. He had anticipated this attack all along. The monster had thrown the corpse down to draw his attention, then waited for the chance to launch a surprise attack. So Su decided to turn the tables and lure the monster into striking. Sure enough, it took the bait. Su's reaction was lightning fast because he had been fully prepared all along. He moved with remarkable agility. After all, his agility stat far exceeded that of ordinary people. He deftly dodged the monster's strike. Then, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Splatter! Su immediately cleaved a massive gash through the mutant ape's skull. Blood gushed out. But it wasn't dead. Its body was covered in thick, long fur, and it had a monkey head that looked like a demoness face. It looked absolutely terrifying. It stood on all fours on the ground. The look in its eyes was utterly terrifying. Its fur was crimson, as if it had been soaked in blood. Half of its head had been sliced open by Su's sword, and its brain matter was spilling out. Yet it still hadn't died. At that moment, Su was secretly startled. The carnivorous ape let out a loud screech and lunged at him. Its screech was extremely shrill. Its thick arms, like two pillars, slammed toward Su's head. At that moment, Su was secretly startled. Just now, although he hadn't used any skills, it was just an ordinary sword strike. But his sword was a top-grade silver weapon, exceptionally sharp. Combined with his extremely high strength and agility attributes, the power of that strike was truly terrifying. How could an ordinary monster possibly survive that and still be capable of fighting? He immediately activated Eye of Insight to scan the monster's data. Fierce Beast, Carnivorous Ape King. Level 3. Strength 28. Constitution 24. Agility 5. Spirit 6. Luck 4. Skill Slam. Only then did Su realize. So it wasn't just an ordinary carnivorous ape, it was the king of ape. No wonder it was so massive, standing taller than a man and far surpassing ordinary carnivorous apes. The monkey's eyes glowed crimson as it swung its fist at him. But in that instant, Su vanished. Without a sound. He transformed into a black shadow and darted out of the Monkey King's line of sight. The next moment, he reappeared right behind it. Divine Concealment. Even at Su's current level, once cast, this technique allowed him to become invisible and move at extreme speeds. It also enabled him to evade the vast majority of attacks. However, its only drawback was that it lasted only an instant and consumed a massive amount of energy. Su could have avoided the attack without using this technique. But to be on the safe side, he chose the more reliable approach. Mental energy can be restored, but getting injured would be a real hassle. He appeared behind the Monkey King and thrust his sword forward. Thud! The sword pierced perfectly through the back of the Monkey King's skull, penetrating deep into its brain. It ended its life completely. The Monkey King collapsed, sending dust flying. A screen appeared before Sue. Beast defeated. Loot, single character / low-grade bronze skill scroll. A skill scroll landed in Sue's hand. Not bad at all. Sue was quite satisfied. Although it was only bronze grade, at the very least, it was a skill scroll suited to his class. The next moment, a message appeared in the world chat. The player's sword controller from Dragon Country has achieved the first kill. This player has earned the title, First Blood. All players in Dragon Country receive 1 bottle of healing potion. The next moment, a bottle of healing potion appeared in the hands of everyone in Dragon Country. The world chat erupted in commotion. What? A class changer from our Dragon Country pulled off the first kill this year. How magnificent! Great! I just got injured finally, a healing potion. Sword controller? Could it be that Sue from First High School? He has supposedly a 10-star sword controller. Shenzhen City has been buzzing about it lately. It might not be him, though. There are several sword controllers across the surrounding cities this year. This is great. Dragon Country is taking the lead this year. Sue's expression grew grave. A title slot had appeared in his profile. First Blood permanent, +5 to all stats. Sue's total stats now stood at 15 points. His agility had also reached 25 points. His combat power had increased slightly once more. He lowered his head slightly, gazing at the skill scroll in his hand. Although it was only bronze quality, he could ascend it. What he needed most right now was a sword technique. He focused his mind. Item Ascension. The skill scroll in his palm immediately transformed. It became a silver quality skill scroll. Draw / low-grade silver. Sheath the sword, focus your mind, and strike with a single blow. Sue's eyes narrowed in surprise. It had actually jumped directly from low-grade bronze to silver, that's a leap of 2 sub-tiers. His luck this time was truly incredible. Item Ascension is a random evolution system. If you're lucky, you can even directly enhance a silver grade item to the top tier of Mythic. But the probability of that happening is extremely low. In the vast majority of cases, items are upgraded by 1 tier from their current quality. Any item can only be upgraded once. Sue looked at the skill scroll and immediately chose to use it. Skill acquired, sword draw / sword technique low grade silver. Current proficiency, 01000. Sue immediately sheathed his mystic steel sword. This sword technique could only be used with the sword sheathed. Sue then activated the sword technique. Hum! Suddenly, a crisp, ringing sound of the sword echoed through the air. His entire body transformed into a deep blue sword beam, slashing out horizontally. The strike was unbelievably fast. Its power was even more terrifying wherever it passed. It sliced through the falling leaves in the air within several meters. A shallow, sword-shaped groove appeared on the ground. Boom! Ahead, a large tree half a meter in diameter crashed to the ground. It had been severed right in half by that single strike. Sue was somewhat stunned. An ordinary silver quality skill couldn't possibly have this much power. After all, my stats aren't that high yet. Could this be the effect of the origin sword body? It triples the power and speed of all sword techniques. It's truly formidable. Sue was very satisfied. The skill's mana cost wasn't too high either, so he could use it multiple times. Proficiency +30. In the next instant, a voice rang out in his mind. Sue's expression grew serious. Just 1 use, and he gained 30 points of proficiency. And that was even after missing the monster a wild swing. If he used it a few dozen more times, wouldn't he easily break through the maximum proficiency level? It was incredibly powerful. For an ordinary person, proficiency would increase by just a few points at a time. But for Sue, it was multiplied by 3. He sheathed his sword and slung it over his back. With this draw and slash skill, whenever he encountered a battle, he could instantly draw his sword from its sheath and execute a slash. His reaction speed would be incredibly fast, and he wouldn't have to worry about sudden combat situations. With the long sword slung across his back, he made his way through the dense forest. Along the way, a few small mutated monsters would occasionally dart out, but Su slaughtered them all with ease. His combat experience was vast. For the vast majority of monsters, the moment they lifted their hindquarters, he already knew what move they were about to make. You have slain a ferocious tiger. Plus 80 EXP. You have slain a mutated wild rabbit. Plus 49 EXP. You have slain a heavy armored turtle. Plus 100 EXP. Before long, Su's level had risen to level 4. In total, he earned a full 30 free attribute points. And he allocated every single one to agility. Now, compared to other novice class holders, his stats had reached a terrifyingly high level. Su. Strength, 15. Constitution, 25. Agility, 45. Spirit, 15. Luck, 15. The hidden boss will appear behind the red rock caverns. Su's gaze grew solemn. I'm currently in the northern part of the forest. It should still take me some time to get there. He muttered to himself. I've got to pick up the pace. He moved at breakneck speed, charging forward. Any groups of monsters he encountered along the way were mercilessly slaughtered. He stored all the abundant loot in his spatial pocket. There were many animal hides, flesh, and blood. There were also some turtle shells and tough, mutated beast bones. All of these were excellent materials. Once he returned to Blue Star, he could hand them over to a blacksmith to craft into gear. He could also sell them for a good price. Su knew that from the moment he left the dungeon, he would no longer be poor. Su raced along at breakneck speed. As he slaughtered monsters, his level kept rising. Before long, he reached level 5. Whoosh! He unleashed Sword Slash once more. On top of that, he obtained several brand new skill scrolls. One of them was a basic sword technique. Basic sword technique low-grade bronze. Upon use, randomly awakens a sword technique skill of level 110. Su immediately used item ascension to upgrade it. Ascension successful. Thunderbolt sword art mid-grade silver. A lightning attribute sword technique with formidable power speed is its hallmark. This scroll had been upgraded to mid-grade silver. It was a full tier higher than sword draw. It far exceeded Su's expectations. This would be his strongest skill to date. Su grinned widely and crumpled the scroll in his hand. In an instant, he had fully mastered the skill. All it took was a mere thought. Suddenly, a layer of lightning wrapped around the mystic iron sword in his hand. Crackle, crackle. The power was terrifying, the glow dazzling. This elemental effect, much like an enchantment, instantly boosted both the sharpness and power of Su's blade by a whole level. Whoosh! Just then, a gray-backed wild wolf appeared ahead. It charged toward Su, clearly unaware of the meaning of the word death. Su raised his hand and struck with a single sword stroke. Whoosh! Electric light surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the monster was completely slain. Its head rolled away, and the wolf's corpse fell to the ground. You slayed the gray-backed wild wolf with a single strike. Experience plus 123. Just as Su was about to sheath his sword, a scent of blood wafted out from the dense forest ahead. And a pack of wolves howled. His eyes widened in shock, and he gripped his sword tightly. He looked closely. Dozens of wolves were closing in from all directions. They were all gray-backed mutant wolves. These ferocious mutant beasts were incredibly fast, with claws as sharp as steel capable of tearing a human body to pieces with ease. A hint of alarm flashed in Su's eyes. I thought there was only one, but I didn't expect so many to show up. He was taken aback. This was at least a small-scale beast horde. He never imagined his luck could be this bad. If it were an ordinary rookie squad, encountering a beast horde like this would be a death sentence. If he were alone, he might as well wash his hands of it and wait to die. Should I use divine concealment to escape? Once he activated the invisibility step, he became unselectable. Although there were many of these wolf beasts, they couldn't stop him from breaking through. But with so many wolves, I'd hate to let them go. Su licked his lips, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes. He immediately scanned the data on these wolves. Fierce beast, gray-backed wild wolf. Level 5. Strength 17. Constitution 24. Agility 25. Spirit 8. Luck 3. Skill, claw swipe. These wolves have pretty high agility, but they're still no match for me. Su had already abandoned any thought of fleeing. He was determined to fight. Because he had the mystic steel blood swear sword. After slaying monsters, he could immediately recover his stats. Moreover, he currently had a spare bottle of healing potion in his personal space. So, with these assets at his disposal, he was confident he could take them on. In his eyes, these wolves weren't wolves at all. They were simply piles upon piles of delicious experience points. If he could wipe out this entire pack of wolves in one go, he'd be able to level up several more times at the very least. I'm the man who was going to challenge the hidden boss. How could I back down now? Su's expression was icy as he steeled his resolve to fight them to the death. Although this battle was risky, the rewards were more than ample. Come on, he roared, charging forward. He sheathed his sword, then drew it again, unleashing the sword-slash technique. Relying on their sheer numbers, the wild wolves showed no fear and charged as one. In that instant, the forest echoed with the howls of wild wolves rising and falling in waves. A whoa! Roar! Fierce and bloodthirsty. Su swung his sword, wrapped in lightning, his movements absurdly fast. His sword speed was 3 times that of an ordinary person. Although the pack of wolves moved quickly as well, they were no match for Su's swordplay. The Thunderbolt sword technique could be activated simultaneously with the sword draw slash. This allowed its power to increase many times over in an instant. In just a few breaths, he had slain several wolves. Blood-soaked corpses littered the ground, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf. You have slain a gray-backed wild wolf. You have slain 3 gray-backed wild wolves with a single sword strike. Experience plus 150. Proficiency plus 134. Experience. Proficiency. The numbers kept climbing. Su's expression was icy. His blade swung down with lightning speed. In that instant, he was like a killing machine. Blood flowed freely, splattering onto the surrounding trees, flowers, and grass. Su's sword had another special effect. After killing a monster, it temporarily boosted all of his attributes. So, every time he killed a wolf, he could refresh this buff. This made his efficiency even more terrifying. Beasts are, after all, beasts. This pack of wolves was slaughtered to the last one, yet they showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly, a ferocious wolf king charged out. Its entire body was covered in silvery white fur, looking as if moonlight were shining upon it. This wolf was massive in a completely different league from the others. Its speed was also terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it darted right in front of Su. Its ferocious fangs were over 10 centimeters long. In a moment of inattention, Su actually suffered a graze on his arm. He spun and sidestepped, barely managing to dodge the attack. Ugh, I actually got hurt. His expression turned grave. He looked at his arm, where 2 long bite marks about 2 centimeters deep were bleeding profusely. If he'd been even a split second slower, he might not have been able to save this arm. Fortunately, this monster's teeth weren't venomous. He immediately scanned the Wolf King's stats. Silverback Wolf King. Level 6. Strength 34. Constitution 44. Agility 56. Spirit 6. Luck 3. Skills Silver Claw Throat Slash, Fangs Tear, Swift Charge. It's actually a level 6 monster. No wonder it's so fast. The Wolf King's first strike hadn't been enough to kill Su outright. It landed, readjusted its stance, and prepared for its next attack. It circled Su with a predatory glare. Su stared at the wolf, his face expressionless. "Little Wolf King, you're strong, but unfortunately, you picked the wrong opponent." He sheathed his sword and took a step forward. Su was extremely confident despite his injuries. He actually chose to take the offensive. Because, just a moment ago, the proficiency of one of his skills had reached its maximum. Sword draw / proficiency reached 10001000. Skill upgraded. Sword draw / mid-grade silver. Proficiency 10002000. He now possessed 2 mid-grade silver sword techniques. He sheathed his sword. From the palm of his hand, spiritual energy surged forth, pouring directly into the blade's edge. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword was completely enveloped in flashing lightning. Whoosh! Su's entire body transformed into a deep blue shadow of lightning. The blade left a long trail in its wake. It slashed straight through. That strike was too fast. The Wolf King didn't even have time to react before he was slain and fell to the ground. Blood spurted skyward, and the wolf's head rolled away. Wolf King slayed. Experience plus 500. Flash of the Sword proficiency plus 145. Thunderbolt Sword Art proficiency plus 100. Loot, Iron-clawed bone, Wolf King's heart. At that moment, the blood-swallowing black steel sword began to greedily consume the blood on its blade. Soon, it was completely clean. Then, a surge of abundant, warm energy flowed up the hilt and into Su's body. The wound on Su's arm immediately healed completely at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this point, the surrounding pack of wolves were filled with fear. Some of the timid ones even began to turn and flee. Su's eyes blazed with a chilling intent to kill. "You came here and now you think you can just leave?" His movements were lightning fast. He immediately charged forward, hunting down the wolf pack. He moved like a ghostly apparition. This battle with the wolf pack caused his level to rise rapidly. He had already reached the 9th level milestone. One more level, and he'd be at level 10. So, naturally, he wasn't about to let these wolf cubs get away. Su's blade flashed, and his black robes were splattered with wolf blood. In the end, he didn't spare a single one. Every last wolf was slain by him. Even those that tried to flee were hunted down. The wolves were bewildered. They'd never seen such a ferocious two-legged beast before. Wolves really are stupid creatures even after mutation, their IQ isn't high. If they scattered, maybe a few would survived. But since they all huddled together, how could I not wipe them all out? Gazing at the wolf carcasses strewn across the ground, Su's expression remained impassive. On his personal stats panel, his level had shot up. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 10. First job advancement quest generating. Su had jumped straight to level 10. He had slain far too many monsters. This leveling speed was nothing short of unbeatable. For the average player, by the time the beginner dungeon ended, they'd gain at most a few hundred experience points. Slaying a few ferocious beasts was about the limit. Reaching level 5 or 6 was already considered quite impressive. Yet here Su was, already at level 10, even before the beginner dungeon had ended. The efficiency was in a completely different league. First job change quest: defeat the Guardian of Red Rock Cavern, a formidable elite monster. Reward: advance to the first job change as a sword god. Su's gaze grew serious. This first job change quest was excellent. He was heading to Red Rock Cavern anyway. For most players, completing this quest allows them to undergo their first job change. For example, in the life class, a brewer can choose from various specialist paths after the first job change, with the poison brewer being the most powerful. For swordsman, options after the first job change include sword and shield warrior, swordsman, and swordmaster, among others. As for Su, since he is a sword god, already the strongest class, he has only one path to follow: first job change to sword god, second job change to sword god. He won't change his class, but will instead enhance his stats and upgrade his skills. He moved with lightness and agility, running at a brisk pace. At the same time, he opened his character profile. Su. Level 10, currently completing first job advancement quest. Class, Sword God Mythic Tier, one of a kind in the world. Strength, 15. Constitution, 25. Agility, 100. Spirit, 30. Luck, 15. Talents, Item Ascension, Origin Sword Body. Skills, Slaughter Strike, Absolute Hide, Divine Concealment, Eye of Insight. Thunderbolt Sword Technique, Flash of the Sword. That's right, he had allocated the vast majority of his attribute points to agility. Then he added a few points to spirit. After all, casting skills requires spirit. Agility has surpassed 100. Awarded the Sword God class skill, Swordmaster. Swordmaster passive skill. Quality, low grade platinum. Proficiency, 0-100,000. You can equip sword-type weapons of any level, ignoring all requirements. Furthermore, all sword-type weapons gain double sharpness when wielded by you. Su's eyes flickered slightly. This effect is pretty powerful. It meant he could now equip top-tier sword-type weapons directly. Excellent. Now I have a few skills, and my stats are absolutely terrifying. It's time to take on the Red Rock Cavern. Su proceeded along the route he remembered. Once he defeated the hidden boss, this dungeon would be cleared. Oh right, I need to hide my stats. With that in mind, Su activated the Absolute Hide ability. He concealed his total monster kills and level. Absolute Hide is also a skill of the legendary class, God of Slaughter, and its effect is top-notch. Once activated, not even the dungeon's supreme rules can track him. In other words, he won T appear on the leaderboard. For now, he didn't want to draw too much attention. But no matter how well he hid, his true ranking would still be revealed at the end of the dungeon. At that time, Su's results would surely shock the world. But for now, he needed to keep a low profile. Because during the battle against the hidden boss, he absolutely couldn't let anything go wrong. At this very moment, inside the beginner's dungeon, another group of class changers was gathered together. They had just expended a tremendous amount of effort to kill 2 gray-backed wild wolves. Those 2 wolves were so fast it took us forever to kill them. The experience these wolves give is way too little. How can it be only 34 points? There's nothing we can do. Since we're in a party, we split the experience, so naturally, each of us gets less. The group was panting heavily, clutching their battered beginner's knives, too exhausted to catch their breath. Yang Ding was the leader of this group. He was burly, with several scars on his body from which blood was still trickling. At that moment, his expression was icy, and he was gritting his teeth. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. I'm the one doing all the heavy lifting and taking the hits. And I even split the experience with you guys. I'm the biggest sucker of them all. Yang Ding barked at the group. The others clenched their fists, but for the moment, none dared to argue back. After all, Yang Ding was the most talented among them, and also the most formidable in combat. He was their leader, too. Naturally, no one dared to contradict him. Damn it, if I hadn't been ripped off for 3,000 by Su at the weapon shop back then, I wouldn't have had to use this beginner's machete. His fists were clenched tight, and his voice trembled slightly. At the time, he only had 10,000 on him, barely enough to buy a silver-grade weapon. But after getting ripped off for 3,000, he didn't dare tell his parents. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow his pride. Even though he was a rich kid, his family's money wasn't unlimited. Bro Young, why didn't you just buy a bronze-grade weapon to make do for now? This beginner's machete is just too hard to use. Someone asked in confusion. What do you know? Yang Ding glared at him. A bronze-grade weapon isn't much better than a beginner's machete. Yang Ding slapped him hard and said. Okay. But after working our butts off, we've only made it to level 4. This efficiency is really terrible. Everyone shook their heads and said, "At least this wild wolf dropped a bronze tier bow. Xiao Wang, you're a ranger, equip that bow right away and be our main damage dealer," Yang Ding said. Despite the complaints, life had to go on. They pressed on, continuing to slay monsters. Before long, their levels had risen considerably. They also looted a few pieces of equipment. After working himself to the bone, Yang Ding finally obtained a bronze tier great shield. Wolf Bone Shield Bronze. Constitution +5. A very sturdy bone shield that will help you get through the early game safely. With this shield, he could better serve as a tank, absorbing the monster's attacks from the front lines. His teammates were also gradually growing stronger. The group moved on for a while. Suddenly, everyone furrowed their brows. Even Yang Ding sucked in a sharp breath. They had ventured deep into a forest. Here, corpses were everywhere. The corpses of wolves. The stench was overwhelming. Holy shit! A beast horde. So many corpses? Which squad slaughtered them? Everyone was shocked. Yang Ding crouched slightly, examining the wounds on the corpses. It's possible it wasn't a squad, but a single person. Because the fatal wounds on all the wolf corpses were inflicted by the same weapon, a sword. It's also possible it was an elite squad of swordsmen. Either way, we're no match for them. I think we should just take a detour. His tone was somber. Although they just looted a few pieces of gear and were now armed. Yang Ding still didn't dare to confront this elite squad head-on. Soon after, the group began moving toward a secluded path. They were terrified of running into that swordsman squad. Killings in dungeons were all too common. They didn't want to get caught up in one. Xianjing City, First Middle School. Inside a conference room. Many of the school's high-ranking officials stood there with grave expressions. A virtual screen appeared in midair. Everyone stared intently at it. Beginner Dungeon number 144. Leaderboard. First place, LV 8, Li Changwon. Second place, LV 7, Yan Zhe. Third place, LV 6. Not only in Xianjing City, but also in several surrounding cities, the names of highly talented newcomers were listed among the top ranks. But Su was nowhere to be found. They searched through the entire top 500 and couldn't find him. What's going on? That student, even though his class is sword controller, he was born with maxed out innate stats. Even if his skills aren't up to par, he should be able to take down a few monsters with sheer brute force, right? How is it possible he didn't even make it into the top 500? Several department heads said with grave expressions. They were talking about Su. With innate stats maxed out at level 10, such a level of genius was extremely rare across the entire Blue Star. There's no reason he shouldn't have made it into the top 500, is there? Principal Wang Tingshan clasped his hands, his expression extremely grave, his brows tightly furrowed. He had already invested heavily in Su, expecting the returns First High School would reap once Su matured. If Su were to meet his end in the beginner's dungeon, it would be a devastating blow to First High School. He remained silent, dark clouds gathering in his heart. Suddenly, a faint glow flashed across the horizon. A woman was soaring through the air. Everyone in the conference room narrowed their eyes slightly. Anyone capable of walking on air must be at least a fifth transformation expert. The woman quickly entered the conference room and landed on her feet. She stood with her hands behind her back, her expression impassive. Wang Tingshan immediately stood up. "Deputy Mayor, you're here." The other school teachers and department heads also hurriedly bowed. The woman nodded slightly. She was none other than An Ranling, the current deputy mayor of Xianjing City. "I hear your school has produced several promising students this year." "That is precisely why I'm here," An Ranling said slowly. She furrowed her brow slightly and glanced at the large screen. "However, I don't see the student you mentioned, the one named Su, on the rankings at all." At those words, beads of sweat formed on Wang Tingshan's forehead. He had long since reported the matter remotely to his superiors, informing Deputy Mayor that a student named Su had awakened a 10-star attribute. A full set of innate 10-star attributes. This was a major event. If Su performed well, First High School could even benefit right now and secure funding from higher-ups. However, after waiting for quite some time, Su still hadn't appeared on the leaderboard. This stood in stark contrast to Wang Tingshan's confident assertions. The beginner's dungeon had been open for several hours already. By now, a genius should have made a name for himself. Meanwhile, the mediocre would have been left behind. Wang Tingshan said slowly. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. There's one detail I didn't mention. That student named Su's class is sword controller. So, his combat effectiveness in the early stages will be a bit weaker. Wang Tingshan hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted. Sword controller? Even if his class is sword controller and he is not strong early on, there is no way he could be this far behind to the point where he can't make it into the top 500 of a dungeon. And Ranling said with a serious expression. Wang Tingshan and the other teachers all felt the pressure mounting. They couldn't figure it out either. Could it be that Su's luck was so terrible that he landed right in the middle of a mob of monsters the moment he entered the dungeon, only to be instantly killed? If he really had died in the dungeon, that would be a total disaster. Deputy Mayor, please don't worry just yet. Aside from him, our school has several other promising students this year. Wang Tingshan stepped forward and said with a serious expression. Yanzei, a 9-star talent, hidden class demon hunter ranger. She is our school's biggest surprise this year, aside from Su. Right now, Yanzei is fighting his way to second place on the leaderboard. He'll be our best candidate this year to compete against Li Changwan, the prodigy from the neighboring city. Wang Tingshan handed over a list as he spoke. There is also a young girl who has awakened as a hidden class necromancer with a 7-star talent. She is bound for great things in the future. She is currently ranked 19th. The eldest son of the Zhang family, young Master Zhang, is also a hidden class magic hammer warrior with an innate 8-star talent. He is currently ranked 4th. Wang Tingshan rattled off the names as if reciting a list of treasured possessions, covering virtually all of this year's most gifted students. Additionally, there is another student with an innate 7-star talent, a hidden class tank warrior named Yang Ding. His progress was a bit slow at first, I'm not sure why, but he is back on track now. He is currently ranked in the 40s and has reached level 6. It's safe to say that the quality of this year's class changers at our first high school is much better than in previous years. Wang Tingshan said sincerely. And Ranling's expression remained impassive. She merely nodded slightly. This student named Yanzei is indeed quite impressive. He is an unexpected dark horse. Her anger had subsided somewhat as she spoke slowly. But that newcomer from neighboring Woyang City, Li Changwan, is simply too outstanding. He has a 10-star innate talent, and his class is the Hidden Blade Maniac. He is truly the cream of the crop among this generation's prodigies. Deputy Mayor's expression was extremely grave. Li Changwan has completely overshadowed this generation of students from Xinjing City. Even Yanzei has been relegated to second place. I only hope that someone from Xinjing can catch up to him, or at the very least, not lose by a landslide. If Xinjing City ends up at the bottom again this year, then next year, we won't even have the eligibility to send students to join the Sky Tower Association. At this point, a hint of worry flashed across Deputy Mayor's eyes. The talent of each cohort of students shapes the future of a city. The Sky Tower Association is an organization established by the Dragon Country government. It specializes in hunting monsters and defending the borders. Joining it means boundless prospects. After joining the Sky Tower Society, members can accept missions, earn substantial rewards, and rapidly improve their strength. However, each year, only the absolute geniuses among the new recruits are eligible to join. Each province is allocated an unspecified number of spots, determined by the talent of that year's students. Eligibility for the Sky Tower Society is extremely rare. At that moment, Wang Tingshan stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Deputy Mayor. Our school has always upheld a people-centered approach to education. The students are well aware that they are not fighting just for themselves. They also bear the fate of First High School, Xianjing City, and even the entire human race on their shoulders. Wang Tingshan's voice rang out with conviction. This blue star is no longer a world exclusive to the human race. Instead, it is a place where myriad races coexist. Resources are limited, and competition is fierce. If the human race is to survive, it must withstand the pressure. This requires all class changers to stand united against a common enemy. New blood represents the future hope of the human race. Therefore, the annual competition for new recruits is extremely cutthroat. It affects not only each individual but also every aspect of the city and the school. I believe in my students, please believe in them too. Upon hearing Wang Tingshan's words, and Ranling was slightly moved. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Finally, she took 4 tokens from her pouch and handed them to Wang Tingshan. I understand, Principal Wang. These tokens grant eligibility to join the Sky Tower Association this year. It's entirely up to you to decide who receives them. Our city's hopes rest entirely on your students. Wang Tingshan accepted the tokens and nodded solemnly. This was a heavy burden. In fact, he knew full well that Li Chengwang from the neighboring city had been unstoppable this year. They had essentially already lost. These tower tokens might very well be among the last few remaining for Xianjing City. Next year, there would be none left. At that very moment, Su was still fighting fiercely inside the dungeon. He raced forward at breakneck speed. Finally, he reached the entrance of the Red Rock Cavern. This was a massive mountain. The rocks were all blood red, looking extremely eerie as if they were formed from the congealed blood of some demonic creature. Whoosh! Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the surrounding area. Several goblins burst out of the cavern. They were short in stature and reeked of an extreme stench. They were hideously ugly. Su struck without mercy. With a few swift swings of his sword, flashes of lightning erupted. He effortlessly and completely crushed these minor monsters. Slayed Goblins X3. Experience plus 302. Su knew this was just an appetizer. Boom! A deafening roar echoed out. A massive figure burst out from deep within the cave. It was incredibly burly, standing over twice as tall as a person. Its muscles bulged like coiled dragons. Its skin was a deep green, resembling moss. It wore a tattered grass skirt to cover its private parts. A profile popped up before Su. Lizard Goblin Chieftain Elite Monster. Level 10. Strength 105. Constitution 102. Agility 25. Spirit 8. Skills: Club Smash, Fierce Rage, Venom Spray, Crush. A hybrid between a lizard and a goblin, it has a very burly and imposing build and can spit venom, but its intelligence is lower than that of ordinary goblins. Looking at the Goblin Chieftain's hideous appearance, Su furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't it a bit too ugly looking? It's covered in fur and green grime. Just looking at it makes me want to hack it to pieces. Roarkabakaji. The Goblin Chieftain looked down at the corpses of the 3 goblins Su had slain on the ground and let out a blood-curdling roar. It was as if he were overcome with grief at the death of a family member. His voice was incredibly deep and grating. Su felt as if his head was about to explode from the shock. Then, it charged forward with a single, ferocious stride. The massive club it held in its hand whirled into a huge crescent. Su's expression was grave, his movements calm. He used his nimble footwork to dodge the attack. This Goblin King has incredibly high strength and constitution stats. It'll be incredibly tough to take down, with thick skin and tough flesh. I must make full use of my agility to wear down its stamina. That's the only way to win. Su had already formulated a battle plan in his mind. After dodging that strike, the Goblin King didn't stop but continued its furious charge. It swung its massive club wildly, sending sand and rocks flying all around. Even massive trees were knocked down one after another. Su remained composed, completely unflustered. He continued to evade passively. His speed was too fast, it was a complete rout. No matter how the Goblin King attacked, it couldn't harm even a single hair on his head. One could even say it couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. Gradually, the Goblin King began to run out of stamina. It was panting heavily, and a foul-smelling yellow mist billowed from its mouth. The Goblin Chieftain roared and decided to use a skill. Saliva dripped from its mouth as it began secreting poison. Possessing the bloodline of a mutated lizard, it was capable of secreting poison. Su's gaze turned icy in that instant, his hand rested on the hilt of the sword behind him. Among monsters, goblins are considered relatively intelligent. So it's no surprise that they can speak. But Su had absolutely no desire to know what its words meant. Goblins are extremely brutal, they take pleasure in gnawing on human flesh while their victims are still alive, torturing female knights, and imprisoning female class holders. Such monsters are despised by everyone. Su despised them intensely as well. There was no need for communication, just kill. Splatter! In the next instant, venom spewed from the Goblin King's mouth. Its bulky body writhed as a torrent shot out from its mouth. It was a deep yellow liquid. Its toxicity was extremely potent. Wherever it passed, it became incredibly viscous. Trees withered, and leaves fell. Even stones were being corroded into large holes. Moreover, the venom was being spewed at an extremely fast rate. It was practically sweeping towards Su. It was incredibly difficult to dodge. Facing this attack, however, Su remained expressionless. He channeled his spiritual energy, and a strand of it materialized directly in his palm. It then spread across the sword hilt. The entire Xian steel blood-stained sword was instantly filled with lightning. He immediately executed the draw sword and flash technique. His entire body actually charged straight toward the attack. It was practically a suicide attack. How could a mortal-less body possibly withstand such a potent toxin? A twisted smile appeared on the Goblin King's hideous face. But in the next instant, its smile vanished. Because Su's body had actually pierced through the torrent of venom completely unscathed. In that split second, it was as if his presence had vanished from the world. His entire body transformed into a blurry black shadow, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He, along with the sword's afterimage, pierced right through the torrent of venom. Because Su had activated Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment was extremely taxing, so he could usually only activate it for an instant. But that was enough. Once activated, it placed him in an unselectable state, allowing him to ignore the vast majority of attacks directly at the level of the world's rules. Therefore, the venom was effectively as if it had never struck him at all. His body swept right past the Goblin Chieftain's form. That single sword strike struck the throat with pinpoint precision. The azure sword beam transformed into a straight, long gash. It pierced right through the Goblin King's neck. That massive, fleshy green neck layered with several thick layers of flesh was instantly sliced open by a huge wound. Blood gushed out, the cut deep enough to expose the bone. Dark green blood spurted forth. The Goblin King collapsed completely. Su's strike was simply too devastating. All sword techniques executed at triple speed and triple power. What monster could possibly withstand that? Su's expression turned icy as he violently flicked the blade. All the blood remaining on the edge fell to the ground. Slayed elite monster, Lizard Goblin Chieftain. First job quest completed, promoted to first job, Sword God. All attributes plus 10. Experience plus 1000. Leveled up to level 11. Talent, Origin Sword Body Mythic Effect Enhanced. Sword Technique Power increased, 10x. Sword Technique Speed increased, 10x. Sword technique proficiency increased 10x. Reward, 1 spin on the prize wheel. A flurry of notification messages flooded Su's mind. He was stunned. The effective origin sword body had actually been boosted to 10 times its original power. That's insane. If it had been 10 times as powerful from the start, he probably could have one-shot the Goblin Chieftain. Loot obtained, Goblin Chieftain's treasure map mid-grade silver. Mid-grade silver sword technique skill scroll X1. Upon hearing this message, a parchment map landed in his hand. Su took a closer look. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected a treasure map to drop. Treasure maps are a relatively rare type of reward in dungeons. As long as you find the treasure, you'll receive a reward, and the risk is relatively low. But since the drop rate for treasure maps is so low, they're highly sought after. Whether he went treasure hunting himself or sold the map on the World Chat channel, both were excellent options. Su used item ascension to upgrade the treasure map. Upgrade successful. Goblin King's treasure map low-grade gold. There are many Goblin Chieftains, but there is only one Goblin King. Do you want my treasures? I've buried them all in one place, go find them. A location was marked on the treasure map. Su's eyes widened in surprise. It had actually been upgraded directly to a gold-quality treasure map. It seemed he'd have to make a trip there. The coordinates on this treasure map were inside the Red Rock Caverns. He could pick it up on his way there before slaying the boss. He tucked the treasure map into his pouch. In addition, the loot included a mid-grade silver sword technique scroll. He immediately activated the item ascension skill. Ascension successful. Obtained, high-grade gold sword technique scroll. Su's eyes widened in surprise. It had actually been upgraded directly to high-grade gold. He was now just one tier away from a platinum-grade sword technique. This would be his highest tier skill for the time being. He crushed it. Skill learned, sword control high-grade gold sword skill. Su smiled faintly, feeling very satisfied. He hadn't expected to randomly obtain this skill. It was perfect, it would help him disguise himself as a sword controller, making his cover truly airtight. The sword control skill allows one to use telekinesis to suspend a sword blade in midair. Normally, this is a skill that only sword controllers can learn. But as a sword god, he could learn any and all sword-related class skills. This skill is of a very high rank, even a sword controller wouldn't be able to learn it until the mid to late game. That's why sword controllers are so weak in the early stages. Yet Su had only just reached level 11 and had already mastered this skill. He glanced at the skill's description. Sword manipulation high-grade gold. Proficiency, 30,000. Control the sword with your mind, slash enemies from midair, and behead them from 1,000 li away. To control a sword from 1,000 li away, one's mental power would have to be sky-high. That's out of the question for now. However, with Su's current level of mental power, controlling a sword within 30 meters is no problem. He gave a slight mental command. Whoosh! The Shin steel blood-stained sword in his hand, as if responding to his thoughts, began to tremble. Then, it emitted a humming sound. It rose into the air. The blade reflected a cold gleam as it hovered beside Su. Swish, swish, swish. The blade slashed, spun, and shot out. It obeyed his every command. In just a few moments, the goblin corpse in front of him was reduced to a pulp. Dismembered limbs were scattered everywhere. It's just a pity that when I use my mental power to make the sword fly, I can't use draw and flash or the thunderbolt sword technique. For now, I must hold the sword in my own hands to use those two skills. But I'm confident that in the future, I'll be able to wield the sword and execute all sword techniques. As long as his proficiency continues to grow, anything is possible. Then, Su summoned the system in his mind. I want to draw a prize. In the next instant, the familiar roulette wheel appeared in his mind. Advancing to the first transformation was equivalent to rising an entire major realm. So he was granted a chance to draw a prize. The pointer began spinning rapidly. Finally, it came to rest on a legendary tier talent. Legendary is one tier below mythical, but it's still quite impressive. Talent acquired, auto-cultivation legendary. The proficiency of all your skills will automatically increase at a rate of 1 point per minute. Blade Flash proficiency plus 102. Thunderbolt Sword Art proficiency plus 70. Swordmaster proficiency plus 127. Sua's eyes widened in shock. This was truly getting stronger without even lifting a finger. Sheathing his sword, Su exhaled deeply. Actually, he had once considered finding Zhang in the dungeon and slaying him. But the dungeon was vast, and Su and Zhang weren't in the same area. Trying to find him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was simply too difficult. So Su had no choice but to put this matter on hold for now. It was the most rational choice. Hatred is a powerful emotion. But one must never let this emotion cloud one's judgment, allowing hatred to drive one to lose one's reason. If Su were to go to any lengths sacrificing leveling up and grinding monsters to improve his strength just to kill Zhang, he would actually be the one who loses. Those who can channel the emotion of hatred into motivation are the true masters. One day, Zhang will die. And the Zhang family behind him will be eradicated as well. Su's gaze was calm as he looked into the depths of the cavern. He was about to step into the red rock cavern. Just then, Su suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind him. His gaze sharpened slightly. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot toward him. It was a sneak attack aimed directly at the back of Su's head. Su tilted his head slightly to the side, dodging the arrow with remarkable agility. The arrow embedded itself in the tree trunk ahead, coming to a steady halt. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Su's eyes. Someone trying to ambush me, Su? He wouldn't tolerate something like this. Judging by the craftsmanship of the arrow, it must have been made by a ranger using their passive skill, arrow crafting, combined with the right materials. Goblins could never craft weapons with this level of precision. He was almost certain that a human was ambushing him. Just by looking at the shape of a single arrow, Su could determine what kind of enemy he was facing. That's the mark of an experienced combatant. Su spun around abruptly and looked closely. He saw several people emerging from the grass. Each of them was wielding a different weapon. This was a party of class changers. A tank, a ranger, and 2 mages. A squad of 4 in total. Su activated the Eye of Insight and instantly saw through these individuals' profiles. What surprised Su the most was there was a familiar face in this group. Yang Ding. Su's expression grew grave. He saw that the others were wearing grim expressions. What a small world. A hint of ferocity flashed across Yang Ding's face. Su, I never thought I'd actually catch you. He'd been fantasizing about how he'd take revenge if he ever ran into Su in the beginner's dungeon. Unbelievably, he'd actually run into him. Yesterday at noon, at the weapon shop, Su had soundly beaten him in a bet. Not only had he been thoroughly humiliated, but he'd also taken a massive financial hit. As a result, he hadn't been able to buy a weapon, putting him at a natural disadvantage right from the start. I suppose you're just like us. You saw the pile of wolf carcasses, got scared, took a detour, and ended up here, Yang Ding said coldly. Too bad. While you managed to avoid that elite swordsman squad, you couldn't avoid us. What a stroke of luck. Looks like even the heavens want me to take you down. Yang Ding stared at Su, his eyes filled with completely unmasked, savage intent to kill. Killing you in this dungeon isn't against the rules, and it'll be nearly impossible to trace. He sneered as he spoke. Several of his team members also raised their weapons, entering combat mode. Surrounded by 4. If this were an ordinary newbie, they would have been on their knees begging for mercy long ago. In dungeons, humans turning on one another was a common occurrence. If you died here, you'd truly die in real life as well. You think you can take me down with just the 4 of you? Su looked around, his tone utterly matter of fact. His gaze remained as calm as still water the entire time. He wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Such composure was truly rare. Boss, he doesn't seem like someone to mess with. One of the female mages looked a bit frightened as she swallowed hard. Huame, don't be scared, he's just showing off. The ranger beside her scoffed. Sue, stop playing games. I'll be honest with you, our ding has already reached level 7 and just wiped out a huge wave of mobs. We VE all reached level 5, too, and we VE got an average of 2 skills each. How are you, all by yourself and as a sword controller, the weakest class in the early game supposed to take us on? The other mage, a tall figure wielding a battered wooden staff, spoke up. His gear was the worst among the group. Clearly, he had bad luck, he hadn't looted any gear and was still using a beginner's twig. But mages don't have very high demands when it comes to weapons. As long as they can cast spells, their power is formidable. Upon hearing what this group had to say, Sue merely smiled faintly. He maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. You, a punching bag warrior with a 7-star innate talent, think you can kill me with a bunch of small-time thugs? As Sue spoke, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Sucker? You're calling my class a sucker warrior? Yang Ding had never endured such a humiliating insult before. Wait until I reach level 10, I'll have 5 class options for my first job change. Sword and shield warrior, shield attacker, muscle berserker. Which one isn't better than your trashy early game sword controller? How dare you call me a meat shield? Yang Ding thought back on his journey so far. He'd always been at the front of the party, playing the role of a meat shield. He felt even more insulted. However, upon hearing his explanation, Sue merely picked his ear with a nonchalant air. Oh, a meat shield. Sue's cold words were the very ones most likely to provoke anger. This made Yang Ding seethe with rage. Looks like you'll only get down on your knees and beg for mercy when death is truly upon you. Guys, kill him! Yang Ding roared furiously. He may have a 10-star talent, but he's a sword controller, said the ranger. I'd guess he hasn't killed many monsters yet. His level is extremely low, said the male mage. We'll definitely take him down in an instant. All the class changers launched their attacks at once. The ranger's attack came first. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow shrouded in a dark red glow shot forth. Sue stared intently at the arrow, making no attempt to dodge. Because this was the skill, tracking arrow. No matter how he tried to evade it, that arrow would track him down. So, he swung his sword directly at it. Crack! To the average person, the arrow's attack happened in an instant. But to Sue, it was like slow motion. He could see every detail clearly. His agility stat was simply too high. His sword flashed with a cold light. It sliced the arrow in two right in midair. It was split cleanly down the middle. The fragments scattered to either side. Then Sue planted his foot and charged forward fiercely. He wasn't going to hold back. Since you want to kill me, I'll fight back. In fact, when they had fired that sneak attack earlier, trying to ambush Sue, Sue had already sentenced them to death in his mind. Whoosh! Thunder coiled around Sue's palm. Deep blue electricity flickered in midair, with surging arcs that were dazzling and brilliant. Its power was even on par with that of a standard mage's spell. Sue charged forward with that sword strike. His speed was extreme. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, Sue had already charged right in front of the ranger. It was obvious what would happen to a ranged class when a melee fighter closed in on them. Sue swung his sword without hesitation. Blood spurted skyward. The ranger was struck directly in the throat by a single blow. He collapsed to the ground in a daze, dead. Sue's movements were simply too fast. He swept right past Yang Ding, who was standing in the front line. The three people around him were stunned. They truly hadn't expected Sue to move so swiftly. And his strike was so ruthless. He killed without a shred of hesitation. How could they possibly know that this wasn't the first time Sue had taken a life? As long as they were enemies, it made no difference whether they were monsters or humans. Sue had long since cultivated a cold-blooded mindset toward his enemies. The remaining few felt a surge of anger. After all, their comrade was dead. The male mage finally activated his skill. Chanting incantations, he completed the spell. A fireball the size of a basketball coalesced in midair and hurtled toward Sue. The acrid smell of burning spread through the air. The intense heat sent shockwaves rippling through the area. Facing this attack, Sue simply found it boring. Weak, far too weak. Fighting them was just a waste of his time. He had originally intended to simply pass through the Red Rock Caverns, slay the hidden boss, and live in peace. Why do people always seem to court death? His expression turned icy as he sheathed his sword. Electricity flickered. With a flash, he drew his sword and struck. In the next instant, his entire body shot forward. That sword strike was too fast. Mid-air, the fireball was instantly sliced to pieces by Sue's thunder-wrapped blade, turning into a cloud of smoke. He didn't stop. His whole body transformed into a deep blue sword trail, streaking across the sky. He closed in rapidly, flashing past. He pierced right through the male mage's body. That single strike severed his throat. Blood gushed out. His eyes stared blankly as he tried to cast another spell. However, he realized he no longer had the strength to fight. His life force was draining away at an alarming rate. How is this possible? His final words were filled with disbelief. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, breathed his last, and died with his eyes wide open. The female mage and Yang Ding, standing nearby, were both utterly stunned. To slay a player at full health with just a single skill. This required not only terrifyingly high stats but also exceptionally powerful skill attributes. From start to finish, Sue had struck only 2 blows and killed both of them. Essentially, 1 strike per person. That kind of power. It was simply outrageous. Could it be that Sue's level was already higher than Yang Ding's? Neither of them dared to believe this reality. Sword controllers are supposed to be very weak in the early game. Moreover, Sue wasn't even in a party, he was alone. How could his leveling efficiency be this fast? Hua Mei, don't be afraid. It's just that his weapon is of such high quality that's why he can fight like this. As long as I tank up front and you deal damage, he's as good as dead. Yang Ding roared and said. He knew that, at this point, it was a matter of life and death between them. There was no possibility of a truce. So no matter what, he had to keep attacking. He was so convinced by his own words that he believed them wholeheartedly. All right. Qian Huiyan nodded, raised her staff, and began channeling her mental energy. Finally, she conjured a water spear, which hovered in midair. Ready to strike at any moment. Yang Ding charged toward Sue, shield raised. His burly frame moved forward, kicking up a cloud of sand and dust beneath his feet. The bone shield in his hands formed a barrier, shielding him within. At the same time, his right hand gripped a 50-centimeter-long beginner-esque cleaver. He swung it violently toward Sue. He charged to the forefront, acting as a human shield. Sue watched the gleaming blade, remaining as steady as a mountain. With a quick duck, he dodged the blow. Then, Sue spun around and thrust his sword forward with a light, effortless motion. A backhand strike, fast beyond belief. It was just like lightning. It sent a chill down Yang Ding's spine. He could only frantically raise his shield to block Sue's strike. Though the strike looked light and airy, its power was immense, sending Yang Ding's shield and all flying backward. What a terrifying strike! It wasn't even a skill, just a basic attack, yet it had whittled away more than half his health. Yang Ding was stunned. He was a tank, after all. He was renowned for his high health pool. Moreover, Sue's strike had only hit his shield. How could it be so powerful? No matter how much he thought about it, he found it baffling. In the end, he could only attribute it all to Sue's weapon. It must be that sword's grade was too high, boosting his stats. Yang Ding gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he crushed a necklace around his neck. The necklace emitted a pure white glow. A mysterious force instantly shot forth, enveloping Sue's sword blade. Sue could feel his sword slip right out of his hand. The mystic steel blood-stained sword hung high in midair, beyond Su's reach. Su furrowed his brow slightly. Was this a single-use accessory? After being crushed, it had instantly formed a beam of light that briefly took control of his weapon. This was an extremely expensive, luxurious piece of equipment. An ordinary family simply couldn't afford it. Yang Ding finally felt he had gained the upper hand. He let out a cold laugh. Oomph, Su, you've really made me break the bank. This necklace is a one-time use item. Even for a family like mine, that's a painful expense. Fortunately, its effect is powerful once activated. It can prevent your weapon from slipping from your grasp for over 10 seconds. You're as good as dead. Hua Mei, attack. His expression turned stern as he gave the order to the female mage. Qian Huayan nodded and struck suddenly. In that instant, a flash of ferocity crossed her eyes. The water spear suspended in midair shot forward. Its speed was incredible. The mage's starting skill, water spear. Its power was immense. If it pierced the body, the water spear could instantly invade the bloodstream through the wound and rage violently inside the body. For an ordinary class holder, being struck by the water spear meant losing the ability to fight. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yang Ding's eyes. It was as if Su were already a dead man. However, in the very next instant, whoosh! Mid-air, the suspended sword blade suddenly trembled. It emitted a crisp, ringing sound. Then, it slashed down at an angle with tremendous force. It was as if an invisible hand were gripping the sword. Whoosh! The sword's wind was incredibly fast. It swept down in a single stroke. It directly sliced the water spear to pieces. It turned into a handful of clear water, falling to the ground and seeping into the soil. This strike was effortlessly defused. Su stood tall and straight. He hadn't even moved a muscle. Only his gaze shifted. The pitch-black Qian steel blood-stained sword suddenly spun and flew back to Su's side. The 3-chi-long sword hovered in midair before him, floating quietly. The blade spun faintly, seeming to dance in midair wherever Su's gaze fell. Witnessing this scene, Yang Ding and Qian Huayan were both frozen in place. Sword control. Yang Ding's voice trembled. This was clearly a late-game skill. How had Su learned it? When you're not at the required level, these monsters simply can't drop scrolls for late-game skills. Logically speaking, in battles between early-game class holders, controlling the weapon is equivalent to controlling the initiative in combat. Once the weapon slips from your grasp, there's basically no room for resistance. That's why his necklace, which controls an enemy's weapon for 10 seconds, was his most powerful life-saving trump card. But he never expected that Su had already mastered sword control. He snatched the weapon right out of midair. Su's expression was icy as he formed a sword finger with his hand. Then, from a distance, he pointed at Yang Ding. Whoosh! The Qian steel sword transformed into a black shadow and shot forward suddenly. The blade's friction with the air produced a piercing whine. The sound of it cutting through the air rang out. Yang Ding desperately parried 2 strikes. Finally, thud! A single sword strike severed his head. He died instantly, his body collapsing to the ground. Even in death, his eyes still held a look of utter shock. At this, the last female mage also turned pale with fear. Qian Huayan plopped down onto the ground, trembling all over from fright, too terrified to even fight back. If you looked closely, you could see a stream of yellow liquid flowing out. She had literally wet herself in fear. Su walked forward slowly. A 3-chi-long black iron sword hovered at his side. At that moment, he looked just like a sword cultivator in a black robe. His entire body radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent. I was wrong. Su, don't kill me. She looked at Su and said in a trembling voice. I beg you, I'll do anything you ask. It was all Yang Ding's fault. Yang Ding told me to attack you. I'm part of his team. I didn't dare disobey. Facing this beautiful young woman, Su merely shook his head slowly. Some mistakes can never be made up for. The moment you laid a hand on me, you were already a dead woman. The Shin steel sword soared through the air, suspended upside down, and landed in his hand. Then Su raised his blade and struck. A clean, decisive kill. Defeated a 4-person squad. Experience plus 2088. Loot: Wolfbone Hairball low-grade bronze, Shattered Wolfbone Shield low-grade bronze, Bone Staff mid-grade bronze, Illuminating Necklace low-grade bronze. Leveled up to level 12. Su was now a first-class player. This progress far surpassed that of everyone else. As for this loot, to Su, it was merely better than nothing. He had already looted plenty of bronze-grade equipment from the monsters he killed earlier, equipment he didn't even bother using. Among these items, only one piece caught his attention. It was a piece of accessory equipment that had dropped from that female mage. Illuminating Necklace low-grade bronze. When equipped, it illuminates the surroundings upon entering a dark area. For Su, who was about to enter the cave, this was a useful piece of equipment. He equipped it right away. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings had indeed become much brighter. Then, he turned his head to look into the red rock cave. "It's time to go in," he said, taking a deep breath. Su took a step forward and walked inside. The interior of the red rock cavern was extremely dim. Thankfully, he had the illuminating necklace, otherwise, it would have been pitch black. Water was dripping from the damp cave ceiling. Su kept a calm expression as he moved forward slowly. Every now and then, flocks of bats would flutter by, their red eyes glinting. The atmosphere was truly terrifying. He took the Goblin King's treasure map from his robe and examined it closely. "First, I'll grab the treasure, then I'll go kill the hidden boss." Su mapped out his route in his mind. Following the coordinates on the treasure map, he ventured deeper and deeper. The paths inside the cave wound this way and that. Occasionally, a mutated frog or a few dark feather or eating chickens would dart out, but Su easily slayed them all. Cackle, cackle, cackle. As Su slayed the last dark feather or eating chicken, his level rose to 13. Su allocated some attribute points to spirit, and also distributed a few points each to strength, constitution, and other attributes. His current attributes are as follows. Su. Level, 13 14,555,000 EXP. Class, Sword God Mythical, one of a kind in the world. Strength, 30. Constitution, 40. Agility, 110. Spirit, 70. Luck, 25. Talents, Item Ascension, Origin Sword Body, Auto Cultivation. Skills, Slaughter Strike, Absolute Hide, Divine Concealment, Eye of Insight. Thunderbolt Sword Art, Flash of the Sword, Swordmaster, Sword Control. With his current stats and skills, Su has essentially nothing to fear from the vast majority of monsters. The only attribute that's relatively low is luck. This attribute affects the drop rate of all equipment and supplies, and also influences critical hit rate to a certain extent. If he were a god of slaughter, Su would definitely be maxing out both luck and agility. But in this life, he is the sword god. For him, luck isn't a particularly crucial core attribute. So, he decided to allocate points to luck later. In the early game, combat power is what matters most. Raw strength is closely tied to survival. "I'll invest in luck later on," Su said solemnly. His spirit attribute had already reached 70, meaning his sword control range had reached about 70 meters. That was already a very long distance. He moved freely through the cave at a blistering pace. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a pungent stench. The tunnel ahead suddenly opened up, resembling a small, enclosed world. But the place was littered with excrement. The stench was so thick that it had even begun to form a faint layer of swamp gas. A goblin lair? Realizing he had stumbled upon a truly revolting place, he immediately furrowed his brow. Sure enough, several young goblins darted out from within. The moment they spotted Su, they screamed and charged at him. Su showed no mercy. With a single thought, his sword flew from its sheath, soaring through the air to strike down upon them. In an instant, he slew the goblins. Su walked straight into the lair. The stench deep inside was unbearable. The scene before him left him utterly shocked. The ground was littered with the dismembered limbs of humans. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Some of the limbs were impaled over a fire, roasting already charred. It was clear that a group of players had met a gruesome end at the hands of these goblins. Goblins are among the most brutal and bloodthirsty monsters. It's only natural that they eat people. What caught Sue's attention most was the scene deep within the lair. There was a wooden rack. Several people, their clothes in disarray, were tied to it. Most of them were female players, already tortured until their bodies were covered in wounds. Goblins have no females of their own to reproduce. They must capture human female players or female animals and bind them within their lair. Fortunately, these women had not yet been defiled. Because of Sue's earlier approach, the goblins here had all been startled and rushed out to fight to their deaths, including that burly lizard goblin chieftain. It could be said that Sue had indirectly saved their honor. She heard footsteps. One of the girls opened her eyes slightly. When she saw who was approaching, her eyes widened in shock. Sue, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Sue furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Why did this female player seem to recognize him? He immediately activated the Eye of Insight to scan her profile. Zhang Yunqing. Level, 5 9-star talent. Class, Corpse Drawing Healer Hidden Combat Class. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 9. Spirit, 45. Luck, 9. Skills, Soul Extraction, Healing. Soul Power, 0450 exhausted. It was none other than Zhang Yunqing, the second young miss of the Jiang'an conglomerate. Sue had met her once before, when her older sister had offered to pay him to ensure her safety in a dungeon. He never expected to see her here again. She looked utterly bedraggled, her hair was a mess, she was covered in blood, and her body bore marks of whipping. That's why Sue didn't recognize her at first. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Insight, which allowed him to see through the data of all things. I didn't expect to run into you here. Sue looked at the pitiful young woman and smiled faintly. Sue, please save me. She seemed to have found a savior, her eyes brimming with tears. Her party had been through a bloody battle. She had witnessed with her own eyes as every member of her party was brutally slaughtered by the goblins. She was the only survivor. She was equipped with many high-value survival items, but in the face of that goblin chieftain, they were as fragile as glass shattering at the slightest touch. At that very moment, all she wanted was to escape from there as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Sue lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Having been reborn into this life, he was extremely cautious before doing anything. He had to weigh the pros and cons. She was a corpse draining healer, a rare hidden class. It was a variant of the healer class. She could draw upon the souls of dead monsters to restore her spiritual energy. Furthermore, she could use that soul energy to heal her companion's wounds. She was a support healer. The battle against the hidden boss would be extremely perilous. If he had a powerful support healer, their chances of victory would be much higher. Moreover, she was exceptionally talented, a 9-star. All in all, she was worth saving. I can save you, but I have one condition, Sue said in a solemn tone. Join my party and follow my orders completely. Zhang Yunqing didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately nodded in agreement, her head bobbing up and down like Shao Kuan pecking at grain. Zhang Yunqing has joined your party. You have become the party leader. Sue raised her sword and severed the ropes binding her. She instantly collapsed from exhaustion, falling to the ground. After struggling for a moment, she managed to crawl to her feet. Her wrists and entire body were covered in red marks from the ropes, and her face was pale. Thank you. Her eyes were slightly red at that moment. She would have given anything to Sue. It couldn't be helped. What she'd just been through was too terrifying. Captured by goblins, then rescued. No matter who went through that, they'd be moved to tears. She took a bottle of healing potion from her pouch and downed it in one gulp. All her injuries were instantly healed for the most part. She had obtained this potion because a player from Dragon Country had claimed the first kill. Sue paid her no mind, instead walking over to the other trapped female players on his own. He reached out a finger, only to discover that these women were already dead. Only Jiang Yunqing had been lucky enough to survive until now. Only Jiang Yunqing had been lucky enough to survive until now. Sue, let us get out of this cave quickly. Jiang Yunqing's face was pale, her expression tense as she looked around nervously. Sue, however, stood rooted to the spot and asked, "Why leave?" Jiang Yunqing clutched her ebony staff tightly. It was a mid-tier gold quality item. As the daughter of the Jiang'an conglomerate, she was a woman of immense wealth and had purchased gold quality gear from the weapon shop to protect herself. Yet even with a gold-grade weapon, her party couldn't defeat the goblin chieftain. We're running out of time. Sue, there is still a goblin chieftain in this cave. It's massive. Several of my teammates died at its hands. A moment ago, the goblin chieftain heard the commotion outside and charged out. I'd guess it's about to return any minute now. If we don't escape soon. Sue cut her off immediately. Don't worry. I've already slain it. Those words left her utterly stunned. That's impossible. You're alone, you're not even in a party, and you're just a sword controller, which is one of the weaker classes in the early game. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She even suspected Sue was bragging. After all, she'd seen firsthand just how terrifying that goblin chieftain was. It slaughtered ordinary players basically, one swing, one kill. And Sue actually managed to take it down solo? No matter how she looked at it, it seemed utterly preposterous. Sue immediately held up the Goblin King's treasure map right in front of her. This is the loot that dropped from it, the treasure map. With this, Sue proved the undeniable fact. Looking at the treasure map, her eyes widened slightly, and she was visibly stunned for a moment. She blinked twice, utterly shocked. In the end, she had no choice but to believe her. Oh, okay, alright, I believe you. You're just too amazing. That goblin chieftain is a level 10 elite monster, after all. Suddenly, as if something had occurred to her, she asked. Could it be, Sue, that you're the player Dragon Country sword controller who claimed the first kill? Sue nodded. She gasped in surprise. She hadn't expected it to actually be him. Sue, there are still plenty of dangers in this cave. Besides the goblins, there are many other monster groups gathered here. The best option is still to leave this place, she advised. Sue's expression remained impassive as he said in a stern voice. Stop butting in. We already made a deal earlier. The condition for me saving you is that you must join my party and follow my orders. Now I'm going deeper into the cave, and you must follow me. If you say another word, I'll tie you up and drag you back. Sue's voice was icy as he spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Yunqing had no choice but to nod. But deep down, she was still a little sulky. Seriously, he doesn't know how to treat a lady with any tenderness at all. I'm the second young miss of the Jiang'an conglomerate. After all, if you'd been a little gentler, wouldn't you have won me over? Then, a life of luxury and glory would be waiting for you. But you're still fixated on the rewards from this dungeon. This Sue, he really is a blockhead. Sigh. Miss Jian let out a sigh, inwardly lamenting his lack of ambition. While she hesitated, Sue had already moved forward without looking back. He was heading deeper into the cave. She looked around. It was pitch black here, and the atmosphere was terrifying and eerie. Alone, she simply didn't dare. She had no choice but to quicken her pace and follow. She stayed right by Sue's side, never straying a step. The two of them spent several hours charging forward non-stop. Sue moved so fast that she barely waited for her. She had to run at full speed just to keep up with Sue. Inside the cave, countless monsters surged forth like a tidal wave, appearing one after another. After all, this was a hidden area, so the monsters were naturally densely packed. But Sue cut down almost all of them with a single strike. Experience plus 78. Experience plus 79. She was practically raking in experience for nothing. During this time, a small beast horde even burst out. There were over 20 bloodthirsty mutant cave salamanders, yet Su single-handedly and effortlessly wiped them all out. Riding his sword alone, he quickly left the group of salamanders strewn dead in every direction. Among them was even a cave salamander king, which Su instantly killed with a single sword strike. And he himself sustained nothing more than a minor graze. Having witnessed Su's prowess throughout the entire ordeal, Jiang Yunqing was stunned time and again, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Especially that flash of his sword. Under the influence of the origin sword body, both its speed and power were multiplied tenfold. The sheer might of it was downright terrifying. After witnessing that move with her own eyes, she felt her legs go weak. If Su had been her enemy, she would have been torn to pieces long ago. At that moment, she was completely convinced of Su's prowess. Just then, Su walked slowly toward her. "What are you standing there for? Heal your wounds," Su said. "Oh, okay." Jiang Yunqing hurriedly activated her skill. A purple glow appeared in her palm. She drew soul energy from the large pile of cave salamander corpses surrounding them. Then, she channeled it all into Su's body. The wounds on Su's arm healed completely in no time. The Xian steel blood-swallowing sword did indeed possess the ability to heal injuries. However, it was very weak, nothing compared to a true healer. That was why Su had brought her along. "What level are you now?" Su asked. "Thanks to you, I'm already level 10, and my first class change quest has appeared. I need to kill an elite level monster," she said, sounding a little nervous. "Great. I'll help you complete the quest later, and you'll become a soul healer," Su said. She nodded, feeling a bit surprised at the same time. Among the first-class job advancements for corpse-drawing healers, one of the available options was soul healer. Not only could they heal teammates, but they also gained additional skills that provided beneficial buffs. Su actually knew so much about her class. There were countless classes in the world, virtually innumerable, and being able to rattle off the first-class job branches of a specific class off the top of one's head required an incredibly broad base of knowledge. Su really is impressive, both in combat ability and intellect. She felt a quiet sense of admiration. Although her family had poured countless resources into her since childhood and enrolled her in countless tutoring classes, she didn't consider herself as capable as Su. And yet Su came from a poor family relying solely on himself. He clearly endured a great deal of hardship to achieve this level of skill. Whether in terms of mental fortitude or combat prowess. She fully acknowledged that Su was more than capable of being her team leader. He had directly ordered her to class change into a soul healer, a decision that would last a lifetime, one she couldn't take back later. So Su's words were, to some extent, a bit domineering. Fortunately, she had already wanted to become a soul healer, so the two weren't at odds. Besides, Su had saved her life, so she couldn't very well refuse. Su walked over to the cave salamander king's corpse and collected its meat. The meat of the cave salamander king was a rare delicacy, absolutely delicious. He stored it in his storage space first, just in case. With two people working together in a party, there was definitely a higher margin for error and a higher survival rate. The only downside was that experience points would be split. However, Su was already so high level that killing monsters in this beginner dungeon wouldn't let him level up much anyway, so there was no need to worry about it. Su ruthlessly claimed all the loot for himself. After all, he was the party leader. He had already given her half of the experience points. As for the loot, of course he was going to keep it for himself. Afterward, Su led her to defeat another elite monster, completing her first-class advancement quest. She successfully became a soul healer and learned a new skill. Block buff low-grade bronze, designate a teammate and consume spirit to continuously increase their block chance. Soon, Su led Jiang Yunqing to the Goblin King's treasure site. In Su's hand, the map instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged into the ground. "You have arrived at the treasure site. Please begin digging." Su immediately activated her sword control skill. The mystic steel sword behind her floated upward and was drawn from its sheath. It slashed directly into the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The sword's glow flickered, and soon a large pit was carved out of the ground. A dark purple treasure chest lay clearly visible inside. Su gave a light flick of his finger, sending the mystic steel sword back into its sheath. Scanning the treasure chest's data. Scanning the treasure chest's data. Dark purple treasure chest. Rank, low-grade gold. Su didn't open it right away. Instead, he immediately activated the item ascension talent to upgrade the treasure chest. Upgrade successful. Any treasure found in a dungeon can be upgraded. The treasure chest's appearance changed, with flecks of purple light flowing across its surface, and its material now featured several transparent blue gemstones embedded within. It had grown significantly larger. Dark Moon treasure chest. Rank, low-grade platinum. Su stared in disbelief. Low-grade platinum. It had been upgraded directly from low-grade gold to low-grade platinum. That's a huge leap in quality. Item ascension is incredibly powerful. A platinum-grade treasure chest is absolutely top tier among the items it yields. There will be at least one platinum-quality treasure. Su chose to open it immediately. Opened successfully. Obtained. Shadow Sword Hairpin Low-Grade Platinum. Shadow Sword Footwear Low-Grade Platinum. Shadow Sword Armguards Low-Grade Platinum. Shadow Sword Pants Low-Grade Platinum. Shadow Sword Cloak Low-Grade Platinum. Shadowflow Longsword Lower-Grade Platinum. Soul Healer Skill Scroll Upper-Grade Platinum 1. Looking at the string of notifications that popped up, Su's eyes widened in astonishment. He had actually looted an entire set of lower-grade platinum gear. This was extremely rare. That sword was even more astonishing. It was a mid-grade platinum weapon. His luck was truly off the charts. He equipped everything immediately. Hum! An eerie vibration rippled through the air. In the next instant, a long sword appeared before Su. The sword's appearance was extremely peculiar, covered in dark purple patterns. Only the hilt was solid, while the blade was ethereal, resembling a shadow. He swung it through the air. Swish! The blade swept through the air, instantly slicing through the air in front of him and leaving a pitch-black trail in mid-air. He checked the sword's stats. Shadowflow Longsword Mid-Grade Platinum. Shadow Escape. This sword can be stored within your shadow for carrying and materialized at any time when necessary. A pair of gray arm guards also appeared on each of his hands. Shadow Sword Set Low-Grade Platinum. 55 active. Dark Sword Surge. When equipped, all sword-based skills deal an additional 50% dark damage. This damage can penetrate physical defense. Shadow Slash. When activating a sword skill, there is a 60% chance to summon a shadow that delivers an additional follow-up slash. The power of this slash is equivalent to your normal attack. Su looked at the long list of descriptions and was overjoyed. These effects are seriously powerful. A direct 50% bonus to dark attribute damage. Combined with the Shadowflow Longsword, that is equivalent to 100% additional dark attribute slash damage. The only downside is that he can't use the item ascension talent to ascend these items again. Since they were obtained from ascended chests, any item can only be ascended or indirectly ascended once. A thought flashed through Su's mind. The Shadowflow Longsword shot out of his hand and landed in the shadow at his feet. Sure enough, the physical longsword transformed into a stream of pitch-black shadow fluid and merged into Su's shadow, leaving no trace. Whenever he wanted to use it, he could instantly draw the sword from his shadow. It really is practical. Su thought to himself. To activate the Shadow Sword Set's buff effect, he only needed to equip 5 pieces of wearable gear. As long as he equipped all 5 pieces of the Shadow Sword set at the same time, he would gain the buff. The top, shoes, pants, arm guards, and hair ornament already made up the 5-piece set. In other words, even if he didn't use the Shadowflow Longsword and instead used the Mystic Steel Sword, Su would still be 100% guaranteed to receive the set bonus. Watching Su put on the full set of gear, Zhang Yunqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Platinum grade gear sells for at least $1 million on the open market. Even as the second young miss of the Jiang'an conglomerate, she found that to be an astronomical figure. She was too stunned for words. "Here, take this scroll and use it," Sue said, tossing a scroll her way. Soul Healer Skill Scroll Platinum, High Grade X1. Platinum grade skills are something ordinary players might not be able to learn until their 4th or 5th class advancement. One can only imagine just how exorbitant the price of a platinum grade skill scroll would be. And yet, Sue had simply pulled one out of thin air and was giving it to her for free. This left Jiang Yunqing utterly astonished. "You just gave this to me for free? This would fetch a hefty price at an auction. It's worth at least $1 million. Jiang Yunqing took the scroll, hesitating slightly. She reminded him. She assumed Sue was giving it to her because he didn't realize its value. But Sue remained firm, his expression impassive. "We might face a fierce battle later. The better your skills, the higher our chances of winning." To him, money was merely a trivial possession. What good was a fortune, after all? True strength was what truly belonged to him. That's why he would do everything in his power to lay the groundwork for challenging the hidden boss. One more skill for Jiang Yunqing might just give them an extra edge later on. Sue knew all too well just how powerful that hidden boss was. So he would do his utmost to ensure they were fully prepared. She didn't say anything else and activated it immediately. Use successful. Skill acquired, Soul Boost Platinum Grade Skill. Proficiency, 300,000. Requires soul power to use. When activated, all members of your party gain 200% more experience points. Seeing this skill, Jiang Yunqing was overjoyed. Wow, it's actually a late game skill for Soul Healer's Soul Boost. As long as there's a Monster S corpse, I can absorb its soul and boost the experience bonus. Sue, if you team up with me, even if I take a share, you'll still get 100% of the experience. She was so happy she almost started dancing with joy. This skill was extremely rare and could help people level up quickly. Sue's lips curled into a slight smile. Very good. With this skill, he wouldn't have to share his experience with her anymore. Team up, and still get full experience. For other teams, this was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. He considered himself lucky to have encountered her, a rare soul healer class holder. Sue found a clean corner in the cave, lit a fire, and started cooking. Combat in dungeons was extremely physically draining. Sue had been fighting non-stop for several hours and was already starving. He took out a chunk of cave salamander king meat and rinsed it in a pool of spring water in a corner of the cave. Then he took out 2 legs of a mind-feeding dark-feathered chicken, plucked the feathers, and roasted them over the fire. Before long, the delicious meal was ready. Roasted dark-feathered chicken leg, a delicious chicken leg, juicy and tender, with crispy skin roasted to perfection. Upon consumption, increases spirit by 10 points, lasting 3 hours. There was also grilled cave salamander king meat. Crispy skin grilled cave salamander king meat, pale yellow cave salamander king meat that, after grilling, undergoes the Maillard reaction, forming a natural crispy crust with an exquisite flavor. Upon consumption, increases constitution by 20 points, lasting 4 hours. Jiang Yunqing was already ravenous. She grabbed the chicken drumstick Sue handed her and began eating it in small bites. But soon, she found it hard to maintain her composure. Because it was just too delicious. She gradually began to wolf it down. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, you must first win their stomach. And Sue had clearly mastered that art. She never would have imagined that Sue was such a great cook. In his previous life, Sue had frequently battled through dungeons. It was naturally there that he honed his culinary skills. He knew how to use limited ingredients and the most basic cooking methods to create the most delicious dishes. Without any seasonings, he relied entirely on heat to bring out the natural flavors of the ingredients. After eating their fill, both of their stats received a significant boost. Although the effect wasn't permanent, it was still quite good. Only truly delicious dishes could trigger these buff effects. Unappetizing food usually came with negative effects. Alright, it's time to go find the hidden boss. Su thought to himself. He stood up and, taking Jiang Yunqing with him, continued on their way. The two of them rushed deeper into the cave. Soon, they found a crack in the rock. Su swung his sword, shattering the rocks around the crack. Dust flew everywhere. A small opening appeared before him. A ray of sunlight streamed in, blindingly bright. Su and Jiang Yunqing stepped out. She felt as if a weight had been lifted, even the air seemed much fresher. Finally out of this cave. She stretched her arms. Outside the cave lay a vast forest. Many strange beasts could be seen moving about within it. In the center of the forest was a huge, blood-red lake. It looked as if boiling blood were churning within it. Gazing at the scene from afar, Jiang Yunqing couldn't help but marvel. Su's gaze remained calm, but her expression unconsciously grew somber. It was almost time to face the hidden boss. That's right, the Red Rock Cavern was merely a shortcut. Once they passed through the cavern and emerged, they'd find themselves in a whole new world. The hidden boss would appear right here in this area. The boss will spawn in the center of that blood-red lake. Su was silently counting down in his mind. In about an hour, the hidden boss would appear here. It was utterly terrifying and of an extremely high level. Its combat power could truly be described as invincible. The Red Rock Cavern wasn't the only entrance, it was simply the closest one for Su. There were other players in this area as well. Su knew about the hidden boss thanks to his experience from his previous life. That's because Yan Zhe, the strongest class changer at their school in his previous life, had died right here. It was Yan Zhe who discovered the hidden boss. Before he died, he used the channel chat to tell Su its location, warning him to avoid this area. But he himself died. It wasn't the hidden boss that killed him. It was Li Changwang, the genius from the neighboring city, who cut him down. Su remembers this incident very clearly. So now, Su is secretly on guard. That 10-star genius from Luoyang City is a ruthless and merciless guy. At this moment, somewhere in the dungeon, a small group of survivors had been beaten to a pulp. Don't kill me. We're all fellow humans. A male player cried out in terror. But in the very next instant, he was cut down with a single stroke, his head rolling to the ground. I beg you, I'll give you all my gear, just spare my life, another female player pleaded. Standing before them was a class-changed player wielding a sword. He showed no mercy, his expression icy. You two useless fools begging one to save you. Whoosh! A blood-red blade flash sliced through the air, sharp beyond measure. In just a few breaths, he had slain both players. He wore a blue robe, a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. The weak have only one path, death. Gazing at the corpses at his feet, he actually let out a somewhat excited smile. It was as if killing people thrilled him immensely. He held a narrow-bladed long sword in one hand, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. He was none other than Li Changwang, this year's top player in Luoyang City. Starting class, Blade Maniac. A 10-star innate talent just like Su. So as soon as he appeared, he became a highly sought-after prodigy. Once inside the dungeon, he unleashed a veritable storm of blood and carnage. He went on a frenzied killing spree against other players. Because he discovered that killing high-level players yielded more experience than ordinary mobs. To level up as efficiently as possible and claim the top spot, he chose the strategy that granted the most experience. Wherever he went, no one survived. As a result, his leveling speed was truly staggering. He had already reached level 13. He had even completed his first-class advancement quest. Now, he had advanced to a first-class Blade Maniac. His combat power had risen to a whole new level. A powerful class like the Blade Maniac could choose to advance to classes such as Blade Obsessive, Blade Hero, Blade Cultist, or Blade Demon. Alternatively, one could choose to remain a first-class Blade Maniac, not changing classes, but simply gaining additional skills and attributes. This approach involved continuously mastering a single path. However, upon reaching the third job advancement, there will be blade-based classes even stronger than the Blade Maniac, at which point it will be time to advance again. At this very moment, a young woman dressed in white stood before him. She held a massive scythe in her hand, propping herself up against the ground with great effort, her breathing heavy. It was Yao. A gory, blood-soaked wound on her chest was a harrowing sight. It was inflicted by Li Changwang's blade. At that moment, 3 skeletons wielding bone swords stood before her, protecting her. 3, that was her summoning limit. But these 3 skeletal swordsmen were already battered and bruised, their bones shattered and broken. Li Changwang, the sword maniac, was simply too powerful. She and several classmates had formed a squad and were making rapid progress, having already reached level 7. However, just as they were preparing to leave the area, they were suddenly ambushed by Li Changwang. She had witnessed several of her companions meet a gruesome death at his hands. So at this very moment, her heart was filled with a mixture of rage and hatred. Li Changwang, his face expressionless, gripped his long sword and walked slowly toward her. "You're Yao from first high school, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Yao's expression turned icy. "How do you know my name?" Her lips were bloodless, and she was already exhausted, yet she had never begged for mercy. Ha. Before the beginner-s dungeon opened, I'd already obtained a list of all this year's prodigies from your school's principal. I've studied your classes and talents thoroughly. This dungeon is, in fact, my hunting ground," Li Changwang said with a cold laugh. The sword in his hand was also a low-grade golden weapon. The gear he wore was also extremely valuable. The Blade Maniac class, combined with a 10-star talent, was incredibly sought after. That's why, even before entering the dungeon, he had already secured investments from various sources. These included gear, money, skill scrolls, and more. As a result, the moment he entered the dungeon, his strength far surpassed that of everyone else. Coupled with his extreme cruelty treating people like monsters to farm, his leveling efficiency was terrifyingly high. Shenjing No. 1 High School, the major universities in Nannian City, and several colleges in Datong City, they're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. You're all far too weak. You've truly disappointed me. You might as well turn into experience points, become my nourishment, and help me reach the pinnacle. Li Changwang's expression darkened as he spoke, slowly approaching her. He had already killed many players, not just in Xianjing City. Students from every city had fallen victim to his blade. To him, they were all just experience points. Yao's frail body was already covered in wounds. Her clothes were soaked through with blood. She had already used up her only healing potion. She had long since run out of supplies. Li Changwang, however, showed no mercy, with no intention of holding back. Holding his sword horizontally before him, he activated the Blade Frenzy skill, Blood Blade Horizontal Slash, and swung with precision. Whoosh! A terrifying trail of blood appeared in midair. He swept past and lunged toward Yao. This strike was bound to take her life. At this critical moment, Yao remained utterly calm. She mustered her last ounce of strength. A skeleton swordsman in front of her transformed into specks of blue soul light and suddenly rushed forward. It blocked the fatal blow for her. Meanwhile, she herself vanished instantly, leaving her original spot. The necromancer's skill, body swap. She swapped her position with the corpse furthest away. Li Changwang slashed at the empty air. Turning to look, he saw Yao's figure vanish into the dense forest. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. Hee, little lamb, you can't escape. He activated his agility and set off in hot pursuit. Just like a grim reaper, Yao fled frantically through the dense forest. Her breathing was labored, and she coughed up blood from time to time. In the end, she had no choice but to flee into a cave. The cave was filled with blood-red rocks, giving it an eerie appearance. But to save her life, she had no choice but to dash inside. To her astonishment, there were hardly any monsters inside the cave. Instead, it was filled with the corpses of monsters. Has someone already been here? Who could be that strong? She was stunned. Even an elite squad might not be able to kill this many monsters. Especially in such a pitch-black cave. She didn't have time to think about it. She ran with all her might. She could still faintly hear Li Changwang's footsteps behind her. "Stop running!" His voice echoed through the cavern. "I'll track down every single genius from your first, second, and third high schools this year and kill them one by one. I'll make sure Xianjing City never sees another year at LL crushed forever." Li Changwang's voice sounded somewhat frenzied and ecstatic, as if he thoroughly enjoyed the hunt. The sound grew closer and closer, and Yao grew increasingly desperate. If he caught up to her, she would surely die. Soon, Li Changwang's voice was just a hair's breadth away. "Su and Yanzei, I've heard about their talents. One is a 10-star, the other a 9-star. Why won't they dare to fight me? But it doesn't matter. I'll track down and kill both of those cowards." A bloodthirsty, savage grin spread across his face. He was moving far too fast. The distance between them kept shrinking. A chill ran down Yao's spine. He was getting closer and closer. Just as Yao was about to be caught, a ray of light shone into the cave. The exit was ahead. A figure appeared from ahead, blocking her path. He grabbed her and pulled her into the darkness. Sweat beaded on Yao's forehead. Her vision blurred for a moment, and then she was out of the cave. It felt as though that person had carried her several dozen meters. They slipped into a patch of grass. Looking closely, she saw that the person before her was a boy dressed in green. He carried a large bow on his back, had neat, short hair, and exuded an air of distinction. Yanzei? A 9-star talent awakener from first high school, his talents second only to Su's. Although they weren't in the same class, Yao recognized him. "You're Yao from class 1, right? A necromancer?" Yanzei asked calmly. Yao nodded. "Why yes, thank you for saving me." She was still a bit dazed. "No need to thank me. We're classmates. I couldn't just stand by and watch you die," Yanzei said. Although he appeared cold on the outside, deep down, he was a kind-hearted person. "Yanzei, what are you doing here?" Yao asked. Yanzei's expression grew somber. "It's a long story. I was part of a party too. I went out to farm the fountain, and when I came back, I found that all my teammates had been killed. It was Li Changwang who did it. After analyzing the situation, I realized he was far too powerful. I didn't think I could beat him, so I've been lying in wait near him, biding my time." Hearing this, Yao was utterly shocked. "You've been lying in wait, planning to ambush and kill him?" "That's right." As he spoke, Yanzei pulled a cold, gleaming arrow from the quiver on his back and held it in his hand. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. "I've been secretly observing Li Changwang for quite some time now. This man is a psychopathic class changer. A blade maniac, or rather, a hunter. He treats this dungeon like an amusement park, hunting down his prey everywhere. And he certainly has the strength to do so." As he spoke, a hint of concern flashed in Yanzei's eyes. "If we don't kill him, the casualties at our school will be even more devastating." Yao pondered for a moment and concluded that Yanzei's choice was indeed the best solution. He was a ranged class, a demon hunter ranger. If he tried to engage Blade Maniac in close combat, he would almost certainly lose. Therefore, waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack was the only option. "What level are you now?" Yao asked. Yanzei replied. "Level 10. I'm currently completing my first job advancement quest. I need to kill a beast of elite rank or higher." Hearing that level, Yao was utterly shocked. He was already level 10. That was incredibly fast. "If it were you, you might actually be able to kill Li Changwang. I'll do everything I can to support you and avenge my fallen classmates." A glint of determination flashed in Yao's eyes as he spoke. "All right," Yanzei replied. At the same time, both of their gazes pierced through the grass, scanning for Li Changwang in the distance. "Stop hiding. Come out this instant and face your death." Li Changwang's expression was icy as he shouted loudly. He scanned his surroundings but couldn't locate Yao's position right away. "Follow me. Let us fall back first. This isn't a good spot for a fight." Yan Zhe said. He took Yao with him and quickly made their escape. As they fled, Yan Zhe opened his personal interface and sent a message to Su. Su, this is Yan Zhe from Class 4. Although I don't know you personally, as fellow alumni and given that you're the most gifted prodigy at Xianjing No. 1 High School, I can't keep this from you. Li Chengwan, the sword maniac from the neighboring city, is hunting down students from our school. You must avoid him at all costs. He is incredibly powerful. He is currently in the Blood Forest Lake area. After sending the message, Yan Zhe immediately closed his interface. Although they were complete strangers, Yan Zhe was a kind-hearted person, in other words, a good Samaritan. He knew that a casual message he sent might just save a fellow alumnus's life. As a fellow student at the same high school, he couldn't possibly keep this information to himself. That was just Yan Zhe's nature. Yan Zhe took Yao by the hand and fled at a brisk pace. But they hadn't gotten more than a few li away. Right at the edge of a blood-red lake, a streaking blade of light cut across their path, blocking their escape. Whoosh! That blood-red blade was as swift as a swan in flight. It slashed directly toward them, whizzing past Yao's face. It even sliced through the air. If she'd been just a step slower, the blade might have pierced right through her body. A chill ran down her spine. She turned to look. There stood Li Chengwan, walking toward them with a blank expression. Humph, did you really think I couldn't catch up? You were wounded by my blade. I can track your location by following the blade's aura. His expression was grim as he fixed his gaze on Yao. The blood-red long sword in his hand reflected a cold glint. Looks like we can't escape. Yan Zhe furrowed his brow, his expression icy. He began to draw his bow and nock an arrow. Yan Zhe's great bow was a low-grade silver weapon he had crafted himself using blueprints and materials. It was called the bone-toughening traveling bow. Arrows fired from this bow dealt additional physical damage. It also slightly increased his attack speed. This suited his class, the Demon Hunting Ranger, perfectly. This class specialized in physical attacks. It despised encountered magic, so its skills were almost exclusively physical damage. Looking at the bow and arrows in Yan Zhe's hands, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Chengwan's eyes. Oh? Demon Hunter Ranger, Yan Zhe. He seemed somewhat excited. I've finally run into you. The 9-star genius from First High School. He licked his lips, a touch of fervor in his eyes. A genius like you levels up fast. You must already be level 10. You have the most experience points. Once I kill you, I'm sure to reach level 14. Gripping his long sword, he charged forward with all his might. His speed was extreme. Seeing this, Yan Zhe felt a fierce killing intent surge through him. He drew his bow and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows glinting with a cold light flew from his bowstring. For tracking arrows in rapid succession. Tracking arrows is a skill that virtually every ranger knows. Even the hidden archery specialized class holders all possess this skill. Since it's the lowest tier bronze level skill scrolls for it are easy to obtain. Yan Zhe was at a high level and had impressive stats. So his arrows packed quite a punch. They cut through the air with a piercing whistle. However, when the arrows flew toward Li Chengwan, he remained expressionless. With a few swift swings of his blade, he sliced all the arrows clean in half. Not a single arrow managed to hurt him. Yao also made her move at this moment. She expended her spiritual energy to summon 3 skeletal sword soldiers. A rune formation as black as ink materialized on the ground. The 3 skeletons emerged from within it. Their bodies trembled, and the sound of their bones and joints clattering filled the air. They looked terrifying. Wielding their bone swords, they charged forward. Li Chengwan, the blade maniac, remained expressionless in the face of this onslaught. He unleashed an extremely brutal slashing skill, Chaotic Shadow 5 Blades High-Grade Bronze. In an instant, several blade shadows materialized before him. It was as if he had grown countless arms, all swinging their blades simultaneously. 5 streaks of blade light shot out in a staggered pattern. The 3 skeleton soldiers were instantly slain. Yao was already severely wounded and low on spiritual energy. The skeletons he summoned lacked sufficient combat power and were no match for him. The three skeletons couldn't even slow his advance. Yan Zhe unleashed his most powerful skill. Sealing Demon Arrow High-Grade Bronze. This skill is exclusive to Demon Hunter Rangers. It fires a massive soul arrow. Anyone struck by it is unable to use any normal skills for a short time. Once that arrow hits, the fight is on. A sharp gleam flashed in Yan Zhe's eyes as he drew his bow to the full. Whoosh! The sound of tearing through the air rang out. An arrow as swift as Mercury shot through the air. It left a long trail in its wake. Straight for Li Chengwang's throat. Li Chengwang was far too arrogant. He didn't even bother to dodge. Seeing this, Yan Zhe clenched his fists, his heart racing with excitement. This is my chance. Li Chengwang, however, shook his head silently. That arrow was quite impressive. Too bad it won't hit me. He let out a cold laugh, then raised his blade vertically, his expression icy. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light and slashed out. Whoosh! That strike was far too fast. It even whipped up a whirlwind on the ground. Crack! The blade's glow slashed horizontally. It actually split the demon's sealing arrow completely in two. Cleaved right down the middle. The arrow dissipated into specks of blue light. Yan Zhe was utterly stunned. This was his most powerful skill, yet it had been neutralized so effortlessly. Was the gap between a 10-star talent and a 9-star talent really that vast? He tried to draw his bow and nock an arrow. But in the next instant, Li Chengwang had already closed the distance and closed in on him. Thud! Li Chengwang thrust his blade forward, piercing straight through Yan Zhe's chest. Blood gushed out. Yao watched the scene, her face drained of color, her eyes filled with rage. Damn it! She swung her crescent sickle at Li Chengwang. As a summoner, close combat was her weakness. Choosing to charge head-on at this moment, she had clearly been blinded by rage. Li Chengwang spun around and slashed directly at her shoulder. Yao blocked the blow with her scythe. Yet she was still sent flying backward in a disheveled heap. She coughed up blood in great gulps, too weak to continue fighting. Li Chengwang gave his scythe a light flick, sending the blood splattering off its blade. His expression was cold and grim as he glanced at the fallen Yan Zhe and Yao, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. Too weak. Too weak. I've heard that Xinjing No. 1 High School has several genius class changers this year. I thought I'd have some fun with them. But I never expected them to be nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. He was supremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. Even Yan Zhe, with his 9-star talent, held no challenge for him. This is a complete waste of my time. Now, it's time for you to die. Li Chengwang's gaze grew menacing as he strode slowly toward Yao. A blood-red glow flickered on the blade of his sword. Yao's health was already at rock bottom. If she took one more blow, she would surely die. At that moment, she clenched her teeth slightly, her eyes flashing with anger. She didn't want to die. But faced with such a powerful enemy, she was utterly powerless. Yan Zhe had also been dragged down by her. Her heart was filled with self-reproach. At the very last moment, she closed her eyes. What appeared before her eyes was the figure she had admired for many years. Su. He came from a humble background, yet he excelled academically and was tenacious. Every time, Yao loved to sneak a peek at Su as he studied intently. Unfortunately, she would never have that chance again. And then there were her hard-working parents. Without her, they would have no one to rely on in their old age. Thinking of all this, Yao couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over her, and tears streamed down her face. Li Chengwang raised his hand and swung his sword. A blood-red glow rushed toward her. Despair welled up in her eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, an untimely sound rang out from the surroundings. The hum of a sword echoed from the distance. A long, pitch-black shin steel sword transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward her at breakneck speed. The sound of it tearing through the air was deafening. This strike was incredibly fast. It sliced through the air currents mid-flight, forming two faint vortices that spread out. The sword glinted with a chilling light, utterly mesmerizing. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the air. It directly shattered the blood-red blade aura Li Changwang had unleashed. Li Changwang herself was sent flying backward by the immense force of the strike. His expression was one of utter shock. On the ground, he stumbled back 3 or 4 steps before barely managing to steady himself. To shatter his blade-esque low head-on? Among newcomers, this was practically impossible. His face was icy, his eyes filled with disbelief. The dust settled. Amid the dense forest, a young man in a gray robe emerged, walking slowly. He gave a slight flick of his finger. Whoosh! The black Shin steel sword flew back, spinning upside down, and hovered beside Su. As the Shin steel sword rose and fell, it emitted a series of crisp, humming sounds. It was Su. He had rushed over at full speed. His gaze was calm as he surveyed his surroundings. He immediately assessed the situation here clearly. To his surprise, Yao was here as well. In his previous life, Yan Zhe had been killed in a one-on-one duel with Li Changwang. He hadn't expected Yao to show up here this time. It seemed that the events of this life wouldn't unfold exactly the same way as in the last. People's relationships were like a vast web, interwoven with one another. The butterfly effect could cause changes in many seemingly unrelated events. Su took a step forward, gliding as if drifting, and instantly landed beside Yao. He slowly crouched down. Su! Su! Yao's voice trembled, her eyes slightly reddened. She couldn't even tell if she was dreaming. It's me. Su reached out and gently wiped the blood from her face. At the same time, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Su's eyes. Yao's injuries were extremely severe. If he had arrived even a moment later, they might truly have been separated forever. His expression was icy, and the long sword hovering beside him trembled uncontrollably. The sharp, cold gleam made his entire presence utterly terrifying. Zhang Yunqing followed closely behind Su, having jogged all the way to catch up. She slowly raised both hands. In the next instant, a dark purple light surged through Yao's body. His wounds began to heal slowly but rapidly. It would take at least a first-tier healer to possess such healing abilities. Yao was utterly stunned. Su actually knew such a powerful healer. Yan Zhe, witnessing this scene, was beyond astonished. A sword blade suspended in midair? Was this skill sword control? But this skill was meant for late-stage sword controllers. How could Su have mastered it already? For a moment, 1,000 questions swirled through his mind. His face contorted in pain as he clutched his chest and struggled to sit up. Had the blade veered just a few centimeters to the side, his heart would have been pierced. It was safe to say he had a narrow escape. Then, he saw Zhang Yunqing raise her hand in the air. She was actually slowly healing his wound as well. His face betrayed utter shock. Could this healer treat 2 people at the same time? Impossible. Only a soul healer at the first reincarnation level or higher could achieve such healing efficiency at such an early stage. By this point, Li Changwang had already regained his composure. He looked at Su, a hint of gravity in his eyes. All his arrogance and disdain had vanished. For he realized he had encountered a true opponent. Just moments ago, he had taken Su's sword control skill head-on. The power of that strike was something he would never forget. He slowly raised his weapon. He saw a notch had appeared on the blade. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Changwang's eyes. His sword was a gold-grade weapon. How terrifying a force, how powerful a skill, would it take to chip his blade? What he didn't know was that Su's Shin steel sword was merely a silver-grade weapon. For a lower-grade weapon to inflict damage on a higher-grade one that required overwhelming skill and attributes. Had he known this fact, Li Changwang would have been even more stunned. So you're Su, that 10-star sword controller from Xianjing No. 1 High School. I have to admit, your strength has truly exceeded my expectations. His eyes were fixed intently on Su. He no longer concealed the aura surging through his body, it erupted with a thunderous roar. A blade-wielding frenzy. He was already level 13 across the entire dungeon. He currently held the top rank. Killer intent radiated from his entire body as he raised his blade fiercely. In this dungeon, you're the only one worthy of being my opponent. But that's all there is to it. You will surely die by my blade. He let out a savage laugh, pointing the tip of his blade at Su from a distance to challenge him. Sword controllers aren't particularly strong in close combat during the early game. As long as he can get close to Su, he can kill him. So Li Changwang showed no fear whatsoever and struck immediately. A blood-red, icy glint flashed on his blade. He darted forward. Su, watch out! Yao said with concern. In the distance, under a tree, Yanzei was also watching the scene intently. He looked tense and didn't he have high hopes for this battle. Although Su had come to the rescue, he was merely a sword controller. His combat prowess in the early stages was simply no match for the blade maniac. So both of them were filled with pessimism. Now that they were seriously injured and unable to help, they could only watch the battle unfold. Su watched the oncoming blade, yet his gaze remained calm. What a weak blade! He remarked sincerely. As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone in the arena looked slightly startled. Facing a 10-star genius from Woyang City, weren't Su's words a bit too arrogant? Li Changwang's gaze suddenly darkened. His eyelid twitched twice. Instantly, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Who dared to provoke him like this? This was nothing short of courting death. Throughout his journey, he had killed without mercy, slaughtering students from several cities and major universities as if they were wild monsters. He considered himself invincible. A mere sword controller certainly couldn't hinder his hunt. Su's words had clearly enraged him. He struck with all his might. That blade, carrying an unstoppable momentum, slashed out with a thunderous roar. I'll cut you down with a single stroke and make you, a mere sword controller, face reality. His voice was icy as he gritted his teeth. Facing the blade maniac's full power strike, Su stood as steady as a mountain. He neither evaded nor dodged, standing firm in place, unflinching. His face expressionless, he slowly raised his hand. He grasped the mystic steel sword hovering beside him. In the next instant, lightning flashed. Frenzied bolts of lightning raged and surged. A mystical sword chant resounded throughout the surroundings. Watching this scene, Li Changwang let out a savage laugh. Oomph, you stupid dog. As a sword controller, instead of creating distance, you've chosen to engage me in close quarters combat. You're practically asking for death. A sword controller is a class that masters both ranged and melee combat to win. One must leverage the advantages of long-range combat. Yet Su chose to engage in close combat. And in close combat, how could he possibly be a match for the blade maniac? So, in his mind, Li Changwang had already sentenced Su to death. However, in the very next instant, his expression froze. Because Su had actually drawn his sword. In the blink of an eye, Su swung his sword. His figure transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving a dazzling sword trail in midair. Fast. Extremely fast. Origin sword body, 10 times the power, 10 times the speed. It was an absolute rout. At the same cultivation level and with the same talent, it was simply impossible to withstand. Li Changwang still didn't realize that he wasn't facing a mere sword controller at all. He was facing a sword god. Li Changwang's face was frozen in horror. He hadn't even had time to react. In the next instant, Su was already locked in close combat with him. Crack! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The blade in his hand snapped clean in two, shattering into pieces. Severed by Su's single sword strike. Immediately afterward, a massive gash appeared across his chest. Su's sword had ripped right through his chest. The sword energy pierced right through him. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. What kind of sword strike was this? It was so fast that even his eyes couldn't keep up. Utter shock was etched in his eyes. His entire body was sent flying backward, crashing violently onto the ground. Blood spurted skyward from his chest. His health bar plummeted to 0 almost instantly. It was nothing short of devastating. Witnessing this scene, the entire crowd was left petrified. Yao and Yanzhe both stared blankly, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Isn't Su a sword controller? How could his close combat abilities be this terrifying? Jiang Yunqing, however, was unfazed by the scene. She had long since witnessed Su's terrifying strength. Throughout their journey, Su had effortlessly slaughtered even the beast hordes. Li Chengwang lay on the ground, unable to get up, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He struggled to his feet and raised his sword, though his movements were unsteady. But he discovered that his weapon had been completely shattered. He sucked in a sharp breath, utterly horrified. How is this possible? Su walked slowly toward him, a frosty glint flickering in his eyes. Why not? He retorted. True murderous intent was cold and serene. Looking into those eyes, Li Chengwang felt a sensation he'd never experienced before. Fear. It was an emotion he'd never felt in his life. In front of Su, his own killing intent seemed like child's play. That gaze was the gaze of the god of slaughter. Su walked toward him, sword in hand, his expression icy. Li Chengwang had severely wounded Yao. For that alone, he had to die. On the blade in Su's hand, deep blue arcs of lightning flickered and surged. With the next strike, he could annihilate this Li Daoquan. Li Chengwang retreated slowly, his hair disheveled. His eyes still held a trace of disbelief. He couldn't bring himself to accept the fact that he had lost. He had been defeated in just a single move. This utterly crushed his confidence and pride. Refusing to accept defeat, he pulled a bottle of red healing potion from his personal space. He downed it in one gulp. His injuries began to heal at a visible pace, and his stamina gradually returned. Impossible. That move must have drained you completely. You can't use it again. Right, you must have used that strike just to intimidate me. I can't lose. He let out a roar and charged forward once more with his broken blade. He activated his most powerful skill. Rainforest Swift Blade Low-Grade Silver Sword Technique. Blades fall like rain, unceasing and relentless. His blade transformed into a blood-red, icy glow, striking out like raindrops. Su remained expressionless throughout. He sheathed his sword. With a flash, he drew it again and unleashed the technique. Su slashed a long gash, his figure turning into an afterimage as he surged forward. This strike was wrapped in lightning. It directly shattered the only remaining fragment of Li Chengwang's blade into pieces. This strike was faster, unparalleled in its speed. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous one. Seeing this strike, Li Chengwang's eyes seemed to reflect raging storms. He was utterly shocked. Could there actually be an even? The hilt shattered. However, although he barely managed to block the strike, Su's set bonus had triggered. Shadow Slash. When activating a sword technique, there is a 60% chance to summon a shadow that delivers an additional follow-up strike, with damage equal to your normal attack. An afterimage, identical in appearance to Su, materialized behind him like ink. It was almost an exact replica. The shadow, wielding an ink-black sword, slashed violently toward him. Whoosh! This strike dealt no physical damage. Instead, it dealt dark elemental damage. The blade sliced directly across Li Chengwang's throat. Blood gushed forth. He was utterly defeated. Li Chengwang fell heavily to his knees. He was completely unable to fight any longer. No, this can't be. I didn't. He lose. His lips trembled as he muttered hoarsely. His face was bloodless, and the spark of life in his eyes was rapidly fading. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to believe the fact that he had lost. He had thought this dungeon was his hunting ground. But he never expected that he, too, was the prey. Su's power stunned everyone. Su gazed down at him from above, his expression calm. In truth, he could have instantly killed Li Chengwang with his first sword strike. But at that moment, Yao was right in front of Li Chengwang, too close. To avoid hurting Yao, Su had chosen to merely parry his attack. And now, at this very moment, Su finally revealed his true, terrifying power. The number one prodigy of Woyang City, the 10-star blade maniac, is this all you've got? Su said coldly. Those words struck like a blow to the heart. Li Changwang's eyes fluttered, as if struck by lightning. Then, Su swung his sword. The strike was aimed directly at Li Changwang's head, intent on obliterating him completely. Hum. In that split second, a blue light flashed. A barrier flickered into existence around Li Changwang. Like water, it engulfed him, enveloping him within. Then, Li Changwang was instantly teleported away. His figure vanished. Su's killing strike missed its mark. He stared at the empty ground, his expression grave. TSK, a life-saving accessory, huh? He got away. This type of protective gear combining a shield and teleportation is essentially single-use. It's extremely expensive, typically costing tens or even hundreds of thousands of descent coins to craft. It seems that Woyang City has also spared no expense to protect this prodigy. Next time, not even 10 of those life-saving accessories will save you. Su sheathed his sword and said in a stern voice. As long as his sword technique was fast enough, the life-saving gear wouldn't even have time to activate. Su was confident that by the next time he saw Li Changwang, he would have elevated his strength to that level. It was also possible he might never see him again. In this battle, Li Changwang's spiritual resolve had long since been shattered. Su had severed his hand, a wound that would be difficult to heal in the short term. His dignity, inner resolve, and pride had all been utterly crushed by Su. For a prodigy, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. It was highly likely that Li Changwang would never recover from this setback and might even require therapy from a psychiatrist. Su turned and looked at Yao and the others. Are you all right? He asked Yao and Yanzei with concern. We're fine now. Thank you. Yanzei stared blankly for a moment before slowly answering. Zhang Yunqing had already healed 50% of his injuries, so they were essentially no longer life-threatening. Yao's eyes were slightly reddened. She suddenly rushed forward and hugged Su. Seeing this, Zhang Yunqing pursed her lips. I didn't expect someone else to have beaten me to it. No wonder he has been so cold toward me. But she wasn't discouraged. As the saying goes, as long as you swing the pickaxe well, what wall can't be brought down? Su, just now. How could you be so strong? Yao said, still struggling to shake off her shock. Su shrugged. He was just too weak. Seeing this, everyone was at a loss for words. Li Changwang is weak? Then who in this world could possibly be called a genius? But they didn't linger on the topic for long. Because ahead of them, in the center of the blood-red lake, a massive whirlpool had appeared. In the next instant, a knight clad in blood-red armor leaped out of it. He stood several meters tall, looking like a giant. His imposing frame was clad in armor that glinted with a cold light. He walked on water, treading the lake's surface as he charged toward the shore. A terrifying aura of power was closing in at breakneck speed. Warning, hidden boss appeared. Warning, hidden boss appeared. Seeing this warning, everyone's faces turned pale with horror. Su, let us get out of here fast. The hidden boss is too strong, it's way too dangerous. Yanzei, somewhat startled, suggested. No, Su stood his ground, his expression calm. Yao, you and Yanzei go ahead. Zhang Yunqing and I will stay here to take on the hidden boss. That had been his plan all along. Seeing Su's determined gaze, Yao refused to leave. I'll take on the hidden boss with you, she said without hesitation. Yanzei, standing nearby, fell silent for a moment. Then, he could only let out a resigned sigh. Sigh, running away now would really make us look like cowards. Since you're both so brave, I guess I'll have to stay and fight too. Although challenging the hidden boss was extremely dangerous, the rewards were fantastic. As the saying goes, the rougher the storm, the bigger the catch. Yao and Yanzei have requested to join the party. Except, Su didn't make a big deal out of it. Letting Yao and Yanzei join the party wasn't part of his plan. But one must learn to adapt to changing circumstances. With 2 more people, the chances of success would indeed be slightly higher. Suddenly, the blood armor knight strode out of the water. His eyes flashed with ferocity, as if he were seething with rage. In his hand, he gripped a massive, heavy sword. A sword as tall as a person. Who wouldn't he be stunned by the sight? Intruders must die. He roared furiously and leaped onto the shore in a single bound. The massive, broad sword swung straight at Sue. Sue sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. Immediately afterward, he scanned the boss's stats. Hidden boss guardian of the Blood Lake, red armored death knight. Level, 19. Strength, 301. Constitution, 250. Agility, 102. Spirit, 102. Luck, 10. Skills: Heavy Armor Mastery LV of 5, Thick Blade Horse Slash, Water Roar Blade Gathering, Blood Sucking, Thick Blade Surge, Sturdy Hide. These terrifying stats sent a slight shiver down his spine. This far exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, Sue had never seen this hidden boss with his own eyes. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he truly grasped just how terrifying it was. The Red Armored Death Knight's stats far surpassed those of a boss in an F-rank beginner dungeon. It could even rival a boss from an E-rank dungeon. For an ordinary new player, encountering it would essentially mean certain death. If he'd known earlier just how terrifying this boss was, Sue would likely have thought twice about challenging it. But now that the die was cast, there was no turning back. Sue clasped his hands together in a sword-pointing gesture and focused his mind. Whoosh! The mystic steel sword on his back rose into the air of its own accord. Its pitch-black blade glinted with a cold light as it hovered mid-air. Using the sword control skill, he manipulated the sword to attack the enemy from the air. The tip of the mystic steel sword suddenly pointed at the red-armored Death Knight and shot toward it. Clang! The red-armored Death Knight let out a furious roar and swung his sword with all his might. The massive, broad blade carried terrifying kinetic energy. The mystic steel sword was sent flying backward by the impact, plunging into the ground. But in the next instant, the blade trembled as it rose back into the air, continuing its strike. Under Sue's mental control, the mystic steel sword was like an indestructible cockroach. It kept flying forward, clashing with, maneuvering against, and parrying the red-armored Death Knight's massive sword. At the same time, Sue raised his hand in a virtual grip. A long sword, as black as ink, rose from his shadow and landed in the palm of his hand. A platinum-grade weapon, the Shadowflow Longsword. Seeing how this sword appeared, both Yao and Yanzei were somewhat surprised. This sword didn't even have a physical blade, its edge seemed to extend directly from his shadow, appearing utterly ethereal. That Sue actually possessed such a weapon, it seemed he had quite a stroke of luck. Yanzei quickly retreated, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. As a ranged attacker, he had to provide cover for Sue from the rear. His quiver was nearly empty, having expended too many arrows during his earlier battle with Li Changwang. But then he drew his novice dagger and casually sliced off 2 tree branches, letting them fall before him. Next, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. All the branches transformed into brand new arrows, flying into his quiver. This was the Ranger's exclusive skill, Gather and Craft Arrows. It allows any materials found in the wild to be transformed into arrows. The stronger the material, the greater the arrow's power, of course. With his arrows ready, Yanzei immediately crouched low, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the red-armored Death Knight. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Tracking arrows shot forth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrowheads vanished in a flash as they streaked through the air. But when they struck the boss, they had little effect. To a red-armored undead rider of such colossal size, these arrows were like toothpicks. Moreover, he was clad head to toe in heavy armor. Such bladed weapons were far too ineffective. They couldn't even penetrate his defenses and simply shattered upon impact. Yao dashed to Sue's side and chanted a spell. 2 undead skeleton soldiers instantly materialized from the dark magic array. Wielding their bone swords, they charged fearlessly toward the boss. However, they were far too fragile under the weight of the massive sword. They couldn't even withstand a single blow before shattering into dust. Zhang Yunqing's expression grew grave, her face betraying a hint of tension. She wasn't a damage-dealing class, so her best option was to provide support from the rear. She quickly retreated to a tree in the back, raised both hands, and cast buffs on the three of them. Block buff bronze, select a teammate and consume spirit to continuously increase their block chance. She immediately activated this skill, boosting Su's block chance. Su watched the scene unfold, feeling calm. Although these three teammates couldn't play a decisive role on the battlefield, they were all doing their best to deal damage. To some extent, they could still slow down the boss's movements. As long as they could create some obstruction, Su wasn't asking for much. He knew that he was the main damage dealer. Gripping the Shadowflow longsword in his hand, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The hidden boss is pretty fierce, huh? Today, I'm going to kill that hidden boss. A cold, dark glow flashed across the blade. Su struck. Gripping the Shadowflow longsword, his footwork was unpredictable. He actually moved toward the red-armored Death Knight of his own accord. His combat style didn't resemble that of a swordsman at all. Instead, he resembled a ruthless assassin. His attacks were cunning, his movements ethereal. These were combat skills honed through countless trials of life and death in his past life. They weren't just any skills, they were the result of his battle experience. Intruder! Leave the Blood Lake! Get out of here! The red-armored Death Knight roared, swinging his greatsword. Su paid him no mind and immediately activated the Thunderbolt sword technique. A deep blue glow of lightning surged and spread. He lunged sideways, thrusting straight forward to meet the attack head-on. To everyone's surprise, this single sword strike managed to halt the boss's attack completely. That massive stone sword was actually held at bay by such a small shadow sword, unable to advance even an inch. In that instant, Su was still channeling the sword control skill. Mid-air, the mystic steel sword danced, slashing horizontally. The red-armored Death Knight, furious beyond measure, had no choice but to pull back his stone sword to fend off the Shin steel sword's harassment. With agile movements, he swung his broad stone sword, knocking the Shin steel sword away. Su pressed his advantage, giving the boss no chance to catch his breath. Gripping the shadow sword, he slashed furiously. The Shin steel sword danced through the air, supporting the attack from the side. His onslaught rained down like a storm. The blades in his hands slashed at an extreme speed. The deafening roar of exploding thunder shook the air, and white smoke billowed from the surrounding atmosphere. Both swords attacked simultaneously. The mystic steel sword danced around the boss like a nimble weapon, constantly launching harassing attacks. The Shadowflow longsword dealt shadow attribute damage, something the stone sword could not resist. The moment Su swung his sword, the blade seemed almost ethereal as it swept past the boss's block and struck his shadow directly. For a moment, the red-armored Death Knight found himself unable to hold his ground and was forced into a steady retreat. His massive frame kept moving backward. The Shadowflow longsword's affix effect, mental drain, took effect. The boss's spirit was steadily draining away, much like a blue bar being depleted. Numerous stone shards were knocked loose from his massive stone sword. Several scratches also appeared on the boss's armor. This is our chance. Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su was too powerful, even the hidden boss was being forced back. Go for it! She cheered Su on while summoning another skeleton to charge behind the boss and launch a surprise attack. Yan Zai's eyes blazed with a fierce killing intent. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. He activated the Demon Sealing Arrow skill. A massive arrow, resembling flowing mercury, shot forth. It pierced straight into the boss's eye socket, a spot with no armor to protect it. This strike had an astonishing effect. For a moment, the boss's skills were sealed, and it couldn't cast any abilities. Yao's skeleton seized the opportunity to unleash a frenzied barrage of slashes from behind. The bone sword thrust forward, sending a jolt through the boss's massive body. Enraged, the boss spun around and swung its sword. The skeleton was instantly sliced to pieces. After all, Yao didn't have much stamina left, and the skeletons he summoned were somewhat frail. But they had, to some extent, weakened the boss. Su's advantage grew even greater. The red-armored Death Knight let out an agonized roar and stumbled back several steps. Excellent! At this rate, we're sure to win. A sharp gleam flashed in Yenze's eyes. He continued firing arrows. Arrows rained down like a storm, flying relentlessly toward the boss. Meanwhile, up ahead, Su's expression remained as calm as still water. Unlike the other's optimistic assessment of the situation, a dark cloud of foreboding lingered in his heart. This won't work. Its health pool is too deep. This boss's defense is too strong, and its steel armor is extremely hard. It's practically like scratching the surface. So far, the boss's health has only dropped by about 10%. Yenze's demon sealing arrows are indeed effective, but they can't be fired continuously. Once the effect of this arrow wears off, the boss will be completely enraged. Sure enough. In the next instant, the seal's effect vanished. The red-armored Death Knight trembled with rage, and his greatsword emitted a dazzling crimson glow. Intruders must die. Having guarded this forest for hundreds of years, his strength was beyond question. He was the undisputed ruler of this dungeon. He swung his greatsword and activated his skill. Boom! A terrifying shockwave surged from the blade of his sword. Su hurriedly swung his sword to block. Thud! The boss's terrifying strength attribute took effect, sending Su flying backward. Even a large patch of grass on the ground was crushed and torn up by the impact. Dust and dirt swirled through the air. Su furrowed his brow, adjusted his stance, and barely managed to steady himself. He was covered in dust and dirt. This hidden boss is, after all, a level 19 monster. The level gap is just too big, he thought to himself. Although Su was already level 14, undoubtedly the fastest leveling newbie, he was still far too low level to face this red-armored Death Knight. This boss was absurdly powerful, both in terms of stats and skills. Thankfully, with the Origin sword body, the speed and power of all his sword techniques were multiplied tenfold. Otherwise, Su would likely have been instantly killed long ago. Even a regular dungeon boss requires more than 10 parties and a long grind to defeat. Let alone the fact that Su only had 4 people here? As a result, the boss's health was dropping very slowly. Su was also struggling immensely. But he never once considered giving up. He took deep breaths, managing his stamina as best he could. Then, focusing his mind, he activated the Thunderbolt sword technique. He charged forward again, swinging his sword furiously at close range. Su's swordplay was incredibly agile. Moreover, he could trigger set bonuses from time to time. Jet black shadows would separate from his body, delivering a few unexpected slashes. Shadow Slash: when activating a sword technique, there is a 60% chance to summon a shadow that delivers an additional follow-up strike. The power of this strike is equivalent to your normal attack. As long as his sword swings were fast enough, the probability of triggering this Shadow Slash effect could be increased indefinitely. So Su knew that he had to use offense as defense to stand a chance of winning. His sword swings grew faster and faster, more and more ferocious. It was just like a whirlwind and a bolt of lightning. Gradually, he felt himself grasp a new sword technique. New skill learned. Tempest Sword Mid-Grade Silver. Proficiency, 02000. The sword's momentum is like a torrential downpour, unceasing and relentless. It allows for an extremely high number of consecutive attacks in a short time, winning through speed. In an instant, Su's sword strikes became even more ferocious. As long as you persist in using your Class S weapon and gradually achieve mastery, you'll occasionally gain new skills. Su had obtained a Silver Tier skill. For other class holders, newly acquired skills typically start at Bronze. But he started right at the Silver Tier. This sword technique was truly ferocious, delivering an immense number of slashes. The effect of his equipped Shadow Slash triggered relentlessly. Ink-black shadows followed Su's swordplay, unleashing a storm of attacks. By this point, the boss's health was dropping rapidly. A few minutes later, his health had dropped below 60%. Great! At this rate, we're sure to win. Zhang Yunqing, the support player at the rear of the battlefield, clenched his fist and exclaimed excitedly. Excellent! Yanzhe narrowed his eyes slightly, took aim, and continued firing arrows. But in the next instant, roar! The red-armored Death Knight let out a furious roar. He stomped his foot, sending out a massive shockwave that briefly forced Su back. Then he slammed down with all his might. The massive, thick-bladed stone sword shattered. To be precise, it was the outer stone shell that shattered, revealing the massive blade within. This giant sword seemed to be made of flesh and blood, covered in red barbs. This was the boss's true weapon. One could even say it was a new form. Then, wielding this blood-stained sword, the boss charged toward Su. Beneath the armor, Su could faintly make out the boss's head, a mass of rotting flesh with only two decaying eyes glowing in the darkness. The boss's face was twisted with rage, already brimming with murderous intent. Both his speed and strength had increased. Su raised his sword to block. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Su was violently sent flying backward. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He struggled to his feet, his expression icy. Phase 2, huh? He showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, a slightly maniacal smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The stronger the boss, the better the rewards. At this very moment, his heart was actually filled with anticipation. Zhang Yunqing saw that Su was injured and hurried to heal him. But she had already expended a great deal of stamina healing Yanzhe and Yao earlier. Her remaining spiritual energy, as well as the soul power she had drawn from the corpses, was running low. With insufficient stamina remaining, the healing effect was naturally weak. Though she was anxious, she had no other options for the time being. Su was well aware of this. To recover faster, he simply took a bottle of healing potion from his personal space and downed it in one gulp. This potion could instantly heal a portion of his injuries and then gradually heal the rest over time. With his injuries mostly healed, Su regained his composure and threw himself back into the battle. He fixed his gaze on the boss, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The fact that it had revealed its second phase was actually a good thing. It meant the boss was truly enraged. The red-armored Death Knight swung his massive sword and charged forward furiously. It unleashed a ferocious boss ability, Thick Blade Horse Slash. Its broad, blood-red greatsword was raised high above its head. With a single stride forward, it brought the blade crashing down toward Su. A crimson glow flickered along the blade. Its power was self-evident. Cracks appeared in the ground wherever the boss's feet struck, a testament to the sheer ferocity of the attack. With a fleeting thought, Su summoned the mystic steel sword floating in midair and slashed forward, intending to block the blow. However, the moment it made contact, the sword was knocked away. The massive sword carried terrifying momentum and immense kinetic energy. Its force must have been at least 1,000 Jin. The tip of the greatsword even unleashed a streak of blood-red light, streaking toward Su. Su's gaze turned icy as he sheathed the Shadowflow longsword. He took a step forward. He was actually charging head-on toward that sword strike. It was nothing short of reckless bravery. He intended to use the draw and flash skill to confront it head-on. Under normal circumstances, the red-armored Death Knight's movements were minimal, and his armor completely encased his body. The heavy, refined steel armor deflects the vast majority of attacks as if they were mere scratches. However, when it uses the skill, Thick Blade Horse Slash, it experiences a moment of stiffness, making it difficult to completely block all attacks. The boss was currently raising both hands high, exposing flesh at the seams of its armor. Su had to seize this opening to deal maximum damage. Although the risk is high, the reward is equally substantial. His body transformed into a streak of light as the sword's trail sliced through the air. Whoosh! That strike was incredibly fast. He activated the flash draw skill and channeled it with all his might. The terrifying sword trail flickered like a streak of light, leaving a trail in the air. The strike tore through the air with a piercing whistle. Su swept right past the boss's body. The deep blue sword trail struck with pinpoint precision into a gap in the boss's armor. Splatter! Dark yellow blood gushed out, resembling pus. The boss's health was instantly reduced by more than half. Yet Su suffered no injuries whatsoever. Because in that instant, he activated divine concealment. This unblockable, ultimate footwork made Su vanish the moment he activated it. His body seemed almost insubstantial as he passed right through the boss's blade. The red-armored Death Knight's voice trembled with uncontrollable rage. His body was covered in scars, his face contorted, and his entire body began to creak and crackle. The massive, flesh-and-blood greatsword in his hand began to warp. Eventually, it transformed into a massive hammer. The boss's voice warped as it let out a howling scream and launched its final assault on Su. Behind it, the lake of blood seemed to boil, its waters forming colossal waves that surged skyward. Countless streams of blood-red water coalesced into the shape of blades, dancing in sync with the giant hammer in its hand. A look of surprise flashed across Su's eyes. He knew this was the boss's most powerful skill, howling waters, gathering blades. As the boss swung its weapon, it drew in vast amounts of lake water, forming blood-red flying blades to attack Su. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of blood-red flying blades coalesced and shot forth. Countless trails of blood remained in midair. Su's expression grew grave, and his movements in that instant were extremely cautious. He immediately activated his fastest attacking skill, Tempest Sword. Suddenly, the Shadowflow longsword in his hand unleashed countless streaks of pitch-black swordlight. The flying daggers formed from the blood and hurtling toward him were all sliced apart by Su. At the same time, Su summoned the Mystic Steel Sword, which hovered beside him, slashing and blocking the flying daggers. But there were simply too many blood-water daggers. This was originally an area of effect skill, more than enough to take down a dozen or so players. No matter how strong Su was, how could he possibly block them all by himself? As the number of daggers kept growing, Su gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Damn it! He growled through clenched teeth. Su's figure flickered as he prepared to activate divine concealment once more to force his way out of the fray. But doing so would drain his mental energy at an alarming rate. During a single battle, Su could only activate divine concealment for 1 or 2 brief moments at most. If he used it now, his mental energy would be depleted, making the rest of the battle incredibly difficult. Fortunately, just then, a dozen or so arrows streaked toward him. It was Yanzei. He, too, was a ranger with a 9-star talent. His arrows were powerful and incredibly accurate. Those arrows shattered many of the blood-stained flying daggers, relieving the pressure on Su. Su breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had to use divine concealment. He could save this precious mental energy for the final strike against the boss. He charged forward at a rapid pace while swinging the Tempest Sword. In that instant, lightning flashed along the blade in his hand. At the same time, he took a step forward. The Xian Steel Sword, which had been dancing in midair, landed in his hand. A murderous intent flickered in Su's eyes. He would hold nothing back now. Gripping the Xian Steel Sword in his left hand, he unleashed the Thunderbolt Sword technique. With the Shadowflow longsword in his right hand, he executed the Drawing Sword in a flash technique. 2 mid-grade Silver Tier sword techniques were unleashed simultaneously. Hum! A deafening sword chirp echoed throughout the surroundings. A deep furrow even appeared on the ground. Su's figure transformed into a dazzling bolt of thunderous swordlight, streaking past in an instant. Splash! A double sword slash. It directly shattered the red-armored undead knight's helmet. Its head was completely exposed to the world. It was an extremely hideous, tumor-like mass, overgrown with dead wood and rotting flesh. It turned out that this red-armored knight was merely a wronged spirit that had been guarding this place all along, driven by a faint last wish. Its body had already rotted away. Fundamentally, it was no different from the monsters summoned by necromancers. Its eyes stared blankly as it fell to its knees. Pus-yellow blood like the blood found inside a rotting corpse gushed forth. It merged with the sea of blood behind it. Su, successfully slain. In that instant, a message appeared on the world chat. Announcement: Hidden Boss defeated. A sword controller player has defeated the hidden boss. Dungeon wrap-up in progress. Congratulations to all players, prepare to return home in triumph. In an instant, a voice echoed through the minds of every player in the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, the chatter exploded like a massive bomb. No. It can't be. A hidden boss? How is that even possible? What the hell is a hidden boss, anyway? We haven't even found a trace of the regular boss yet, and he has already killed the hidden boss? I think the first kill was also by a sword controller. Could it be the same person? Damn it, is this guy using cheats or something? Damn, we haven't even leveled much yet. It's only been a dozen or so hours since this dungeon opened. That speed is just insane. The chatter went on and on. Normally, a beginner-esque dungeon takes days and nights to clear. You have to locate the boss, then gather dozens of players to pool their strength and take him on. Even with a dozen or so parties tackling it together, it takes half a day of chipping away at its health just to take down the boss. And yet, it's only been a dozen or so hours since the dungeon started. Who the hell is that guy? For a moment, everyone was filled with shock. Soon, the world system began to tally the results. Player, Li Guangran, defeated 3 passionate mad rabbits and 1 bloodthirsty reverse-feathered chicken, killed a total of X4 monsters, earned 400 myriad coins. Player, Song Ju, defeated 1 hairless claw cat, earned 150 myriad coins. Player, Jiang Xiaoyu, defeated. Player. The buzz of discussion, however, grew louder and louder. By this point, the players didn't even care about their own scores anymore. Instead, they were more concerned with who that Slayer actually was. What kind of legend could they be? Damn, I only got 600 myriad coins and barely made it to level 4. I won't even be able to show my face outside. Ugh, he speed ran the boss, and we got settled along with him. This sucks. Stop whining. Even if that swordmaster hadn't speedrun it, you guys wouldn't have leveled up much. You might even died at the hands of the monsters. Exactly. This dungeon is full of dangers. You could get killed by wild monsters at any moment. With a pro speedrunning it, we actually got to ride his coattails. We didn't have to take any risks. We cleared it without lifting a finger. But he was way too fast, wasn't he? If we can't level up, we'll have to head to the dangerous zones outside the city to challenge wild beasts. Sigh. The world chat channel was a complete mess. At that moment, somewhere in the dungeon, a man wielding a long-handled purple crystal hammer and clad in a set of luxurious golden armor looked absolutely livid. It was Zhang. Behind him were several of the strongest new player experts, forming an absolutely elite squad. Everyone looked grim. These squad members were bodyguards assigned to him by the clan. This was a squad composed entirely of geniuses rated 8 stars or higher. Moreover, Zhang was decked out in nothing but gold tier gear. The clan had already given him this set of gear before entering the dungeon. So his head start was definitely faster than anyone else's. His strategy after entering the dungeon was also simple. Go straight for first place. He scoured the entire map for the boss, preparing to take it down and claim the top spot in one fell swoop. Finishing first in a beginner-esque dungeon earned a bloodline power reward, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So he barely farmed any monsters, focusing entirely on locating the world boss. However, before he could even catch a glimpse of the boss, someone else had already taken down the hidden boss. The dungeon settled immediately, and he was forced to settle and exit as well. It was safe to say his rhythm had been completely thrown off. Originally, he had absolute confidence that he could overtake that so-called sword maniac Li Changwang. Although he only had an 8-star talent, he had the backing of the Zhang family. But now, it was touch and go. His plan had gone completely down the drain. He was furious beyond belief. Damn it! How is this possible? Who was it? His voice was trembling. At the same time, there was something else on his mind that left him both frustrated and puzzled. He hadn't been able to get in touch with Rin since last night. What on earth had happened? Su didn't have a moment to spare to check the discussions on the world chat. Right now, the sound of the dungeon wrap-up kept ringing in his ears. Defeated hidden boss, red-armored Death Knight. All party members, plus 6,292 EXP each. Su leveled up twice in a row, reaching level 16. Jiang Yunqing was at level 13. Yan Zhe was at level 12, almost at level 13. Yao was even more impressive. She jumped from level 7 to level 10, leveling up 3 times in a row. If she hadn't gotten stuck on her first job advancement quest, she might have even leveled up one more time. Yan Zhe also completed his first job advancement quest, defeating one elite tier or higher monster, and leveled up by 2 levels in one go. The amount of experience points was simply staggering. Yao and Yan Zhe were both momentarily stunned. It worked. But how could there be this much experience? Yao was utterly astonished. Even a 4-person party taking down a boss Wun Ti normally yield this much experience. Just then, Jiang Yunqing ran out, her steps light, and gave a faint smile. My skill, Soul Boost, doubles the experience gained by everyone in the party. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhe was stunned. That skill was at least platinum tier. And here she was, already mastering it during the beginner dungeon phase. Having a corporate family backing her really makes all the difference. He attributed the credit to the Jiang Incorporation. But Yan Zhe had overlooked the most crucial point. Namely, all new players start at level 1 when entering a dungeon. At level 1, the strongest gear you can equip is limited to gold tier. There is no way she could have obtained a platinum tier skill scroll from her family before entering the dungeon. Under normal circumstances, only certain divine artifacts have no level restrictions. Yao was still in a daze. Her level had shot up so much. Sua's expression remained calm as she walked slowly forward to the boss S-Corps. She saw a large number of items had dropped here. Heaven Sent Stone Sword Skill Scroll Low-Grade Platinum Sword Skill. Heart-Rotting Necklace Low-Grade Platinum. Blood Lake Corpse Rot Soldier Summoning Spell High-Grade Gold Skill Scroll. Death Whisper Bone Bow Low-Grade Platinum. 40,000 Myriad Coins. Most of the rewards were platinum grade. As the team leader, Su had the authority to distribute the loot. Without hesitation, he immediately divided the myriad coins equally among the team members. After all, everyone had contributed 10,000 each. Myriad coins are a currency governed by the World's rules. They can be used not only on Blue Star but also in dungeons and the 10,000 World Store. It is the most widely circulated divine tier currency in the world. In the 10,000 World Store, you can buy absolutely anything you can imagine. Rare bloodlines, ancient divine beasts, primordial talents, extraordinary skills. The list is endless. It has everything. It's safe to say that myriad coins are the universal currency of this world. Distributed by the world's rules, they are precious and rare. Additionally, myriad coins can be exchanged at a 1:10 ratio for descent coins, which are used for internal human transactions on Blue Star. Descent coins can also be exchanged back into myriad coins at a 10:1 ratio. Afterward, Su used the item Ascension talent to ascend all his loot in one go. Ascension successful. Sword Tune Skill Scroll Mid-Grade Platinum Sword Technique. Soul Necklace Mid-Grade Platinum. Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning High-Grade Platinum Skill Scroll. Spirit Suppressing Decay Bow Mid-Grade Platinum. Almost all of them were upgraded to mid-grade platinum. The Blood Armor Undead Knight Summoning Spell item was even upgraded to high-grade platinum. Originally just gold grade, it had been elevated to platinum in one go, the biggest improvement among them all. It could easily fetch several million descent coins. Sua's expression grew serious as she scanned the information on these items. The Soul Necklace has incredibly powerful effects. It increases the maximum soul power storage capacity and improves absorption efficiency. So-called soul power is a type of class resource. It's equivalent to a mana bar. Take Yao and Jiang Yunqing as examples. One is a necromancer, and the other is a soul healer. Their skills all require soul power to unleash their full potential. Soul power can only be obtained on the battlefield by drawing it from corpses. Su immediately assigned this necklace to Jiang Yunqing. As a healer, she needs to continuously consume soul power, so this necklace would be most effective for her. Although Yao also uses soul power, she primarily relies on summoned creatures to fight. Once she summons monsters, her own soul power consumption is minimal. Although Su favored Yao, he also understood the importance of making the best use of resources. Now that the group had temporarily formed a squad, he had to take responsibility and couldn't act recklessly. Naturally, he couldn't be biased when it came to resource allocation either. Su then gave Yao the Blood Armor Undead Knight, summoning Platinum Great Skill Scroll. This skill can only be used by her class, so Su naturally gave it to her. Once learned, this skill allows you to summon a Blood Armor Undead Knight. That's right, an Undead Knight in blood armor, exactly like the hidden boss. Of course, a summoned creature's combat power can't possibly match that of the boss. Bosses are all very high level and have special stat bonuses. The ones summoned by players, of course, aren't nearly as powerful. After all, going good makes you 3 points weaker. But they shouldn't be underestimated either. Once summoned, this knight can absolutely crush the vast majority of monsters and players at the same level. Plowing through dungeons is no problem. As Yao grows stronger, her summons will become increasingly powerful. One day, they might even surpass a real boss. Once she reaches her 4th job advancement, the Blood Armor Knight she summons will be on par with a real boss in terms of combat power. If she increases her proficiency with this skill, it can continue to evolve. The next tier should be the Blood Crown King's Sword Guardian Knight, from the Blood Lake Undead Summoning Branch. This is a higher tier Sword Guardian Knight, based on one of the twin swords that guarded the king. Its combat power is incredibly ferocious, and its tier has reached diamond level. Most importantly, this skill scroll has no level restriction. The vast majority of skill scrolls require players to reach a certain level before they can be learned. Silver skills require level 10. Gold skills require level 20. Platinum skills require level 30 or higher. But after Su used the Item Ascension talent to ascend this scroll, its effects changed. The level restriction was completely removed. This means Yao can learn this skill right now. Of course, Item Ascension doesn't completely eliminate level restrictions, the results are random. Yao took the scroll and suddenly crumpled it in her hand. Her eyes widened in shock. She had actually learned the skill instantly. Even if you have a 10-star talent, the skills you master early on must start at the bronze level. Even someone as talented as Li Qingguang, the sword maniac of Woyang City, has a strongest sword technique that's only lower silver at best. For most people, mastering a skill is a gradual process. From bronze to silver to gold, gradually advancing through the ranks, that's the path most people follow. Yet Yao, at level 10 and not even having completed her first class change quest, had already mastered a platinum tier skill. If word of this got out, it would definitely leave people speechless. After all, not everyone is on Su's team. Only he possesses the Item Ascension talent. Su then handed the spirit-suppressing decay bow to Yanzei. Yanzei is a demon hunter ranger, so this bow suits him perfectly. Yanzei took the dark red longbow and held it up to examine it closely. Spirit Binding Decay Bow Mid-Grade Platinum. Level requirement, 20. Class requirement, Ranger class holder proficient with bows. Affix Corrosive Arrow. When drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, you can transform corpses into arrows, increasing their power and adding a 50% corrosion effect. Affix Spirit Binding. Consumes mental energy to grant random enchantments to all arrows fired from this bow. Yanzei's eyes flickered with excitement. His original bow had been nothing more than a silver tier weapon. But now, it had been upgraded straight to platinum. In the past, this was something he hadn't even dared to dream of. The only drawback was the level restriction. He couldn't equip it, yet he still needed to level up further. He put the bow away, accepted it without hesitation, and solemnly thanked Su. "Thank you, Su." His expression was serious and earnest. "Starting today, you're my comrade in arms." He knew full well that Su had done the vast majority of the work in this battle. He himself had basically just dealt a little damage from the back. Yet Su was willing to give him such a weapon. It could be said that Su had gone above and beyond. Having someone like this as a friend was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for Yanzei. Su nodded, saying nothing more. Then he looked at his loot. Sword Tomb Sword Technique Mid-Grade Platinum. Giant sword sinks the tomb, heaven falls to subdue evil. Sword intent pierces the heavens, summoning a massive stone sword to crash down, dealing massive damage. Su crushed it with his fingers. Skill learned. Proficiency, 0-200,000. Su raised his hand and clenched his fist. Boom! A shadow appeared in the sky, followed by a massive, jet-black stone sword plummeting down. This stone sword was larger than a person. It looked just like a gigantic tombstone, driven deep into the ground. The massive stone sword tombstone was incredibly heavy, shattering the ground beneath it. The jet-black sword tomb was harder and denser than steel. Numerous incantations were engraved upon it. Its sheer weight alone was enough to crush monsters to death. If the hidden boss were still alive, Su could definitely use this move to easily break through its armor right from the start. This was Su's first platinum tier active damage skill. He was in high spirits. Just then, he noticed everyone's bodies begin to float ethereally. The dungeon had concluded, and it was time to leave. Su, call me for the next dungeon, Yenze said, slinging his longbow over his back. We'll see each other again soon, Jiang Yunqing waved, laughing heartily as her figure faded away. Yao took a step forward, smoothed her hair, and looked at Su. The next moment, her figure vanished as well. Su himself entered a different dimension. Dungeon settling. Player, Su. Slayed 33 gray-backed wild wolves. Slayed 12 or eating dark-feathered chickens. Slayed 24 cave salamanders. Slayed 1 cave salamander king. Defeated 1 hidden boss. Slayed. A lengthy list unfolded before her. As the system frantically calculated, Su's score kept rising. Finally, it nearly hit the maximum limit. Clear the area without taking damage, Red Rock Caverns. Ultra speed clear. First clear of the dungeon. Perfect challenge. Final rating, S rank. Title earned, Rookie King. Effect, all attributes plus 15, all skill proficiency plus 10%. Ranking being calculated. Shortly after, a ranking list appeared before Su's eyes. Newbie Dungeon, number 144. Ranking being calculated. 10th place, Berserker Sun Xiaoyang, level 7. 9th place, Cultivator Li Qinlun, level 8. 8th place. This was the dungeon leaderboard. The top 10 players would all receive extra rewards, with the first place prize being particularly generous. Su's expression remained calm. He already knew the outcome. He would undoubtedly take first place, reaching level 16 in the beginner S dungeon. That was a feat virtually unmatched in history. At this very moment, it wasn't just Su, nor was it limited to the players inside the dungeon. Even on Blue Star outside the dungeon, countless people were eagerly awaiting the results, keeping a close eye on the leaderboard. At that moment, the school administrators at Xinjing No. 1 Middle School were all intently staring at the leaderboard. What's going on? This year's beginner dungeon number 144 ended so quickly it hasn't even been a day yet. Why has the settlement started already? Could there be a problem? Several school administrators stared at the leaderboard, their eyes wide with astonishment. Normally, dungeons take several days, or even a week, to complete. Yet this beginner-S dungeon had been open for less than 24 hours. It was an incredibly swift clear. Before the school administrators stood not only the leaderboard. Surrounding them were several rows of virtual screens displaying the leaders of all the high schools in the neighboring cities. There were dozens of them. Every year, the beginner-S dungeon effectively serves as a major competition. Faculty members from universities in the surrounding cities gather together to observe and discuss. On one screen, from a university in Woyang City, a cold chuckle rang out. Teachers from Xinjing No. 1 High School, there is no need to be so surprised. The fact that this year's dungeon was settled so quickly is entirely thanks to Li Chengwang, the genius from our Woyang No. 3 High School. With a 10-star talent and the Blade Maniac class, he is practically unbeatable this year. I suggest you in Xianjing City cherish your remaining resources this year. Because next year, I'm afraid your spots in the Sky Tower Association won't be secure. The man said with a sigh. It was none other than Xie Shulong, the principal of Woyang No. 3 High School. Once a city's eligibility for the Sky Tower Conference is revoked, it means that city will no longer receive government grants from Dragon Country and will have no resources whatsoever. It will also become difficult for talented students to emerge, creating a vicious cycle. Once a city falls, there is almost no chance of rising again. Hearing the sarcasm from Xie Shulong, the principal of Woyang No. 3 High School, the teachers at Xianjing No. 1 High School all looked furious. But they had no way to refute it. They had to admit that Li Changwang was indeed formidable. It was practically a foregone conclusion that he would take first place this year. Not only in Xianjing City, but across the 5 surrounding cities, there wasn't a single prodigy who could stand up to him. A 10-star talent was one thing, but what was truly terrifying was that his profession was Blade Maniac. This was one of the most powerful hidden classes in the early game. Its combat power is incredibly ferocious. Wang Tingshan, however, remained composed. He wasn't the least bit angered by Principal Xie Shulong's taunts. He remained completely unflappable. No matter what, he couldn't let himself be outdone in presence. His gaze was calm as he spoke loudly through the screen. Principal Xie, the matter hasn't been settled yet. You really don't need to make such bold claims. The fact that this year's dungeon rankings were settled so quickly isn't necessarily all thanks to that sword maniac from your school. There are simply too many geniuses this year. Take neighboring Nannian City alone, there's a 9-star healer. At No. 3 High School in Songyu City, there's an 8-star enchanter, as well as many other highly talented students. Our school also has a 9-star demon hunting ranger, Yanzei, an 8-star magic hammer warrior, Zhang. At this point, Wang Tingshan paused. And a 10-star sword controller, Su. Su had never appeared on the leaderboard. So he assumed that Su had either perished in the dungeon or was hiding inside, too afraid to fight the monsters. Either way, it meant that Su, as a student, had virtually no future. But he had to say it anyway. Because Su possessed a 10-star talent, the only student with a talent on par with Li Changwang's. He would use Su to boost the school's prestige. They could lose in the rankings, but they couldn't lose face. In previous years, any one of these students, picked at random, would have been the undisputed number 1. But this year, for some reason, there's been an explosion of top-tier talent. The competition is too fierce, and their abilities are stronger than in previous years. It's perfectly normal for them to clear the levels faster. To so eagerly claim all the credit for your Woyang No. 3 high school students is a bit tacky. Wang Tingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, his words sharp and cutting. It must be said that, as principal, his assessment of the situation was remarkably prescient. His remarks immediately prompted nods of agreement from teachers and principals representing other cities and schools on the screen. Principal Wang is right. I agree. Several principals immediately rallied behind Wang Tingshan. Upon hearing this, Xie Shulong let out a cold laugh. No matter what you say, Principal Wang, first place belongs to our Woyang No. 3 High School. Not only do we have Li Changwang, but our school also boasts 2 9-star talents and several 8-star talents. His words were brimming with confidence and pride. Woyang City was, after all, a first-tier city with more resources than Xianjing, so naturally, they had produced more prodigies this year. Principals, please stop arguing. Having such high-caliber talents and promising young students is a blessing for our human race. There's no need to argue this to the bitter end. An elderly professor from another city interjected. Let us continue looking at the rankings. Wang Tingshan nodded and turned his gaze to the rankings. On the surface, he refused to back down, his words sharp and confrontational. But in reality, he still harbored some concern. This year, a student absolutely had to make it into the top 3, only then would Xianjing City have a future. We absolutely must have someone in the top 3. He had already begun praying silently in his heart. The teachers from Xianjing City also had looks of tension in their eyes. 7th place, Necromancer Yao, level 10. This name appeared on the leaderboard. Upon seeing it, the teachers from Xianjing No. 1 High School all looked startled for a moment, followed by delight. A pleasant surprise and unexpected one at that. This female student is a necromancer. Her talent is only 7-star, so she wasn't particularly outstanding this year, but she still managed to rank 7th. That's great. She has really done us proud at first high. This girl must have worked incredibly hard slaying monsters to reach level 10. Everyone had already begun imagining just how hard Yao must have worked. However, they had no idea that it was Su who had slain the hidden boss, allowing her to leap directly from level 7 to level 10. A teacher from the finance office adjusted his glasses and announced boldly, "This year's South 3rd place scholarship 1 spot goes to her." Several professors were also completely engrossed, their eyes fixed on the screen. The principal of Woyang No. 3 High School, standing nearby, watched the scene and sneered inwardly. Sigh, just a 7th place finish, and they're this excited. Xianjing No. 1 High School has really fallen on hard times. Xia Shulong shook his head slowly, speaking with a mocking tone. His scathing remarks stirred up a lot of resentment. Several principals glared at him with icy stares, their fists clenched tightly. People desperately wanted to say something in response, but they couldn't. Ever since Woyang City produced Li Changwang this year, Xia Shulong had been endlessly arrogant, suppressing other schools. His nose was practically in the air. This had already sparked a great deal of discontent. Principals from several schools had long harbored grievances against him. But what could they do? No student could defeat Li Changwang. In the world of adults, one's words carry weight only when backed by strength. Since none of their students could defeat Li Changwang, everyone could only stand by and watch him run rampant. 6th place, Sand Controller Wei Sha, level 11. 5th place, Demon Hunting Ranger Yanzei, level 12. Upon seeing this ranking, the teachers in the faculty office at Xianjing No. 1 High School all beamed with joy. Excellent, excellent. 2 students from our school made it into the top 10. This is wonderful. Yanzei is 5th. This is fantastic. The teachers were overjoyed. Wang Tingshan, however, looked grim as he watched this scene unfold. This meant their qualification for next year as Sky Tower was gone. Yanzei was practically his only hope. This student possessed a full 9-star talent and was, on top of that, a hidden class Demon Hunter Ranger. From his class to his talent, he was top tier in every respect. Yet, unexpectedly, he hadn't made it into the top 3. It's over. Everything is over. Wang Tingshan's expression grew grim. At that moment, Xia Shulong seized the opportunity and began to taunt him. Hey, Principal Wang, it seems the situation isn't looking too good. He looked at Wang Tingshan through the screen and teased. His words were brimming with provocation. We can already write it off as a done deal. Your first high school. No, your entire Xianjing City has no future. Next year, Xianjing City's Sky Tower qualification and government funding will all go to Woyang City. That means we'll effectively have double the resources. He beamed with delight. The more resources he had, the stronger the students he could cultivate. And that would allow him to maintain his status indefinitely. As the saying goes, when it's too dry, people die of thirst. When it's too wet, they drown. That was exactly the point. Upon hearing his words, Wang Tingshan turned ashen with rage. But he couldn't vent his anger. The principals of other universities across the city were also extremely displeased and could no longer stand by and watch. Yet no one could speak up for him. There was nothing they could do with students of such limited talent under their care. The principals lacked the confidence to speak out. The list continued to flash. 4th place, Magic Hammer Warrior Zhang, level 12. At that moment, the new players on the dungeon settlement page were all stunned. Zhang? Could it be the young master from the Zhang family, one of the 3 great families of Dragon Country? You're not wrong, it's definitely him. That makes sense, he does have an 8-star talent, after all. For a moment, the room was filled with gasps of astonishment. In the conference room, Wang Tingshan's face turned icy the moment he saw that name. This dealt Wang Tingshan the final, crushing blow. Zhang. The legitimate son of the Zhang family, young Master Zhang. Even as the principal, Wang Tingshan had to smile and address him respectfully as young Master Zhang whenever he met him. This showed just how formidable his family's power was. With the Zhang family's financial resources, they could easily provide him with top-tier gear. After all, the Zhang family had such abundant resources. It was even possible that Zhang had been equipped with a full set of gold-tier gear from the moment he entered the dungeon. Gold-tier gear is the strongest equipment a newcomer can wear within the level restrictions. With that, he'd be unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Given the Zhang family's deep-rooted influence, it was only natural that Zhang's ranking would surpass that of Yanzai. Yet, Zhang had only managed 4th place. This was undoubtedly the final straw that crushed the principal's hopes. Zhang Henti even made it into the top 3. Sigh. The names of the most talented students at Xianjing No. 1 High School had all appeared. Wang Tingshan's heart was bleeding, he was utterly despairing. As for Su, his name had never appeared on the leaderboard. He had given up all hope for this student. Xia Shulon, standing nearby, was already laughing uncontrollably. Then, the leaderboard list flickered. 3rd place, Soul Healer Zhang Yunqing, level 13. Ha, 3rd place goes to Zhang Yunqing, the genius from Woyang No. 3 High School. This young lady is the second daughter of the Jiang and conglomerate. Her talent speaks for itself. This only gave Xie Shulong even more reason to gloat. Sigh, it looks like Woyang City is going to sweep the top 3 spots this year, he said, a smile lighting up his face. Wang Tingshan gritted his teeth, his fists were trembling. Then, 2nd place was announced. Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they saw the name. 2nd place, Li Changwon, level 14. The moment this entry appeared, a considerable commotion erupted on the world chat. Li Changwon? That sword maniac prodigy from Woyang City? What is going on? Why is he only in 2nd place? No way. A hidden sword maniac class plus a 10-star talent, how could he only be 2nd? I remember seeing him in 1st place just a moment ago. How did he drop so fast? Damn it, don't just look at the rankings. He may only be 2nd, but he is already level 13. That's absolutely terrifying. He has even finished his 1st class change quest. That's insane. I'm only level 5, for crying out loud. That's the difference a talent makes. But if he is already level 14 and still only 2nd, what kind of monster is in 1st place? The buzz of discussion filled the air. Inside the conference room, all the principals and teachers froze for a moment. Especially Xia Shulong. His expression was one of utter shock. How could he be 2nd? He had placed high hopes on Li Changwon, who had even received resources from multiple sources and entered the dungeon equipped with a gold-tier weapon. How could he have only come in 2nd? No matter how he thought about it, he just couldn't wrap his head around it. Seeing that Li Changwon had come in 2nd, teachers and principals from many other high schools also began to discuss the matter. Whoa, could there be a hidden master this year? No way is there a student whose talent surpasses even Li Changwon's? Several principals found it hard to believe. Xia Shulong's face darkened. At that moment, some people even began to taunt him. TSK, Principal Xia, it looks like this year, your Woyang No. 3 High School 1T be sweeping the top 3 spots after all. The principal of Nannian City Warrior Vocational College sneered. His words stung Xia Shulong's heart like needles. His face turned ashen, and he stared at the list with a look of defiance. He was determined to see who exactly was in 1st place. Who could possibly outshine his sword maniac Li Changwon, his proudest student? Then, the next ranking appeared. 1st place, Sword Controller. Su, level 16. Sword Controller Su ranked 1st. The moment they saw that name, shock exploded like thunder in everyone's minds. The entire venue fell deathly silent. Only on the world chat were the players in this dungeon frantically discussing it. Holy shit! How is that possible? Sword controller, the weakest class in the early game, a class only slightly stronger than life class. Sue. Hey, Sue. Oh, wait, Sue. He actually took first place. Is he cheating? Restart. This guy isn't some high-ranking official or noble with a clan to buy him god-tier gear. His class isn't even that strong. How the hell did he come in first? Don't you guys know? He is a sword controller with a 10-star talent just like Blade Maniac Li Changwang. Are you kidding me? Can a 10-star sword controller even be compared to a 10-star Blade Maniac? The Blade Man slaughtered sword controllers left and right, yet he came in second while the sword controller took first. If we told anyone, they'd never believe it. But the supreme rules of the dungeon world don't lie. This is the truth. It's just too hard to believe. In the conference room, all the principals, teachers, and professors stood there in stunned silence for a long time. Everyone's expressions betrayed utter shock. Xia Shulong, in particular, looked like a completely different person, his eyes filled with disbelief. All traces of his earlier arrogance had vanished. Wang Tingshan stared intently at the leaderboard screen in front of him. The shock in his eyes was even greater than Xia Shulong's. He knew Su's situation better than anyone. Although he possessed a 10-star talent, his class was too weak, so no major faction was willing to equip him or invest in him. Only he, the principal, had given him a piece of silver quality gear. Under these circumstances, Su had actually managed to take first place. What kind of luck and strength would that require? Wang Tingshan watched the scene, unable to snap out of it for a long time. It was only after a long while that he finally snapped out of his shock. He declenched his fists so hard they were bleeding, his heart racing with excitement. Yes. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily. While looking at the rankings, his emotions had been on a roller coaster. He originally thought that since no student from Xianjing No. 1 High School had made it into the top 3 this year, the school had no future. But he never expected. In the end, it was Su who gave him the biggest surprise of all. Not only did he make it into the top 3, but he took first place. He accomplished what neither Yanzhe nor Zhang had managed to do. Xianjing No. 1 High School has a 50-year history. Yet not a single student had ever ranked first in the beginner dungeon. The beginner dungeon is like the college entrance exam. The competition is extremely fierce. And since Xianjing City is a small city to begin with only average educational resources, it's naturally difficult for geniuses to emerge. But Su, he did it. He successfully secured a future for Xianjing No. 1 High School and for the entire city of Xianjing. Not only will the school retain its spots in next year's Sky Tower Conference, but it will actually get even more. Next year, as many as 12 tower tokens may be distributed to the incoming class. And all of this was secured by Su as a senior for his younger classmates. It's safe to say he is the undisputed hero of Xianjing No. 1 High School and indeed, of all the students, principals, and leaders in Xianjing City. In the conference room, all the teachers were cheering and celebrating. In contrast, Principal Xie Shulong of Woyang City. At that moment, he looked as if he de-aged several years, his face pale. He simply couldn't believe it. No, it can't be. He muttered. A student from Xianjing No. 1 High School had actually taken first place. Since Li Changwang failed to secure first place, next year, a portion of the educational resources from all universities in Woyang City would be transferred to Xianjing City. Every year, the total number of qualifying spots for the Sky Tower Conference remains fixed. It neither disappears nor increases. The city with the strongest students will receive more qualifying spots the following year. Woyang City's results this year weren't bad either. It would certainly still have spots for the Sky Tower Conference next year and wouldn't be completely left in the dust. However, a large portion of the educational resources that rightfully belonged to Woyang City would be transferred to Xianjing City. When that happened, he would undoubtedly be held accountable by the mayor and many high-ranking officials in the various bureaus. It could be said that Xianjing City had won a resounding victory. At that moment, his heart felt as if it were shattering. At that moment, Wang Tingshan smiled faintly. He looked at Xie Shulong with a calm, nonchalant expression. Principal Xie, how did your genius blade maniac end up being surpassed by my student? Wang Tingshan strolled leisurely over, brewed a pot of tea, and said with a smile. The sarcasm was off the charts. Several teachers chimed in as well. Principal Xie, it seems Woodang City isn't doing so well after all, is it? I wonder if you could repeat that arrogant attitude you had just now? The principals from the other cities were all beaming with delight. Principal Xie, why don't you have that sword maniac student give a speech as the runner-up? We'd all be delighted to attend. Tisk, TSK, Principal Xie, where's that arrogant attitude you had just now? We're actually a bit unaccustomed to you being so quiet all of a sudden. Everyone said with a laugh. At that moment, Xie Shulong wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. As the saying goes, in the adult world, facts speak for themselves. His student hadn't managed to take first place, they'd been overtaken by Xianjing City. So whatever he said would just be a flimsy excuse. Now that his reputation was in tatters, all he could do was remain silent. Gritting his teeth, he shut down the screen. He vanished right there on the spot. He simply took off. What a letdown, he slunk away in disgrace. Woodang City hasn't suffered any major loss, after all. It's a historic metropolis with a long tradition of producing outstanding talent. Even if they only came in second this year, their educational resources won't be significantly reduced next year. It's just that a portion of those resources will be redirected to Xianjing City that's a normal flow of funds. The teachers chatted casually. He just found it too humiliating. The more arrogant he was just now, the more embarrassing it is for him now. All the oppressive tension had vanished. It was all thanks to Wang Tingshan, who had avenged the principals of every city and every university. This year, Woodang City had been so overbearing that it had left all the other universities gasping for breath. Fortunately, at this moment, a student from Xianjing No. 1 High School took first place, dampening their arrogance a bit. Principal Wang, what's the story behind that sword controller student of yours? Yeah, he's pretty strong. We've never heard you mention him before. Wang Tingshan merely offered a meaningful smile. Ha, there's no need for you principals to press me, I won't say a word. Actually, this student has surprised even me. He said. His explanation clearly failed to convince the crowd. The smiles on everyone's faces froze slightly. They believed Wang Tingshan had anticipated this all along. He deliberately kept this ace up his sleeve. Tisk, TSK, Principal Wang, you've actually been hiding a genius student. You rarely mention this student. I'll trade you 4 students with 7-star talent in exchange for transferring Suez enrollment to my school. The group of principals said. Wang Tingshan merely smiled faintly, blew on his teacup, took a sip, and remained silent. He kept his achievements and fame to himself. The conference room was bustling with activity. At that moment, Su, on the dungeon settlement page, looked at the panel in front of him. Ranked first. Rewards. 1 chance to purchase low-level items at a discount from the 10,000 Races store. 1 custom title card. 30,000 myriad coins. Random bloodline blessing 1. In the next instant, a dazzling light surged into Su's body. His gaze shifted constantly. Bloodline. This was a powerful and rare force. He hadn't expected the reward to be a random bloodline power. He wondered what grade it would be. In his mind, characters kept flickering. Newborn Vampire E rank bloodline. Wound Cell Regeneration A. Orphan of the Dragon Clan S. Earth Spirit Root Cultivator E. Zombie Body F. Human Holy Body S. It was simply too much to take in at once. Finally, the bloodline settled on a dark blue character, and the random selection was complete. Blood of the Lobster People C. A bloodline from an evolutionary branch of humanity that existed eons ago. It has long since become extinct on Blue Star. Your bloodline contains gene expression from the immortal creature known as the lobster, allowing you to molt once every 10 years to restore a youthful physique, though your maximum lifespan remains the same as that of ordinary humans. Upon seeing this, Su's gaze immediately sharpened. This bloodline is really a bit hard to accept. 1. Su chose a simple name. God of Slaughter. In his past life, he was the God of Slaughter. In this life, God of Slaughter would be his title. Equipping this title does not affect the effects of Su's other titles. From now on, this title will represent all of Su's actions in dungeons. This way, he can conceal his activities, even the dungeon summary 1T display his real name. By not drawing attention to himself, he can protect himself. Su prefers to keep a low profile. He looked at his profile. Su. Equipped title, God of Slaughter. Active titles, First Blood, Rookie of the Year. Level, 1624,558,000 EXP. Class, Sword God. Mythic Tier, 1 of a kind. Strength, 50. Constitution, 60. Agility, 130. Spirit, 90. Luck, 50. Bloodline, Undying Body A. Talents, Item Ascension, Origin Sword Body, Auto Cultivation. Skills, Slaughter Strike, Absolute Hide, Divine Concealment, Eye of Insight. Thunderbolt Sword Art, Flash of the Sword, Swordmaster, Tempest Sword, Sword Control, Sword Tomb. Su had already allocated all his attribute points. Add to that the attribute bonuses from the First Blood title and the Rookie King title. His stats are now truly formidable. He has virtually no weaknesses in any area. The number of skills he possesses also far exceeds that of other class changers at his level. His agility stat has reached a full 120 points. The higher the agility, the faster the speed. And the more powerful the sword-based skills that rely on speed become. Therefore, Su is now virtually unbeatable among players of his level. The dungeon run was completely finished. Su left this empty, otherworldly space. He appeared in his own bedroom. Phew, finally finished the dungeon. I'm really a bit tired. Su sighed and stretched. Suddenly, 2 voices echoed in his mind. Skill, Flash of the Sword, Thunderbolt Sword Technique Proficiency maxed out. Skill upgrade. Blade Draw Instant / High Grade Silver. Sheath the sword, then execute a furious charge / with extreme penetrating power. Thunderbolt Sword Art had also been upgraded to High Grade Silver. Thunder Coil Sword Art High Grade Silver. Allows you to wrap thunder around your blade. You can channel it even when the sword isn't in your hand. Su felt that the upgrade to the instant / skill was just a minor boost. But the coiling thunder sword art, that was a true qualitative leap. He could now channel thunder from a distance and wrap it around his blade. This meant that when using sword manipulation, Su could inflict thunder damage on his sword from afar. That's pretty intense. Su rejoiced inwardly. His current strength was already terrifying. It wouldn't be long before his second-class advancement. With the auto-cultivation talent, he could gain proficiency even while lying down, ensuring his skills would keep leveling up non-stop. He opened his personal storage and looked at the vast amount of loot inside. It was all dropped from dungeons. Iron Cutting Claws, Wolf King's Heart. These 2 were crafting materials dropped by the silver-backed Wolf King, which could be used to forge or enhance weapons or other equipment. Mutant Cave Salamander Meat X18. This meat tastes excellent and can fetch a high price. There were also a large number of other materials. For example, mutant black-shelled turtle shells, carnivorous ape claws, monster eyeballs. There were also many bronze tier pieces of equipment that Su had no use for. Items like the wolfbone bow, wolfbone shield, and light-emitting necklace. Su planned to discard all of them. There were simply too many. All of it can be listed on the auction house. Su took stock of his supplies and then listed everything on the auction house. Su did a rough calculation. Once he sold all these items, he should be able to earn around 150,000 descent coins. It's safe to say he won't be short on money for the foreseeable future. In Dragon Country, 500,000 descent coins is enough to buy a house in a decent neighborhood. Needless to say, 150,000 descent coins had tremendous purchasing power. For an ordinary laborer, that much money would be enough to buy their freedom, free them from exploitation, and ensure a comfortable life for decades. For an ordinary class changer, that amount would be enough to purchase several sets of powerful gear. Su glanced at his profile. By defeating the boss, he had been awarded 10,000 myriad coins. Then, by securing the top spot on the leaderboard, he received another 30,000 myriad coins. Now, he had a total of 40,000. This was an extremely valuable universal currency that could be used to purchase anything he desired in the multiverse store. Su opened the multiverse store. His gaze swept across its contents. The dazzling array of items left him overwhelmed. Equipment, weapons, divine beasts, elixirs, bloodlines. These were the main categories. Below them were even more detailed subcategories. Take weapons, for example. The sublist included daggers, swords, axes, throwing darts, wands, and more. Every type of weapon a class holder could use was available. The selection ranged from the lowest tier white quality common weapons to legendary tier weapons. Of course, there were also hot weapons guns. After the Day of Descent, the world as physical laws changed. Many of humanity's former firearms became ineffective. For example, missiles, guns, nuclear weapons, and other such technologies are completely unusable and have long since been abandoned. Today's firearms are mostly post-modern technological weapons powered by some form of thermal energy crystal. The base materials for their barrels and bullets are generally derived from the corpses and bones of various monsters. Bullets for firearms are extremely expensive, so they're generally unaffordable for the average person. Crafting a firearm also requires a blacksmith who has unlocked the gun-making skill. The vast majority of class changers use cold weapons. Right now, I have a full set of platinum-grade gear. At my current level, it's more than enough. It's perfectly sufficient. Even if I bought diamond-grade gear, I might not be able to equip it. Su stroked his chin and spoke slowly. Su wasn't too short on weapons or gear at the moment, so he didn't continue browsing the weapon list. Instead, he turned his attention to other items. There were simply too many items in the shop. Su gave them a quick scan. In the Divine Beasts section, he spotted some monsters that piqued his interest. Live mutant venomous python egg F rank, takes 90 days to hatch into a mutant venomous python hatchling. Mutant venomous pythons are a relatively common type of magical beast. They don't just appear in dungeons. These mutant pythons can be found lurking in the forests outside human cities. Although they are low level and not considered high-tier monsters. However, they are highly lethal. The venom in their fangs can easily be fatal. Most importantly, these snakes possess a powerful ability to evolve. If fed the carcasses of powerful monsters, they can continuously molt and evolve. It would be excellent to raise one as a pet. However, this snake egg is only the lowest tier F rank, yet its price is as high as 500 myriad coins. Su didn't think it was really worth it. Moreover, the incubation period was far too long. It would take 90 days for the hatchling to emerge. The hatchling would then need another year or two to grow, and only upon reaching adulthood would it truly possess combat effectiveness. Su clearly didn't have that much time to spare right now. After considering it for a moment, he decided against purchasing the snake egg. However, there were still some other magical beasts to choose from. Juvenile Flame Slime D, a blob of burning red slime that can cast low-level fire spells to burn enemies. When you're hungry in a dungeon, you can also dig it up and eat it like jelly. It regenerates automatically and can serve as your portable rations. Price, 10,000 myriad coins. Adult Mountain Devouring Python a super mutated giant python over 20 meters long that can easily strangle most ordinary monsters below the 5th reincarnation level. It's the perfect choice for protection in dungeons. But it's best not to keep it in the city. Price, 6 million myriad coins. Ancient Ink Blackbird Egg S, the celestial destined blackbird, whose descent gave rise to the Shang dynasty. A top-tier ancient beast. Price, 80 million myriad coins. Su's scalp prickled. That's expensive, way too damn expensive. Even after finishing first in the beginner dungeon, he only earned 40,000 myriad coins, enough to buy only F, E, or D rank beasts. He thought about it for a moment, then decided against it. Next, he turned his attention to bloodlines and skills. These two things were what could truly enhance his own abilities. He wouldn't hesitate to spend as much money as it took on them. Su looked around for a while, then immediately purchased a sword technique. Mind Blade High-Grade Silver. Consumes mental energy to conjure an illusory blade, propelled by willpower, which hovers in midair to strike enemies. With this skill, combined with sword control, Su could effectively wield two swords simultaneously to slay enemies from midair. Of course, the sword control skill itself also allowed him to control multiple weapons simultaneously to attack from midair. However, that consumed far too much mental energy and simply wasn't sustainable. With this new skill, Su's long-range combat capabilities would see a massive boost. Most importantly, with this skill, I won't leave any murder weapons behind when I kill someone, Su said solemnly. After Mind Blade kills an enemy, it vanishes into thin air. This leaves no trace whatsoever. Killing people in dungeons certainly doesn't require such measures. But on Blue Star, having this skill makes things much more convenient. Afterward, Su exchanged for a C-rank bloodline at the Supernatural Bloodline Shop. Regan Factor C. Due to a special genetic inheritance, the number of times your cells can divide exceeds the Hayflick limit. Effect: your self-healing speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. After taking damage, you can rapidly heal yourself at the cost of mental energy. This bloodline grants Su impressive self-healing abilities. Unfortunately, this bloodline wasn't considered loot, so it couldn't be refined, but Su was content with it. Su possessed a wide array of powerful attack skills. His evasion techniques included the instant invincibility granted by divine concealment. He was strong in every aspect except for self-healing. This was his only weakness. Relying solely on the small amount of health restored by the Xian Steel Blood Swallowing Sword when killing enemies was simply too weak. So he decided to exchange for a bloodline to address his healing deficiency. There are many bloodlines that enhance the body's healing ability, but they're either too expensive or come with negative traits. For example, vampire-type bloodlines allow for healing after drinking blood, with extremely fast self-healing speeds. However, becoming a vampire means a thirst for blood will haunt Su for the rest of his life. He would also be unable to go out in sunlight. The negative effects were, to put it mildly, off the charts. Werewolves also possess strong self-healing abilities, but at the cost of losing their sanity on full moon nights. So, after much deliberation, Su decided to exchange for the most practical option, the Regan Factor. By consuming mental energy, he could quickly restore health without any side effects. This would save him a lot of healing potions. His myriad coins were completely depleted. He spent every last one. A standard C-rank bloodline normally costs at least 100,000 myriad coins. But since Su had finished first in the dungeon, he was granted a one-time discount on a low-tier bloodline, allowing him to purchase a C-rank bloodline for less than 40,000. Suddenly, a message notification appeared on Su's personal panel. It was from the principal, Wang Tingshan. Su, this is the principal. Please come to my office. I have something to discuss. Upon seeing the message, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Su's mouth. It must be regarding the Sky Tower Society. This was a long-standing tradition. The Sky Tower Society was an organization with an extremely long history. It was established by the Dragon Country government. Once you joined, you were essentially a full-fledged, officially recognized class changer. You could accept dungeon and hunting quests that ordinary people had no chance of obtaining, earning substantial rewards. Of course, the difficulty of these missions is usually extremely high. I took first place on the dungeon leaderboard. I'm sure the school has benefited from that as well. Su smiled nonchalantly. With his wealth of social experience, he naturally understood how the entire network of interests operated. Not only would he gain membership in the Sky Tower Society, but next year, all the underclassmen in Xianjing City would receive greater support in educational resources. principal I told you long ago invest in me, and you won't be disappointed. He murmured. Then Sue walked out of the dormitory and headed for the principal's office. At that very moment, in another city. Woyang City. Inside a luxurious high-rise. A young woman, radiating a white glow, returned from the dungeon. She arrived home and, looking at her familiar surroundings, felt as if she'd been given a new lease on life. She let out a deep sigh. Phew, I made it out alive. The beginner's dungeon was full of dangers. Even as the second young miss of the Jiangnan conglomerate, she had nearly died at the hands of goblins. And it would have been a gruesome death, following endless humiliation and torture. So even now, thinking back on it, she still felt a chill run down her spine. Thank goodness I ran into Sue, otherwise, I really would have been doomed. Just then, several people pushed open the door and walked in. It was her parents and older sister. Yunqing. Zhang Lan's face lit up with joy as she hurried over. You made it. I was so worried sick. She rushed forward and gave her younger sister a big hug. Zhang Lan was also a class changer and had participated in the battles of the beginner dungeon. She knew just how brutal those fights could be. The slightest misstep could mean dying without a proper burial. That's why she'd been so worried about her younger sister. Thankfully, Zhang Yunqing had survived. Zhang Yunqing nodded. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Then she looked at her parents with eager anticipation. Her mother, however, was very gentle and gave a slight nod. Yunqing, your dad and I have heard the news you even came in third place. I'll give you some pocket money in a bit. Zhang Yunqing's mother flashed a kind smile as she said this. Although she was already in her 40s, she still retained her charm. Zhang Yunqing nodded. But her eyes remained fixed on her father. She had always longed for her father's approval. Her father was Jiang Yongli, a director of the Jiangnan Group. He had always ruled the business world with an iron fist, crushing countless rival companies, a true tough guy. Zhang Yunqing had never felt a father's love from him, there had only ever been strictness. Yunqing, you've finally grown up. But today, for the first time ever, Jiang Yangli flashed a gentle smile. With a touch of gray at his temples, he slowly stepped forward. Zhang Yunqing stared in astonishment. She had never seen her father smile before. A support-type healer class holder reaching level 13 in the beginner's dungeon, that's unprecedented. It's truly brought great fame to our Jiang family. That's wonderful. You truly live up to being my daughter, Zhang Yongli. He seemed overjoyed. He stepped forward and patted his daughter on the shoulder. Seeing this, Zhang Yunqing felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders, and her eyes welled up with tears. Ever since she was a child, her father had raised her with strict discipline, and she was rarely praised. In fact, she could tell that after Awakening Day, when her father discovered she was a healer, he had been deeply disappointed. Zhang Yunqing had always been under immense pressure. She had constantly feared failing to deliver results. As the daughter of the Jiang conglomerate, she carried a heavy burden. She represented her family's reputation, so she had to push forward relentlessly. Now, she had finally achieved something. Her father was proud of her accomplishments. She, too, felt that she had finally made it through the tough times. Father, actually, reaching level 13 wasn't entirely my own doing, Zhang Yunqing said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongli simply nodded. His smile faded slightly, but the paternal love in his eyes remained undiminished. My daughter, you don't need to tell me this, I already know. As a support-type healer class holder, you obviously can't kill monsters on your own, you have to team up. Whoever managed to bring you to such a high level must be no ordinary person. Go ahead, tell me who guided you. I'll personally find that person and present them with a gift. Zhang Yongli said with a smile, his affection clearly visible in his eyes. In truth, he loved his second daughter, Zhang Yunqing, very much as well. However, he didn't let it show on the surface. Because he knew that in this world, children needed pressure to stay motivated. If he were too indulgent, his second daughter, Zhang Yunqing, would become spoiled and accomplish nothing. That's why, from childhood onward, he had always put ample pressure on her. Now that she had finally achieved something, he no longer needed to pressure her. From now on, the sky is the limit. Let Jiang Yunqing forge her own path. As her father, all he needed to do was stand behind her and give her his full support. Jiang Yunqing nodded and immediately said, "Dad, that person is a sword controller named Su." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yangli furrowed his brow slightly. The one ranked number 1? Su, the one who defeated Li Changwan, the strongest 10-star blade maniac student in our Woyang city? A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He never would have imagined that his daughter was actually teamed up with him. He had originally assumed she'd be teamed up with Li Changwan, or some other highly talented student from their city. This was truly unexpected. Not only him, but even his wife and his eldest daughter, Jiang Lan, were taken aback upon hearing this. "Yunqing, are you saying that insolent Su was the one who led you through the dungeon?" Jiang Lan took a step forward, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Wasn't he the arrogant one who turned down my trade offer?" she asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Sister, it's a long story. But Su is a good person," she said firmly. Hearing this, Jiang Lan furrowed her brow slightly, but said nothing. She had a very poor impression of Su. But since her younger sister spoke so highly of him, she wouldn't say anything more. She didn't really have much against Su to begin with. After all, he was young, and it was normal for young people to be a bit arrogant. Jiang Yangli looked at his daughter, a serious expression in his eyes. A sword controller who managed to outpace a 10-star blade maniac in leveling up within the dungeon. This Su really has piqued my curiosity. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke. "Daughter, when you have a moment, you'll have to tell me in detail what happened in the dungeon," he said earnestly to Jiang Yunqing. He had a vague feeling that Su was an extremely promising investment prospect. As a director of the Jiang'an conglomerate, he had spent his entire life battling in the business world. He held investments and shares in numerous companies. He understood better than anyone just how valuable a powerful, yet to be discovered class changer could be. It was practically like an untapped gold mine. If he could make his move early and win Su's favor, the Jiang'an conglomerate would gain a powerful ally in the future. That way, after he passed away, his 2 daughters would have protection in this world. Jiang Yunqing nodded. "By the way, I'll have someone send that young man Su a generous gift later. After all, he guided my daughter through the dungeon. The gift can't be too meager, otherwise, it would make my daughter seem less valuable." Jiang Yangli waved his hand grandly and said with a laugh. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing timidly asked, "Dad, what are you planning to give him?" Jiang Yangli was brimming with confidence and smiled nonchalantly. With a touch of gray at his temples, he looked utterly assured. A top-grade gold weapon, worth at least several 100,000 decent coins. For a kid from a poor family like him, that is definitely a heavyweight gift. He had already looked into Su's background and details in advance. After all, the Jiang'an conglomerate had many capable people under its wing and access to extensive information channels. Deciding what gift to give based on the recipient's social status was his consistent approach. Achieve the best results at the lowest cost. A gold-grade weapon was indeed an excellent gift for an ordinary class changer. After all, for most people, a highest-tier loot in beginner dungeons was generally gold-grade. Only a prodigy like Su, with item ascension, could obtain large quantities of platinum-grade rewards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing was silently speechless. She pouted, feeling extremely annoyed. At that moment, she thought to herself, "Dad, do you even know what kind of gear Su is wearing in the dungeon? A whole set of platinum gear, you know. It's worth 10 times more than your gold gift. If you give him something like that, Su might not even give it a second glance." Most importantly, Su had given her a top-grade platinum skill scroll. That single skill scroll alone was worth several million decent coins. She suddenly felt that her father was really underestimating him. So she slowly shook her head and said with a look of disappointment, "Dad, Su, he saved my life." As soon as those words left her mouth, Zhang Yongli's expression turned serious, and his smile faded. I see. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He saved his daughter's life. It seemed his earlier gift had indeed been a bit hasty. His opinion of Su rose another notch. Come to think of it, Su was a level 16 class changer. He must have had his own opportunities. Giving him a gold tier weapon did indeed imply he was underestimating him. He'd been so busy lately, his nerves were on edge, and his judgment had been a bit off. I'm sorry, sweetheart. It was Dad who acted rashly. I'll have someone deliver a token of appreciation to him shortly. Don't worry, the value will definitely satisfy you. The moment Su saved Zhang Yunqing's life, the meaning of that gift had changed. It was no longer just a gift. It represented the importance his daughter, Zhang Yunqing, held in his heart as her father. So, he had already decided to spend some money and present a grand gift. Just then, an elderly man in a suit, with a distinguished air about him, walked slowly up to the door. He knocked lightly on the front door. Chairman, there's an important meeting. Zhang Yongli nodded. Yunqing, I have a meeting to attend shortly. You two should rest at home for now. Let me know if anything comes up. He then turned and left, closing the door behind him. Old Lei, what kind of meeting could be so urgent? Zhang Yongli asked as he walked. His expression was somewhat grave. The elderly man's name was Lei Chen, a 4th-tier class holder. He was Zhang Yongli's personal secretary and bodyguard, as well as the financial steward of the Jiang'an conglomerate. Zhang Yongli had already given instructions that he was not to be disturbed today unless it was a matter of great urgency. Yet old Lei had disturbed him anyway. This meant the situation was extremely serious. With a grave expression, Manager Lei opened a control panel in front of him. Chairman, this is a matter of the utmost importance. Members of the Zhang family have recently been targeting our crystal mining and sales operations nationwide. They're fighting for market share and have even resorted to illegal and violent means. Many of our merchants, branch managers, and wholesalers have been secretly eliminated by the Zhang family's assassins. We suffered heavy losses recently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongli's expression grew grave. The Zhang family is going too far. His gaze turned icy. The Jiang'an conglomerate was one of the top financial powerhouses in Dragon Country. Naturally, he would not tolerate this. A clandestine battle between a major conglomerate and a powerful clan was slowly brewing. Xinjing, First High School. Inside the school conference room, Su walked in slowly. He saw that the principal and a group of teachers had been waiting there for quite some time. Besides him, there were 3 students, Zhang, Yao, and Yanzei. As soon as the teachers saw Su, they couldn't help but break into smiles. Su, come here. Su walked over to stand beside Yao. Zhang looked at Su, a dark gleam flashing in his eyes. He had already figured out who had killed the world boss. Who else could it be but Su? From the moment the dungeon opened until it closed, there were only a few hours in total. Even a meat grinder, slaughtering monsters non-stop inside the dungeon, couldn't he possibly have reached level 16? Unless Su had killed the world boss. That was the only way he could have reached level 16 and claimed first place. It was Su who had disrupted his plans, preventing him from killing the boss. Stealing the first place that was rightfully his. Zhang clenched his fists, his heart filled with gloom. This beginner's dungeon was extremely important to him. It was his chance to prove himself to the clan. An incredibly precious opportunity. Yet Su had ruined it. At that moment, his heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. After all, although the Zhang family wielded immense power, possessed unfathomable resources, and was one of the 3 great families of Dragon Country, the Zhang family was not a monolithic entity. It could be said that the power dynamics within the family were deeply entrenched and complex. Although he was the eldest legitimate son of the family head, Zhang Tianlong, that did not mean he was guaranteed to inherit the Zhang family in the future. With the elders and that bunch of old fossils on the council holding sway, his father didn't have absolute control over the Zhang family. That's why this beginner's dungeon was so crucial to him. He needed to demonstrate sufficient potential and strength to win over more people within the Zhang family and bring them to his side. At this very moment, besides his fury, he was also filled with confusion. Su was just a sword controller. Even with a 10-star talent, he was weak in the early stages. How on earth did he kill the hidden boss? This was what puzzled Zhang the most. Another concern was Ren's whereabouts. Ever since he sent Ren to find Su, he heard nothing from him. No matter what he tried, he couldn't get in touch. He didn't see Ren's name on the dungeon leaderboard either. Could it be that Ren was already dead? With that thought, Zhang took a step forward and flashed a fake smile at Su. Su, congratulations on taking first place. I have something I'd like to ask you. Have you seen Ren recently? Hearing this, Su's expression remained calm. I haven't. Just those 3 words, as flat as water. Seeing Su's reaction, Zhang's eyes widened in shock. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. You. He forced a single word out, but ultimately held it back. He slowly backed away, refusing to engage with Su any further. Standing among the 4 of them, he bowed his head slightly. No one noticed that, at that moment, his gaze was fixed intently on the ground, filled with darkness. That's right, he figured it out. Or rather, Su hadn't even tried to hide it in the first place. Su had always been Ren's lapdog, which was why Zhang had sent Ren to get close to him and seduce him. Yet now, when he mentioned Ren's name, Su remained completely unmoved, as if he were a different person. This was simply too unusual. Anyone with eyes could figure out what had happened. He suspected that Su had somehow found out about his plan with Ren. Su must have seen through his intentions and now harbored hostility toward him. In that case, there was no need to keep up the act or negotiate any further. Zhang clenched his fists, recalling the look in Su's eyes just moments ago. The coldness and ruthlessness Su had displayed felt alien to Zhang. He even suspected that Su had already killed Ren. It wasn't impossible. Su had started out as just a poor kid, yet he managed to become the top player in the dungeon. This proved that he wasn't as harmless as he appeared on the surface. Looking at Su's gaze, which seemed to suggest he had everything under control, it was hard for Zhang not to conclude that Su was actually a calculating individual who had been biding his time for years. People like that were the most terrifying. The more Zhang thought about it, the deeper the murderous intent in his heart grew. If someone like Su were allowed to continue developing unchecked, he would become a major threat not only to Zhang himself but to the entire Zhang family. A genius who cannot be brought under one's control is an enemy, one who must be eliminated. Otherwise, Su would surely seek revenge on him in the future. In his heart, he made up his mind. He would find a time to have Su killed. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, though he wasn't particularly worried about it. Although Su had surprised him for a moment, that was all it was. A genius? The Zhang family feared nothing more than geniuses. With the resources of an entire clan, they could eliminate this guy with ease. It would be like crushing an ant. Su watched Zhang out of the corner of his eye, his expression calm. He could probably guess what Zhang was thinking. Su didn't care in the slightest. To be honest, if circumstances had allowed it, the moment they met just now, Su would have used draw sword instant slash to kill Zhang in an instant. But he couldn't. There were too many witnesses here. His teacher and the principal were both present. Most importantly, Su didn't know what kind of life-saving equipment Zhang was carrying. The Zhang family had deep-rooted influence, even more formidable than a colossus like the Jiangnan conglomerate. Zhang was bound to possess life-saving gear of the most formidable kind. Given his current strength, acting rashly might not guarantee a kill. So Su held his ground. What he wanted was a single, fatal strike. If that didn't work, he'd look for another opportunity. Su had plenty of time. Just then, Wang Tingshan stepped forward to address the group. He was smiling, clearly in high spirits. Yao, Zhang, Yanzhe, and Su. You are the pride of First High School. I've called you here today to announce something very important." With that, Wang Tingshan beckoned. Several teachers, carrying 4 ornate boxes, approached the group. Su opened his box and found a jade white token inside. Engraved on it was the image of a pagoda adorned with 100 layers of golden patterns. It was none other than the Tower Token. This is the token of the Sky Tower Society. There are a few spots available each year, 4 in total for Xianjing City, and this year, we at First High School have secured them all. I'll distribute them to you now," Wang Tingshan said with a beaming smile. Anyone could tell he was in an absolutely splendid mood today. "Thank you for your efforts in the dungeon. As of today, you are officially graduates. The Sky Tower Society is a heavy responsibility. It represents boundless prospects. Later, senior members of the Sky Tower Society will take you to the initiation ceremony." As he spoke these words, Wang Tingshan looked at Su. It could be said that Su single-handedly turned the tide and saved Xianjing No. 1 High School. His eyes were filled with deep admiration. He was already eager to see just how far Su would soar in the future. At that moment, several young people dressed in high-quality modern gear walked slowly forward from the side. Each of them wore a Sky Tower Society token tucked at their waist. Clearly, they were the senior members sent by the Sky Tower Society to pick them up. "Gentlemen, please follow us." As they spoke, each of them tapped their tower token with a finger. Immediately afterward, they vanished. They had entered a parallel dimension. Yao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the token to also serve as a teleportation device. Yanzei imitated their gesture and tapped his token. In the next instant, he vanished from where he stood. Zhang and Yao followed suit. Su also tapped it lightly. In the next instant, the group entered a strange new space. It was a vast city, its buildings exuding an antique charm, reminiscent of the ancient architectural styles of Dragon Country. But the sky here was a vast expanse of golden light, devoid of the sun, moon, or stars. The streets were bustling with class changers, all clad in black robes and wearing tokens at their waists. People carried all sorts of weapons and equipment on their backs, and they all seemed to be in a great hurry. In the distance, at the center, stood a massive tower soaring into the clouds. It appeared to have at least 100 stories. "This is the headquarters of the Sky Tower Association, the Sky Tower Realm," said several senior members guiding Su. "Everyone here is a member of the Sky Tower Guild. You can only enter here by tapping your token when you're not in combat and are within the human safety zone. You cannot enter while in a dungeon or during combat. This is a self-contained realm extremely stable," the guide explained. "Now, follow me. I'll take you through the initiation ceremony." Yao, Su, Zhang, and Yanzei quickly followed. Along the way, they could see many other rising stars from different provinces, cities, and schools who had recently joined this generation. This world is vast and equipped with all kinds of facilities. Auction houses, sword forging workshops, equipment crafting shops. There were simply too many. This was a one-stop, all-purpose world where you could obtain anything you desired. But its primary function was still accepting quests. At its core, the Sky Tower Guild was essentially a bounty guild. Soon, the group crossed the streets and arrived at a luxurious hall. Inside the hall, numerous teams were in the process of accepting quests. The walls were covered with a dazzling array of bounty notices. Su's expression remained calm, and there was no trace of surprise in his eyes. In fact, one could say he was already well versed in this entire process. In his previous life, he had also joined the Sky Tower Guild. Several senior members in charge of welcoming newcomers led Su and the rest of the group to the innermost area. It was a luxurious hall, with several maids standing beneath a screen. Assign the initiation quest to these newcomers. The senior member in charge of the orientation led the 4 of them to the front and said, "Yes, ma'am." The woman, who was strikingly beautiful, flashed a professional smile. Then, with swift movements, she tapped her finger lightly. Instantly, numerous mission bars appeared on the massive screen. "New hunter recruits, please select your missions." Complete any one of these missions, and you'll officially become members of the Sky Tower Society. Her smile was captivating, but her words were even more so. Officially join the Sky Tower Guild. These 7 words held an irresistible allure. Out of the hundreds of millions of class changers each year, perhaps only tens of thousands could join the Sky Tower Guild. Becoming a member of the Sky Tower Guild meant supreme glory. It was every student's dream. Quest levels ranged from lowest to highest, F, E, D, C, B, A, with S rank being the highest. As newcomers, you must accept and complete a quest before you can officially become members. Your initial hunting rank will be determined by the quest you complete. Now, choose your quests, the woman said with a smile. There was a subtle allure in her voice. At that moment, the senior members who had guided them turned and said, "For students, we know you all possess remarkable talent and achieved outstanding results in the beginner dungeon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have qualified for membership. But don't get cocky or you'll die a miserable death. Even the lowest level F rank mission must be completed with your full effort. We've been in the Sky Tower Guild for over a year and have witnessed too many deaths. We hope you'll live a few more years," a bearded senior member said solemnly. "Alright, as for the 4 of you, whether you choose to team up to complete the mission or go solo is entirely up to you. Once you've completed the mission, just return to the Sky Tower realm to turn it in. Our guidance is complete. We'll meet again if fate allows." The seniors spoke calmly, then turned and left. To them, this was all just business as usual. Once they covered everything they needed to, they simply left. For members of the Sky Tower Guild, time was extremely precious. Sue looked grave as he raised his head to gaze at the menu. There were many missions listed on it. Just then, the waitress smiled and said, "Students, as newcomers, I suggest you take on the lowest level F rank missions to complete your evaluation. That way, your chances of survival will be higher. Of course, if you want to take on a more difficult mission, that's not out of the question either. If you complete a D rank mission, you'll be rated as Platinum Hunters. If you complete an E rank mission, you'll be rated as Gold Hunters. Even the lowest level F rank mission will earn you the title of Silver Hunter upon completion. The Sky Tower Guild does not have a bronze rank. It's entirely up to you which missions you choose to accept." Sue looked at the mission list and fell deep in thought. F. Hunt the corpse-eating squirrels. Kill 3 corpse-eating squirrels in the forest outside Xinjing City. Reward, low-grade bronze skill scroll 1. E. Hunt the bone copper statues. Kill 10 bone copper statues rampaging outside Xinjing City. Reward, high-grade bronze weapon 1. E. Collect corpses. Retrieve 5 corpses of Sky Tower Society members who died in battle deep in the wilderness, so they won't be left to rot in the open. Reward, myriad coins 1,000. D. Hunt the raging flame giant bear. Kill 1 mutated white bear rampaging through the villages outside the city. Reward, plus 10,000 experience points, 3,000 myriad coins. These quests were no challenge at all for him. The Sky Tower Society offered generous rewards, including large quantities of myriad coins and descent coins, as well as plenty of additional loot. The higher the level of the initial quest completed, the higher the Hunter-S rank, and the more privileges they gain. This meant his starting point would be 1 tier higher than everyone else's. That was a massive advantage. Once the initial evaluation was complete, advancing to the next rank would be a slow process. So Sue decided to immediately accept the highest level quest available to newcomers. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and said to the woman, "I'll take the D rank quest in the 3rd row." As soon as Sue spoke, the female attendant's eyes visibly narrowed. D. Exterminate the Python King. Hunt down a Python King in the wilderness forest of Nanli District. Reward, 10,000 myriad coins, 1 random platinum skill scroll. Could this newbie really complete this quest? That Python King was terrifying. Many had attempted to defeat it, only to return in utter defeat. But she didn't ask any further questions. She simply processed Sue's quest registration. Her job was to handle paperwork. Deterring people from courting death was not part of her duties. Those who came to the Sky Tower Guild were all exceptionally talented young class changers, each brimming with pride. To be honest, she'd seen plenty of people like Sue. It was practically asking for death. No matter how talented someone was, it was impossible to take on a D-rank mission right off the bat. This was the highest level mission a newcomer could accept. Once completed, the hunter would be immediately rated as a platinum rank hunter. That was just ridiculous. 18 years old, a platinum rank hunter. It was nothing short of a pipe dream. She used to try to talk them out of it, but now she just looked the other way. She couldn't say much to someone who was asking for trouble. She buried her thoughts deep inside and quickly completed the paperwork. Your mission has been accepted. Please check your personal mission panel, she said with a forced smile. Sue nodded. Yao and Yanzei both looked stunned. Sue, you actually accepted such a difficult mission? Yao stepped forward and asked in surprise. Even if the few of us teamed up, our chances of success wouldn't be high. Sue, you're being too impulsive this time, Yanzei said with a grave expression. Sue, however, remained calm. You're overthinking it. I never planned on teaming up. I'll complete this mission on my own. Yanzei was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Sue had accepted this mission because the odds of success would be higher as a team. He hadn't expected Sue to plan on taking on the challenge alone. No way, it's too difficult. I'll go with you, Yanzei said earnestly. He had come to regard Sue as a true friend from the bottom of his heart. That's why he was willing to face the danger alongside Sue. Yao also stepped forward and grabbed Sue's hand. Sue, I want to go with you too. Sue shook his head, still insisting on going alone. I'll go by myself. The others wouldn't know the real reason behind his insistence. This mission was actually a chance to claim all the credit. If he brought the others along, Sue would end up losing out on experience and rewards. So naturally, he chose to go alone. With his experience from his past life, Sue knew a very secret piece of intelligence. This mission was actually very simple. That giant snake was indeed very powerful, but every year in mid-June, it would fall into hibernation. Ordinary snakes hibernate in winter, but that mutated giant snake hibernated in summer. This was information that virtually no one knew except Sue. Now that the giant snake was about to enter its summer hibernation, wouldn't slaying it on his own be a piece of cake? That's why he insisted on going alone. Once this mission is complete, he'll be able to claim all the rewards for himself. Yao's mouth fell open slightly. She wanted to try persuading him again. But Sue held up a finger and pressed it against her red lips, silencing her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. There's no need to discuss this further. There will be plenty of opportunities to team up in the future. I've already made up my mind. Sue furrowed his brow. Then, he addressed the other two. Yao, Yanzei, you two go find Zhang Yinqing to team up with her. Although she is from Woyang City, she has probably obtained a tower token too. Just as Sue was speaking, she arrived. In the distance, a delicate young woman could be seen jogging toward them, a Sky Tower Guild token hanging from her waist. Sue. Yao. Yanzei. From afar, she was smiling and waving. She ran quickly toward them. I got a tower token too. I'm here to do the beginner's quest. So, shall we form a party together? She looked at everyone with a beaming smile. Yanzei stepped forward and told her everything that had just happened. She looked at Sue, but surprisingly, she didn't try to talk her out of it. Her big, watery eyes were filled with nothing but understanding. Sue, if you insist on going alone, then go ahead. Unexpectedly, she didn't try to dissuade Sue at all. Then she turned to look at Yao and Yanzei. Yao, Yanzei, let us form a party of 3 and let Sue go alone. We'll take on an E-rank quest at LLB enough to earn us a gold rank hunter rating, she said to the two of them. Because she knew Sue's combat prowess very well. Better than either Yao or Yanzei. It could be said that she had 100% trust in Sue. If Sue was determined to take on this impossible mission alone, he must have had his reasons. She didn't want to disrupt Su's plans. That was what 100% trust meant. Yao was finally convinced as well. She nodded and said, "All right. Actually, we need a real trial by fire, too. Su has always been the main force in taking down hidden bosses. We've just been coasting along in the background, yet we've still reached such a high level. We're just high-level characters, our combat experience and skills aren't strong enough. So teaming up would actually hold Su back. Let us form a party, just the three of us for now." Yao agreed. Yanzei had no choice but to nod as well. Su smiled slightly and said to her, "Great. I'll head out now. I'll contact you after I finish the evaluation," Su said. Then he walked away quickly. At that moment, Zhang, standing nearby, was slightly taken aback. But immediately afterward, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. He really hadn't expected Su to take on a mission of this level. D rank. For a newbie without a mentor, taking on a mission like this was practically suicide. Su had no faction backing him. So he thought Su was being way too cocky. He believed Su had completely underestimated the difficulty of a D-rank mission. The monsters in D-rank missions were generally just as tough as the bosses in E or D-rank dungeons. Even if Su could come in first in an F-rank beginner-s dungeon, there was no way he could complete this mission easily. Su really has gotten a bit too big for his britches. Thinking of this, Zhang even felt a sense of relief. So it seems Su isn't some meticulous genius after all? He is just an ordinary person who is proud and arrogant. Maybe his first place finishes in dungeons were just a fluke. In that case, an opponent like this is nothing to worry about. Of course, he still had to be killed. Su had slain the hidden boss and disrupted Zhang's plans for the beginner dungeon. For that alone, he had to take Su out. With that in mind, Zhang secretly opened his personal panel and sent a message to several trusted bodyguards in his clan. "Kill someone, Su. He has accepted a D-rank quest and will be heading to the Python King's lair in the Nanli district. Lie in wait for him there. He'll be there within 10 days. Zhang's trusted henchmen were all experts who had reached at least the second job advancement. Having them kill Su would be a piece of cake." "Yes. Yes," they replied from the other end. To be honest, even without an ambush, Su would likely be devoured by the Python King, no need for Zhang to intervene personally. But just to be on the safe side, Zhang issued this order anyway. He was a very cautious man. "Young Master Zhang, you're here." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Zhang turned to look. It was a middle-aged man. Zhang Fenglu, a third transformation wandering swordmaster. An elder of the Zhang family and one of Zhang's personal bodyguards. Zhang nodded. "I'm going to accept a D-rank mission to complete the Sky Tower Association's evaluation," he said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fenglu remained calm and nodded. Standing with his hands behind his back, he exuded extraordinary poise and possessed formidable combat prowess. "Very well. As long as it's a mission below C rank, I'm confident I can ensure your safety." He smiled slightly as he spoke. A flash of ambition crossed Zhang's eyes. For Su to take on a D-rank mission would be courting death. But for Zhang to take on a D-rank mission was perfectly natural and perfectly ordinary. Why? Simply because he was the eldest son of the Zhang family, backed by the entire Zhang clan. For the beginner dungeon, since he couldn't bring a clan elder along, Zhang had to rely solely on his own strength. But the Sky Tower Association's beginner evaluation mission was different. It didn't matter who he teamed up with. So Zhang could take on the highest difficulty mission and have a clan elder carry him to an easy victory. It was safe, and he'd be rated as a platinum level hunter. Why not? That was the power of the clan. Su wandered alone through the streets of the Sky Tower realm. He walked all the way to a blacksmith's shop. He found the shop owner. "Young man, what kind of weapon would you like to have crafted?" A burly man walked out slowly and asked. Su took out a jet black longsword and slammed it down on the table. How much would it cost to upgrade this sword to a gold quality weapon? Su asked. His mystic steel blood-stained sword was only silver grade, and it was honestly starting to fall short. That's why he'd come here to upgrade it. The man picked up the sword, his expression turning serious. He flicked the blade lightly with his finger. Clang! The sword rang out with a crisp, clear sound. Not bad, it's one of the better silver grade weapons out there. I can upgrade it to a mid-tier gold grade weapon. It'll cost 70,000 descent coins. The blacksmith said. Upon hearing this, Su's expression grew grave. That was almost as much as buying a gold grade weapon outright. If I provide my own base materials for the enhancement fusion, how much could I save? Su asked. The blacksmith pondered for a moment. Well, that depends on the quality of your base materials. Hearing this, Su smiled calmly. He pulled out a large number of high-quality materials directly from his personal space. Iron slicing wolf king's clawbone, armored turtle shell, salamander king's toothstone, goblin chieftain's yellow tooth. All of them were hard base materials. Extremely suitable for forging steel. The blacksmith shop owner was stunned to see so many high-grade materials. Tisk, young man, you don't look very old, you must be only 18. Where on earth did you get all these high-grade materials? Most 18-year-old new class changers had barely cleared the beginner dungeon. Elite monsters in the beginner dungeon were already extremely rare and hard to encounter. For a newcomer like Su, just encountering and killing one would be cause for celebration. Not to mention the impact of drop rates. It's possible to kill many elite monsters and not get a single piece of material. Yet Su had pulled out so many enhancement materials from elite monsters. No wonder the blacksmith was so surprised. Su just smiled faintly and said, "Just good luck." The blacksmith's expression grew serious, and he could only classify Su as another rich kid. These materials of yours are excellent, they should yield very high quality steel. With these, I might be able to enhance this sword to the high-grade gold tier. Normally, the materials are the most expensive part of the enhancement process, but since you're providing your own, I'll just charge you a crafting fee. 20,000 descent coins. The shop owner quoted a flat rate. Su didn't hesitate, he immediately initiated a trade from his personal interface. He had already sold some of his materials on the auction house, and the gold coins were in his account. So he paid without a second thought. The shop owner accepted. "Young man, come back in 3 hours to pick up your sword," he said. Su nodded and left. For an experienced blacksmith, upgrading a weapon is quick, it only takes a few hours. Su planned to challenge the Silent Tower during that time. The Silent Tower is the structure at the very center of the Sky Tower world. It is said to be a supreme structure created by the world's rules. This sacred tower stands a full 100 stories tall. In human history, no one has ever reached the 100th floor. It is said that if you reach the 100th floor, you will learn the truth about the world and the day of descent. In his previous life, Su had only managed to reach the 80th floor. Each floor of the Silent Tower offers different rewards. As you progress, the rewards get better and better. These rewards are completely random and come in all kinds of forms. They can help you grow stronger quickly. Su hurried forward. Finally, he arrived at the entrance to the Silent Tower. Many young people had gathered here. For many of this year's new class changers, the first thing that came to mind after securing their qualification for the Sky Tower Association was to come and challenge the Silent Tower. You cannot die inside the Silent Tower if you are defeated, you are simply teleported out. However, everyone is limited to only one attempt at the Silent Tower per month. So, it's a precious opportunity. Su approached the entrance with a calm expression. In front of the tower, he saw a virtual screen displaying a ranking list. Newcomer rankings. 1. Sun Xiaoyang, stopped at the 8th floor. 2. Wang Sha, stopped at the 7th floor. 3. This ranking list showed only the newcomers from this year's cohort. Su stretched his body, preparing to begin the challenge. Just then, a crowd of people emerged from the tower, looking dejected. "It's way too hard. I only made it to the 4th floor before I had to quit. That's nothing. I hit the 3rd floor and ran into a giant minotaur that rammed me away. I was instantly wiped out. You guys had it easy. I was on the 2nd floor when that longsword knight took me down effortlessly. It's way too hard. It really is way too hard. But the rewards from this silent tower are amazing. I'm coming back next month." The crowd clenched their fists, brimming with determination. Just then, Su spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Li Changwang. In his right hand, he gripped a dark green longsword, a silver quality weapon. After Su had severed his previous blade, he switched to this silver quality weapon. Moreover, his right hand was slightly injured, 2 of his fingers had been severed. The way he held the sword looked distinctly unnatural. In his eyes, there was a hint of vicious anger and resentment. He strode resolutely toward the silent tower. He wanted to grow stronger, he wanted revenge. After his top-ranked position was taken from him, all the factions were utterly disappointed in him. Many of the investments that had been made were cut off. The principal of Woyang No. 3 High School was even held accountable by various factions and nearly lost his position. He is now the vice principal. This made Li Changwang feel the agony of falling from the clouds. He blamed everything on Su. This hatred filled him with seething rage. So, as soon as he secured his qualification for the Sky Tower Association, he rushed here without delay, seeking an opportunity to grow stronger. Seeing Li Changwang appear here, the surrounding players were somewhat surprised. Some approached him to say hello and asked to join his party. They were trying to curry favor with Li Changwang. After all, no matter what, he was a blade maniac with a 10-star talent. Although he'd been overtaken by Su and now ranked 2nd, he was still a force to be reckoned with. However, Li Changwang ignored all their attempts to befriend him. He paid no attention to anyone, walking alone toward the silent tower. While some tried to befriend him, others mocked him. "Hey, isn't this the number 1 genius, Li Changwang? Haven't seen you in a few days already looking so rough? Li Changwang, didn't you say you were going to slaughter all the students from Nannan City and Xianjing City to become number 1 in Dragon Country? How come your hand has been chopped off? Could it be that the monsters were just too fierce?" People mocked him without restraint. After all, Li Changwang had been at the height of his glory not long ago, single-handedly crushing all the other students so they couldn't hold their heads up. On top of that, the principal of Woyang No. 3 High School was a man who invited hatred, a gossipmonger who was extremely arrogant and constantly suppressed other schools. Now, everything had come back to haunt him. So Li Changwang was now in a very bad situation. He was surrounded by jealousy, hatred, and people eager to see him fail. He had truly fallen from grace. All his past glory had turned into jealousy in people's hearts. Now, of course, people took great delight in seeing him in decline and failure. There were plenty of people ready to kick him while he was down. "Li Changwang, I remember you once said you were going to treat students like monsters to farm, killing them to level up, right? So why are your hands useless now?" Someone immediately noticed the injuries on Li Changwang's hands and delivered a precise blow. People didn't know who had inflicted Li Changwang's wounds, though they were actually somewhat curious. Hearing these words, Li Changwang, had this been in the past, would have been furious beyond control and rushed forward to kill. But now, his expression was somber yet calm. In his heart, there was only Su. He would surpass Su and kill Su. Apart from this goal, nothing else mattered. He walked resolutely into the silent tower, his figure vanishing from sight. Su had been watching coldly from the sidelines the entire time. Standing inconspicuously among the crowd, he had not allowed Li Changwang to detect his presence. Su's eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. "It's just a pity that, in this small world, the rules prevent me from killing anyone." Su felt a hint of regret. Otherwise, the moment he saw Li Changwang, he would have struck and killed him, then used divine concealment to leave without a trace. Su shook his head, banishing all distracting thoughts from his mind. He arrived at the entrance to the silent tower and stepped inside. The moment he stepped in, the world before his eyes instantly changed. The interior space of the silent tower was completely compartmentalized. It could accommodate countless people taking on challenges simultaneously, yet they would not interfere with one another in the slightest. In this silent tower, however, only one person could take on a challenge at a time. Before Su lay an ancient-looking world within the tower, laid out like an arena. Several large characters hung high in midair. First floor. Monster, purple-haired fierce tiger. In the next instant, a massive, mutated purple-haired tiger appeared in the arena. It immediately charged towards Su with all its might. In this silent tower, every floor features a boss-level monster. Su remained completely calm and instantly scanned the monster's stats. Fierce beast, purple-haired fiendish tiger. Level, 5. Strength, 59. Constitution, 25. Agility, 25. Spirit, 13. Luck, 10. Skills, giant paw slam, bite. This was just a monster from the first floor of the silent tower, and it was already level 5. No wonder those newbies were so easily defeated. Many players got stuck around the 3rd floor. Even the 10th ranked expert in dungeon number 144 had only made it to the 8th floor. This speaks to the difficulty of the silent tower. Unfortunately for it, this tiger ran into Su today. A level 5 monster is truly no match for him. Su's gaze turned icy as he clenched his fist. Suddenly, a long sword floated up from his shadow. It was the Shadowflow longsword. All of Su's gear was platinum quality. Combined with his level 16 character, killing this tiger was a breeze. In fact, he didn't even need to use a skill. A single normal attack was enough to finish it off. The tiger let out a roar and charged forward, fearless of death. Su stood his ground, his gaze calm. Swish! He swung his sword. The tiger's body crashed to the ground. Its neck was severed, and it dissipated into specks of blue light, vanishing into the heavens and earth. Experience plus 302. Su gained a considerable amount of experience. Successfully cleared the first layer. Please claim your reward. A small wooden treasure chest appeared in the center of the arena. It appeared to be made of bronze. It was the lowest tier treasure chest. Su immediately used his item ascension ability to upgrade it. This silent tower was, after all, a dungeon. The chest's material instantly changed, and its appearance became somewhat more refined. Ascension successful. Brocade wood chest mid-grade bronze. TSK, my luck is really bad this time. I'd only upgraded from low-grade bronze to mid-grade. Su muttered. Then, he kicked the chest open with his foot. He peered inside. A wooden ring engraved with intricate patterns appeared inside the chest. Loot, small strength boosting ring mid-grade bronze. When equipped, increases strength by 5 points. Su pursed his lips. Better than nothing, I guess. Such a meager stat boost was truly insignificant to him. But Su equipped it anyway. Even a mosquito's leg is still neat. After looting this prize, he immediately began the challenge on the next level. It was perfectly normal for the rewards on the first level to be poor. Su had mentally prepared himself for this long ago. The monster on the second level was a ferocious, massive flying bat. Its wings were covered in black fur, and when spread wide, they could completely envelop a person. The bat's fangs were sharp and menacing, its eyes glowed red, and as it soared through the air, it occasionally launched ultrasonic attacks at Su. This was a wide-range, indiscriminate attack that caused continuous damage. But to Su, it was nothing more than a tickle. He didn't even furrow his brow. He raised his sword and struck. Whoosh! A flash of sword light. Su effortlessly cut down the monster. You could even call it an instant win. The reward for this level also appeared before Su. It was another low-grade bronze treasure chest. Su immediately used item ascension to upgrade it. Ascension successful. Eentide treasure chest. Quality, high-grade gold. He was extremely lucky this time it ascended directly to the gold tier. Su stepped forward, opened the chest, and retrieved the loot inside. It was a skill scroll. Hound's Stride high-grade gold. Level requirement, level 15. A swift, agile, and ethereal movement technique that allows you to drastically increase your movement speed for a short time, just like a hunting hound. Su learned it immediately. Afterward, Su continued his challenge. With his new skill, Hound's Stride, his combat power received a significant boost. His movements became exceptionally swift, allowing him to effortlessly dodge the vast majority of the monster's attacks. Combined with the passive talent of Origin's sword body, the power of all his sword techniques was multiplied tenfold. This made Su virtually invincible. He plowed through the first 7 floors, sweeping all before him. His progress was incredibly fast. And he kept pushing forward. At that very moment, outside, the crowd stared intently at the screen in front of the silent tower. It displayed the leaderboard. Number 4 Li Changwon, 5th floor. Number 3 Li Changwon, 6th floor. His name kept climbing higher on the list. People looked on with surprise. Li Changwon truly lives up to his reputation as the 10-star blade maniac. Even with a severe injury to his hand, he is still able to charge up to the 6th level at such a blistering pace. That's incredible. The crowd's expressions grew somber. They had to admit that Li Changwon's strength was undeniable. But their astonishment wasn't over yet. In the next instant, the display on the screen changed once more. Number 2 Li Changwon, 7th level. Number 1 Li Changwon, 8th floor. Li Changwon has broken through to the 9th floor. He reached the 9th floor outright. That speed was nothing short of lightning fast. The crowd was stunned. How can he be this incredible? He is not going to break through to the 10th floor, is he? The crowd was in a state of awe. Is this the true power of a first transformation blade maniac? He is practically a monster. He is not going to win this year's Platinum Treasure Chest, is he? Judging by the way things are going, it's highly likely. Every year, the first newcomer to break through all 10 layers of the Silent Tower receives an extra reward bestowed by the world's supreme rules. It is a Platinum Treasure Chest. It can yield Platinum tier equipment. For newly class-changed players, such a prize holds infinite allure. It signifies limitless possibilities, drawing in every new cohort of players. Every year, newly class-changed players joining the Sky Tower Guild flock here to take on the challenge. But ordinary players who cleared the beginner dungeons are generally only around level 8 or 9, making it extremely difficult to clear the 10th floor. Even prodigies tend to get stuck on the 8th or 9th floors. For anyone, this is an extremely daunting challenge. Some people, after being defeated, lose all hope, while others grow stronger with every setback. Perhaps sword maniac Li Changwon is the latter. One person remarked. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone who had previously mocked Li Changwon felt a chill run down their spines, recalling Li Changwon's icy glare from earlier. If, in the future, he were to rise to the top of the world, would those of us who mocked him be able to escape? At this thought, everyone felt a bit uneasy. Li Changwon, the 10-star blade maniac, has been knocked off the top spot by Su, the sword controller from Xinjing No. 1 High School. I reckon once he gets his hands on that platinum treasure chest, his strength will skyrocket, and then he'll find a way to get revenge on Su. That Su is probably in for some troubled people sighed in unison, speaking slowly. TSK, now that you mention it, I'm actually curious. Who exactly is this Su? A mere sword controller, a class that is so weak in the early game, and yet he managed to surpass the blade maniac in the dungeon. He trampled Li Changwon, who was once at the peak of his power, underfoot. It's simply unbelievable. A stir ran through the crowd as people chatted animatedly, each adding their 2 cents. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does seem outlandish. That Su either he is incredibly lucky and stumbled upon some golden opportunity, or he is genuinely talented. Anyway, I personally lean toward the former. We're in for a show this year. Li Chengwang is probably about to make a comeback. It'll be a close race between him and Su, the sword controller from Xianjing No. 1 High School. Resources are limited, there can only be one top genius. At that moment, Su was furiously slashing through monsters in the dungeon. Whoosh! As he unleashed his draw sword instant slash technique to its fullest potential, a massive minotaur in front of him crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Congratulations! You have cleared level 10. You are the first player to clear level 10. Level reward, Platinum Treasure Chest. Immediately, a jade white chest appeared before Su. It looked exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate, mystical carvings. Su slowly sheathed his sword and took a deep breath. He sustained a few injuries, but he made it through level 10 after all. That's right, he had successfully cleared the 10th level. He'd been incredibly fast. The monsters each player encountered were different. So, in reality, there was a certain element of luck involved. If you encountered only weaker monsters along the way, you might even reach the 10th level faster. But Su had no luck. It was purely a matter of personal skill. He looked at the treasure chest and scanned it. Jade white treasure chest. Quality, mid-grade platinum. Su immediately activated item ascension. Ascension successful. Golden scale treasure chest. Low-grade diamond. The treasure chest had changed its appearance. It was now encrusted with golden scales and featured crystal-like structures. It had actually upgraded to a diamond treasure chest. Su's eyes widened in surprise. This would be his first diamond treasure chest. Su stepped forward and gently opened the chest with both hands. Inside lay a long sword. The blade was two colors. Right in the center of the blade was a faint crack. Dragon inlaid broken sword, dual class weapon, long sword, short sword. Quality, low grade diamond. Level requirement, 4th job advancement. Once a long sword, it snapped in two during a battle. Later, a craftsman reforged it using a precious dragon scale as its core, restoring the sword to its former glory. This sword is incredibly sharp and can channel formidable killing intent. MYTHIC's fire scale, a fire dragon-esque scale, is embedded at the center of this broken sword, granting this dagger a 200% fire damage bonus. Split blade, the blade of this sword can detach and transform into a flying sword, driven by its master's will to strike enemies from midair. Broken blade, this weapon was once a complete long sword, so it is classified as a sword-type weapon. However, after the blade detaches, it becomes a broken sword the length of a short dagger and can then be classified as a short sword or dagger-type weapon. Commonly known as a dual-type weapon. It's actually a diamond-grade sword. Su's heart skipped a beat. Moreover, it's a dual-type weapon. This means the sword can benefit from his origin sword body bonus. And once he channels the blade's energy, transforming it into a flying sword that shoots forward, the main body becomes a broken sword that is, a dagger-type weapon. At that moment, he can unleash Slaughter Strike. Slaughter Strike is a skill of the God of Slaughter class, which inherently requires a dagger or short sword to unleash its full power. With this sword, Su can seamlessly switch between skills for both forms at will. His combat prowess will take a giant leap forward. Su felt a surge of excitement. He immediately grasped the sword in his hand. He held it up to his eyes to examine it closely. It felt cool to the touch, yet there was a faint, smoldering heat within it. The blade was engraved with lifelike dragon patterns. The portion of the blade near the hilt shimmered with a golden glow. The tip of the blade, however, bore the austere gray of mystic steel. The level requirement for this sword was 4th job advancement. But don't forget, Su possessed the passive skill Swordmaster. He could ignore any restrictions and equip any sword-type weapon. Therefore, he could wield it with ease. Su focused his mind. Click! The golden crack running down the center of the sword suddenly vibrated. The longer section of the blade in front flew off. It transformed into a flying sword, dancing through the air. It was very similar to the effect of sword control, but this wasn't a skill, it was an effect inherent to the weapon itself. Su could use his mind to control the sword as it danced, hovered, and slashed at enemies. What remained in Su's hand was a broken sword. The slanted break formed a natural acute angle. This made the broken sword look just like a dagger, as if it had been crafted that way from the start. Holding the broken sword up to his eyes, Su took a closer look. He saw that a fiery red dragon scale was wedged right in the center of the crack in the blade. It was perfectly embedded within the edge. Su flicked his wrist in a graceful motion. Whoosh! The flying blade suddenly swept through the air and flew back, hanging upside down. It locked securely onto the broken sword, and the two merged once more, forming a complete long sword. I wonder which craftsman's handiwork this is. It's simply marvelous. Using this dragon scale in the center, the flying blade and the broken sword have been joined together. Su couldn't help but marvel at the great wisdom of the forger class holder. Dragons are among the highest level monsters and are extremely ferocious. Dragon scales are also an extremely precious material. And this sword is inlaid with a single dragon scale. So naturally, the quality of this sword cannot be low. When Su swung it, a fiery glow would flow along the blade, dealing fire attribute damage. Very good. Su smiled slightly, gripped the sword, and walked down to the next floor. He would not stop at the 10th floor. At this moment, inside the silent tower, on the 10th floor, Li Changwang, the blade maniac, was panting heavily as he slashed down the heavily armored knight in front of him. Covered in wounds and having used his strongest skill, he had finally made it through by the skin of his teeth. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the 10th floor. Hearing the world rules announcement, a savage grin spread across his face. Ha ha! I've cleared the 10th floor. Excellent! This year's platinum treasure chest will be mine. Every year, the first newcomer to clear the 10th floor receives a platinum treasure chest. For a newcomer, this is an exceptionally high-tier reward. As long as he could obtain it, his rise to prominence was assured. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered in the dungeon, Li Changwang's heart was filled with darkness. He would have his revenge. Su must die. Then, specks of blue light coalesced before him, eventually forming a top-grade silver treasure chest. Li Changwang stared blankly, his eyes glazed over. Why is it a silver treasure chest? Where's my platinum treasure chest? His voice trembled as he looked up and spoke. But no one answered. The rules of the world pay no heed to a mere mortal. Could it be that someone beat me to it and cleared the 10th layer? He could hardly believe it. Finally, he steeled himself and opened the treasure chest. Inside was only a silver-grade necklace, and not even one for his own class. It was a damn mage's necklace. Li Changwang felt like he'd been cheated. Abandoned by the world. Toured by fate. He was shaking with rage and couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Damn it! Su pressed on. Cleared the 11th floor. Cleared the 12th floor. Cleared the 13th floor. Cleared. He was making progress way too fast. In fact, it was nothing short of lightning fast. Many bosses couldn't withstand his 3-sword strike. In contrast, most other new class changers usually get stuck on the 6th or 7th floor. This made Su all the more terrifying. However, it's worth noting that after the 10th floor, the combat power of the monsters on each subsequent floor increased significantly. Su could feel this very clearly. The first 10 floors were basically training grounds for newcomers, and the rewards for clearing them were all bronze treasure chests. But starting from the 11th floor, the real challenge began. Although Su cleared the levels quickly, the wounds on his body kept piling up. He couldn't use healing potions here. He could only rely on his own abilities to heal his wounds. Su used his mental energy to activate the Regan factor within his bloodline. Soon, his injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. He had already depleted more than half of his mental energy. I have to use it sparingly, Su said in a solemn voice. He chose to heal his wounds only about 70 to 80%, rather than completely. Otherwise, the drain on his mental energy would be too great. He needed to reserve some mental energy for his skills if he was to go further. He set his goal to break through at least the 15th and 16th levels. Whoosh! Su flicked his wrist, conjuring a mind blade in midair. This was Su's skill, Mind Blade. The blade was a deep blue, its edge shimmering with light. Whoosh! It shot forward. It pierced straight through the eye socket of the boss in front of him. Then Su himself, gripping the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his hand, took a step forward. Thud! That strike was ferocious. It severed the head of the purple-skinned zombie monster right in front of him. Congratulations on clearing level 15. Su's breathing had grown somewhat heavy. He slowly sheathed his sword. Before him appeared the reward for this level. It was a golden treasure chest. Su used item ascension to upgrade it. Lan Yu treasure chest. Platinum, high grade. His luck wasn't quite as good this time. It only ascended to platinum, high grade. Su's expression grew serious as he opened the lid. Inside the chest lay a necklace. He picked it up and scanned its details. Stealth necklace platinum, high grade. Agility plus 50. When equipped, all your movements become completely silent. A whopping 50 points of agility. This piece of gear is pretty powerful. Su's current agility stat had already reached 130. With this necklace, that would mean 180 agility. Su equipped it immediately. Furthermore, Su had just cleared over a dozen floors of the Silent Tower in a row and leveled up twice. Now, he had reached level 18. If he allocated all his attribute points to agility, that would mean 200 agility. Just 2 more levels, and he'll complete his second job advancement. Su also opened over a dozen treasure chests, earning a massive haul of loot. However, most of these items couldn't hold a candle to the shadow sword set he was currently wearing, so they were basically only good for selling or, later on, having someone break them down into basic materials to enhance his weapons. There is plenty of experience to be had inside this Silent Tower. I've already reached level 18 this fast. Even though the monsters are getting stronger and I'm starting to feel a bit worn out, I can't give up. Su gripped his sword, his gaze resolute. I can only challenge this tower once a month. I absolutely can't waste this opportunity. One have to give it my all. Su clenched his fist, determined to push himself harder and continue climbing the tower. Outside the tower, the onlookers kept their eyes glued to the leaderboard. Li Changwang had reached the 9th floor, filling everyone with anticipation. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see if he could make it to the 10th floor. But suddenly, a name shot straight to the top. Like a dark horse, he charged forward, rising rapidly from the very bottom. Before long, he had surpassed Li Changwang. That name was God of Slaughter. Player, God of Slaughter cleared level 8. God of Slaughter cleared level 9. God of Slaughter cleared level 10. The title God of Slaughter replaced Su's name, charging straight up the rankings at breakneck speed. It felt like, in the blink of an eye, Su was about to reach the very pinnacle. It was like riding a rocket. Everyone rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. Are there even more masters out there? Who is this guy? Can someone explain how he is climbing the tower like this? There's a glitch, right? This guy isn't climbing the tower, he is riding a rocket, isn't he? God of Slaughter? Who is God of Slaughter? Forget Xinjing City, Woyang City, Nanmian City, even across our entire province, this God of Slaughter isn't on any list of geniuses. I've never heard that name. Have any of you? We've never heard that name either. Could he be from another province? Everyone was stunned. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. They had originally thought that Li Changwang's dash from the 1st floor to the 9th in just over 10 minutes was already an incredibly terrifying speed. But they never expected that, the very next second, someone even more formidable would step forward. Everyone looked up, watching the scene in disbelief. Su's speed was simply too fast. He was charging full speed ahead. Who on earth is this person? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Because after God of Slaughter reached the 10th floor, he didn't even slow down. Just a few dozen seconds later, he had already reached the 11th floor. This meant that this player, known as God of Slaughter, was instantly killing monsters all the way. Killing the 11th floor boss in a single encounter is practically impossible for a newbie. Even Blade Maniac Li Chengguang had to grind for a long time on the 9th and 10th floors before barely making it through. Could it be that this God of Slaughter isn't a newbie? Someone asked. That is highly unlikely. Silent Tower's records are saved if someone has challenged a floor before, they'll pick up where they left off when they return next month. In other words, a powerful class changer won't have to repeatedly challenge the first dozen or so levels. Besides, look closely, this is the newbie leaderboard. Only the awakened from our class can appear on it. Then this God of Slaughter really is a monster. Fear crept into people's eyes. Is that guy even human? Just then, Li Chengguang's name appeared at the bottom of the leaderboard. Player, Li Chengguang, cleared the 10th floor, ranked 2nd. This no longer stirred any excitement among the crowd. After all, the God of Slaughter had already snatched the platinum chest. Li Chengguang didn't get the platinum chest. I wonder what kind of expression he is making in there right now. After all that hardship to break through the 10th layer, only to miss out on the reward. If it were me, I'd probably go crazy. Some people had already started gloating. Amidst everyone's shock, Su's ranking continued to climb. Player, God of Slaughter has cleared the 12th layer. When this news appeared, it sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing everyone to gasp in disbelief. Everyone was utterly stunned. No one expected him to keep pushing forward. What was most terrifying was that it didn't even take him very long. This meant that this player named God of Slaughter was still taking down bosses in an instant, even in the high difficulty areas beyond the 10th level. That was truly terrifying. Player, God of Slaughter has cleared the 13th level. God of Slaughter has cleared the 14th level. God of Slaughter clears level 15. The relentless stream of notifications left everyone staring blankly. In an instant, the once noisy outside fell into a deathly silence. People's voices trembled, they were too stunned to speak. Inside the tower at that moment, Su had already charged all the way to the 19th floor. The boss here was a massive amethyst dragonblood rhinoceros. Beast, amethyst dragonblood rhinoceros. Level, 23. Strength, 320. Constitution, 300. Agility, 25. Spirit, 15. Luck, 3. Skills, Dragonblood Self-Healing, Crystal Horn, Merciless Crush, Terror Roar. This rhino monster's bloodline contains a trace of ancient dragon blood. Its ancestors were a hybrid of dragon and rhino. By this generation, the dragon blood has become diluted, but it is still present. Upon seeing this monster's stats, Su's expression turned cautious. This monster's strength was already on par with the hidden boss of the beginner's dungeon, the Guardian of the Blood Lake. It would likely be quite difficult for him to succeed in this challenge. But Su had no intention of backing down. He raised his hand and unleashed a move, Sword Tomb. Boom! A sword's cry echoed across the sky, followed by a massive stone sword tombstone crashing down. The rhino let out a roar and charged forward violently. The sword tomb struck, directly pulverizing half of the dragonblood rhino's midsection into a bloody pulp. Its entrails spilled out, and blood spurted straight into the sky. The attack was incredibly powerful. But it didn't go quite as Su had originally anticipated. It moved too fast, it actually dodged it. Su's expression grew grave as he thought to himself. He had originally intended to aim for the head. Sword Tomb was his most powerful sword-based skill at the moment. If it had struck the head, it might have severely wounded or even instantly killed this monster. Regrettable as it was, he still had to kill it. The wild bull charged fiercely toward him, its massive amethyst horns glinting with a cold light as it closed in at breakneck speed. Sue suddenly sidestepped to avoid it, all while hurling taunts. Dragon blood rhino, I don't know what kind of otherworldly breed the dragon of your ancestors was. It actually had the nerve to lay a hand on a rhino that spends all day wallowing in the mud. And produced a hybrid like you. How ridiculous, ha ha ha. Sue's voice was dripping with sarcasm. This was a tactic. As long as it meant victory, Sue was never one to shy away from using any means necessary. Verbal provocation was a highly effective tactic, capable of disrupting an enemy's offensive rhythm and plans. He didn't know if this monster could understand human speech, but he was going to taunt it anyway. It couldn't hurt to give it a try. Moreover, this monster's mental attribute was as high as 15, already higher than that of many humans. Sue surmised that it was highly likely to understand human speech. Sure enough, upon hearing Sue's taunts, the rhinoceros's rage boiled over, and it charged forward with a thunderous roar. The purple crystal horn atop its head flashed with a dazzling light, then exploded with a massive bang. A deadly beam of light shot toward Sue. Sue let out a cold laugh. Oomph, just as expected, a beast. It fell for such an obvious provocation. It had immediately unleashed its most powerful trump card. Now that he knew this move, Sue could take it down without holding back. He activated divine concealment for an instant to dodge the beam, then raised his hand and struck. Crack! The dragon-inlaid broken sword instantly shattered. The shard flew out, piercing the rhino's eye socket and blinding one of its eyes. Sue then sidestepped into its blind spot and gripped the broken blade at an angle. In that moment, the broken sword became a short sword. He could now unleash Slaughter Strike. This strike had to be an instant kill. A look of pure, ruthless killing intent flashed in Sue's eyes. Whoosh! With this strike, his killing intent surged like a vast ocean, sweeping toward his target. Upon seeing this strike, the massive, mutated amethyst giant horned rhinoceros actually showed a hint of fear. For this was a legendary tier skill more than enough to strike terror into its heart. A blood-red slash streaked across the scene in an instant. Thud! The massive bull's head rolled to the ground. Even its purple crystal horn snapped and fell to the ground. Slaughter Strike, its power was unmatched. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the 19th level. Sue gained a massive amount of experience. He leveled up 19 levels in one go. He was just a hair's breadth away from level 20. His breathing was a bit labored, using Slaughter Strike had taken a massive toll on him. He then looked down at the ground. Loot, purple crystal rhinoceros horn platinum grade material X1. This was a rare crafting material, perfect for making weapons. Sue immediately pocketed it. Then, a large treasure chest appeared before him. It was a top-grade gold chest. Sue immediately activated Item Ascension. Top-grade platinum. Sue opened the chest. Instantly, a blueprint appeared inside. Top-grade platinum weapon, soul-screeching scythe blueprint 1. Required materials. Any top-grade platinum core weapon base material 1. Yellow Ape S blood pumping heart 1. Water Ghost S vocal cords 1. Refined steel, mystic iron. There were many materials, but most could be purchased at the auction house. Not bad. I can craft this scythe for you to use. Sue's lips curled into a slight smile. After putting the blueprint away, he strode directly into the 20th level. As soon as he entered the 20th level, the scenery changed completely. Beneath his feet lay pitch-black volcanic rock, and on both sides of the surrounding path, surging lava flowed. A burly knight clad in lava fire armor stood directly ahead. He carried a massive hammer on his shoulder, looking incredibly formidable. He had his back to Sue and didn't even turn to look at him. You are only level 19, yet you've made it to the 20th floor? You're certainly strong. He turned around, his expression calm. But you're no match for me. Please turn back. The Lava Knight advised. Sue scanned its stats. 20th floor boss, Lava Knight. Level, 25. Strength, 420. Constitution, 350. Agility, 280. Spirit, 158. Luck, 100. Skills, lava-slaying hammer, flowing armor, blazing fire. It had no weak points in any of its stats. Its agility was even higher than Sue's. A boss is a boss only 6 levels higher than Sue, yet its stats were hundreds of points higher overall. A bead of cold sweat formed on Sue's forehead. This boss was simply too formidable. Even his most prized agility stat was no match for it. Without activating divine concealment, Sue feared he wouldn't even be able to dodge a single normal attack. Sue was already on his last legs. He had endured 20 floors of non-stop combat. Both his mental and physical stamina were severely depleted. Inside the silent tower, there was no way to recover his condition with food or potions. He knew he probably wouldn't stand a chance. But Sue still chose to act resolutely and challenge the 20th floor. How could a miracle happen without at least trying? Sue gripped the Shadowflow longsword in his left hand and the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right, then suddenly charged forward. He fully activated the coiling thundersword technique. Terrifying flashes of lightning erupted. With his right hand, he drew his sword and struck with an instant slash. At this level of mastery, he could even perform the instant draw slash without needing a scabbard. Sue's figure transformed into a streak of crimson light as he charged forward. The Lava Knight slowly shook his head, let out a sigh, and swung his massive hammer. Crash! In that instant, the lava formed a curtain, unleashing a searing heatwave. Sue charged into it, feeling a searing pain throughout his body as his health rapidly plummeted. In the end, he was completely engulfed by it. But a hint of shock also flashed across the Lava Knight's eyes. Because before Sue was defeated, those 2 sword strikes had actually landed on it. Its health had dropped by 50% in an instant. Challenger, next time, you'll definitely beat me. It said in astonishment. There was also a hint of admiration in its eyes. Sue's vision went black before he could respond. He had already exited the silent tower. Stopped at level 20. Current rank, number 1. Calculating rewards? Sue remained expressionless. To him, the ranking was as fleeting as a passing cloud. The rewards were what truly mattered. During this run through the silent tower, he had reached level 19 and earned a massive haul of weapons, gear, and materials. Now, there were additional settlement rewards as well. Finally, the reward settlement was complete. 50,000 myriad coins. 100,000 descent coins. Ethereal Steps low-grade diamond movement skill. Sue immediately refined the ethereal steps. Refinement successful. Ethereal Steps high-grade diamond movement skill. A super-tier movement skill from time immemorial, based on the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. By moving according to specific hexagram directions, it is utterly unpredictable, light as a feather and swift as lightning, appearing as if strolling through a garden, yet reaching extreme speeds. It had actually been upgraded directly to a high-grade diamond tier agility skill. Sue was overjoyed. He immediately crushed it to learn the skill. He did indeed possess a gold tier agility skill, Hound's Stride. But that skill wasn't powerful enough for Sue. There were stronger agility skills available, such as Divine Concealment, but that was, after all, a legendary tier skill. The stamina and mental energy cost was simply too high for his current stats. Every time he activated it, it drained a massive amount of stamina. But this Ethereal Steps was different. He could use it repeatedly in quick succession. At the same time, it was a high-level movement technique capable of evading many attacks. In a chase, it would ensure he remained undefeated. From now on, he would use Ethereal Steps for everyday combat. Only when absolutely necessary should he use Divine Concealment to evade essential attacks. That is the optimal strategy. He can now discard the Hound's Stride. It's perfectly normal for skills to evolve. After learning this skill, Sue immediately sensed that his mind had been enriched with countless insights into the I Ching and ethereal visualizations of the footwork's fluid movements. Finally, he had successfully mastered it. Ethereal Steps top grade diamond. Proficiency, 30 million. Afterward, Su left the silent tower. He walked slowly toward the exit. My sword should be nearly finished by now, he muttered as he walked away. At that moment, outside the tower, people were watching Li Changwang's results. Li Changwang cleared the 11th layer. Wow, he can still fight? Honestly, Li Changwang is pretty impressive. He broke through the 10th level without receiving any extra rewards, yet he still kept pushing through 2 more levels before stopping. He's a beast. He has got a good mindset, but when he comes out and realizes he's south only in 2nd place trailing the God of Slaughter by several levels, his mental state is probably going to collapse. Li Changwang stopped at the 12th level. Li Changwang's final results were also announced. I bet his mindset will collapse once he comes out, people said. Even the strongest person probably couldn't withstand 2 massive blows in a row. Sigh, Li Changwang. I'm afraid he is done for. I think he'll be completely crushed from now on. People shook their heads slowly, speaking with a touch of sorrow. Meanwhile, Su's ranking was still climbing. God of Slaughter cleared level 18. What? He made it to level 18. God of Slaughter cleared level 19. Holy shit, he is a monster, a true monster. Who the hell is this guy? What kind of talent does he have? Li Changwang from Moyang City, Sword Controller Su from Xinjing City, Zhang from the Zhang family, and 9-star Yen Zhe. I'm afraid none of the geniuses from our cities can hold a candle to this God of Slaughter. God of Slaughter stopped at the 20th floor. Current ranking, 1st. Upon seeing this news, people practically held their breath. It was a long while before they finally looked at one another in stunned silence. A newcomer stopped at the 20th floor. Unbelievable. Many second transformation experts can't even beat the 19th floor, yet a newcomer made it to the 20th. I really want to know who he is, but he must have used a title to hide his real name. People spoke in awe, their voices trembling. At that moment, there was another person outside, her expression extremely grim. She wore a tight-fitting red outfit that highlighted her stunning figure, and her face was etched with a cold glint. Her name was Lu Na. This God of Slaughter, who on earth is he? He actually surpassed my brother Chen Guang. She clenched her teeth slightly, seething with resentment. All the intense stares, all the attention, were focused on that God of Slaughter. And that glory should have belonged to Li Changwang. Hearing the people around her praise Li Changwang made her heart bleed. But she wouldn't stoop to arguing with them, she had long since written them all off as dead. Once her strength rose, she would immediately kill every single person here who had ever slandered Li Changwang. That's right, her mind had already become twisted. You could say she was a fanatic fan, and Li Changwang was her idol. Lu Na was a student in Xinjing City, but not at the same first high school as Su. She attended a vocational high school. At this very moment, her fists were clenched tight, her heart brimming with hatred. Li Changwang, the sword maniac from the neighboring city, had killed her older sister in the beginner's dungeon. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. As for herself, due to her lack of strength, she could only hide in the nearby bushes and watch the entire ordeal unfold. Her sister's gruesome death tore at her heart like a knife. The overwhelming grief soon became too much for her mind to bear. So her brain activated a self-protection mechanism. It transformed that hatred into a strange obsession. Lu Na began to revel in Li Changwang's overwhelming power. A twisted admiration for strength took hold of her psyche. She even felt that the moment Li Changwang killed her sister was, in a way, rather cool. Perhaps this was what they called Stockholm Syndrome. In truth, Lu Na had long harbored resentment toward her older sister. She was a 7-star class holder, her talent was quite good, but her sister was an 8-star, stealing all the spotlight from her. Her parents poured all their love and resources into her sister. So, deep down, she never truly loved her sister. It was merely conventional morality that held her back. And when Li Changwang killed her sister in the dungeon, in that instant, the shackles in her heart, all those rules and constraints were severed. Morality and family ties were now meaningless to her. All in all, Luna was Li Changwang's biggest fan. After the beginner dungeon challenge ended, she immediately went to Woyang City to find Li Changwang, hoping to form a party so they could tackle other dungeons together in the future. She wanted to be with Li Changwang forever. By being with someone powerful, she, too, would shine and make a difference. But when she arrived, she discovered that Li Changwang had already been crushed. The sight of him exiting the dungeon left all the students at Woyang No. 3 High School in shock. His right hand, which held the sword, was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. The sword itself was shattered. It seemed Li Changwang had been defeated by someone. She, too, was stunned at the time. She would never forget the look in Li Changwang's eyes back then. What a look it was! Dazed, incredulous, desolate, pained, and filled with rage. All of it. It broke her heart. Looking back at the rankings for that dungeon run, Li Changwang had been defeated and had fallen to second place. That sword controller named Su had surpassed her blade frenzy. This wasn't just painful for Li Changwang, it was even more painful for her. She wouldn't allow anyone to be stronger than Li Changwang. She, too, was a 7-star class holder with decent talent. For this reason, she, too, would challenge the Silent Tower to improve her strength. Luna's dream was to support Li Changwang and help him become the strongest. Her class, well, it was a coincidence. An assassin. She would follow closely in Li Changwang's footsteps and grow stronger. She would help Li Changwang climb all the way to the pinnacle. It was this conviction that made her fear no challenge. With determined strides, she too slowly made her way into the Silent Tower. Just then, an unremarkable young man walked toward her and brushed past her. It was Su. Su showed no signs of injury whatsoever. You'd never guess he'd fought his way all the way to the 20th floor. That's because his Reagan factor bloodline had healed every single wound, big or small. As they passed each other, Luna felt a pang of surprise. She felt as if a bloodthirsty beast had passed right by her, exuding an utterly terrifying aura. It lasted only an instant. She gasped sharply and spun around to look. Behind her, however, there was nothing. Was it an illusion? Su had already vanished into the crowd. Could that god of slaughter really be him? Her breathing was rapid, and she found it hard to believe. But his face looked just like Su, the sword controller from First High. A sword controller so weak in the early stages, who probably only got first place in the dungeon by luck. How could he possibly have made it to the 20th floor of the Silent Tower? It can't be him. She slowly shook her head, dispelling the speculation in her mind. However, the murderous intent in her eyes remained undiminished. In her heart, Su was still destined to die. Because he had surpassed Li Changwang. Just then, another figure wielding a long sword emerged from the Silent Tower. Li Changwang. His gaze was vacant, even somewhat dazed. He walked out of the tower with slow, deliberate steps. He looked like a walking corpse. Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she were gazing upon an idol. She hurried forward. Li Changwang. But Li Changwang seemed not to see her, passing right by her. I didn't lose. At that moment, one could hear him muttering these words through his pale lips. Luna froze for a moment, then felt her heart break. She knew Li Changwang had suffered a massive blow. She quickly supported him as they made their way outside. Upon seeing the rankings posted outside the tower, Li Changwang's whole body shook. His eyes were trembling. Slaughter, god of slaughter, in first place, on the 20th floor. His voice was filled with utter shock, trembling, and bewilderment. Being surpassed was one thing. But by so many levels. This completely shattered his worldview. Li Changwang lost his footing and slumped to the ground, falling to his knees. His sword clattered to the floor with a sharp clang. Then, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was borderline maniacal. The crowd around him, witnessing this scene, refrained from mocking him. Because it was simply too pitiful. The hero of yesteryear was now utterly defeated. Su walked slowly toward the blacksmith's shop while opening his profile. Su. Titles: God of Slaughter. Active titles: First Blood, Rookie of the Year. Level: 19,545,512,000 EXP. Class: Sword God. Mythic tier, one of a kind in the world. Strength: 55. Constitution: 60. Agility: 200. Spirit: 100. Luck: 50. Bloodline: Undying Body A, Regan Factor C. Talents: Item Ascension, Origin Sword Body, Auto Cultivation. Skills: Slaughter Strike, Absolute Hide, Divine Concealment, Eye of Insight. Thunder Wrap Sword Art, Instant Slash, Swordmaster, Tempest Sword, Sword Control, Sword Tomb, Mind Blade, Ethereal Steps. Sue arrived at the blacksmith's shop and found the blacksmith. "How is my sword coming along?" Sue stepped forward and asked. The blacksmith drew a long sword from behind him. "It's ready." The sword before him was now completely different from the original blood-sealed sword of mystic steel. First of all, the blade was no longer made of pure jet black material. Instead, it had been forged from a fusion of multiple alloys, resulting in a wondrous hue. The base color was the pure white of steel, but when sunlight hit it, it seemed to shimmer with various hues, much like certain rare ores. At the same time, the sword's length had changed. It was now slightly longer than before. The tip formed a sharp 30-degree angle, looking incredibly pointed. The hilt was crafted from wolf bone and wrapped in a layer of animal hide. When Sue held it in his hand, it felt slightly warm and soft, fitting perfectly in his grip. He scanned the sword's stats. Color gold, dark blade, golden grade, high quality. After being forged by a blacksmith using multiple composite materials, its grade has been elevated to golden grade. This sword has taken a huge leap forward in both sharpness and toughness. Affix Bloodthirst: after wounding a monster with this sword, it absorbs the spilled blood to heal the wielder's injuries. Blood Oath: after this sword kills a monster, it temporarily boosts the wielder's all attributes by 20 points for 1 minute. Ally Edge: this sword's sharpness far exceeds that of ordinary high-grade gold weapons. It even reaches platinum grade levels. All of the original affixes of the Mystic Steel Blood Oath sword have been retained. Not only that, but an additional affix effect has been added. Alloy Edge. The sharpness of this sword is unmatched by any other gold grade weapon. Sue was very satisfied. He swung it a few times, and the blade flashed with a cold light. The dragon inlaid broken sword, the Shadowflow longsword. With this weapon added, he now had 3 swords. And not a single one was below gold quality. The dragon inlaid broken sword was even diamond grade. It was safe to say that, for the time being, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of weapons. Sheathing the sword, he felt quite pleased. Sue already knew what his peak form looked like. The Shadowflow longsword in his left hand, the dragon inlaid broken sword in his right. At the same time, using the sword control skill, he would summon the dark blade to slash at enemies from midair. Add the mind blade to that. That meant he could control 4 swords simultaneously to slay his enemies. That was absolutely terrifying. This wasn't simply a matter of multiplying 1 by 4. Don't forget that Sue also possessed the Origin Sword Body talent, granting him a permanent, sustained boost to his sword technique's power. 10 times 4 equals 40 times. One person's destructive power was essentially equivalent to that of several squads combined. The only drawback was that Sue's mental energy wasn't sufficient. Activating 4 sword technique skills simultaneously was something other class holders wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even if Sue could manage it, he'd only be able to sustain peak damage output for a few seconds at most. I wonder when I'll be able to awaken the skill for dual sword mastery. Sue thought to himself. Then, he took out the broken dragon inlaid sword and placed it before the blacksmith. "Master, forge me 2 more scabbards. One for a long sword, a custom-made one. And one for a short sword." Sue planned to place the sharp tip of the dragon inlaid broken sword in its fractured state into the sword case on his back. The broken sword itself would be tucked at his waist. This way, he could catch his enemies off guard in battle. Who could possibly anticipate a pure sword blade suddenly flying out from behind to slit their throat? The blacksmith took the dragon inlaid broken sword and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Young man, what grade is this weapon of yours?" Hearing this, Su replied without batting an eye. "Low-grade platinum." This sword was his personal property, others couldn't scan its data. Only someone like him, possessing the eye of insight skill, could freely view others' information, even their underwear would be crystal clear. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith held the longsword up before him, marveling incessantly. Marvelous, simply marvelous, this craftsmanship, these forging patterns. And yet it's supposedly just a low-grade platinum weapon? The blacksmith's gaze grew almost mesmerized. He ran his hand over the fracture mark, his face etched with disbelief. But he didn't press the matter further. After all, if a customer wanted to keep the quality of a weapon a secret, he had no right to pry. That was professional ethics. Without saying another word, he immediately placed the weapon on the rack and measured it with a series of instruments. Length, thickness, guard. This sword is too sharp, an ordinary wooden scabbard probably won't hold up. I'll make these 2 scabbards for you out of blackstone ironwood, though the price might be a bit steep. 30,000 decent coins. The blacksmith said, rubbing his chin. Su nodded and paid without hesitation. Blackstone ironwood is a rare, all-natural wood, jet black as iron, incredibly hard, yet remarkably light. It's an extremely expensive material for scabbards, but the price was well worth it. The shopkeeper hadn't quoted a random price. Soon, Su's scabbards were ready. There were 2 of them. One was long, the other short. The short one resembled a dagger sheath, meant to be worn at the waist, while the long one resembled a sword and could be carried on his back. The specially treated scabbards were double-layered, capable of holding both a portion of the blade from the broken dragon inlaid sword and the entire gold-plated dark blade. The original scabbards could now be discarded. Su carried the long sword on his back and the broken blade at his waist. Clad in a long gray robe, he looked fully armed. All right, it's time to go slay the great serpent. A flicker of excitement passed through Su's eyes. He tapped the tower token lightly. In the next instant, a transparent screen appeared before him. Su's quest list appeared on it. Defeat the Python King. Location, Nanli District, Sha River Wilderness. Coordinates, deep within the forest. Hunt down a second transformation Python King in the wilderness forest of the South District. It has already devoured several members of the Sky Tower Society. Its power is terrifying. Its current level is approximately 25. Please exercise extreme caution. Reward, 10,000 myriad coins, 1 random platinum skill scroll. Upon completing this quest, you will officially become a platinum tier member of the Sky Tower Society. Teleportation costs 10,000 decent coins. Do you wish to teleport to the quest area? Su's expression grew solemn. He took a deep breath and tapped the coordinates button on the screen. Just teleport me there. It's more convenient and faster. I don't have time to waste, Su said in a steady voice. In the next instant, his figure became ethereal and vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the midst of a vast forest. It was drizzling, and the air carried a damp scent. All around him was the fragrance of fresh grass and earth. The scent of this forest is truly pleasant, so different from the lifeless city, Su said with a faint smile. This was the scent of nature. The air here was incredibly fresh, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked stench of the tidal forest dungeon. However, this was the wilderness. These days, Blue Star is overrun with mutated beasts and monsters. The slightest misstep could mean a death with no proper burial. Only the cities offer even a modicum of safety. In other words, the danger here is no less than that inside a dungeon. Su furrowed his brow slightly as he moved forward slowly. His expression was one of extreme caution. He opened the virtual map on his screen and headed toward the quest objective. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su arrived at a village in the wilderness. Some humans without awakened professions would be doomed to a lifetime of manual labor if they stayed in the city. To escape this fate, many non-class holders chose to flee to the wilderness and establish villages to live in. But while such a life offered freedom, it was also fraught with danger. At any moment, they could fall prey to wild beasts. As Su entered the village, he was immediately struck by a strong, pungent smell of blood and the stench of decay. He looked around. In this village, there wasn't a single living soul. Nothing but corpses. There were roughly several dozen bodies, all having met a gruesome end here. The village was littered with crumbling ruins, as if corroded by some unknown force. All the corpses bore gruesome, harrowing wounds. Almost none had died with peace in their eyes. Neither the elderly nor the children had been spared. Every single one had been mauled to death by some colossal creature. Sue approached the body of a little girl, crouched down, and examined it closely. He noticed that the villagers here all possessed certain animal-like features. For example, cat ears, rat tails, eagle legs. This is a half-beastman village. Sue's expression grew grave. In this world, countless races coexist, beastmen and elves alike, so this wasn't unusual. He reached out and scraped a layer of slime from the wall. The skin on his finger immediately curled and rotted away, causing a sharp pain. It seemed to be snake venom. Perhaps it was my mission target, that giant python, that did this. Sue quickly left the village and ventured deep into the dense forest. There were too many corpses in the village. The smell of blood would attract all sorts of unwanted beasts. He had to get out of there as soon as possible. Before long, Sue found a massive pile of serpent droppings. It was enormous, swarming with flies. It was practically a colossal pile of dung, taller than Sue himself. As soon as he got close, he could smell a strong, foul stench. Most importantly, mixed in with the droppings were many human body parts and skeletal fragments. They were still dripping with blood, a truly horrifying sight. Since snakes are cold-blooded animals, their digestive systems aren't very efficient. Many bones, feathers, and skin-like materials cannot be digested and are expelled from the body along with the feces. Sue was choking so badly he could barely breathe, but he remained standing in place, using the eye of insight to scan the item's information. Giant snake feces. Quality: trash. Distinctive serpent feces with a strong, fishy, putrid stench, containing a large number of super pathogens. If a weapon is dipped in it, it can be enchanted with the poison attribute within a week. This pile of feces is still fresh. Judging by its shape, the giant serpent has headed northeast. Sue's expression grew grave. It seemed they were very close to the giant serpent. To actually be able to imbue a weapon with the poison attribute, this dung is truly extraordinary. Sue stroked his chin and muttered to himself. But he had no intention of sticking his precious sword into it. He might end up grossing himself out before the enemy even had a chance to. Sue set off at a brisk pace toward the northeast. Soon, he began to notice bloodstains on the ground, along with human footprints. Could it be that there are still survivors in that little village? Sue wondered to himself. If he found someone alive, he could ask them about the giant snake. Sue followed the bloodstains and came upon a secluded path. This path led straight to a cave. The cave was shallow, barely enough to shelter from the wind and rain, with hardly any space inside. Sue's expression grew grave as she stepped inside cautiously. As soon as she entered, she was surprised to find someone sleeping inside the cave. To be precise, it wasn't a human. It was a half-beast. A young girl. She looked to be about 13 or 14 years old, with a pair of cat ears on her head. She was wearing a set of animal skin clothes and lying on the ground asleep. Her skin was smooth and fair. There was nothing on the ground but a simple straw mat. On her ankle was a long gash. Fresh blood was oozing from it, and it had already turned yellowish with pus. It seemed to be infected. Sue immediately scanned her stats. Race: half-orc. Level: 30300 EXP. Class: assassin. Strength: 9. Constitution: 9. Agility: 27. Spirit: 9. Luck: 9. Talent: cat people bloodline. She is naturally agile. Her agility stat is 1.5 times that of a normal class holder. Skills: silent steps, claw strike. The bloodline of half-orcs differs from that of humans. They can awaken their class at an earlier age. Sue was somewhat surprised this orc girl from a remote mountain village actually had quite high innate talent. It had reached 9 stars. Before Sue could react, Leah's cat ears suddenly twitched. Then, she abruptly opened her eyes. She moved like a hare, leaping up in a single bound with agile and nimble movements. She took a step back, moving away from Sue. Her back was slightly arched, and her gaze carried obvious hostility. She looked just like a cat with its fur standing on end. Even while asleep, she remained this alert. Such is the hearing of a half-orc cat. In her right hand, she gripped a rough dagger with a reverse grip. From the tips of her left hand extended 5 sharp claws. A pair of large, dark red vertical pupilled eyes fixed intently on Sue, revealing a hint of fear. She sized up Sue's appearance, clearly taken aback. A human. Who are you?" she asked cautiously. Sue eyed her combat stance coldly but did not draw her sword. Instead, she produced the tower token from her waist. "Young lady, I mean you no harm. I'm here to hunt monsters," Sue said calmly. Only when Leah heard the words Sky Tower Society did the hostility in her eyes subside. "Oh, so that's it." She seemed to realize something, straightened her posture, and dropped her combat stance. She had grown up in this remote village and rarely saw humans. So, naturally, she had been hostile towards Sue at first. But members of the Sky Tower Society were different. This was an organization of humans dedicated to hunting monsters, and they were generally considered friendly. While she was in the village, she had also seen a few humans from the Sky Tower Society and had become somewhat familiar with them. This was because a giant snake had been rampaging around the village for several years. The Sky Tower Society had sent out several teams, but all had met their end in the serpent's belly. "You're here to hunt that mutated giant serpent, aren't you?" Leah said. Sue nodded. "Big brother, you'd better go back. The Sky Tower Society has already sent several teams. But without exception, they all died in the giant serpent's belly." She was still young, yet her eyes betrayed a deep weariness. "Besides, you're all alone. Don't go throwing your life away." She looked at Sue and said earnestly. Hearing this, Sue's expression remained unchanged. He cut her off and asked, "Leah, do you know where that giant snake is?" Sue forcefully steered the conversation. The little girl instinctively nodded. After all, as a half-orc, she wasn't naturally very cunning. "Hey! No, wait, why did I just nod? And how do you even know my name?" The cat girl's eyes widened in astonishment. "Don't worry about those details. I'm asking you, was your village slaughtered by that giant snake?" Sue asked. Leah nodded, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. Yes. I'm the only one left alive from our village." Her ears drooped, and she felt utterly despondent. Half-orcs live in tribal communities, and their concept of family is rather vague, but even so, she still felt a deep sadness. After all, these were the villagers she lived with day in and day out. She had witnessed the giant snake's brutality with her own eyes. She cried alone in her cave for days and still hadn't recovered. "Do you want revenge?" Sue asked. I do." As she recalled all the memories of her childhood friends and elders in the village, her heart filled with even more hatred. "Say it with more conviction," Sue coaxed gently. "I do." She clenched her teeth slightly, her emotions guided by Sue. "Little girl, lead the way, and I'll help you get your revenge." Sue smiled faintly as he spoke. His hand rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and he looked completely at ease. He seemed to feel no pressure at all. That gesture gave the impression that everything was under his control and that his strength was unfathomable. Seeing Sue like this, the young girl felt a twinge of surprise. "Big brother, are you really sure?" She was still a little afraid. "Trust me. I'm stronger than those Sky Tower Society members from before. I can kill that giant snake." Sue took a step forward, his expression solemn as he made his promise. Hearing this, Leah clenched her little fists. Finally, she agreed without hesitation. "All right. I'll take you there. I know where its lair is. I'll take you there." I know where its lair is, Leah said. Gurgle. But immediately afterward, her stomach growled. Her face flushed slightly, and she felt a bit embarrassed. For a half-orc, having your stomach growl was a deeply shameful thing. After all, this was a race that took pride in hunting and eating meat. Hunger meant incompetence. Over time, this had shaped the unique culture of the half-orc race. Sue was also very familiar with half-orc culture. In his previous life, he had several half-orc teammates. His expression remained calm as he immediately opened his personal interface. In the shop, he purchased a fresh, crispy roasted leg of lamb. He retrieved it from his personal storage. It was still steaming. Sue handed it directly to her. You're too weak right now, you'll probably faint after just a few steps. Eat this to replenish your stamina, Sue said. She looked at the leg of lamb, her eyes practically sparkling. Having been stuck in this cave for several days, she was already starving. For a half-orc, she was actually quite polite. She took the large leg of lamb, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to gnaw on it heartily. From the very first bite, she was blown away. The various human spices, cumin, chili powder, salt, and the like were all new to her. To her, it tasted absolutely divine. In no time at all, she had devoured the entire leg of lamb. It had to be said, when it came to eating, half-orcs were truly voracious. Afterward, Sue bought a bottle of healing potion from a human shop and handed it to her. Your leg is injured, Sue said. She nodded, took the potion, and drank it in one gulp. Having grown up in a village since childhood, the half-orc knew nothing of social niceties. Those were just human pretenses. Her heart was truly natural and pure. She drank the entire bottle of potion as if it were a beverage. Soon, the wound on her ankle was completely healed, just as it had been before. Feeling refreshed and full of energy, she hurriedly thanked him. Sue smiled faintly. She wasn't even worried it might be poisoned. What a silly girl. But that was fine, she was straightforward and innocent, which made her easy to control. Big brother, you're so much better than those Sky Tower Society members from before. Before they went hunting the giant snake, they also stopped by our village to rest and ask around. But they all looked down on us half-orcs, acting all high and mighty. They even said our food was gross. Leah clenched her fists, feeling a bit indignant. For half-orcs, saying their food is gross is a huge insult. Sue simply remained impassive. Humans really are like that. You'll have to be careful from now on, not everyone is as friendly as I am. He offered a casual reminder. Upon hearing this, the little girl etched those words deeply into her heart. Let us go, I'll take you to find the giant snake. She darted out nimbly, moving with great speed. Sue followed close behind her, never straying a step. The girl and the cat moved at breakneck speed, weaving through the dense forest. Her movements were incredibly agile, she ran without making a sound. And she was incredibly fast, too. No wonder she managed to escape the village and become the sole survivor. Soon, Sue spotted the trail left by the giant snake. The soft earth had been churned up, forming a massive path where it had slithered. A light drizzle fell continuously in the forest, making the ground very slippery. If she hadn't been leading the way, those tracks would likely have been washed away quickly, and finding the nest would have taken a lot more effort. Sue only knew that this giant snake hibernated during the summer, but he actually had no idea where the nest was located. So he owed it all to her. By the way, big brother, I haven't asked your name yet. Sue. Okay, then I'll call you Ming from now on. A few hours later, the two arrived at a grove of dark maple trees. There was a distinctive scent in the air here. It was the kind only snakes could produce. And only an extremely massive, mutated giant python would emit such a strong scent of snake bile. The air was thick with a bitter, nauseating odor. Sue's gaze turned icy as his hand slowly rested on the dragon-inlaid broken sword at his waist. Brother Ming, that giant snake's lair is right up ahead. Leah led Sue to take cover behind a massive tree and said in a hushed voice. Sue peered forward and saw, deep within the dense forest ahead, a massive python resting there. Its body was coiled, entirely pitch black, covered in layers upon layers of scales as hard as steel plates. Its body was incredibly thick by a rough estimate. Its diameter must have been 2 or 3 meters or more. Its length reached tens of meters. Coiled up, it resembled a dragon. It could truly be called a colossal serpent. With its eyes tightly shut, it had buried its head within the coil of its own body and was fast asleep. Perfect. It was indeed in summer hibernation. At this moment, if he could locate its head and unleash a slaughter strike, he would surely deal a devastating blow or even kill this colossal serpent. While it was completely off guard, his critical hit rate was extremely high. The agility attribute increases both critical hit chance and critical damage. When the enemy is weakened, the critical hit chance increases even further. Su was highly confident he could land a critical hit. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by. Su's expression shifted slightly. The mission target was right before his eyes, yet he remained calm. Su's expression darkened. Because he sensed a wave of killing intent. And it definitely wasn't coming from an animal. Before hunting its prey, an animal might feel hunger or a thirst for blood. But that's hunting for survival. The killing intent wouldn't be this intense. Basically, only humans kill for the sake of killing. This killing intent was unmistakable. Su was highly sensitive and sensed it immediately. His eyes flashed slightly as he raised his hand and clenched his fist. He drew the dark blade from his back. In the rainforest, where the rain fell ceaselessly, the alloy blade of the sword reflected a shimmering emerald green glow. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the blade shot through the air. Whoosh! The dark blade transformed into a streak of black light, moving at extreme speed. It pierced straight into the tree branch. Plop! A few drops of blood dripped from the tree. They fell right in front of Su. At the same time, a muffled groan echoed. Liat's face turned pale with shock. What's going on? Why is there blood? She lifted her head and looked up at the branches. There, high up on the 20-meter-tall tree, several ethereal figures were crouching. They were clad in translucent camouflage gear, blending almost seamlessly with the foliage. It would be nearly impossible for the average person to spot them with the naked eye. One of them, the most burly and muscular, had a massive gash in his shoulder, inflicted by Su's blade. Su sneered. So there really was an ambush. He hadn't been sure at first. He just sensed a killing intent and decided to test the waters. He hadn't expected to land a direct hit. Come to think of it, this area was thick with dense forest besides the trees. Where else could they hide? Damn it, we've been discovered. The figures in the trees wore icy expressions. They originally planned to wait until Su was engaged in battle with the giant snake before striking. That way, they'd be guaranteed success. But Su was far too alert. We'll just have to kill him now. The three leaped down from the tall trees. At the same time, they each activated their skills and charged at him. Su immediately scanned their profiles. A brute warrior, a frost swordsman, and a barrier mage. All were second-class class holders. Their skills were all incredibly powerful as well. The brute warrior attacked first, raising his massive hammer high, its surface shimmering with a red glow. He descended from the sky. This move was the brute warrior's signature skill, Crushing Blow. If it landed as a critical hit, it could literally smash a person's brains out. Combined with his second-class attributes, an ordinary first-class class holder could die in a single blow. The frost swordsman followed close behind, wielding a white longsword whose blade was coated in frost and emanating a faint white mist. The two of them, one in front and one behind, plunged toward Su from the left and right above him. As if that weren't enough, the mage in the tree had also conjured a massive ice spike and was hurling it at Su. All three held the high ground, giving them a massive advantage. If he didn't handle this properly, this single move alone could wipe Su out completely. Su could dodge it, but if he did, the half-orc girl would be crushed to death. Su had high agility, but his defense wasn't particularly strong. In other words, he couldn't dodge it, and he couldn't take the hit head on either. There was only one option left. That was to meet the attack head on. A cold gleam flashed in Su's eyes as he made a split-second decision. Whoosh! The dark blade, mid-air, spun around and flew back into his hand. Then, he suddenly shifted his stance. He immediately activated the coiling thundersword technique. Boom! Thunder roared, and flashes of electric light surged across Su's blade. Then, he swung his sword. Clang! The brute force warrior's hammer blow was parried by Su in an instant. His eyes widened in shock. I'm a brute force warrior, my strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. How could he possibly push me back with a single sword strike? Besides, I'm a second-class warrior. He was utterly stunned. He could feel a terrifying force coursing through that sword. He was sent flying backward in an instant. When he lifted his hammer to inspect it, he discovered a deep gash had appeared on its surface. His eyes widened in shock. After parrying that attack, Su didn't pause. With movements as smooth as flowing clouds in water, he drew a long sword from the shadows. Shadow Flow Longsword. Propelled by the sword control skill, the Shadow Flow Longsword hovered in midair, emitting a resonant hum. In the next instant, it shot through the air, lunging straight toward the Frostblade swordsman. The streaking Shadow Flow Longsword left a long, pitch-black trail in its wake. From bottom to top. The blade, like a materialized shadow, could pierce through physical defenses, appearing eerie and terrifying. The Frost swordsman's eyes widened in utter horror. He had thought victory was in the bag, that he would surely kill Su. With the brute force warrior attacking from the front, how could Su possibly launch a second strike so quickly after parrying that hammer blow? It was simply beyond belief. The Frost swordsman's face was icy as he gripped his sword tightly. Humph, so what if he can land a second strike? I'm a second transformation player, I can block that sword strike of yours and cut you down. He roared in anger and twisted his wrist. A layer of frost formed on the blade, imbued with the frost attribute, capable of inflicting frostbite on enemies. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He seemed certain of victory. At that moment, he was already calculating in his mind how much money he'd receive from young Master Zhang as a reward after killing this kid. Would it be enough to save up for retirement? He grinned, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty smile. Whoosh! But soon, his smile vanished. His expression froze completely. Because the instant his sword clashed with Su's, his sword shattered without a doubt. Immediately afterward, that Shadowflow longsword pierced his chest with pinpoint accuracy. Agonizing pain surged through him, causing him to spew a huge mouthful of blood. His health plummeted rapidly. He crashed heavily to the ground, landing right in front of Su. His eyes were wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had happened. They were both swordsman-class characters. But he was a second-class character. Whether in stats or skill quality, he was superior to Su. How could he lose to a newcomer like Su? At that moment, the mage perched on the treetop also realized she'd run into a tough opponent. She twirled her staff lightly, immediately unleashing her most powerful skill and pouring all her mental energy into it, holding nothing back. This kid has already pushed himself to the limit by defusing both of their killing moves. This strike will leave you severely injured, if not dead. She spoke in a steady, expressionless voice. After all, Su had already unleashed both of his swords. Yet her ice spike, suspended mid-air, suddenly shattered. This left her somewhat stunned. No, that can't be. When she looked closely, she realized that a deep blue spirit blade had appeared within her deadly ice spike. It was formed entirely from pure spiritual energy. Su had unleashed 3 sword strikes in an instant, deflecting all the lethal attacks. How could a first transformation sword controller possibly block 3 skills from second transformation class holders without so much as a scratch? She stood atop the treetop, her face etched with terror. She began to realize that something was seriously off. This kid's true combat prowess was definitely not that of a mere newcomer. But before she could launch her next attack, Su had already moved. Whoosh! That mind blade slashed through the air, streaking toward her throat. Damn it, this kid's swordplay is terrifying. It's even more powerful than a second transformation swordsman's, and it can easily shatter even my ice spikes. If I get hit by that, I'll be severely injured. Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to abandon her offense and activate a defensive skill instead. Barrier. Hum. A translucent magical field appeared before her, enveloping her entire body. Sua's mind blade slashed violently toward her. Clang. The mind blade became firmly lodged at the edge of the barrier, unable to advance a single inch. She let out a cold laugh. Ha, first tier is still just first tier. My mental power is so profound. As long as you can't kill me, I can wear you down until you're finished. Besides, there are 3 of us, and you're all alone. Su, standing below, remained expressionless. Oh? Is that so? Su gave a slight flick of her finger. Whoosh! The power of the mind blade surged abruptly. The origin sword body activated to its fullest potential. 10 times the power. The power of this sword technique is inherently enhanced by the agility attribute. Although Sua's strength attribute wasn't too high, making her weaker in head-on strength contests. But the power of his sword technique, bolstered by his extremely high agility attribute and combined with the origin sword body, was comparable to that of a nuclear weapon. Crash! In an instant, Sua's mind blade sliced right through her protective barrier. The barrier shattered into pieces. The deep blue spirit blade pierced straight through her neck. Half of her bone was exposed. Blood spurted skyward. Her eyes widened in utter horror, and she gasped sharply. How is this possible? She muttered, then immediately cast an escape spell and fled for her life. She landed 10 meters in front of Su, panting heavily. Early game mage teleportation spells have very short ranges. Even after a second-class advancement, she couldn't escape very far. Fear flashed in her eyes. Her health bar had plummeted to 0. She hurriedly downed a potion and barely managed to recover. The 3 of them stared at Su, their hearts filled with shock at that moment. You're definitely not a first-class newbie. Damn it, the young master really screwed us over this time. They gritted their teeth in frustration. Su remained expressionless after deflecting 3 lethal skills. He didn't even break a sweat. With a casual flick of his wrist, his movement was graceful and effortless. The Shadow Flow sword in midair spun back, circling around him to shield his body. Then, the mind blade also darted to his side, spinning, circling, and hovering around him. Leah, standing nearby, was mesmerized by the sight. This human was actually this powerful. He was even kind of handsome. According to half-orc standards of beauty, a handsome man had to be burly and massive, as sturdy as an ox. Su was lean and frail. How could he possibly be associated with the half-orc's idea of handsome? But after seeing Su, she felt her own sense of beauty had shifted somewhat. How can you be so strong? She was utterly shocked, then immediately asked. Who are these people? Why did they attack you? Her face full of astonishment, she looked at the people around them. Why are you all killing each other? Aren't you all the same race? She cautiously ran to take cover behind Su, all the while looking at the crowd and asking. Su fell silent, offering no reply. Fighting each other? Perhaps that's just what humans are like deep down. You mentioned the word young master just now. So you're assassins sent by Zhang? Su surveyed the group and said coldly. With that, he took a step forward and stomped down on the face of the Frostblade swordsman standing before him. He pressed the man's head into the mud. The man's face contorted with pain and seething rage. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand up. He was a second transformation cultivator, after all. But because he was severely wounded, he couldn't break free. In the end, he could only be held down firmly by Sua's foot. He tried to pull out a potion to drink, hoping to heal the wound in his chest. Smash! The mind blade flew straight out, shattering his potion. He was completely unable to heal his wound. Ever since the Shadowflow longsword had pierced his chest, his mental energy had been draining away constantly, so he couldn't even cast any skills now. The brute force warrior also had a wound on his shoulder, inflicted earlier by Su's dark blade. Su had fought 3 opponents single-handedly, emerging unscathed and severely wounding all 3 second-class assassins. Judging by his movements, he seemed to be handling the situation with ease. Such power not only astonished them but also filled them with dread. They couldn't help but look at him with a hint of fear in their eyes. "You do have some skill. But we were just caught off guard earlier. Did you really think you could take on 3 of us alone?" The female mage raised her head in disarray and glared at Su, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She had been severely wounded by Su's sword just moments ago and was nearly on the brink of death. That's why she had immediately downed her most important and most precious bottle of healing potion, worth 100,000 descent coins. It could instantly heal most of her injuries. If she hadn't drunk that potion and had relied on ordinary healing potions instead, she would have died before she could even be treated. So she was furious. She had paid a huge price. Even if she killed Su, she might not recoup her losses. So even if only to vent her anger, she had to kill Su today. She raised her hand and clenched her fist, and a green barrier materialized, enveloping the frostblade. As a barrier mage, her specialty was barrier spells. Protective barriers, defensive barriers, healing barriers, restraining barriers. Whether attacking, protecting teammates, or restricting enemies, she could achieve it all through the use of barriers. The green barrier instantly separated the soul of Su's Shu from the swordsman's face. Then, it began to slowly heal his body. This swordsman's name was Song Buching, and his stats were quite high. His primary stat was agility, with strength as his secondary. Unfortunately, he had been severely wounded by the Shadowflow longsword and had long since lost his strength, which was why he had to endure the humiliation of being trampled under Su's feet. Su stared at the barrier, a hint of calm murderous intent flickering in her eyes. "I didn't expect Zhang to be so impatient. We've only just finished the beginner's dungeon, and he has already sent someone to kill me." Su's face remained expressionless as she thrust her Shadowflow longsword forward. Thud! The sword pierced right through the healing barrier. Then, with a single strike, it pierced the Frostblade swordsman's skull. That blow finished him off completely. Song Buching died with his eyes wide open. The female mage and the brute force warrior's eyes immediately widened in shock. One strike and he shattered Wang Yu's barrier. Damn it, not even a level 25 player nearing their 3rd class advancement could pull that off. Just one sword strike. The brute force warrior's face turned pale, a hint of fear welled up in his heart. At that moment, he was certain, this guy was definitely not a first-class class holder. He might not even be a rookie from this intake at all. Young Master Zhang, the assassination mission he'd given them was, in reality, a suicide mission. Looking at his companion's lifeless body with eyes still wide open, panic began to set in. Once panic set in, his combat judgment immediately slowed. And Su was a master at seizing such opportunities. His expression icy, he raised his hand and gripped the blade. Then he took a step forward. Ethereal steps were unleashed to their fullest extent. His movements were so fast they were almost inhuman, leaving afterimages in his wake. Rain swirled all around him, whipped into a whirl by the wind at his back. It almost formed a faint, simplified diagram of the rain hexagram. Wherever his feet touched, gentle ripples spread out. It took less than the blink of an eye. Su had already closed in on him. The brute warrior stared at Su, now mere inches away, and was overcome with utter horror. What kind of footwork is this? How can he be this fast? It's practically teleportation. I have to activate my steelskin skill immediately, or I won't be able to withstand this sword strike. In that instant, these 3 thoughts flashed through his mind. He raised both hands and activated steel skin. Crack! Su's sword struck him directly on the neck. The sound of steel rang out right beside his ear. Thank goodness, I managed to block it in time. He let out a sudden sigh of relief. If Su's sword had struck him unguarded, he would surely have died. Su, however, remained calm. Steel skin? He had anticipated this long ago. Using the eye of insight to see through everyone's skills allowed Su to always maintain control of the battle. Cutting through steel was no difficult task for Su. He flickered his wrist, unleashing the thunder-wrapped sword technique to its fullest. Whoosh! Combined with the Shadowflow longsword's unique composition which could pierce through physical matter to strike at the very source, dealing shadow damage. The brute force warrior's steel skin had little effect. That sword strike sliced directly across his throat. No blood flowed. Instead, a pitch-black liquid trickled out. When the steel skin skill is activated, the blood throughout the body undergoes a special transformation. The brute force warrior stared in disbelief, still unable to fathom that his throat had been slit. His health dropped by 60% in an instant. No. I can't die. I still have defensive skills, I still have healing potions. Right, that's right, I still have a teammate Wang Yu. Her shield is sure to save me. The brute warrior turned his head to look. But he discovered that the female mage, Wang Yu, had long since fled. Su's next sword strike followed immediately. Or rather, it wasn't his own next strike. It was the Shadow's sword. Su had triggered the effect of the Shadow sword, set an extra strike from his shadow. Whoosh! One strike severed his head. The brute warrior fell as well. The female mage, overcome with panic, turned and fled. She had abandoned her teammate outright. Su stared in the direction of her escape and let out a cold laugh. He immediately summoned his mystic steel sword and gave chase. Su would not leave a single survivor. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with despair. Her teleportation spell had too long a cooldown, and her shield couldn't hold. On top of that, she didn't have the money to buy decent survival gear, so she was doomed. Su soared through the air on his sword, striking with blinding speed as he pursued her. He even sliced through the raindrops in midair. The glow of the dark blade reflected in the sky. Wang Yu turned to look, and despair instantly filled her eyes. She knew there was no escape. In that moment, countless bitter and vengeful thoughts surged through her mind. Regret and rage filled her. Damn you, Zhang! She clenched her fists unconsciously, snarling inwardly. Back in the day, I, Wang Yu, was the belle of Xinjing, the campus queen with a 6-star talent. Yet I devoted the best years of my life to you, young Master Zhang. All I've gotten in the past 2 years is a measly 100,000 descent coins. It's like throwing crumbs to a beggar. And to top it all off, he sent me on this assassination mission. It's practically a suicide mission. He is sending me to my death. The 2 clan assassins traveling with me are decent enough, but compared to Su, they're nothing but cannon fodder. This Su standing before me isn't just a sword controller, he is a monster. Zhang either severely underestimated Su, or he deliberately sent me here to die. She felt utterly shattered and desperate. Suddenly, a blank stare appeared in her eyes. It seemed she had thought of something. Immediately, she let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. She roared, then raised her hand to cast a spell. An instant cast spell, a barrier of flame. It instantly set the tail of the giant snake in the distant lair ablaze. That's right, she'd chosen to rouse the giant serpent just before her own death. This would ensure that Su would die here too. Her frenzied actions sent a chill down Lia's spine as she watched from the sidelines. She'd spent her entire life in the village, where all the half-orcs were peaceful, simple-minded souls. Now, having witnessed the bloody strife among humans with her own eyes, she finally understood what cruelty really means. What madness really means. Even in death, they drag their own kind down with them. The human race, they're actually this cruel. She felt a chill run down her spine. She recalled how she'd once, without a second thought, taken Su's food and drink. She'd been far too careless. When she looked at Su again, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. It could be said that, at that moment, this half-orc girl had truly grown up. Swish! Su's sword pierced her heart. She breathed her last and collapsed to the ground. Su's expression was grave. He hadn't expected this woman to be so frantic. If his sword hadn't killed her, she would have woken the giant serpent, and she would have died anyway. It could be said that this was a suicide attack. The next instant, a voice rang out. Slayed a level 2 party of 3. Wang Yu, Barrier Mage, level 21. Song Buqing, Frost Swordsman, level 23. Li Meng, Brute Force Warrior, level 24. Killed enemies of a higher level received experience bonus. Experience gained, 13,000 points. Immediately afterward, Su's level jumped straight to 20. Su immediately allocated all his attribute points to luck. His agility was already sufficient, so he could now focus on boosting his luck stat. Many people consider luck to be a useless stat. Many believe that luck basically only affects drop rates. It doesn't directly and immediately boost combat power. But Su knew very well that luck wasn't just about item drop rates. It also influenced the probability of critical hits, critical strike chance, and critical damage. Agility also increases critical hit probability, but not as much as luck does. By prioritizing both agility and luck now, every attack will land a critical hit later on. By then, he'll be able to one-shot anything with a single sword strike. Plus, his item ascension talent will also benefit from the luck stat S bonus. Shortly after, Su heard a voice. Loot obtained, Myriad Coins X30, 900, Descent Coins X100 000, low-grade silver gloves, high-grade silver ring, high-grade golden warhammer, golden staff. All of their items were transferred to Su. Su pocketed it all. This haul was far more lucrative than killing monsters. No wonder there were so many psychopathic killers running rampant. Instant slash, thunder-wrapped sword technique. Skill proficiency increased. Flash draw low-grade gold sword technique. Focus your mind, channel all your power into a single sword strike. Draw your sword and strike with terrifying power. Thunder sword lower-grade gold sword technique. Condense lightning within the blade to enhance the sword technique's power. Brand new sword techniques flooded his mind. Su could feel that his power had greatly increased. However, the string of rewards did nothing to lift Su's spirits. Because that giant snake had already awakened. In the distance, the massive serpent raised its head with a thunderous roar. Su could feel the ground around him tremble 3 times. The serpent seemed enraged beyond measure and let out a deafening roar. Player has reached level 20. Assigning second job quest. Assignment successful, slay a monster of second job or higher. This quest was truly outrageous. It required a player who hadn't even reached the second job to slay a second job monster. Only a class like Sword God would be assigned such a terrifying quest. Su stared intently at the giant serpent before him, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. A second job monster perfect for completing both the Sky Tower Guild quest and the second job quest. Today, I, Su, am about to reach my second job advancement. Even if you giant snake, wake up, it won't do you any good. Su's expression turned icy as she shoved Lia aside. Little girl, hide. Don't hold me back. Su spoke coldly, showing no mercy. Lia didn't find Su's tone harsh. Instead, she nodded. Okay. Her cat ears twitched, and she hurried away. The sight of that giant snake filled her with a fear that ran deep in her bones. She wouldn't dare fight it, so she knew leaving was the best choice. Only by letting Su fight freely would they have the best chance of winning. Her heart was filled with anxiety. She hoped Su would win at all costs. To avenge everyone in the village. Roar! The giant snake opened its massive jaws, revealing its forked tongue. Its wide upper and lower jaws gaped open, as if capable of swallowing a small house whole. This giant snake's size was terrifying. It completely outmatched Su. Ordinary snakes don't roar, they can only hiss. But this snake, having undergone multiple mutations, could now emit an eerie, roar-like sound that was utterly spine-chilling. At that single roar, all the birds and beasts in the surrounding dense forest scattered. Within a radius of several li, every wild animal fled in panic. The giant snake charged straight toward the corpse of the female mage, Wang Yu, and swallowed her whole in one gulp. Its gaping maw was so wide that it gnawed a huge pit right out of the ground. One can only imagine how terrifying the scene was. Su stood tall, his expression unreadable throughout. He drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist and gripped it firmly in his hand. Dark Blade spun and hovered in midair, circling around him. Mind Blade also whirled beside Su. In his left hand, he gripped the Shadowflow longsword. With all four swords in play, Su displayed his peak combat stance, holding nothing back. The giant serpent roared and charged forward violently. Its massive, sinuous body was utterly terrifying. It stirred up a fierce wind. The wind howled, making Su's clothes flutter in the gusts. But he didn't immediately dodge the attack. Instead, he activated the Eye of Insight to examine the data on this massive monster. Giant Venomous Python Wilderness Boss. Level, 26. Strength, 401. Constitution, 350. Agility, 157. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. Skills, Tight Skin, Wriggling Scales, Corrosive Venom, Shedding, Hellish Stranglehold. It was even higher in level than what was listed in the Sky Tower Guild quest log. It had reached level 26. Its strength attribute had reached a terrifying 401. That far exceeded the boss of the beginner dungeon, the Guardian of the Blood Lake. Back when he fought the Blood Lake Guardian, Su had 3 teammates who were no slouches themselves. But now, he's all alone. Yet Su stands tall, not a trace of panic in his heart. Though the giant serpent is terrifying, Su is no longer the player he once was. His strength has skyrocketed. With a swift spin, Su soared into the air right where he stood. His robes fluttered in the wind. His figure was as ethereal as a dream or a bubble, his lower body movements subtle and mysterious, his footsteps as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. It was a seamless, fluid sequence. Hovering high above the giant serpent's head, he raised his hand and unleashed 4 sword strikes. Swish, 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 swish. Driven by the sword control skill, the dark blade shot straight through the air. Mind Blade spun, slashing toward the giant serpent's head. The Shadowflow longsword in his left hand, entwined with Thunder Sword, flashed with electric light as it struck with a thunderous crash. At the same time, the dragon-inlaid broken sword in his right hand also struck. 4 swords struck simultaneously. They struck the giant serpent's steel like scales, instantly sending sparks flying. One can only imagine just how hard the giant serpent's scales were. Su's agility stat was extremely high, nearly 50 points higher than the giant serpent's. So dodging the serpent's attacks was incredibly easy for him. The giant serpent's furious charge could shatter even a giant tree, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of Su's robe. This was the main reason Su had prioritized agility. Because it offers a high margin for error. If he had focused on constitution, his vitality would indeed be higher, his physique would be stronger, and he'd be more resilient. His defense would see a tangible boost. But no matter how high his constitution stat is, he'll still take damage. When facing a powerful enough enemy, a single hit is enough to overwhelm even the highest defense. In such moments, the only way to survive is to dodge nimbly. Su believes that taking attacks head-on is never the best solution. Agility, on the other hand, is different. It simultaneously makes Su's swordplay more powerful and faster. It also enhances his ability to dodge attacks. It can be said to be the perfect attribute that combines offense and defense. With 200 points of agility to rely on, Su is able to fight against opponents of higher tiers with such ease. Clang, clang, clang. 4 swords slashed from different angles. They struck the giant serpent's scales with full force. Sparks flew in all directions. Su could see with his own eyes the damage marks left by each of the 4 swords. Those layered scales, reflecting a metallic sheen and remarkably thick, were indeed incredibly hard. Even with the tenfold power of Su's sword technique, they still failed to inflict significant damage. The Mind Blade caused the least damage since it didn't even have a physical blade, being merely a sword condensed from Su's mental energy. It barely managed to scratch the giant snake's scales. The dark blade cut about 5 centimeters deep. The Shadow Flow longsword penetrated half a meter. These three swords dealt a total of 3% damage to the giant snake. You could say it was practically a scratch. But the dragon-inlaid broken sword was the strongest. Although this sword had a very short blade more like a dagger, it only penetrated 10 centimeters. But this sword was extremely sharp. As it sliced through the giant snake's scales, there was hardly any resistance. It also dealt the most damage. That single strike alone drained a full 4% of the giant serpent's health. The giant serpent let out a piercing roar, enraged to the extreme. To it, Sua's sword wasn't even worth a toothpick, but the pain was still very real. Its serpentine head whipped around abruptly, lunging toward Su to bite. Malice flashed in the serpent's eyes. It seemed to believe this move had Su completely at its mercy. After all, this human had no wings. No wings meant an inability to change direction mid-air. No matter how agile you are on land, it's meaningless in the air. Because you can't move by stepping on air. The giant serpent's gaping maw opened wide, like an abyss. It was almost large enough to swallow Su whole. Su could even see with his own eyes the tunnel-like throat leading straight to its stomach, filled with undigested animal fur, severed limbs, and bones. Sua's gaze was icy. He truly had no wings. But he had his sword. Su suddenly raised 2 fingers. Dark blade flew back from the snake's scales, made a sharp reversal, and came to a halt mid-air. It stopped right at Sua's feet. Sua's mastery of the sword riding skill had grown increasingly adept. Now he could even position it precisely in mid-air. Su stepped directly onto the blade with his foot. A clever use of momentum. Su spun gracefully, retreating 10 meters in a single swift motion. His movement was incredibly fast. Meanwhile, propelled by the recoil from his feet, the dark blade shot straight into the giant snake's throat. The giant serpent's strike missed its mark, but it successfully swallowed the mind blade, which instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the dark blade pierced deep into its body. The giant serpent's stomach acid could indeed corrode the incorporeal mind blade in an instant. But it couldn't corrode the dark blade that quickly. Thus, the dark blade was able to rage unchecked inside its body. Su leaped out of the way of the giant serpent's strike and landed on the ground. He immediately adjusted his stance, his eyes flickering slightly. The dark blade instantly began twisting and slicing inside the giant serpent's body. The giant serpent instantly felt a wave of excruciating pain churning in its belly. The dark blade was rampaging wildly inside it. Under the power of his sword control ability, the dark blade spun, moved, and slashed frantically, like a meat grinder. The giant serpent let out a piercing scream, and its head slammed violently to the ground. Boom! Dust and debris flew everywhere. Its massive body crashed down, smashing many trees to pieces. Its eyes burned with intense rage. It had been enormous since birth, the undisputed king of the forest. Countless humans, mutated creatures, beasts, and class changers had met their end within its massive jaws. For all these years, it had never stopped devouring. It had drawn endless nourishment from flesh and blood, which was why it had grown so immense, winding like a dragon. It was beside itself with rage. No human had ever dared to harm it like this. Su gazed at its agonized form, his expression calm. The giant serpent's scales were indeed hard, but its internal defenses were still not strong enough. So what if your scales are hard? I'll attack your abdominal cavity directly from the inside. Su thought coldly to himself. This way, the giant serpent's evolved scales would be rendered meaningless. The giant serpent rolled in agony on the ground, its massive body rolling and thrashing wildly. For a moment, dust and debris filled the air within 100 meters, and a deafening roar echoed through the area. Wherever the giant snake's tail and limbs twisted, trees snapped and fell, leaving deep gorges in the ground. Su stepped back, watching the scene with a cold gaze. At the same time, he was secretly channeling the dark blade inside the giant snake's belly, slashing furiously. From the outside, there was no sign of what was happening. But only the giant serpent knew just how rampaging the dark blade was inside its own abdomen. Su felt this wasn't enough. He raised his hand and activated the sword tomb skill. A massive stone sword plummeted from the sky, crashing down. It smashed a section of the giant serpent's body to a bloody pulp, shattering its scales. After all, this was blunt force damage. Even iron-hard scales could hardly withstand it. Soon, green blood began to flow from the giant serpent's mouth. The giant serpent's health plummeted rapidly, dropping below 70% in no time. In the distance, Leah's eyes trembled. Hiding behind a boulder, she was stunned. Brother Ming, he is so frail, how can he fight such a terrifying giant snake? He was taking on the beast single-handedly, and holding his own. She felt both amazed and puzzled. Su's power surpassed that of anyone she had ever seen in her life. Even the second transformation village chief had met his end in the giant snake's bloodthirsty jaws. Could this older brother be a third transformation master among the human race? She was utterly stunned by Su's strength. She watched Su's combat movements and stances intently, hoping to learn from them. She wanted to become that strong too, only then could she protect herself and her friends. At that moment, a seed of longing for power was planted in her heart. Roar! The giant snake's roar was deafening. Suddenly, it glared furiously at Su and charged straight at him. Its massive jaws snapped open, and from between its two fangs, it spewed putrid pus. Two streams of dark green, corrosive venom shot toward them. They were like lasers. A single drop would be enough to completely corrode a person's entire body. Moreover, this snake venom was definitely not an ordinary neurotoxin, hemotoxic, or purely cytotoxic. These three types of toxins are the primary categories found in all snakes. In that instant, Su used the Eye of Insight to scan the venom's data. He knew this was a hybrid toxin, a mixture of all three types. It possessed all the characteristics of these three major toxin categories. It could poison cells and muscle tissue, and it could even corrode the blood. If even a single drop touched the skin, it would immediately travel through the bloodstream to every part of the body. In the blink of an eye, death would come from the inside out. He had to dodge this attack. With a slight shift of his focus, a deep blue mind blade once again materialized before him. The sword hovered in front of Su, spinning rapidly with its center as the axis. Swish, swish, swish. Gradually, the sword spun like a helicopter's rotor blades, forming a protective umbrella that deflected the two streams of venom, slicing all the toxic liquid apart to either side. But the venom was far too corrosive. Su's mind blade quickly vanished, corroded by the venom. Su had no choice but to use ethereal steps to evade it. While fleeing and defending himself, he didn't forget to wield the dark blade to slash inside the giant snake's belly. The giant snake let out an angry and agonized howl, spewing venom with even greater force. Su's gaze grew increasingly cautious. This giant snake's health was dropping quickly, but not fast enough. He could even feel his dark blade gradually being corroded by the giant snake's venom. The dark blade was a top-grade golden weapon, indeed very sturdy, forged from a multi-material alloy. However, that didn't mean it could withstand prolonged exposure to the giant serpent's venom. It would hold out for a few minutes at most, that was likely its limit. Once the dark blade inside the giant serpent's belly was corroded and digested, he would be at a disadvantage. He had to completely kill the giant serpent within that time. Su's eyes turned icy as he channeled all his power into his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark blade moved frantically inside the giant snake's body, its sharp edge sliced through flesh and blood like a road sweeper, weaving its way through the darkness. As the blade slashed wildly, wounds began to appear even on the snake's outer skin, and blood spurted out. No, this snake is just too huge. Su thought to himself. My dark blade is like a toothpick to it. It's been moving inside it for so long, yet I still haven't found a vital spot. Searching for the heart inside such a massive snake was like looking for a needle in a haystack. As the saying goes, strike a snake at its 7-inch mark, but this giant snake's heart wasn't at the 7-inch mark, nor was it in its chest cavity. It was likely that after its mutation, the position of its heart had shifted. At this rate, there simply wouldn't be enough time to kill it. Su had also considered driving the dark blade into its skull to pulverize the giant snake's brain. But that was out of the question. The giant snake had a skull that completely encased its brain. That skull was extremely tough, the dark blade simply couldn't pierce it. Sue raised his hand and flicked it. The only organ that provides a direct path to the skull is the eye. Then I'll target your eyes, Sue said coldly. Whoosh! A broken blade flew out from the sword sheath on his back. The tip of the dragon-inlaid broken sword spun out. Whoosh! This long blade had no hilt, yet it was razor-sharp. Guided directly by Sue's will, it lunged straight toward the giant serpent's eye. In that instant, the giant snake suddenly shut its eyes. Its eyelids were covered with a layer of scales, hard and skinless. Unfortunately, faced with a diamond-grade dragon-inlaid broken blade, how could a single thin eyelid possibly offer any resistance? The dragon-inlaid blade was incredibly precise, piercing straight through the eyelid. It sliced the steel like snake scales there right down the middle. Blood gushed forth. Sparking with a shower of sparks, the blade pierced the giant serpent's eye. Moreover, this strike landed as a critical hit, dealing terrifying damage. It instantly drained 20% of the giant serpent's health. On top of that, there was a 200% fire elemental damage bonus. The giant serpent's single eye immediately burst into raging flames, burning half its face to a charred, festering mess. The giant snake was in such agony that it couldn't even spit out its venom. Then, Sue guided the dragon-inlaid broken blade straight through the eye and deep into the giant snake's brain. Sue intended to use this dragon-inlaid broken blade to directly pulverize its brain and finish it off with a single strike. In that instant, the giant snake's body convulsed, and suddenly its skin became crystal clear. It was as if it had donned a layer of crystalline armor. Its entire body had become supple. Sue's eyes narrowed. Is this molting? This giant snake possessed a skill, molting. Once the molting was successful, it would not only recover a significant amount of health but also see its strength rise to a whole new level. At that point, it might even reach level 27 or 28. But during the molting process, it is extremely vulnerable. Molting in the middle of a battle is nothing short of a pipe dream. Do you think you're one of the Shao family's snakes? The fact that the giant snake chose to molt at this moment means it truly has nowhere else to turn. This is its only option left. There is no way Sue would let it stage a last-ditch counterattack. He brought his two fingers together to form a sword and pointed from a distance. Clink! The dragon-inlaid blade emitted a sharp ding. It instantly pulverized the giant snake's brain matter into a slimy mess. Then it burst through the center of its forehead. A trail of blood spurted out. The giant snake crashed to the ground. Its health dropped straight to 1%. Sue's gaze turned icy. Brain death doesn't mean physical death. The giant snake's muscles were still twitching in a reflexive manner. Whoosh! The massive serpent's tail lashed out violently toward Sue. Sue drew in a sharp, cold breath. The giant serpent's head was already pulped, but its body's muscles were still alive. As it lay dying, the giant serpent's brain issued one final command: to strangle Sue. So its body swept toward Sue with tremendous force. Once it had Sue wrapped up, the giant snake would unleash its most devastating skill: hellish stranglehold. At that point, Sue would definitely be unable to withstand it. Faced with the giant snake's last-ditch, deathbed strike, Sue was indeed somewhat surprised. After all, very few creatures are capable of such extensive muscular activity after brain death. This giant serpent truly lived up to its reputation as the forest's mightiest beast. Whether in fighting spirit or sheer muscular strength, it was second to none. Its nervous and muscular systems were still carrying out the final commands issued by its brain. But Sue also felt a twinge of regret. Because he was so agile, there was no way the serpent's strike could land on him. Hellish stranglehold is pointless. Sue let out a sigh. He took a sudden step forward. He deftly dodged the hellish stranglehold. But in the very next instant, whoosh! The tip of its tail pointed directly at Sue, spewed a spray of venom. Sue's eyes widened in surprise. This giant snake's tail could actually spit venom as well. It was truly diabolical. A mutant species, it really was a mutant species. Such a bizarre and deadly tactic. Su's mental energy was already nearly depleted. Fighting while simultaneously wielding 4 swords and using ethereal steps, even a 3rd transcendence cultivator couldn't sustain that level of exertion. If Su had been using divine concealment, he would have exhausted his mental energy long ago. Now, both his mind and his body were utterly exhausted. Su estimated he could still use 2 or 3 more skills. Fortunately, the giant snake didn't have much health left either. Su raised his hand, gripping the Shadowflow longsword, and activated Flash Draw in reverse. Mid-air, he slashed toward the giant snake's tail. He dodged the venom. That single strike successfully severed the giant snake's tail. Su reached out and gripped it. He pulled the dark blade out of the giant snake's belly from a distance. Whoosh! The black blade sliced through its abdomen, flying toward Su's side, dripping with snake blood and corrosive fluid. The giant snake's health dropped to 0 instantly. Kill confirmed. Congratulations on defeating a level 26 giant snake. Loot obtained: Giant Snake Fangs X2. Giant Snake Scales X1000. Tier 2 Snake Core X1. Giant Snake Venom Gland X1. Second job quest completed, promoted to second job, Sword God. All attributes plus 10. Experience gained, 15,020. Leveled up to level 21. Plus 10 free stat points. Talent: Origin Sword Body Mythic Effect Enhanced. Sword Technique Power increased, 20x. Sword Technique Speed increased, 20x. Sword Technique Proficiency increased, 20x. Reward: 1 spin on the prize wheel. Promoted to the second job, Sword God. Su felt his stamina begin to recover. But before he could celebrate his victory, he suddenly felt a sharp, searing pain. Su looked closely. He saw a drop of snake blood on his arm. He didn't know when it had splattered there. The snake blood felt extremely hot against Su's skin. No matter how carefully he guarded against it, he hadn't been able to prevent this. The snake's blood was actually highly toxic. Su had done his best to avoid coming into contact with the venom and blood. But the giant snake was so massive, and it had spattered so much blood, that it was nearly impossible to dodge it all. He acted with extreme decisiveness, slashing out with his sword to cut away that patch of skin. He sliced out a chunk of flesh, cutting deep enough to expose the bone. The excruciating pain was still piercing. The toxin seemed to have already entered his bloodstream. This toxin was a neurotoxin that eroded the nervous system. Su could feel his mental energy rapidly depleting. It was about to run out completely. His muscles were also beginning to go numb. Su's expression darkened. At that very moment, he suddenly noticed that the giant snake's corpse was slowly writhing. Its crystalline skin seemed to still be undergoing a molting process. It could molt even after death? Su truly hadn't expected that. Faced with death, all living beings unleash boundless potential. At that moment, he felt a certain admiration for the giant snake's will to survive. If the molting succeeded, might this giant snake actually come back to life? He had to stop it. Su flicked his wrist, summoning the dragon-inlaid sword back from midair, and brought it crashing down vertically. The icy cold tip of the blade stabbed downward, straight toward the giant snake's head. This was his final strike before his spiritual energy was completely depleted. He had to finish off this giant snake once and for all. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Su. At the same time, a murderous intent surged. Su's eyes narrowed. He spun around to look. To his surprise, he found someone standing right behind him. It was a gaunt man in a black robe, his face twisted into a cold smirk. A long scar ran across his face, making him look utterly hideous. In his hand, he clutched a short dagger, thrusting it toward Su's neck. Another assassin? Had he been lurking nearby all along? Su's eyes widened in shock. At this critical moment, his stamina was already running out. He had only 2 choices before him. Use the dragon-inlaid broken sword to slay the giant snake. Or block the fatal strike from the man behind him. The snake venom had nearly paralyzed his entire body. Su couldn't multitask and had to choose one. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to block the man's attack. It was his only choice. Otherwise, if he died, everything would be lost. He swung the broken sword in his right hand, channeling the power of the thunder sword to block the blow. Boom! Lightning flashed. The strike shattered the man's blade along with it. The dragon-inlaid broken sword was far too sharp. The man's face betrayed a hint of surprise. After fighting such a terrifying beast, you still have enough strength left to shatter my strike? Hell, looks like I've picked a tough opponent. He snorted, clearly annoyed. But he showed not a shred of fear. It was clear that this man was incredibly powerful. At the very least, he was far stronger than those second transformation assassins from the Zhang family earlier. At that moment, behind Su, the giant snake's corpse began to make a series of writhing sounds. It seemed the molting process was nearly complete. The dragon-inlaid sword blade, suspended in midair, had begun to fall powerlessly, deprived of Su's mental control. Free falling. Driven purely by inertia, this strike had limited power. Given how things were unfolding, this strike would definitely fail to kill the molting giant snake's corpse. If that happened, it might even revive. And right now, facing the ruthless foe before him, Su simply had no time to spare. His mental energy was barely enough to activate one final skill. Paralyzed by the snake venom, he hadn't regained much strength despite having just advanced to the second transformation. Su found himself in an extremely precarious situation. Once the giant snake revived, he would be caught between two enemies. And if he killed the giant snake, who would deal with the assassin standing right in front of him? Just as he faced this dilemma, a petite figure burst out of the dense forest surrounding them. She took a single, light-footed step and leaped high into the air. Her delicate hands gripped the dragon-inlaid blade tightly in midair. Her hands were instantly drenched in blood. Her face contorted with pain, yet she refused to let go. She plummeted downward. She drove the blade deep into the giant serpent's skull. The entire blade sank in completely. The giant serpent's molting corpse was instantly and utterly slain. All muscle and nerve activity was completely obliterated. It could no longer shed its skin. It was as dead as could be. The one who had come was Lia. Her hands were nearly sliced through by the dragon-inlaid blade, and even her bones were cracked. After all, there was no hilt. She had no choice but to grip the blade with all her might. But she knew this was her only chance. She had to kill the giant snake once and for all. Otherwise, Su would face certain doom. And she herself would be unable to avenge her village. She had long wanted to kill this giant serpent that had ravaged her entire village. That was why she chose to charge out. She didn't want to passively flee again, just as she had back then when the giant serpent slaughtered her village. From this day forward, she would no longer hide. The giant serpent was dead, reduced to ashes. Su felt a huge weight lifted from her shoulders. Now she wouldn't have to make that difficult choice. She could barely use her last skill just enough to kill one person. Su spun around abruptly and used Eye of Insight to scan the information on this black-robed figure who had suddenly appeared. Pan. Level, 27. Class, Imposter. Strength, 30. Constitution, 50. Agility, 80. Spirit, 5. Luck, 5. Skills, Phantom Concealment, Breath Suppression, Critical Strike. A level 27 imposter, One skill that's enough. A chilling smile curled at the corner of Su's mouth. A murderous intent flared in his eyes. There was only one person in this world who had ever seen that kind of murderous intent. Run. And this man was the second. I have only one move left. Looking at the man before him, Su suddenly said. Hearing this, the man drew the real knife from his waist. This was his true weapon. Kid, Are you begging for mercy? Too bad the reward for this D-rank quest is just too generous. I'm determined to claim it. He gave a mocking laugh, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. But I can still kill you. Sua's eyes surged with overwhelming murderous intent. In that instant, the man felt as if his very courage were shattering. His smile froze on his face. The next moment, he witnessed the most terrifying strike. In the distance, Liao was also stunned. Su gripped the dragon-inlaid broken sword. He charged forward with blinding speed. His body transformed into a dazzling streak of death. A lingering afterimage of his gray robe remained where he had stood. A long, blood-red gash sliced across the sky. Within dozens of meters, every withered branch and fallen leaf was severed. Watching this strike up close, Leah felt her very soul tremble. She had never seen such a terrifying skill. Not even that giant serpent had made her feel such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although the strike wasn't directed at her, she was merely a bystander, she could still sense that intense killing intent. It was profound and utterly piercing. She trembled all over with fear, nearly plopping down onto the ground. It was too terrifying. The slash pierced right through the man's body. His gaze suddenly froze. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. Although Slaughter Strike wasn't a sword technique but a skill of the god of slaughter, the weapon used was the dragon-inlaid broken sword. To some extent, it could gain a slight power boost from the origin sword body. And since Slaughter Strike was already a legendary tier skill, even a 10% increase in power would be immense. Not to mention the boost from the origin sword body. Su estimated that this single Slaughter Strike had gained at least a 5-fold increase in both power and speed from the origin sword body. At Su's current level, the Slaughter Strike he used was far from the full-powered version. It wasn't even 1% of the full version's power. But with the origin sword body's enhancement, it had already regained some of its former essence. This single strike could even kill a third transformation player. The black-robed man before him felt a searing wave of terror wash over his soul, as if his name had been inscribed in the King of Hell's book of life and death. As the saying goes, if the King of Hell decrees you must die at the third watch, who dares keep you alive until the fifth? He finally felt his courage fail him, as if the god of slaughter were staring directly at him. In that instant, he felt his legs trembling. No, I can't do this. I have to run. The expression of ease he had maintained all along finally vanished. He was extremely seasoned, having killed many people, with combat experience far surpassing that of most class changers. But faced with Su's strike, he was truly terrified. No one had ever made him feel such fear, from the inside out. Never, not an opponent, a boss, or a beast. Never. This was the first time. He had lost all will to fight, all he wanted to do was run. But it all happened too fast. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Su's sword had already pierced his body. The crimson sword mark lingered in midair for what seemed like an eternity. His eyes wide with shock, he touched his neck. No wound. He felt his heart. No wound. He was drenched in sweat, as if he narrowly escaped death. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. He felt all over his body but found no wounds. He forced a smile, revealing his yellowed teeth. It must just be a scare tactic. I'm not dead. Behind him, Su stood expressionless. He raised his hand and clasped it lightly. The dark blade flew toward him and returned to its sheath. The Shadowflow longsword merged into the shadows. He sheathed all his swords. Because the battle was over. Ding! The last dragon-inlaid broken sword also returned to its sheath. Behind him, the figure in the black robe suddenly trembled. Blood gushed forth, shooting skyward. Because the sword was too sharp, and the slaughter strike was too fast. So the wound actually appeared with a delay. In fact, Pan's health had long since dropped to 0. His torso was severed clean in two. His body slid to the ground, internal organs severed, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. The man in black met his end. Even in his final moments, his eyes still held the joy of having narrowly escaped death. He didn't even realize he was already dead. Just one sword strike. A single move killing a full health opponent while barely clinging to life. Leah watched this scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. Big Brother Su had single-handedly taken down 3 people, then killed the giant snake. Now, he killed yet another. After this relentless barrage, could he still stand unscathed? He is too strong. A mix of fear and admiration welled up in her heart. Su exhaled deeply, feeling his hands tremble. Activating Slaughter Strike while paralyzed by the snake's venom was simply too difficult. A stream of blood trickled from his nose. This was the result of forcing a skill after his stamina had been completely depleted. Slaughtered a level 27 player. Killed an enemy of a higher level, gained 16,092 experience. Loot obtained, 100,000 myriad coins, 500,000 descent coins, black crystal dagger high-grade gold, agility cloak mid-grade gold, perception ring high-grade silver, tower token, imposter skill scroll high-grade gold. All of this man's equipment now belonged to Su. Su immediately spent 50,000 descent coins at the descent shop to purchase a vial of snake venom antidote. He clutched the vial in his hand, but before he could drink it, darkness engulfed his vision, and he passed out. His body had reached its limit. When Su woke up again, he found himself resting his head on something soft and cool. He opened his eyes to see a pair of lively cat ears right in front of him. A pair of bright, watery eyes were looking down at him. Seeing that Su had woken up, her little ears twitched noticeably. Leah looked a bit flustered. "Ming, you're finally awake." I didn't know what to do, so I made you drink the potion you were holding. You once gave me a healing potion that could heal wounds, and I thought yours would work just as well, so. Su slowly sat up. Looking closely, he realized he'd been lying on this girl's lap. I feel much better," Su said, patting her on the head. Her ears twitched slightly. She seemed to really enjoy that touch. Su smiled faintly, finding the young girl quite adorable. "Maybe I should take her as my apprentice? Maybe I should take her as my apprentice? She's got some talent, and she's an assassin, too. If she taught her well, she might even become this lifetime's god of slaughter." The god of slaughter is a legendary tier class, second only to the sword god. One must reach the 8th reincarnation to ascend to the rank of god of slaughter. As a unique class, there can only be one in the world. In other words, if her apprentice became the god of slaughter, there would never be a second god of slaughter in the world. This would effectively mean securing one of the world's most powerful combat classes under his command as a precaution. Su hadn't given much thought to forming a faction just yet. But what if he needed one in the future? Su fell deep in thought. If Leah hadn't given him that bottle of antidote, he might very well have slept forever. She was a good kid. Both her talent and her character made her well worth the effort. But Su thought about it for a long time. In the end, he gave up on the idea. Su felt he didn't have much time to train her. He didn't even have time to level up himself. So he decided against it. "How long was I unconscious?" Su asked. "A few hours, I guess." She counted on her fingers as she thought it over. At that moment, Su noticed there was still a lot of blood on her fingers. And wounds so deep they exposed the bone. Needless to say, she was still enduring constant pain. They had been inflicted by the dragon-inlaid blade. "You were very brave back then." Su praised her. "You were a huge help to me," he said earnestly. She nodded, her gaze suddenly hardening with resolve. When a person truly becomes brave, that's when they've grown up. That's what the village chief told me when I was little. I know it's time for me to grow up, too. Her eyes shone with a longing for strength. She had killed the giant snake's molted corpse. Although she wouldn't receive any rewards or experience points, she had shown courage. For her, that was the most precious prize of all. If there's a first time, there will be a second. Su bought 2 bottles of healing potions and poured them over her hand. Soon, the wound began to heal. Then Sue began sorting through her loot. She listed all of the man's gear on the auction house. After all, it was a sword she wasn't used to using one herself. Altogether, the items would likely fetch several 100,000 decent coins. How could this guy have so many good items? Rich, way too rich. It's really strange. Sue's expression grew somber. What puzzled Sue the most was that this man in black robes actually had 100,000 myriad coins. That was more than she had herself. Myriad coins were the only currency that could be used to purchase items in the 10,000 realms store. It takes precedence over the decent coins used within the human race. Moreover, it is the only currency accepted by all races. In other words, races such as half-orcs, orcs, and elves also use myriad coins as their currency. And this man actually has 100,000 of them. It's downright terrifying. How could a level 20 human possess such vast wealth? Sue was a bit puzzled. Then, Sue tapped the man's tower token again. A list appeared on the virtual screen. Sue wasn't expecting much, but when he saw it, he was immediately startled. This man's tower token contained dozens of completed historical quests. The list was densely packed. Most of them were low-level F, E, and D rank quests. How could someone in their 20s have completed dozens of quests? It was simply beyond belief. Then, Sue found a notebook among the man's personal items. Did this man even have a habit of keeping a diary? Sue immediately concluded that this man was no upstanding citizen. An upstanding person would never keep a diary. Flipping through the diary, Sue finally understood. It turned out this wasn't a diary at all. It was a record of his crimes. Every page clearly documented his targets. January of a certain year, target a 19-year-old student, a greatsword fighter. The Sky Tower Guild quest he accepted was to kill a poisoned newborn-level vampire in the wilderness, the perfect place to strike. Postscript, success. December of a certain year, target a 21-year-old class changer. His mission was to kill a mutated giant mosquito in the wilderness. The mission reward was 4,000 myriad coins. Postscript, success. June of this year, target an 18-year-old student named Sue, a key surveillance subject with a 10-star sword controller talent. When he took on a D-rank quest as a lone wolf, the location happened to be in the wilderness, the perfect place to strike. Sue's gaze grew solemn. It turned out that this man in black robes, Pan, was a criminal who went around killing people and stealing their rewards. He would observe low-tier Sky Tower Association members and tail them as they completed their missions. Then, at the very moment they were battling a magical beast, he would step in and slay both the humans and the beast. He would seize the supplies and complete the mission at the same time. A classic case of reaping the rewards of others' labor. In a sense, this guy was a criminal genius. With that kind of mindset, it was no wonder he had so many supplies and assets. Sue had assumed he was the fourth assassin sent by Zhang. Now it seems that's not the case. This guy has no connection to the Zhang family. He is just a murderer who roams around killing people and intercepting mission rewards. It was just bad luck that he'd been targeted by him. He has killed so many people. The Sky Tower Society and the government must have noticed him by now. This guy might already be wanted. Sue carefully put away the man's token. If this man really was a fugitive, then with his token, Sue could claim the bounty. The reward for killing him might even be more generous than the mission reward for slaying the Great Serpent. It would be a nice bonus. Sue also equipped one of the man's items, a perception ring. It enhances the 5 senses and sharpens combat awareness. Humans have 10 fingers, so in theory, one could wear 10 rings at once. But doing so would severely affect the feel of the sword in his hand. So Sue wouldn't wear too many. He took off the ring that added 5 points of strength and listed it on the auction house. That small boost was better than nothing for him, and the ring could fetch some money. Then, Sue opened the prize wheel. His origin sword body was now 20 times more powerful. His strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. With one more spin, his strength would climb to a whole new level. Spinning. The golden pointer spun continuously. Finally, it came to a stop on an epic tier slot. Purple Lingji Epic, high grade. Upon consumption, randomly increases all attributes. Sua's eyes widened in shock. Purple Lingji. It can increase all attributes, and the values 1 TB small. The attribute boosts will be permanent. It could be called the top-tier version of the Marrow Elixir. The Marrow Elixir can also enhance attributes, but it's only a gold-quality elixir. Why? Its effects are too weak, for one thing. Most importantly, it only works once. The Purple Lingji, however, is different. It can be used an unlimited number of times. Moreover, its effects are countless times stronger than those of the Marrow Elixir. In other words, if you have enough resources and connections to obtain multiple Purple Lingji, you could use them to enhance your attributes indefinitely. Of course, such a spiritual treasure is a priceless rarity. There are very few of them on the entire Blue Star, and no amount of money could secure them. This is something one can only dream about. Su was already very content to have just one. He swallowed it whole in one go. Suddenly, a surge of scorching power coursed through Su's entire body. He could feel every bone and muscle burning as if on fire. It took a long time before the power was fully absorbed. Purple Lingji successfully absorbed. The 5 attributes strength, constitution, agility, spirit, and luck have been comprehensively enhanced. Su immediately opened his profile. Su. Titles: God of Slaughter. Active titles: First Blood, Rookie of the Year. Level: 21 1,945,521,000 EXP. Class: Sword God. Mythic tier, 1 of a kind. Strength: 80. Constitution: 80. Agility: 240. Spirit: 150. Luck: 90. Bloodline: Undying Body A, Regan Factor C. Talents: Item Ascension, Origin Sword Body, Auto Cultivation. Skills: Slaughter Strike, Absolute Hide, Divine Concealment, Eye of Insight. Thunder Sword, Flash Draw, Swordmaster, Tempest Sword, Sword Control, Sword Tomb, Mind Blade, Ethereal Steps. All his attributes had increased dramatically. Su could even clearly feel his strength surge significantly. His agility was already far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, his constitution and strength were now on par with warriors of the same level. This was truly terrifying. It was as if he were a well-rounded all-rounder. Host has advanced to the second job advancement. The Item Ascension talent has unlocked hidden functions. Any looted item can be ascended once. Su's gaze sharpened slightly. Originally, only loot obtained from dungeons could be ascended. But now, things were different. Any looted item could be upgraded. This talent had been granted by the system from the start. He hadn't expected that advancing to a higher realm would come with hidden perks. So what level would it reach when he advanced to his 3rd, 4th, and 5th reincarnations? Su couldn't help but feel filled with anticipation. Just then, a voice rang out in his mind again. Proficiency cap reached, Mind Blade skill upgraded. Mind Blade low grade gold. Proficiency, 300,001,000. Its power had increased once more. With the auto cultivation talent, Su's skills could improve at any moment. All he had to do was sit back and reap the rewards. Afterward, Su took stock of everything he had. Let us ascend all the loot, he thought to himself. Now that his luck attribute had improved, the effect of the Item Ascension talent had also seen a slight boost. The probability of items being ascended to a higher quality was noticeably higher. Giant Serpent Fang's Ascension. Toxic Core Platinum, high grade. A material capable of continuously producing venom, as if it were still alive. It can be socketed into equipment to permanently grant a poison attribute enchantment, or used as a material to craft weapons. Giant Serpent Scales Ascension successful. Dragon Hide Diamond, low grade. A high-grade forging base material that can be used to craft exceptional soft armor capable of easily withstanding the vast majority of slashing attacks and even self-healing. Su decided to keep both of these items. They might come in handy for crafting gear in the future. After all, their quality is quite high. Next, he began the sublimation of the Tier 2 snake core. Tier 2 snake core sublimation successful. Purging core low-grade epic. Deep, dark green and crystal clear, the wild snake's gallbladder neutralizes 1,000 poisons. A high-grade antidote material. Just one drop of its essence can purge the vast majority of toxins from your body and grant you high-grade poison immunity for a short time afterward. If swallowed whole, it can instantly neutralize every poison in the world. Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Of all the items, the sublimation of this purging core surprised him the most. It had actually been upgraded to epic tier. This was the first epic tier item he had ever obtained. A single drop of its juice can neutralize poison. That means it's reusable. If swallowed whole, it can even 100% neutralize every poison in the world. An absolute lifesaver. Holding the jet black snake gallbladder in his palm, Su felt a surge of excitement. He raised it directly to his lips and squeezed out a drop. The dark green bile, as translucent as jade, slid down his throat, smooth and cool. And it was bitter. Extremely bitter. It truly lived up to its reputation as bile. Even Su, with his immense patience, nearly threw up. But once he endured it, a calm sense of comfort set in. All the internal heat and toxicity were completely purged from his body. A calm mind brings natural coolness. Su's gaze grew serene. The antidote he hastily bought at the shop wasn't of a high grade, so there might still be some residual toxicity in his body. But after swallowing this bile, he no longer had to worry at all. Su was definitely going to keep this snake bile for his own use. He wouldn't list it on the auction house. This stuff could save his life in a critical moment. He continued to sublimate the rest of his loot. Su had basically sublimated every item belonging to Pan, the man in black, that could be sublimated. It's worth mentioning that there was a skill scroll among them. Imposter skill scroll golden, high grade successfully transcended. Blood thrust imposter skill scroll, platinum, low grade. Required level, 20. A thrusting blade technique using a dagger increases critical hit rate. Upon hitting, the enemy will bleed continuously, making it difficult to staunch the wound, and dealing extremely high damage. Su wasn't an imposter, so he couldn't use this skill scroll. He tucked it away. He'd keep what he needed for himself. As for the rest, he planned to list them on the auction house. The black-robed figure Pan had amassed a vast fortune. By a rough estimate, if sold in its entirety, Su would be able to earn around 1 million descent coins. 1 million descent coins converted to myriad coins would amount to 100,000. That's a substantial sum. It's enough for anyone in Dragon Country to live the high life and coast through the rest of their life. Su's expression grew serious as he opened the multitude store. With Pan's money added, he now had a full 170,000 myriad coins in his account. Among his peers, he was already considered quite wealthy. Su had intended to exchange them for something, but after browsing for a moment, he ultimately closed the store interface. His ambitions were too grand. He no longer wanted low-tier bloodlines or talents. Ordinary items simply didn't catch his eye. He would only consider exchanging for items rated B class or higher. And B class items cost at least 500,000 myriad coins. He'd have to save up for a while before he could afford them. At that moment, Su stood up and glanced at the young girl. "Leah, I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, Leah's eyes, which had previously been bright and lively, visibly dimmed with a hint of sadness. Her cat ears twitched slightly. Okay. She knew full well that they would have to part ways eventually. After all, they weren't of the same race. She didn't try to hold him back. "But, big brother Su, I have one more question before you go." Leah walked up to Su and asked with a lively gleam in her eyes. "Go ahead." Su stood with his long sword slung over his back, his slender figure clad in a gray robe. He was very patient with this girl. "Brother Ming, why are you so powerful?" Leah asked bluntly. Hearing this, Su merely smiled slightly. "In my past life, I was the god of slaughter. In this life, the sword god. I'm practically a dual divinity powerhouse." Do I really have to tell you this secret? No way. Su wouldn't even reveal it to Yao. Perseverance. Su pondered for a moment. He simply uttered those two words matter-of-factly. In truth, he didn't really believe in that answer himself. Perseverance? There are so few things that perseverance can actually change. Talent alone is enough to crush everything. A good-for-nothing with a 1-star talent, no matter how hard he tries, can never match a 10-star genius. An orphan without family connections can never compete on equal footing with the young masters of those great clans. That's just how this world is built. But I still have to persevere. Even if hope is out of reach, even if the odds are minuscule. He still had to persevere. Because as long as he persevered, there was hope. Without perseverance, there was no possibility at all. These were the two extremes of possibility and impossibility. In his previous life, even when Su was cornered in the Death Grotto, he refused to hand over the Ring of Defiance, choosing instead to go down with them. That was why he was reborn. That was the reward perseverance had given him. Su chose to share this experience with her. Perhaps they were just two insignificant words, incapable of bringing her any immediate results. But upon hearing them, she nodded earnestly. It seemed as though she had firmly etched those two words into her heart. If she were human, she would surely have thought that Su was just giving her the runaround. And that was indeed what Su had in mind. But for a naturally pure half-orc, there weren't so many twists and turns in her mind. Leah naturally took those two words as Su's genuine answer. And that was precisely her strength. Leah found it somewhat profound. Her gaze was earnest, yet she still didn't quite grasp it. She knew that it might take her many years to understand what true perseverance really meant. Once, when her village was massacred, she was left homeless, drifting aimlessly through each day. But now, she had a direction to move forward in and was no longer lost. I understand. I'll do my best to follow the path you've shown me. Her cat ears twitched slightly. She seemed invigorated as she stood up straight. One last thing. Then, she bowed deeply. Brother Su, please take me as your apprentice. I want to become as strong as you and learn your skills. Especially that sword strike you used to slay the man in black. It was just so cool. As she spoke, she looked as if she were about to drool. It was as if it weren't a fighting move at all, but some kind of delicacy. Hearing this, Su smiled indifferently. Take you as my apprentice? Sure. But I must warn you, humans are very evil. We eat all kinds of creatures. Su's smile took on an increasingly sinister edge. It was as if Satan himself were creeping ever closer. The sense of oppression grew stronger and stronger. Leah felt a chill run down her spine. Ming, don't scare me like that. She was a little frightened. But Su was dead serious. I'm not joking. Humans are terrifying. We eat half-orcs. Half-orcs like you are our favorite dish among humans. Just off the top of my head, there are braised duck necks, crispy cat ears, raw roasted eagle legs, and tiger skin 5-spice chicken feet. As she listened to these dish names, the gory preparation processes immediately flashed through Leah's mind. She was so scared her eyes turned red. It was absolutely terrifying. Even when giant snakes killed half-orc villagers, they just swallowed them whole. Who would ever turn them into dishes? It was just too scary. Then I don't want to become your apprentice. It's too terrifying. I don't want to go to the human world. The forest is much better for me. Her voice was trembling with tears. Su's smile faded, but inside he was overjoyed. Teasing this little girl was so much fun. However, what he said was actually half true. In the human world, half-orcs were unwelcome. If he took her back there, she would inevitably face scorn from all sides. It would cause a lot of trouble. And among humans, there really were some perverts who liked to eat half-orcs. Although they were extremely rare, they did exist. If he took her back, her worldview would absolutely collapse, tainting her pure heart. Su didn't want to cause that much trouble either, so he used this method to scare her off. However, Su wasn't completely heartless. He took out the imposter scroll from his personal space. At the same time, he retrieved the black crystal dagger that had belonged to the man in black. I can't be your master for now, but I'll give you this skill scroll and this dagger, Su said, handing them over. Leah had killed the corpse inside the giant snake's shed skin, indirectly saving his own life. He simply couldn't let this go without showing his appreciation. He couldn't just brush her off just because she was innocent. Besides, this could also be considered a kind of investment. The principal of First High School had once given him a marrow elixir and a black robe made of snakeskin. That was the principal's investment in him. And now that he had resources of his own, why shouldn't he make an investment as well? Su had now become an investor himself. Leah was a promising prospect. He was sowing the seeds today. If she could become a high-level assassin in the future, she would be a powerful asset to his side. That would be his cause. You could call it a gamble. The black crystal dagger was originally a top-grade gold item. Now, Su has upgraded it to a mid-grade platinum item. Its new name is the Stone Silence Dagger. Moreover, it no longer has a level restriction. Leah took it and scanned it. Platinum grade. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Su nodded. That's right. This dagger is very sharp. You'll need to use it with care. As for this scroll, you'll need to reach level 20 and be an imposter to train with it. If you reach your second job advancement, you'll be able to change your class to imposter. If you can master this skill, it will mean you've truly learned the meaning of perseverance. By then, perhaps we'll meet again. Su paused as he spoke. He wasn't sure himself if they'd ever meet again. But Leah trusted Su's words completely. She clutched the scroll and the black dagger tightly, her eyes brimming with determination. Okay. I'll definitely persevere. I'll make sure you, Ming, look at me with new eyes. I'm going to get stronger and become your apprentice. She was thrilled. Looking up at the sky, she saw that the rain had cleared, and sunlight was streaming down, warm and pleasant. She looked more closely at what was right in front of her. The slender young man in the gray robe had vanished without her noticing. She was left all alone in the forest. She stood there, her gaze lost and wistful. Putting away the scroll, she drew the dagger. What should I do now? She felt a bit lonely and desolate. Orcs' minds are no different from those of humans, so they, too, feel boredom and loneliness. But she was an optimist and quickly pulled herself together. Besides, she was already very familiar with life in the forest. This was the perfect place for her to grow. I'll kill beasts and level up, she declared resolutely. Then, she set out on her journey to level up. With the Stone Silence dagger in hand, hunting beasts proved to be twice as effective with half the effort. No one knew that, later on, she actually persevered in leveling up alone in the forest for an entire year. She had explored nearly every corner of the surrounding forests, to the point where all the beasts in the area were terrified out of their wits whenever they saw her. A new beast king would be born here. Su teleported back to the Sky Tower Guild. Arriving at the quest hall, he found it was nearly empty. After all, the initial influx of new players had passed, and foot traffic had returned to normal. Perfect, it'll be easier to turn in my quest, Su thought coldly to himself. It's just a shame the air isn't as fresh as it is in the forest, Su mused to himself. Then, with a slight flick of his mind, he expended a small amount of mental energy to heal all his wounds. He activated the Regan Factor bloodline. When he was poisoned by the snake, he had sliced off a chunk of flesh from his elbow. Now, the flesh there was healing at a visible pace. Soon, it was completely restored. The power of the bloodline operates autonomously at all times, but actively activating it accelerates the healing process. The gray robe of the Shadow Sword set offers strong defense. The only drawback was that it didn't provide full body coverage, so he still sustained some injuries. However, much of the remaining venom and blood had been blocked by the Shadow Sword outer robe. That was why Su's injuries were so minor. It was also thanks to this platinum-grade equipment set. If it had been an ordinary set, it would have been corroded by the snake venom in no time. Afterward, he strode quickly toward the quest hall. Arriving at the window where he had accepted his mission, Sue wore an impassive expression. "I'm here to conduct business," he said. Inside the hall, a few player parties had not yet dispersed, scattered here and there. The people around him slowly turned their heads to look at him. "Is that Sue?" Sue, the sword controller from Xianjing City, a 10-star talent and the talk of the town lately. I heard he took on a D-rank quest. Once he completes it, he'll become a platinum rank hunter? That's right, it's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Members of several parties whispered among themselves. A 10-star talent regardless of class strength is an extremely rare genius. That's why Sue's name was known not only in Xianjing City but by nearly every new player in the entire Zhongchuan province. Everyone was a bit surprised. A newcomer daring to take on a D-rank mission, and from the looks of it, he didn't even have a squad, he was a lone wolf. That was downright audacious. This handsome young man seems to be overestimating his own abilities a bit. A 10-star talent is powerful, sure, but a D-rank mission requires dealing with at least second transformation monsters. It's still too difficult. A female player with a stunning figure, clad in black velvet stockings, spoke from the crowd. Standing at a distance, she gazed at Sue with an amused, meaningful look. Her words drew a chorus of agreement. Miss Mo makes a very good point. I agree, that's certainly true. People nodded, their expressions serious. He wants to leap to the top and become a platinum tier hunter overnight. He is incredibly ambitious. I have to admit, I admire him. A young man with a cold gaze, dressed in white and standing with his hands behind his back, spoke up. I look forward to him making a significant mark in Dragon Country's history one day. As he said this, a hint of hidden gravity flashed in his eyes. Perhaps one day, he too would face Sue in battle. He didn't actually want internal strife, he only wanted to slay demons and beasts, allowing Dragon Country to expand its territory. His ambition was to lead the entire human race to greatness. He wanted to protect all the weak. But he knew resources were limited. The human race was caught in the crossfire of the conflict among the myriad races, and their current situation was far from ideal. Dragon Country, too, had few resources. Among geniuses, becoming stronger requires constant struggle and the seizure of resources. It might not be a life or death battle, perhaps just a contest in some tournament, but it will happen eventually. He did not want to lose. Momei looked at him and smiled faintly, her eyes brimming with unabashed allure. Shinbai, you're joking. With your strength, even I wouldn't last more than a few moves. Sue managed to reach level 16 in the beginner's dungeon. While he certainly has his own methods in ISNT week, this achievement is truly unprecedented. But leveling up quickly doesn't necessarily mean strong combat power. Class is the foundation of everything. A sword controller's combat power in the early game is simply worlds apart from that of your exorcist. She exuded a subtle, alluring fragrance and possessed an innate charm. She was also a 7-star genius, backed by an extremely powerful family. Yet there was a hint of deliberate humility in her words as she acknowledged her inferiority to Shinbai. However, no one around her objected or seemed surprised. After all, Shinbai's talent was truly terrifying, a fact already well known to everyone. Even if Momei hadn't said it, everyone knew she couldn't beat Shinbai. He deserved it. A 10-star exorcist with that combination of talent and profession, he could steamroll his way through the early stages. All the geniuses in Zhongchuan province paled in comparison to him. Provincial top scholar level. Upon hearing her words, Shinbai remained expressionless. He couldn't be bothered to respond. His gaze was as cold as iron, and at that moment, he was pondering. Opportunity? How ridiculous. People like Momei, scions of high and mighty families, really do love to look down on others. She has never endured hardship her entire life, has been arranged by her family. How could she possibly know how difficult it is for an ordinary person to make a name for themselves? That Sue, an orphan with no family, managed to reach level 16 in the beginner's dungeon. What kind of perseverance and effort, how much suffering, and how many obstacles must one endure to achieve such a feat? Luck certainly played a part, but it wasn't all down to luck. Although Shinbai is the strongest person here, he is also the one who looks down on Su the least. Shinbai and Su are so similar that he feels a deep sense of kinship toward him. It is precisely this composure, caution, and crystal clear insight into the situation combined with his natural talent that have shaped him, Shinbai. He possesses extreme calmness and clarity. His insight into everything far surpasses that of his peers. Mo's smile was alluring as she spoke slowly. Su, the sword master, he may be handsome, but whether he has all show or not remains to be seen. You really don't need to be in such a hurry to treat him as a rival. Shinbai, you've made plenty of enemies by now. You'd better focus on the present first. If all else fails, come to my family's estate. I can look out for you for a few days, huh? She leaned in and said humorously to Shinbai. In the beginner's dungeon, Shinbai had slain many monsters, but in doing so, he had also provoked many young scions from prominent clans. That is because those young scions enjoyed snatching supplies and loot from ordinary new players. But Shinbai, with his righteous spirit, had stopped them every time. As a result, he now had enemies everywhere, yet he had no powerful backers. He was like a man walking the edge of an abyss. One false move, and he'd plummet to his doom. However, faced with the olive branch extended by Mo, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, Shinbai simply ignored her. His expression remained icy as he walked away alone. He, too, was a lone wolf. His real name is Shinichi. Because he often wore all white, he was also known as Shinbai. He had no family and rose from the slums. He spent the first half of his life begging and scraping by in filthy ditches. At the age of 10, because he had no money, he watched his mother die of illness right before his eyes. Now, he shines brilliantly. His hardships have given way to success. He has been through it all. That is why he knows better than anyone just how painful life is for those at the bottom of society. So, after awakening as a genius, he vowed to help the most vulnerable. TSK, such a killjoy. Mo watched his retreating figure and smiled faintly. Never mind, then. I've got a handsome guy anyway. As she spoke, she gazed at Su from a distance, her eyes appraising him like a hunter eyeing its prey. The people around her, their expressions grave, were also watching Su from afar. I bet he is here to cancel his quest. Let us see how things play out. If Su's request to cancel the mission is denied, maybe we can go up and befriend him and successfully form a party? Right. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to offer aid in times of need. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to make a top-tier genius our friend. Some newcomers to the Sky Tower Society murmured among themselves. Every year, only those with outstanding scores in the beginner dungeon qualify to join the Sky Tower Society. So everyone here is a genius. But even among geniuses, there are differences. Su, with his 10-star talent that towers above the rest, was clearly someone worth courting. Although he had accepted a D-rank quest which was bound to fail, no one mocked him. After all, he was a 10-star sword controller who had ranked first in the number 144 newbie dungeon. Having demonstrated his strength, naturally no one dared to underestimate him. Moreover, Su was very strong. What people feared most was the rumor that Su had reached level 16 in the beginner dungeon. It was said that Su had reached level 16 in the beginner dungeon. That's right, level 16. This achievement made him the first person in Dragon Country's history to do so. The high-ranking officials of Xinjing City had done their utmost to keep the news under wraps in order to protect Su, this promising young talent. Unfortunately, there were simply too many players in the dungeon, and everyone could see the leaderboard, so Su's achievement naturally couldn't be completely concealed. Soon, the news spread like wildfire across the nation. Among the young generation of prodigies, it was practically common knowledge. Since the dawn of Awakening Day, no one had ever reached such a high level in the beginner's dungeon. Throughout history, there have been many 10-star prodigies, yet even they typically only reached around level 12 in the beginner's dungeon. This year has seen a wealth of talent, yet even Shinbai, one of the most exceptional prodigies, had only reached level 14. Su, however, had reached level 16. Regardless of whether his class is strong or weak, everyone has to regard him with a certain degree of wariness. But people still don't believe he can complete a D-rank quest. After all, D-rank quests are truly too difficult. Second-class monsters, those are level 20 and above. Monsters' stats are inherently higher than those of humans. Such a massive gap in level and stats cannot be made up for by talent alone. I bet he is here to cancel the quest. Me too. People rubbed their chins as they speculated. In fact, many attributed Su's ability to reach level 16 to sheer luck. How clever the term luck is. Every unexpected event in the world can be explained by luck. In dungeons, extremely rare treasures do sometimes appear. If encountered, they can rapidly boost a player's strength. In Dragon Country's history, there was once a student who obtained a heaven-slaying grass and epic tier sword forging material in the beginner's dungeon. After selling it upon exiting, he was set for life. 50 years ago, there was also a newcomer who ate a fruit in the beginner's dungeon, instantly leveling up by 3 levels. With a 5-star talent, he reached level 7 and ranked 8th in the dungeon leaderboard. In even more extraordinary cases, some players have obtained treasures in the beginner's dungeon that enhance the attributes of their star-rated talents. These are all verifiable, documented historical facts. Therefore, although Su's rise to level 16 set a new record, no one considered his strength to be particularly formidable. Perhaps it was simply a matter of serendipity? If you argue that luck is part of one's strength, then that's a different matter. When it comes purely to actual combat power, people tend to regard Su as a prodigy who is slightly stronger than an ordinary genius. In other words, he is in the upper middle tier among geniuses. He might be on the same level as Mo Mei and Zhang or even stronger. But he is still a step behind Shinbai. And even Shinbai wouldn't dare claim he could solo a D-rank quest monster. Su? That is even less likely. Admittedly, the saying "there are no useless classes, only useless class changers" holds true. Occasionally, there are geniuses who can unleash tremendous combat power from seemingly weak classes. They believed Su was indeed one of those people, otherwise, he couldn't have reached level 16 relying solely on luck. But no matter how well you master a class, you can't break through the constraints of a level gap. Overall, people still viewed the matter with pessimism. Monsters from D-rank quests aren't something a beginner can defeat alone. Su had exceptionally keen hearing and picked up every word spoken by those around him. But he remained utterly composed. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was long past letting such things ruffle his feathers. His mind was focused solely on his own objective. "I'm here to handle some business." He quietly gazed at the female clerk in front of him, his expression calm and composed. The clerk recognized Su, a very familiar face. Her expression immediately turned a bit cold. "TSK, isn't that the 10-star sword controller from Xinjing? He is probably here to cancel the quest because he found the D-rank mission too difficult, right? Every year, there are hotheads like this who get ahead of themselves by taking on high-level missions, only to realize they can't complete them and slink back to cancel the mission, hoping to swap it for a lower-level one. She's seen it all before. Unfortunately, the rules didn't allow for that. Once an initial mission was accepted, it couldn't be changed. If you failed to complete the initial membership mission, you'd never be able to officially join the Sky Tower Guild. You could say Su dug his own grave. She couldn't help him either. Right now, she was watching Su with nothing but schadenfreude in her heart. But on the surface, she wouldn't let it show this was work, after all. Besides, even if Su couldn't complete this mission for the time being, it wouldn't hinder his future rise. He was, after all, a 10-star genius. His future was boundless. She wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go around provoking someone who was destined to become a powerhouse. She simply maintained a cold expression as she said, "I'm sorry, but once a mission is accepted, it cannot be cancelled." Su's expression remained calm, his voice tightly controlled. "Excuse me." Then, he raised an eyebrow. "Who told you I wanted to cancel the mission?" His voice was icy. His voice carried with great authority. It echoed throughout the hall. Though he hadn't intentionally shouted. That unflappable tone rang out with undeniable authority at that moment. Upon hearing this, the female agent's expression visibly froze for a split second. Then, she felt a slight pang of surprise deep within. How could this Sue be so confident? Could it be that he has actually completed a D-rank mission? For a moment, a flurry of thoughts flashed through her eyes. That should be impossible, right? She still couldn't believe it, murmuring to herself. Even if Sue had managed to complete it, it must have been thanks to the power behind him. In any case, she was confident her judgment wouldn't be wrong. However, regardless of how Sue had completed the mission, it was none of her business. She was only responsible for following the rules and regulations. Alright, since you claim to have completed a Sky Tower Society mission, show me your token so I can verify it. If there is indeed a record, I'll issue your mission reward. The female clerk said with a grave expression. Sue slowly pulled out a dull-colored token. Upon seeing it, a cold smile involuntarily spread across her face. No matter how professional she was, she couldn't hold it in any longer. A dull-colored tower token. The 3 characters Tower Society engraved on it lacked any golden glow. There were only 2 possibilities for a token like this. One was that the holder was already dead. The second possibility was that the holder hadn't yet completed the initial mission. Once the initial mission was completed, the tower token would light up immediately. So, Sue clearly hadn't completed the quest yet. She felt extremely displeased, and even her professional smile faded. She believed Sue was toying with her. Sorry, your token is still gray. The quest hasn't been completed. She didn't say much, speaking crisply and to the point. She deliberately spoke loudly so that everyone around could hear. The other new class changers in the hall all nodded to themselves, not the least bit surprised. Just as I thought. I knew he hadn't completed the quest. And he even said he wasn't here to cancel the quest. Talk about prioritizing pride over practicality. TSK, I'm embarrassed for him. Let us see how he gets out of this. Someone smiled faintly, watching the scene of Sue communicating with the clerk from a distance with great interest. Seeing someone you once looked up to make such a fool of himself, it's really a shame. A female player's face flushed slightly, and she felt a pang of sadness. Sue was handsome and highly talented, so naturally, he had many admirers among the younger generation. Sue paid no attention to any of it. He fixed his gaze on the saleswoman and slammed the token down hard on the table. It made a crisp sound. Miss, it seems you've misunderstood. This isn't my token, he said calmly. The saleswoman thought he was just playing games. But Sue's next words left her speechless. It's a bounty token. Everyone in the surrounding hall heard those words and their expressions turned grave. Anyone with even a passing understanding knew what a bounty token meant. Bounty missions were extremely difficult to complete. They almost always involved ruthless, bloodthirsty killers, and their cultivation levels were never low. Sue, however, remained utterly calm. He was extremely well versed in all the rules of the Sky Tower Association. He knew a rule that very few were aware of. Apart from completing the initial quest, there was another way to activate one's Sky Tower Society membership. That was by completing a bounty mission. Moreover, there were no restrictions on the bounty level. Pan, the man in black, a professional assassin who specialized in stealing other people's kills, did indeed have a bounty on his head. Sue had already checked this beforehand. Furthermore, he had a long list of victims, having killed dozens of people. His bounty level was very high. By using his bounty mission as the initial mission, Sue could raise his starting hunter rank higher than it would normally be. This was essentially a hidden option. Pan's bounty level was C. Sue knew this very well. Once he submitted Pan's bounty mission as his initial mission, he would instantly rise to the rank of Diamond level hunter. An 18-year-old rookie, a Diamond level hunter. What a terrifying title. For ordinary rookies, the highest level mission they can accept is D level, meaning platinum level at most. But by completing this bounty mission, a rare, hidden option, Sue would be able to successfully reach diamond level. This is an absolute, massive head start. Because once a hunteress rank is set, it's extremely difficult to climb higher. Suppose you complete an E rank initial mission and are ranked as a gold rank hunter. Even if you complete 3D rank missions afterward, you might not necessarily be promoted to platinum rank. However, if your initial mission is D rank, you can be promoted directly to platinum rank. This is the importance of the initial mission and the importance of your initial ranking. Starting at a high or low rank in the Sky Tower means two completely different fates. Once Sue reached diamond level, he would no longer have to accept low-level missions or struggle at the bottom. He would be entitled to more benefits and preferential treatment. So he chose to submit the bounty mission as his initial mission first. Then he submitted the mission to slay the giant serpent to receive the standard reward. This way, he could maximize his gains. Sue's move truly left everyone stunned. Especially the female agent. A look of utter astonishment flashed across her eyes. She'd been working here for over a decade and had never heard of such a precedent. She didn't even know such a rule existed. Could a bounty mission actually be used in place of the initial mission to complete the ranking process? But Sue's resolute gaze deterred her from immediately objecting. Moreover, at that moment, her eyes caught sight of the tower token hanging from Sue's waist. The token hanging at his waist hidden beneath his clothes was Sue's own tower token. And at that moment, golden characters were glowing on that token. That meant it had been activated. He really did have two tokens. And the one at his waist had already been activated. This meant he had completed the D rank mission, he just hadn't submitted it yet. The tower token was of the utmost importance, a symbol of one's identity and very life, and no one would ever hand it over lightly. The fact that Sue had obtained it proved he had indeed killed a Sky Tower Society fugitive. This revelation sent shockwaves through her heart. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But under the weight of such immense shock, her lips seemed sealed, and she struggled to speak for a long time. I need to consult with higher-ups. With that, she left her station. No one noticed that her face had turned slightly pale. She'd never handled a case like this before. Before long, she returned accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man was clad in a black robe, his face radiating an air of authority. He was clearly a high-ranking official of the Sky Tower bounty hunters. Similar to the rank of experienced. He stood with his hands behind his back and strode over. Is this him? The man pointed at Sue and asked the female clerk. Yes. She nodded. This newcomer, I hear you intend to use a bounty mission as your initial mission to complete your ranking assessment? He walked up to Sue, frowned slightly through the glass, and said. Sue nodded. The man picked up Pan's token from the window. The token had already lost its luster, signifying that its owner was dead. But after scanning it, Pan's personal information still appeared. It was indeed the wanted criminal, Pan. Without a doubt. And this was a Class C bounty. The mission reward was a low-grade diamond-class treasure, the fruit of good fortune, along with 50,000 myriad coins. If Sue submitted this mission as his initial quest, he would be able to secure the rank of diamond-level hunter. An absolute leap to the top. Although the Sky Tower Hunters Guild has this rule, it has never been enforced. This matter is truly a first. The middle-aged man's expression grew grave as he stroked his chin. In all the years since the Sky Tower Hunters Guild was founded, this was the first time. This rule was established merely to encourage newcomers to act heroically and thwart wanted criminals. Actually killing a wanted criminal? No one expected that. After all, it was virtually impossible for a newcomer to kill a bounty-hunted criminal. Every person on a wanted list, aren't they all ferocious, ruthless thugs? Aren't they all seasoned criminal experts? In a sense, one could say those criminals are even more dangerous than mutated beasts. The middle-aged man had worked here for 30 years, and he never imagined the day would come when this rule would actually be enforced. Sue's expression remained calm as he offered a faint smile. In any case, rules are rules. I'd like to ask you to process this for me, he said. A flash of sharpness crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, and he hesitated for a moment. Although he had the authority, this was truly the first time he'd encountered such a situation. After pondering for a long time, he finally replied, "All right." After all, as Sue had said, rules are rules. He had to process Sue's request, otherwise, it would be dereliction of duty. He waved his hand. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. Hunter, Sue. Submit bounty mission, hunt criminal Pan C rank. Since this is your first mission submission, your rank has been determined upon completion. Promoted to Diamond Rank Hunter. Rewards earned, 50,000 myriad coins, good luck fruit low-grade Diamond X1. Immediately afterward, Sue, without pausing, took out his token. I also want to submit this D rank mission. The man nodded and tapped his finger lightly. The screen changed. Submit hunt mission, subdue the Python King D. Rewards, 10,000 myriad coins, random platinum skill scroll 1. He submitted 2 missions in quick succession. All mission rewards were transferred to Sue's personal inventory. Immediately afterward, the material of his personal tower token underwent a sudden transformation. From its original dull, wood and iron-like gray, it transformed into a translucent, crystal-like diamond token. The characters on it shimmered with a deep blue glow. It looked noble and exquisite. Seeing this, everyone in the hall looked on in shock. Diamond tier. Someone looked completely bewildered. Then, they finally realized. Oh my god. Sue has been rated Diamond class. What on earth is going on? Everyone was going a little crazy. Just a second ago, they had been feeling embarrassed for Sue. The next second, their minds were filled with shock. All the members of the casual squads looked over in astonishment. When they heard the words of that high-ranking official from the Sky Tower Hunters Guild, they were utterly stunned. What is going on? We're too far away, we can't hear the specifics of Sue's conversation with the agent. How did he suddenly get rated Diamond? Could it be that he completed a D-level mission? But that doesn't make sense. D-level missions are supposed to be rated Platinum. How the hell did he end up as Diamond? Did he pull some strings, or maybe bribe the agent? Everyone's eyes trembled with disbelief. Don't be ridiculous. The Sky Tower Hunters Guild was officially established by Dragon Country. It's strictly regulated, even governed by supreme rules. How could anyone possibly pull strings? Then how did he get ranked as Diamond? For a moment, a huge question mark echoed in everyone's minds. None was more stunned than MOMA. She had always been the type to remain unflappable in the face of change. Her family's influence was vast. She'd been exposed to all kinds of powerful figures and treasures since childhood, and very few things could shock her this much. But today, even she stared blankly, her heart filled with disbelief. No, it can't be. She murmured in a barely audible voice, her voice trembling with disbelief. Her gaze fixed on Sue, brimming with disbelief. Even Shinbai, whom she considered this year's strongest newcomer, couldn't possibly have been ranked at the Platinum level. Yet Sue had been directly ranked at Diamond. This nearly shattered her worldview. Even MOMA, who had seen it all, was this shocked. Not to mention the other ordinary members of the Sky Tower Association teams. They stared at Sue, completely dumbfounded. Sue seemed not to hear their gasps. He turned and walked away alone. He made his way through the sparse crowd without pausing. His gaze remained utterly calm throughout. Because everything had been exactly as he'd expected. That's why he could always remain unfazed by any situation. Some people waved, greeted him, and tried to get closer. But Sue ignored them all. Cattle and sheep travel in herds, wolves are always lone. Just then, a young woman dressed in black velvet stepped forward and stood before Sue. It was MOMA. She had a sizzling figure and made no attempt to hide her stunning physique. Any ordinary man would have to take a second look. But Sue's gaze remained icy. Sue, how did you qualify as a Diamond Hunter? She was genuinely curious and couldn't help but ask. Su's expression remained impassive as he replied. Do we know each other? His tone was commanding. In conversations, May had always felt she held the upper hand. This was the first time she'd ever felt overwhelmed. Even her smile had grown somewhat stiff. No, we don't, she said slowly. But I'd pay 100,000 descent coins for that information. Would you be willing to tell me? She stepped forward slowly, flashing her signature seductive smile. As he caught the faint, lingering scent on her, Su furrowed his brow slightly. 100,000 descent coins was a mere pittance to him now. But even a mosquito's leg is still meat. I can tell you. But transfer the money first, Su said with a faint smile. May sneered inwardly. She hadn't expected him to be such a money grubber. Men in this world fall into three categories. Those who love money, those who love women, and those who love power. No matter which one it was, she could satisfy them all. In other words, as long as she wanted to, she believed she could manipulate any man in the world. Even Shinbai, that seemingly ruthless man she knew was merely wearing a mask. As long as she could shatter his mask, she could still manipulate him. And Su, though he seemed calculating, couldn't escape the temptation of money after all. Very well, she said with a smile. She immediately transferred the money to Su. Go ahead. Seeing the look on her face, Su knew she was yet another young lady who thought herself clever. Su didn't call her out on it. He'd gotten his money, and she'd satisfied her curiosity. It was a win-win for both of them. As for what she really thought of him deep down, Su couldn't care less. I completed a bounty mission. That's all there is to it. With that, Su walked away briskly. Before long, her figure vanished from the arena. Upon hearing this, May's expression grew somber. A bounty mission? She'd already heard Su hand over the bounty token earlier. But only now, hearing Su say it herself, did she dare to be certain. I never expected the Sky Tower Association to have this rule. No one in my family ever told me about this. How could she have known that even the largest clans would find it difficult to help a young prodigy submit a bounty mission as an initial task and exception to the rules? Not even Zhang had been granted that privilege. Because such opportunities are rare and hard to come by. Every criminal with a bounty on their head is ruthless and extremely powerful. Each has their own trump cards for survival and hiding. Killing them often comes at a tremendous cost. And most importantly, you simply can't find them. The world is vast, the entire blue star, countless dungeons. Hunting down a single person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As for low-level bounty criminals, such as those with a D-rank bounty, hunting them down isn't even worth the effort compared to completing a top-tier D-rank mission. That's why no one has ever used this rule. Except for Su. She turned her head, wanting to ask him something else. But Su had already vanished. A penniless kid like that actually didn't come to suck up to her? She furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Why are they both so cold, just like Shinbai? These two handsome young men, they don't actually think they're cool, do they? Her expression was icy, her eyes narrowing slightly. Her gaze held a hint of amusement. She seemed to be taking an interest. But at the same time, she felt a bit petulant inside. Ever since she was a child, hadn't every man been clamoring for her attention? This kind of aloofness only served to fuel her competitive spirit even more. As the saying goes, what you can't have is always the most alluring. So deep down, she felt a special desire to control these two men, Shinbai and Su. She really wanted to toy with them. She smoothed her hair, gazed at the horizon, and licked her lips. This year's class of geniuses is truly entertaining. Su was walking down the streets within the Sky Tower Society's world. Let us find a place to rest my feet and sort through my spoils, Su muttered to himself. Soon, he found an inn. It was called the Inn Beneath the Fat Goose. The owner was actually a half-orc with the head of an old goose, a long, duck-like beak, and a human body. He was dressed in a suit. Hello, What kind of suite would you like to book? His expression was serious, and his deep, masculine voice was very pleasant to the ear. But deep down, Su found himself struggling not to laugh. He hadn't expected to encounter a half-orc in the Sky Tower world. A standard refuge room, Su said, transferring 30,000 descent coins. That's right, one room for one night cost 30,000 descent coins. Land in the Sky Tower world was extremely expensive. Naturally, living here was extremely expensive. Not getting charged myriad coins was already a blessing. Most importantly, the Sky Tower Society was almost absolutely safe. There were very few places in the world that could be called absolutely safe. Su had just killed several of Zhang's henchmen. He might have already drawn attention to himself, so he had to be careful to protect his own life. That was why he chose this place. Soon, the fat goose led Su into a room. A refuge room, specially designed for guests who value privacy and security. Please rest comfortably. No one will disturb you, the fat goose said, then turned and left, locking the door behind him. As he left, Su noticed two chains around the gooseman's ankles. And his ankles were already raw and bleeding from the friction of the shackles. It turned out that this fat goose-headed half-orc was a slave. He was just an employee here, not the owner. Half-orcs have no human rights in the human world. They can even be killed or bought and sold at will, just like animals. Su immediately thought of Lia. That was precisely why Su hadn't brought Lia along. He didn't regret that decision. Afterward, Su began tallying the rewards he earned from completing the missions. The total for the 2 myriad coin missions came to roughly 60,000. Add that to the over 100,000 he already had. Now he had over 200,000, nearly 300,000 myriad coins. That figure was absolutely staggering. Su listed the vast majority of his items on the auction house, and they all sold. His descent coin balance had also reached over 1 million. He was absolutely set for the rest of his life. Su took out the fruit of good fortune. It was the low-grade diamond reward for completing a C-rank bounty mission. Ordinary C-rank missions don't actually offer diamond-grade rewards, they usually provide mid- or high-grade platinum. Only B-rank missions guarantee a diamond-grade reward 100% of the time. Bounty missions, however, are different. Since the criminals pose a significant threat to society, killing them is considered ridding the world of a menace, so the rewards are extremely generous. C-rank bounty missions have a high probability of yielding diamond-grade rewards. Su immediately activated item Ascension. Ascension successful. Kiss of Fate fruit mid-grade diamond. Upon use, randomly increases the luck attribute. Su popped it straight into his mouth. He swallowed it whole. After eating it, Su immediately felt his luck attribute increase. He checked again. Luck, 130. His luck attribute had jumped straight to 130. That was a massive boost. Su was very satisfied. He then took out that random platinum grade skill scroll and used item Ascension on it. Ascension successful. Soul Slicing Scythe high grade platinum skill scroll. Can only be used by classes with soul power. Infuses the scythe with soul power to strike down enemies in a single blow, dealing direct damage to their life soul. This isn't a skill for my class. I'll find an opportunity to give it to Yao. Su rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. This skill isn't restricted to any specific class. Any class capable of channeling soul power can learn it. Take Jiang Yunqing as Soul Healer, for example. Or Yao as Necromancer, they could both learn this skill. But since Yao is the one who primarily uses a scythe, it would obviously be better to give this scroll to her. Skill, Tempest Sword Silver, high grade proficiency increased, skill advanced. Just then, a voice rang out in his mind. Tempest Sword upper grade silver. Proficiency, 2000-3000. Like a phoenix soaring, like a relentless downpour, the sword's momentum surges like waves. He wasn't far from reaching the gold grade sword technique level. Most of Su's other skills were already at the gold grade or higher. Only this skill remained at the silver grade. But he would break through that barrier soon enough. Just then, Su suddenly noticed that someone had sent him a message in his profile panel. He immediately opened it to take a look. As soon as he saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. The message had actually been sent personally by Jiang Yangli, the chairman of the Jiang'an Group. Transcenders could communicate with one another remotely and send gifts from afar. Su had long heard of Jiang Yangli's fame. Chairman of the Jiang'an conglomerate, the largest conglomerate in Nakagawa Prefecture. Jiang Yunqing's father? Su furrowed his brow slightly. Why would he send him a message? Could it be that he was about to pull off a scene like, "Here's a million, leave my daughter alone"? Su's lips curled into a faint smile. He found his own far-fetched thoughts somewhat ridiculous. That sort of thing only happens in manga and novels. In reality, aren't all high-ranking conglomerate executives shrewd? It was simply impossible for him to use such a blunt approach. Besides, he saved Jiang Yunqing's life, surely she wouldn't say anything bad about him to her father. Su opened the message right away. He never had any feelings for Jiang Yunqing, so no matter what her father sent, he could handle it. As soon as Su read it, his eyes narrowed sharply. It read, "Hello, Su. I am Jiang Yunqing's father, Jiang Yangli." Attached was an image of his personal business card. "My daughter told me that you saved her life in the dungeon. Therefore, I'd like to offer you a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. I also ask that you continue to look out for my daughter in the future. I am deeply grateful." In the space below the message, there was a gift icon. Su tapped it lightly, and it was immediately stored in his personal inventory. The item was a skill scroll. It was adorned with a ring of gem-like patterns. It was clearly a diamond-grade skill scroll. Diamond-grade skill scrolls typically range in market value from 8 million descent coins to tens of millions of descent coins. To receive such a substantial gift was truly unexpected. Su was somewhat surprised. What astonished him even more, however, was Chairman Jiang's extremely polite tone. In fact, it wasn't just polite, it bordered on groveling. In the letter, he referred to himself as "this humble servant." The chairman of a major conglomerate, a man who held immense influence in Dragon Country's business world. And yet he was acting so humble toward a young student like him. It was truly baffling. Moreover, this gift was simply too extravagant. Diamond tier, no less. Even if he had saved her daughter's life, this was still far too valuable. His words in the letter even carried a hint of a final testament. Su's expression grew somber. He pondered for a long time, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute, the Jiang'an Group, Jiang Yangli. I remember now. In my past life, Jiang Yangli was going to die. It seems it was just a few months from now. In his past life, Su didn't know Jiang Yunqing at all, nor did he have any connection to the Jiang'an Group. So he wasn't familiar with these business affairs either. He had merely heard about this minor incident by chance, and it had been buried deep in the recesses of his memory. It was quite an effort for him to recall it now. After Jiang Yangli's death, the Jiang'an conglomerate remained standing, but it was led by a different person. Judging by his letter, it seems to carry a hint of a dying man's entrustment. Could it be that he already knew he was going to die? It seems he hoped I would take care of his daughter after his death? That's why he sent such an expensive gift, hoping to plant a seed of gratitude in my heart. Su pondered the meaning behind his words. In the business world, internal power struggles are bloody and ruthless, with tactics like assassination, framing, and slander constantly on the rise. For money, people will stop at nothing. Perhaps Jiang Yangli had already foreseen that his days were numbered. It seemed the Jiang'an conglomerate was deeply entangled in some kind of vortex. By giving such a valuable gift, he was also securing a safety net for his daughter's future. At the same time, Su felt a wave of heaviness wash over him. Although he had caught a glimpse of the situation, his current power was too meager to intervene. "I'd better take care of myself first," he muttered. He then sublimated the diamond skill scroll. Sublimation successful. Drunken sword style superior diamond. Drink today's wine today, the sword's cold gleam cuts through all, pure and unadulterated. When you're drunk and enter the drunken sword stance, all sword techniques have a chance to gain a sword chi effect. Su's eyes narrowed. It's actually a top-grade diamond item. And it's a stance skill. You can activate it just by getting drunk. Sword chi is an extremely powerful additional effect in sword techniques. Usually, only very advanced skills can grant sword chi. Yet this skill allows every sword technique to gain the sword chi effect. He learned it immediately. Afterward, he bought plenty of fine-aged wine from the Descent coin store. He stashed it in his personal space. When needed, he could take it out to drink and use it to enter the drunken sword stance. Then, Su practiced his new skill in the training room at the inn. The training room was a virtual space designed for practicing skills. In the center of the room stood a wooden dummy. He drank the wine until he was intoxicated, then entered the drunken sword stance. Instantly, his grip on the sword became somewhat unsteady. Yet his swordplay grew even more fierce. Whoosh, whoosh. He unleashed the storm of wind and rain sword technique. A pale white sword energy surged forth, slashing from a distance. It sliced the dummy directly into pieces. Soon, the dummy healed back to its original state. Excellent. With this drunken sword stance, my combat power has greatly increased. Su was in high spirits. Su spent some money to extend his stay at the inn by a few extra days. Afterward, he rested for a while at the inn, restoring his energy to its peak. It was also a good opportunity to wait for the province-wide results to be released. He opened his personal martial arts panel. Su took a look at his stats. Su. Titles: God of Slaughter. Active titles: First Blood, Rookie of the Year. Level: 21 1,945,521,000 EXP. Class: Sword God. Mythic Tier, one of a kind in the world. Strength: 80. Constitution: 80. Agility: 240. Spirit: 150. Luck: 130. Bloodline: Undying Body A, Regan Factor C. Talents: Item Ascension, Origin Sword Body, Auto Cultivation. Skills: Slaughter Strike, Absolute Hide, Divine Concealment, Eye of Insight. Drunken Sword Style: Thunder Sword, Flash Draw, Swordmaster, Storm Sword, Sword Control, Sword Tomb, Mind Blade, Ethereal Steps. Su was very satisfied. Alright, I should probably dispose of Rene's body too. Now I have the means to do so. Su immediately exited the inn's space and returned to reality. Under cover of night, he made his way to the school's rooftop. Rene's corpse had already begun to attract flies and maggots. Su simply slashed it to dust with a flurry of sword strikes. Then, from the Descent shop, he purchased a large quantity of blood cleansing elixir and washed the area clean. All traces had vanished. From now on, I probably won't be coming back. Su took one last look at the school, his brow furrowed. The next moment, he returned to the inn in the Sky Tower world. Just then, a new pop-up window appeared. A message had been sent from the Dragon Country Affairs Bureau. To all new class changers, we hereby solemnly announce: the results for this year's newbie dungeon in Zhongchuan province have been compiled and are now published. A sharp gleam flashed in Su's eyes. The province-wide results were finally out. The newcomer dungeon was essentially the equivalent of the college entrance exam. These results would determine one's future. And barring any surprises, he should be in first place. Su looked at the score sheet. It was densely packed with the scores of all the newcomers in this cohort. First place, Shenjing No. 1 High School, Sword Controller Su. Second place, Tian High Vocational School, Exorcist Shinichi. Third place, Woyang No. 3 High School, Blade Maniac Li Chengwon. Fourth place, Woyang No. 2 High School, Soul Healer Zhang Yunqing. Fifth place, Shenjing No. 1 High School, Magic Hammer Warrior Zhang. Sixth place, Mo Family, Enchantress Mo Mei. Seventh place. Just as expected. Su's expression remained calm. He was the provincial champion. The authorities did not disclose each participant's level in the beginner's dungeon. After all, this concerned everyone's safety. Therefore, only the rankings were released, not specific levels. This was also a measure to protect each new cohort of players. This result immediately caused a huge stir throughout the province. Su from Xinjiang, he took first place as a sword controller. The provincial top scorer. It's not Shinichi after all. Could it be that, as the rumors say, he really reached level 16 in the beginner's dungeon? He is even stronger than Shinichi. At that very moment, on the World Chat channel, all the students of Blue Star were frantically discussing the news. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. What on earth is happening this year? Why are these prodigies popping up left and right? Even the Zhang family's eldest son, Zhang, only ranked 5th. These people have actually managed to outshine even young Master Zhang. It's simply terrifying. Every word spoken by the crowd betrayed their utter astonishment. At that very moment, on the top floor of the Zhang group building, a middle-aged man in a suit looked on in shock. Zhang Yongli was also staring at the list. My daughter actually came in 4th in the entire province. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. Great, just great. That is so much better than the score her older sister, Zhang Lan, achieved back then. She has even surpassed the Zhang family's young master. He was absolutely overjoyed. This meant his second daughter would be capable of shouldering great responsibilities in the future. He looked again at the top spot. Stay calm, I must stay calm. He told himself silently, exhaling deeply. Yun Sheng is just a support class. She could only have ranked so high in the provincial standings by riding on Sue's coattails. This student, with no one to rely on, actually managed to take first place as the provincial champion. She has surpassed the sword maniac Li Changwang, surpassed the currently rising star Shin Bai, and even surpassed the eldest son of the Zhang family. His future is boundless. He clenched his fist, determined to find a time to have a serious talk with his daughter. He absolutely had to make sure she maintained a good relationship with Su. Currently, the Zhang conglomerate was in constant conflict with the Zhang family and had tensions with other major business conglomerates as well. He was well aware that something could happen to him at any moment. Nothing was certain. He needed to lay the groundwork for the future. At that moment, at the National Security Bureau, all of Dragon Country's top officials and experts were closely watching a large screen in front of them. It displayed the most gifted prodigy among this year's students. Not only Nakagawa province, but the results for the entire nation had already been released. Su ranked first, whether in Nakagawa province or across all of Dragon Country. Excellent. 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 This child named Su has achieved outstanding results. It's simply on a level that defies belief. A middle-aged senior official at the National Security Bureau said with a look of delight in his eyes. He was Wen Tianlei, director of the National Security Bureau, a man of the highest rank. Whether it was matters of national security or the annual allocation of educational resources for transcenders, everything passed through his hands. With a touch of gray at his temples, it was clear he toiled daily for the sake of the nation's affairs. He had always been a man who kept his emotions in check. Today, however, a hint of joy appeared on his face. It was evident that he was genuinely delighted. But soon, his expression grew calm once more. His stern expression lent him an air of authority. He looked around. In the newcomer dungeon, he advanced to level 16. Then, he even accepted a D-rank Sky Tower Guild quest. That alone would be impressive enough. But he also completed a C-rank bounty quest, successfully achieving his initial ranking as a diamond rank hunter. All of this absolutely cannot be explained by luck alone. This young man is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. His character, strength, skills, and talent are all top tier. He clenched his fist, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes, as he spoke. At that moment, a woman stepped slowly forward from the crowd. It was An Ranling, the deputy mayor of Xinjiang City. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and with a solemn expression, she stepped forward and said, "Director, this student is from our Xianjing city." Upon hearing this, Wen Tianlei slowly turned his gaze toward her. "Deputy Mayorin, do you have any information on this student?" Su had always flown under the radar, unlike Shinichi, who had displayed extraordinary talent from an early age. So he was quite surprised. And very curious. And Ranling pondered for a moment before replying cautiously. "Director, this student, it's a long story. He is an orphan, excelling in both character and academics. He has always been resilient, living on scholarships and never asking anyone for help. He has achieved what he has today not through his parents or family, but entirely on his own. To be honest, his profession is sword controller. Actually, at first, I didn't have high hopes for him either." At this point, she gave a faint smile. "But he has indeed given us Xianjing City, Zhongchuan Province, and even Dragon Country a pleasant surprise." There was a hint of pride in her voice. After all, the emergence of such a genius was unprecedented. "Good, very good." Wen Tianlei clapped his hands lightly and said, "Such a genius from a humble background is truly the most precious of all. In the future, he might well become the backbone of Dragon Country. We must protect him at all costs. Next year, Xianjing City's educational resources will be tripled, within the established regulations." Wen Tianlei announced with a sweeping gesture of his hand. "Deputy Mayorin, the mayoress position in Xianjing City has been vacant for quite some time. Next month, you will officially be promoted to mayor." He then added with a smile. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight and surprise flashed across Ranling's eyes. She had been working diligently in her role as deputy mayor for several years without receiving a promotion. Now, there was finally hope. "Thank you, Director." She suppressed her inner joy and replied with a serious expression. She then stepped back into the group of senior leaders. At that moment, when Tianlei turned his gaze to the screen. This year, all provincial ranking rewards will be distributed as usual. Except for one student. Dao Quan Li Changwang. As he said this, Wen Tianlei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze icy. "This student will receive no rewards whatsoever even though he came in third." At these words, the crowd gasped in shock. However, many of the officials had long anticipated this outcome and remained composed. The blade maniac, Li Changwang. This student was a murderous maniac. That's right, the news had already spread. In the beginner's dungeon, he didn't kill any monsters at all. Instead, he relied on slaughtering fellow rookie class changers to gain experience. That was why he was leveling up so quickly. Li Changwang was utterly deranged, he killed anyone he saw. But he wasn't very careful, letting many survivors escape. After those new players left the dungeon alive, they banded together to identify him. That's how the news reached the National Security Bureau. Wen Tianlei was, of course, furious. What everyone didn't know, however, was if Su Han-ti defeated Li Changwang in the dungeon, his final ranking might even have surpassed Shinichi's. But because Su crushed him and then immediately killed the hidden boss. This left sword maniac Li Changwang with no more time to level up. His final level remained at 13. At that moment, a man in the crowd suddenly stepped forward. He was the mayor of Woyang City. Sweat beaded on his forehead, he looked extremely nervous. Steeling himself, he clenched his fists and said, "Director, please reconsider. Li Changwang from Woyang City, this student is a 10-star blade maniac. His future achievements may even rival those of Shinbai. Such talent is a rare sight in our Dragon Country, we produce only a handful each year." After being overtaken by Su in the beginner dungeon rankings, he has already suffered a severe blow and is feeling rather despondent. If we revoke his provincial ranking reward, I fear this child will be crushed and fall into complete despair. Our Dragon Country will lose a top-tier genius. His words, however, greatly displeased Wen Tianlei. A genius? I'd rather we didn't have such a genius. He raised an eyebrow and said coldly. His presence commanded respect without even raising his voice. Everyone around him dared not even breathe a sigh. So young, yet he kills without mercy. For the sake of his future and his rank, he slaughters his own kind as if they were beasts. If someone like this were to grow up, he would become a major threat to our dragon country and even to the entire human race. His expression was icy. There are indeed no laws explicitly prohibiting him from doing such things within the dungeon. It falls into a gray area. Fighting each other inside dungeons is allowed to begin with, it's just that no one expected him to be so utterly deranged. This boy has simply gone down the wrong path, and for now, we have no way to forcibly apprehend him. Everything must be handled according to the rules, even if he is the director. Newcomers need to fight one another to grow. Fighting within dungeons is, after all, encouraged. Therefore, he couldn't impose a harsher punishment. Confiscating his provincial reward was already the absolute limit. Third place in the province, the reward for that achievement was enough to propel a new transferee to new heights. Yet he chose to cruelly confiscate it. My mind is made up. That's final. Let future events take their own course. If this student, namely Cheng Wang, just gives up and falls into despair, well, that's for the best, one less source of instability. If he can turn over a new leaf after being punished, that's fine too. Mayor Wu Yang's face darkened. He wanted to say something more. He really didn't want to give up on this student, Li Chengwang. But before he could open his mouth, when Tianlei shot him a stern glare that silenced him instantly. You bear responsibility for allowing a student like this to be educated in Wuyang City. You're suspended for 1 month. Mayor Wu Yang had no choice but to retreat obediently, no longer daring to speak. He was afraid of further provoking his opponent. Just then, a staff member walked over slowly. Director, we recently received intelligence that several high-level class changers from Sakura Nation have secretly infiltrated our territory. They appear to be highly trained assassins. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianlei's gaze grew grave. Launch a search. No matter what they're up to, we must root them out. Into Dragon Country at this critical juncture, right in the middle of the awakening graduation season. It's highly likely they're planning to assassinate our new generation of geniuses. Assign personnel to protect them. He ordered. Yes, sir. Young people are the hope and future of the nation. No matter what, we must do everything in our power to protect them. Afterward, a hint of worry flashed across Wen Tianlei's eyes. Lately, the Eagle Nation has been flexing its muscles non-stop. The Eagle Nation has an abundance of geniuses this year, 5 10-star geniuses alone. They've already begun to subtly outshine Dragon Country. The Cherry Blossom Nation, too, has been acting with impunity, constantly testing our limits. Sooner or later, a full-scale war is inevitable. As soon as Su saw his results posted, he immediately opened his personal inbox. Sure enough, the reward had already arrived. It was actually a bird egg. The egg was covered in deep blue patterns and had a crystal-clear texture. When he took it out and held it in his hand, it felt slightly cool to the touch. It was like jade. He scanned the details. Blue-feathered frost bird egg, class C exotic beast. Can hatch into a blue-feathered frost bird, capable of providing combat support and unleashing ice spikes to attack enemies. Su proceeded to sublimate it immediately. Sublimation successful. The bird egg instantly turned pitch black, looking extremely eerie. Underworld bird egg, class S exotic beast. Can hatch into a netherworld bird brimming with killing intent, helping you eliminate enemies on the battlefield. Hatching time, 90 days remaining. It actually upgraded directly to an S-rank beast. Now that his luck attribute has increased, item ascension is indeed much more effective. A beast like this would sell for at least 100 million myriad coins in the 10,000 races shop. That's right, myriad coins, not descent coins. If converted to descent coins, it would be worth at least 10 billion. The only downside is that the incubation time is a bit long. Su placed the bird egg in his personal space and waited quietly for it to hatch on its own. He then opened his mail inbox. Countless acceptance letters had already been sent, filling the inbox to the brim. There are no universities in this world, only one demon hunting organization after another. After graduating from high school, you can choose one to join. The Sky Tower Society stands above all other demon hunting organizations and has the authority to grant priority admission to any prodigy. After that, you can join other demon hunting organizations. From time to time, there are demon hunting organization tournaments and dungeon openings. Apart from the Sky Tower Society, each person can only join one demon hunting organization. Sue began to carefully select his options. Sue browsed through his acceptance letters. In essence, these demon hunting organizations are equivalent to universities in this world. Once you join, you'll be assigned a mentor and receive some welcome gifts. Association of Psionics, Sue, congratulations on ranking first in the province. We cordially invite you to join us. With over 3,000 members and more than 10 fourth transformation mentors teaching demon hunting, you won't be disappointed. Bounty Hunters Guild, Sue, congratulations on ranking first in the province. The Bounty Hunters Guild cordially invites you to join us. We have a vast supply of high-tier gear, weapons, and skill scrolls available for free distribution. Lanxiang Hunting Gang, Sue, the Lanxiang Hunting Gang cordially invites you to join us. We have extensive dungeon guides and can immediately pair you with expert players to help you level up quickly in the early game. Heart of Victory, the Heart of Victory Association cordially invites. There was also a Swordsman-esque guild. Tianling Sword Sect, Sue, we've heard you're a sword controller. You're a perfect fit for our Tianling Sword Sect. We cordially invite you to join. There was also an Assassin's Guild. Human World Bounty Hunters Guild, our guild specializes in completing all kinds of bounty missions. We cordially invite you to join. Faced with this dazzling array of invitation letters, Sue's expression grew increasingly somber. After joining a regular demon hunting organization, one can, of course, leave and switch to another. However, there is a 1-month cooldown period for changing teams. Therefore, Sue naturally had to consider this carefully. You might ask, since he had already joined the Sky Tower Society, why would he need to join a regular demon hunting organization as well? In fact, it is absolutely necessary. Sky Tower Society hunters are essentially civil servants. They stand above all other organizations and report directly to Dragon Country. Sky Tower Society members have priority access to missions. Additionally, rewards vary based on one's rank within the society. However, the Society's rewards are quite limited, and no one will guide you step by step as you grow. Furthermore, you won't have many opportunities to enter dungeons. You'll have to purchase access yourself. Joining other demon hunting organizations, on the other hand, is a different story. You'll receive dedicated mentoring and generous rewards. Some organizations even distribute skill scrolls, equipment, and other items free of charge to all new members. Someone like Sue, the top-ranked player in the entire province, is especially in high demand. Every acceptance letter expressed the utmost respect for him and pulled out all the stops to recruit him. But Sue ignored almost all of them. One guild, in particular, went all out. They offered a top-grade platinum skill scroll for sword controller, hoping Sue would join. This guild was called the Shushan Swordsman Guild. But Sue ignored them as well. Because he had already made up his mind. Right now, he was searching for that specific team. He wouldn't accept any others. This was also a lesson learned from his past life. I remember that organization. I think it was called Black Kill? Sue remembered it clearly. That organization had paid a hefty price to purchase the exploration rights to a dungeon. A D-ranked dungeon, the Sea of Corpses Ice Nest. Across all of Dragon Country, fewer than 10 guilds had purchased the exploration rights to that dungeon. And Black Kill was the only hunting organization that allowed new members to enter the dungeon immediately upon joining, without requiring any prior qualifications. Only by joining that guild could one instantly gain the qualification to explore that dungeon. And within that dungeon lay something Sue craved intensely. Epic tier gear. For epic tier gear to actually appear in a D-rank dungeon was an absolutely mind-blowing event across the entire Blue Star. The probability was minuscule, 1 in 10,000, you might say. That's why, in his past life, this event had made the newspapers and was reported nationwide. Sue had missed out on it in his past life. This time, he was determined to get it. Epic tier gear, after a round of refinement. It goes without saying that Su's combat power would take another massive leap forward. Since I have the experience from my past life, I must take advantage of this information gap. Su was determined to obtain that piece of epic tier gear. He searched through the messages. Finally, he found that organization. Black Kill, Su, were a hunting organization that takes on both bounty and demon hunting missions. We have a small team, but every member is an elite. Our hunting guild has no complicated promotion processes, everything is kept simple, and freedom is our top priority. Even if you're only level 10, you can take on our highest level missions and enter the highest level dungeons. But for those who join our organization, please remember our only rule: you are solely responsible for your own life. This organization was essentially a free-range setup. There would be no dedicated mentors or guides to help you grow. Su actually preferred it that way. The organization's strength was also formidable. Su decided to join immediately. Joining successful. Player, Su has become a member of Black Kill. Obtained, Black Ring Black Kill Organization ID. Suddenly, a jet black ring appeared on Su's left hand. He gave it a gentle squeeze. Instantly, a pitch-black screen materialized before him. On it were more than a dozen mysterious figures clad in black robes. They were all high-ranking members of the Black Kill organization, each with power that was unfathomable. Upon hearing the news of Su's joining, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. They turned their gaze toward him, following the screen. "You must be Su, right?" A figure in a black robe stepped forward and asked. His voice was peculiar, neither male nor female, but somewhere in between. Su nodded. "Very good." A faint smile appeared on his face, which was extremely pale. But the upper half of his face was obscured by the shadow of his black robe, giving him an air of mystery. "Our organization ranks among the top 100 in all of Dragon Country. I'm sure you won't regret it." Then, the man flicked his wrist. A jet black card merged into Su's Black Kill ring. All newcomers who join our Black Kill organization must remember one thing. The more you put in, the more you get out. This card lists all the dungeons our organization is authorized to explore, as well as the missions and bounties available. You're free to accept and enter any mission or dungeon, from the lowest E rank all the way up to S rank. Of course, our organization doesn't have any F rank missions or dungeons, they're simply too low level. The man smiled faintly, then his expression suddenly turned serious. Within our organization, there are no rank restrictions and no rules or regulations. There are no cumbersome promotion rules. If you want to, you can even enter an S-rank dungeon right now and risk your life. And that is precisely the allure of Black Kill. To enter dungeons or accept missions, you can do so right from your ring. Young man, enjoy the hunt. Then, with a wave of his hand, the man closed the screen. Su's expression grew grave. This Black Kill organization really does take a hands-off approach to the extreme. They simply handed him a card listing dungeons and missions, then left him to his own devices. Not a single welcome gift, nor any instructions on what to watch out for. Su's lips curled slightly. That's actually for the best. He tapped the ring. Instantly, several pitch-black panels appeared before him. Several ethereal panels materialized on the ring, designed for handling transactions. To enter a dungeon, one had to apply and pay here. After all, the Black Kill organization had purchased access to these dungeons at a high price. Even members of the organization had to pay to enter. No demon hunting organization operates as a charity. If you want to enter a dungeon to slay monsters, level up, and compete for opportunities, you must pay the corresponding price. Compared to purchasing access privately, the benefits of joining a demon hunting organization become clear. It's cheaper. Take E-rank dungeons, for example. If you wanted to buy an entry slot on your own, it would cost at least 500,000 Descent coins. But once the organization has purchased the access and you become a member, entering the dungeon costs only a few tens of thousands of Descent coins. Su briefly scanned through all the dungeons. Jungle of Wreckage, 10,000 Descent coins. Steel ruins, 20,000 descent coins. Rotting caverns, 30,000 descent coins. He no longer even bothered with these E-rank dungeons. As a second-class sword god, ordinary monsters were simply beneath his notice. Only D-rank or higher dungeons could help him level up quickly. He looked at another, higher-tier list. See Zombie Apocalypse City, 300,000 descent coins. A Dragon Cliff, 1 million descent coins. B Zombie Tomb, 500,000 descent coins. This Black Kill organization is truly formidable to have access to so many dungeons. Su stroked his chin, his expression grave. The list was extensive. A rough estimate put the number of dungeon accesses at several dozen. Among them was even an S-rank dungeon. S Blood Abyss, 10 million descent coins. It was Black Kill's prized treasure. Su guessed that only the guildmaster and a very small number of elite members would dare to venture inside. An S-rank dungeon was the highest tier in the entire world. Survival, there was a 1 in a million shot. He even suspected that the guildmaster might not have made it through himself. Its primary purpose was likely just to boost the guild's prestige. It seemed that the Black Kill organization truly had deep-rooted strength. Su moved swiftly and immediately located the dungeon he was targeting. DC of Corpse's Ice Nest, 100,000 descent coins. Su purchased the entry qualification on the spot. 100,000 descent coins were deducted from his account. Su smiled nonchalantly. Perfect. The 100,000 I scammed from MOMA for free means I didn't pay anything out of pocket. Shortly after, the dungeon's details appeared. Sea of Corpse's Ice Nest. Difficulty rating, D. Description: a terrifying, blood-soaked valley where monsters never die. You must kill them over and over again. Deep within the valley's lair lies the most terrifying challenge of all. Current player count, 3,082. Apply for entry? Su took a moment to steady himself and purchased a large amount of supplies from the arrival store. Only then did he apply to enter. After all, you can't buy supplies from the store once you're inside the dungeon. Logistical preparations must be made in advance. Just then, a member of the Black Kill organization sent him a message via private chat. Su, you're still a newbie. Are you sure you want to take on a D-rank dungeon? From the tone, it seemed to be a female senior player. Her voice was cold and detached. I'm sure, Su replied without hesitation. She continued. As it happens, our Black Kill organization currently has a 3-person squad exploring this dungeon. I'll have you join their team to explore together. How does that sound? Following a senior player would be good for mutual support. Upon hearing this, Su flatly refused. No need. I'll explore on my own. Su's voice was icy, seemingly devoid of compassion. In his past life, he had been betrayed by those closest to him. In this life, how could he possibly team up with strangers so easily? So, he refused without hesitation. All right then. Have a good hunt. The other party didn't try to persuade him further. They simply approved Su's dungeon application. After all, the Black Kill organization valued freedom above all else. In the next instant, Su vanished from where he stood. His form blurred as he plunged into the dungeon. At that moment, at Black Kill headquarters, several high-ranking officials stood together. This newcomer named Su seems a bit too arrogant, the woman in the black robe said in a stern voice. Behind her, she carried a specially crafted psychic sniper rifle. He is probably only at the first-class level. How dare he challenge a D-rank dungeon alone? Does he really think that being number 1 in the province makes him invincible? She felt a sense of frustration at his lack of humility. She truly didn't want a new recruit to meet their end in the dungeon. It could be said that she was the most compassionate person in the Black Kill organization. Another gaunt man smiled indifferently. Haha, this kid has a bit of the flair I had back in the day. The leader in the center, his expression icy, said. Let him go. If he dies, so be it. We at Black Kill aren't short on elite members. They didn't know that Su had already broken through to the second job advancement. But even having reached the second job, going into a D-rank dungeon alone was still a suicide mission. In F-rank dungeons, most monsters are below the first job advancement, with the occasional elite monster reaching the first job. In E-rank dungeons, first job monsters are the majority, and second job monsters even begin to appear. In D-rank dungeons, even the weakest monsters start at second transformation, and elite monsters are more likely to be third transformation. If one were to accidentally encounter a third transformation monster, well, the outcome would be grim, as one can imagine. That's why this senior female member of Black Kill found Sue's behavior somewhat baffling. Let us not talk about him anymore. A burly man in a black robe stepped forward and said, "Instead of worrying about that rookie, we should be thinking about this year's newcomer combat tournament. Every demon hunting organization will send this year's newly awakened recruits to participate. Rumor has it that this year's champion guild will receive exploration rights to 10 high-tier dungeons. The champion himself will even receive an epic tier item as a reward. Any item tier below epic is considered common. Equipment ranks beyond epic, however, are extremely rare. After epic come ancient, legendary, and mythical. Our Black Kill has always prided itself on its small size. We're the most elite guild. But a small membership also means few new recruits. This year, including Sue, we had fewer than 10 new members join. It'll likely be difficult to win the tournament." The leader merely smiled faintly. It was as if everything were under his complete control. No need to worry. Let things take their natural course. I've already made all the necessary arrangements. Sue felt his body float for a moment before gradually coming to rest on the ground. He opened his eyes. He had appeared inside the dungeon. The first sensation that hit him was cold. Extreme, biting cold. He looked around. All he could see was desolation. A world of ice and snow, with icebergs everywhere. Thick fog filled the sky, and the ground was littered with frozen corpses. It was like a hellscape of white bones. Bone ash floated in the air, drifting down like snow. The geographical conditions of this dungeon are surprisingly extreme. Sue's expression grew somber as he walked slowly across the glacier. Inside the dungeon, there was no way to directly access the descent store or the multitude of races store to purchase supplies. Wearing only the flimsy shadow sword set, which offered no insulation, Sue felt a chill pierce his spine. Fortunately, his constitution stat was quite high, so this bit of cold while making him feel uncomfortable wouldn't hinder his combat. Besides, he had purchased thermal gear in advance. Sue pulled a waist pendant directly from his personal space. Warming amulet, low-grade gold. Helps you maintain body temperature in extremely cold environments. As soon as he equipped it, he immediately felt warm. Sue had barely walked a few hundred meters when he suddenly heard a loud crack as ice shattered. In the next instant, a skeletal figure emerged from the ice cave ahead. The first challenge had arrived. The skeletal figure, reeking of a foul stench, had awakened from the ice. Though it was already a corpse, it could still move. This was a monstrous creature that defied the natural laws of Blue Star. It was even more eerie than the vast majority of mutated beasts Sue had ever encountered. Wielding a bone sword, it slashed violently toward Sue. Flesh still clung to its body. The entire creature looked like a half-rotten, cured meat man. Sue immediately scanned its stats. Skeleton Swordsman. Bloodline, Necromancer. Level, 21. Strength, 187. Constitution, 40. Agility, 104. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. Talent, undead body. After death, its bones will gradually reform, allowing it to resurrect unless it suffers another critical blow during the resurrection process. Skill, corpse shattering / releases a necromantic shockwave that corrodes the enemy as flesh. Undead nerves. It feels no pain. Its combat effectiveness never fluctuates due to pain. Blood tendrils. Its flesh can transform into long tendrils that extend outward to pierce your body. This monster has very distinct characteristics. It's highly destructive, but extremely fragile. Its constitution is only 40 points after all. It's a skull with all its flesh rotted away, How could it possibly have strong defenses? The skeleton swordsman let out a blood-curdling scream and swung his sword. At the same moment, a dark gray shockwave surged from the edge of his blade. It shot towards Sue. Sue's expression remained icy as he stared at the skeleton before him and drew the dark blade. The dark blade's alloy material emits a different icy glow depending on the color of the surrounding objects. Amid the icy landscape, a pale blue sword glow erupted. Whoosh! A single strike was unleashed. That gray necromantic shockwave was terrifyingly powerful. It had even shattered the ice on the ground, carving a long, deep gully. But Sue was a man possessing the origin sword body. After the second transformation, his sword technique's power was multiplied by 20. Sue raised his hand and struck with his sword. This move was unremarkable in appearance, yet its power was terrifying. It effortlessly shattered and neutralized the shockwave. Immediately afterward, Sue charged forward. Lightning flashed along the blade. He unleashed the thunder sword. It shattered the undead creature's skull. Red and yellow brain matter splattered everywhere. But Sue discovered that the undead creature hadn't fallen yet. The brain matter scattered across the ground began to converge toward its body like living worms, crawling up from its feet and wrists, as if trying to regrow its head. Undead truly lived up to their reputation as the hardest race to kill. Just as Sue was about to unleash his next strike to finish off this undead creature, it moved. Crack, crack. A massive fissure appeared in the center of its ribcage. One could even clearly see its rotting internal organs inside. Then, from within its chest cavity, dozens of blood-red strands of flesh transformed into long tendrils, lashing out and piercing toward Sue. Dozens of these blood-red tendrils tough and razor-sharp. Sue's gaze sharpened, and his grip on the sword shifted abruptly. Change of tactic. Storm sword. The speed of his sword surged suddenly, as if countless sword shadows had appeared. The sword light rained down like a storm, slashing furiously. It sliced every single tendril into a pulp. With the boost of 20 times his normal speed, Sue could fend off the attacks of dozens of blood tendrils simultaneously with just a single sword. This showed just how fast his sword strikes were. At the same time, he formed a sword finger with his left hand and raised it slightly. Whoosh! From the sword sheath behind him, the blade of the dragon-inlaid broken sword shot out abruptly. It pierced directly into the skeleton monster's chest. Undead skeletons have no weak points, so even if its head were severed, it could still launch an attack. The only way to temporarily kill it was to sever all 4 of its limbs. The dragon-inlaid broken blade, trailing a trail of fiery light, circled the creature several times. A golden white sword glow surged. Finally, it severed all 4 of the skeletal monster's limbs. Instantly, only a lone torso remained, crashing to the ground. It was temporarily dead, having lost the ability to move. Its blood whiskers were also rendered useless. But its limbs were still writhing toward its torso, attempting to regrow. Its vitality was truly tenacious. To completely destroy an undead creature, you must kill it again while it's in the process of resurrecting. Interrupt its resurrection. Sue gripped the dark blade firmly and thrust it forward. It was just an ordinary strike. Yet it pierced the monster's body completely. Even its heart was sliced open. Its resurrection process was immediately interrupted. All the flesh and bones scattered across the ground ceased to wriggle. It stopped moving entirely and was completely dead. Slayed skeleton swordsman. Gained plus 1802 experience points. Leveled up to level 22. Gained 10 free attribute points. Sue allocated all these points to the luck attribute. At that moment, another notification sound rang out. Skill, Thunder Sword proficiency increased, upgraded to mid-grade gold. Thunderous Sword Slash. Quality, mid-grade gold. Proficiency, 10,000 20,000. Its power had once again received a significant boost. Sue was very satisfied. This skill was originally of the same quality as Flash Draw. However, Sue used this skill frequently, while Flash Draw was used almost exclusively at the start of a fight or to finish off enemies. This led to a gradual gap in proficiency between flash draw and thunder sword. After the skill evolved, Su Henti even had a chance to cast it and test its power. The next moment, he heard an eerie sound of bones creaking. Su looked ahead. Ahead, cracks appeared in several small ice mounds. Crystal clear ice sealed away numerous skeletal undead. On the ground, there were also many skeletons frozen into withered bones. Sensing the presence of a living being, they immediately awoke. A full 7 or 8 skeletal undead charged towards Su. Ugh! Hiss! From their throats came a sound somewhere between the living and the dead, an ear-piercing screech that made one's eardrums ache. Su gripped his sword, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, these monsters were nothing but living experience points. His blade flashed with a cold light as he drew it and charged forward. Mind Blade whirled through the air. Dark Blade flew from his hand, slashing forward with the sword control technique. At the same time, the dragon-inlaid broken sword was drawn from its sheath. The broken blade spun through the air, igniting flames that scorched the skeletons' bodies. Fire naturally countered these kinds of wraiths, so the damage was extremely high. At the same time, Su unleashed a brand new thunderclap sword slash. The color of the thunder was now tinged with a hint of blood red, making it look even more ferocious. Soon, all the skeletons were cut down. Skeleton Swordsman X1 slain. Skeleton Mage X1 slain. Slayed Skeleton Spearman. In the end, Su wiped them all out. Gained 14,400 experience points. Loot, Soul Extinguishing Array Skill Scroll. Su's gaze sharpened slightly. This skill scroll seemed to be of some use. He immediately scanned the details. Soul Extinguishing Array Skill Scroll. Quality, high-grade silver. Class restriction, classes with soul power. Description: after a 10-second cast time, a large magical array materializes in front of you, completely annihilating undead monsters in the process of respawning. Su furrowed his brow slightly. He couldn't learn this skill himself. Since it wasn't a sword technique, it couldn't trigger the effects of Origin Sword Body, so he couldn't force himself to learn it. Besides, a 10-second cast time? That's way too weak. In battle, opportunities are fleeting. What monster would just stand there dumbly, waiting for you to cast for 10 seconds? Never mind that, let us ascend it first. Su immediately activated the item Ascension talent. Ascension successful. Holy Weapon Enchantment Universal Skill Scroll. Quality, high-grade platinum. Upon use, grants the weapon holy attribute damage. Killing undead monsters with holy attribute damage deals lethal damage, preventing them from being resurrected. Su's eyes widened in surprise. The holy attribute is a type of elemental damage that counters all dark and evil entities. As long as he kills undead monsters with holy attribute damage, they cannot be resurrected. This would save him a lot of effort. He wouldn't have to kill them twice. He had directly upgraded a silver scroll to platinum grade. Moreover, it had become a universal skill scroll, free from class and level restrictions. This was the benefit of having his luck attribute boosted. Su crushed it in his hand and learned the scroll's contents. In the next instant, the activation method appeared in his mind. With a slight thought, several golden runes immediately materialized on the blade of the dark blade he held. Mysterious runes, radiating golden light, covered the blade. The entire sword seemed to shimmer with golden radiance. Using this sword, enchanted with the holy attribute, to slay the undead monsters of this world would make the task twice as effective with half the effort. Su didn't even have time to admire these runes for long. Crack crack. Soon, the surrounding ice mounds began shattering one after another. The clanging sounds of Su's battle as he slaughtered the skeletal undead were so loud that they roused even more frozen remains from their slumber. Ugh! SSSS! The skeletons, frozen into corpses, kept awakening. More skeletal undead charged toward Su with reckless abandon. There were about a dozen of them. Their figures were hidden in the thick fog, appearing faintly and extremely terrifying. The skeletons surrounded him from all sides and launched their attack. Fortunately, Su possessed the Eye of Insight, granting him vision far surpassing that of ordinary people, allowing him to see right through the mist. "There sure are a lot of mobs in this dungeon," Su remarked casually as he drew his sword. The mind blade materialized, and he swung his blade with all his might. All his weapons were imbued with a holy aura. This allowed him to quickly slay the undead. After a few minutes, Su finally mowed down every last skeleton and undead creature in the area. His own level had also reached 23. Su allocated all 10 attribute points to luck. Now his luck stat had reached 150 points. His extremely high agility, combined with luck, meant Su's critical hit rate was now incredibly high. Against these skeleton minions, it was practically a critical hit with every strike. As long as their level wasn't too far below Su's, he could basically one-shot them with a single sword strike. Slaughtered a large number of second-class skeleton undead. Loot obtained, undead minion treasure map medium grade gold. Suddenly, a frost-covered parchment scroll appeared in Su's hand. It was frost-covered and transparent, and the writing on the parchment was clearly visible. It was a map of this dungeon world. Su immediately activated the item ascension skill to ascend this treasure map. Ascension successful. Treasure map of the red-eyed sword skeleton platinum, high grade. Description: it is said that this world once had a red-eyed undead swordsman of extraordinary combat prowess who slew countless players. He hit everything in the place where he met his end. A look of surprise and delight flashed across Su's eyes. Treasure maps were, without a doubt, his favorite type of loot. Why? Because items obtained through treasure maps can trigger item ascension twice. Item ascension has one restriction: it can only be applied either directly or indirectly to any given item once. For example, once a treasure chest has been ascended, the items inside it cannot be ascended again. However, treasure maps and treasure chests are treated as separate entities. A treasure map is merely a map indicating the location of a treasure chest. It has no direct causal relationship with the chest itself. So he could first ascend the treasure map to obtain information on the location of a higher tier treasure chest. Then, after finding the treasure chest, he could ascend the chest once more. This would effectively count as 2 ascensions. Currently, this treasure map had been ascended to high-grade platinum. So once he finds the treasure chest, he can upgrade it all at once. This means the final item will be at least diamond tier. Su immediately followed the direction indicated by the treasure map and rushed over. He moved very quickly, gliding effortlessly along the way. Ethereal steps is an extremely powerful technique that not only provides terrifying movement speed in an instant but also allows him to dodge enemy attacks. It's even suitable for long-distance travel, with a speed that rivals some mounts. Su quickly passed through several massive icebergs. But when Su arrived near the location marked on the treasure map, his eyes narrowed. Here, he saw several corpses. And they weren't undead. They were all humans. All players. All the bodies were in a gruesome state, seemingly wounded by some kind of frost weapon. This treasure map is no ordinary affair. Su opened the dungeon's internal chat channel, hoping to find some useful information. There are so many mobs in this dungeon, it's great for leveling up, but the only downside is that it's way too cold. I'm burning through so much heat. It's just as well that the monsters here are all skinny skeletons, no meat to eat. If this keeps up, our party will have to leave the dungeon and re-enter, which will cost another 100,000 descent coins. Everyone, I have 10 skeleton bones. I'd like to trade them for a heating device. Anyone interested? I want one too. I'll give you 50,000 descent coins, let us trade. On the world chat channel, people were chatting casually back and forth. All of them were players inside this dungeon. The Black Kill organization wasn't the only one that had purchased access to this dungeon. Other demon hunting organizations had also bought access. And it wasn't just people from Dragon Country, there were players from other nations as well. There were even other races, including elves, orcs, and more. As a result, there were a huge number of players in this dungeon, at least 3,000 of them currently battling it out simultaneously. The dungeon had been open for some time, and many had been leveling up inside for several months. That's right, a D-rank dungeon typically takes a very long time to clear. Just locating the boss can take months. Defeating the boss takes even longer. That's why D-rank dungeons often last for a very long time. Suddenly, Su's eyes narrowed as he spotted a useful piece of information. A player named Yumian said, "Everyone, I have an important announcement. The treasure hunter in my party has detected the location of a leaked treasure chest at coordinates 1294, 2018. But I must warn you seriously, there's an elite monster guarding that spot. If you go there, you'll die for sure. It's a trap. Yumian, the treasure chest is a trap, guarded by an elite monster. A week ago, I sent several team members there, but not a single one returned. And according to the messages my team members sent me before they died, there are many human corpses in the vicinity. That elite monster is definitely very powerful, it's slaughtered a lot of people." His words immediately caused a huge stir. When Su saw this message, his eyes narrowed. Because those coordinates were exactly where he was. He hadn't expected there to be other treasure hunters nearby and that they'd already pinpointed the treasure chest's location. It looked like he'd have to hurry up and dig up the treasure. Otherwise, someone else would come to fight over it. He glanced back at the chat in the World Channel. Ha, what a clumsy trick. There are plenty of detection-type class holders in this dungeon. I bet you're afraid they'll discover that treasure chest too, so you decided to spread false information early on to scare us away, right? The post above is spot on, I agree. There are absolutely no purely good people in this world. That player named Yumian, you really don't need to put on an act. You're afraid that location will be exposed, so you deliberately spread false information. Looks like that treasure chest must be pretty high grade. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't go to such great lengths. Guys, let us go. If you don't want us to go, we'll go all the more. It was like a heavy stone dropped into water, sending ripples across the surface. A massive discussion immediately erupted on the World Channel. People began flooding toward the treasure chest's location where Su was standing. Su's expression grew grave, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I've got to hurry. This dungeon was vast, and it would take people some time to make their way over. But who knows, maybe someone nearby would happen to be close by. So Su quickened his pace, racing against time to claim the treasure. He pressed forward, sprinting along a trail of blood. Halfway there, he indeed encountered more and more human corpses. At least a dozen people had died here. Their wounds were all identical. Everyone has chest-bore gashes that looked like frostbite. It was as if the wounds had been inflicted by a sharp weapon formed from condensed ice. Moreover, the corpses all had blackened complexions, as if their life force had been drained dry. On the ice along the way, there were vast amounts of bloodstains, forming a stream of ice that wound its way forward. This perfectly pointed Su in the right direction. After more than an hour, Su finally arrived. This was a peculiar mountain forest. All around was a bamboo grove formed entirely of ice and snow. The translucent, towering bamboo stalks were lifelike, resembling one ice sculpture after another. But the edges of these bamboo stalks were sharp, as if deliberately carved by someone. Su looked closely. Right in the center of the bamboo grove was his platinum treasure chest. The chest was embedded beneath the central ice surface, gleaming as if brand new. However, before Su could rush forward to open the treasure chest, suddenly, a gaunt, skeletal corpse emerged slowly from ahead. It was unlike any other skeleton. It exuded an aura of danger, and its presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Murderous intent flashed in its blood-red eyes. Its limbs were long and slender. Each of its withered hands gripped a long sword. Su recognized it at a glance. This skeleton was precisely the one named on the treasure map. Red-eyed sword skeleton elite monster. Bloodline, necromancer. Level, 31. Strength, 484. Constitution, 302. Agility, 508. Spirit, 108. Luck, 58. Talent, undeath. After it dies, its bones will gradually reform, allowing it to return to life unless it suffers another critical blow during the resurrection process. Skill, dual-wielding mastery in life. It was a powerful dual-wielding swordsman even in death. It retains the immense power to wield two swords simultaneously. On dead nerves it cannot feel any pain. Its combat effectiveness will never be affected by pain. Dual Sword Frenzy unleashes ultra-fast attacks with both swords. Corpse Toxin sword chi wounds inflicted by its blades will immediately rot, releasing a corpse toxin that attacks the heart. Heart of Decay. It is one of the more powerful monsters of the undead bloodline. After death, it can resurrect at an accelerated rate. Soul-slaying sword form. The sword technique it mastered in life. Its twin swords move with fierce, unyielding power. Introduction. In life, it was an awakened player of the undead race, but after its death, it fell into a state of mindless wandering devoid of emotion, driven only by the desire to slay any enemy daring to approach the icy bamboo forest it had carved out with its own hands. Sua's eyes widened in surprise. This monster was actually a player in life. A class changer just like himself. That's right, among the myriad races, there is indeed the undead race. They are one of the most intelligent races, naturally endowed with a powerful aptitude for necromancy. Their mental attributes are exceptionally high, even rivaling those of elves. Coupled with their race-specific ability to resurrect, this results in combat prowess far surpassing that of humans once they've awakened. However, this race also has its flaws. Because they exist in a state of half-life, they lack vitality and cannot cultivate any skills related to vitality. Furthermore, if disturbed during the resurrection process following death, they may degenerate into mindless husks. The red-eyed, dual sword-wielding skeleton before him was clearly one such fallen specimen. It was essentially a dead warrior. It was no different from a wild monster, a beast that knew only slaughter. It possessed none of the emotions of an intelligent being. Killing it would cause absolutely no moral qualms. Su immediately drew the dragon-inlaid broken sword from his waist. When facing a third transformation monster like this, one must be cautious. That's why, as soon as Su arrived, he drew his most powerful sword. He had originally thought it was some other monster, but he never expected it to be the red-eyed sword skeleton itself. Even after death, it could still fight, protecting its treasure. The treasure map merely marked the location. It didn't mean this place was safe. Su was mentally prepared for this, and his body hadn't even moved yet. But this red-eyed skeleton beat him to it, lunging forward with a sudden burst of speed. Its figure was incredibly fast. Its afterimages stretched into long streaks. A distinctive cracking sound, characteristic of bones, emanated from its mouth as it charged forward. The long sword in its left hand looked as if it were forged from millennia-old black ice, as thin as a cicada's wing and absolutely razor-sharp. The long sword in its right hand, on the other hand, was pitch black, resembling a thick blade forged from obsidian, and appeared to possess extraordinary power. The two swords had completely different styles, but both were immensely powerful. A dim, decaying swordlight slashed toward Su. Su didn't retreat a single step. He charged straight at it. The broken dragon-inlaid sword in his hand swung out with a fierce slash. Flash drawl. His figure transformed into a deep blue sword shadow, streaking across the sky. Terrifying sword energy erupted in the air, nearly tearing the very atmosphere apart. The decaying sword energy unleashed by the two-sword skeleton was instantly and completely shattered by Su. A hint of astonishment flashed across its pair of deep, blood-red eyes. It had slaughtered so many humans, yet had never before encountered such a powerful swordsman. Empowered by the origin sword body, which amplified the power and speed of his sword techniques 20-fold, Su was able to hold his own effortlessly even though there was a disparity in their stats. With a single draw and slash, Su's sword pierced right through the skeleton's body. His swordplay was terrifying. Not only did it shatter the swordlight unleashed by this elite skeleton, but it also severed its left arm in the process. The hand holding the sword was pierced right through by Su, severing it from the torso. The blood-red, rotting flesh beneath was exposed. The red-eyed twin sword skeleton's pupils flinched violently. Then it spun around, grabbed its severed arm mid-air, and pressed it back onto its shoulder. The flesh closed up, healing as if nothing had happened. Su's gaze was utterly calm. He had long known that the undead's regenerative abilities were terrifyingly powerful. Naturally, his single strike could not inflict any significant damage. A flash of pure murderous intent flickered in the red-eyed skeleton's eyes. It was finally getting serious. Having witnessed Su's sword strike, it finally realized that this human player was not to be trifled with. Countless streaks of dusky light flickered along its blade, the death aura of the undead. As the death aura clung to the blade, it imbued its twin swords with a formidable, oppressive presence. In the next instant, the twin sword skeleton unleashed its ferocious sword technique. Frenzied twin sword combo. In the skeleton's hands, the black and white swords danced like a pair of malevolent spirits. Endless death energy transformed into icy sword shadows, closing in on Su. Any living creature would be reduced to rotting, shredded flesh beneath its blades. Yet, faced with this attack, Su's face remained completely expressionless. He didn't even draw his second sword. Instead, he fought this dual-sword skeleton with just this single, dragon-inlaid broken sword. The storm sword technique was unleashed. In an instant, Su resembled the 100-armed guanine, slashing out countless streaks of sword light before him. Clang! 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 The sky was filled with shards of ice and sparks. The air was thick with the scent of evaporating water and the clanging of metal on metal. Su's sword was too fast. He parried every single attack. He emerged completely unscathed, not a single scratch on his body. He used the storm sword to directly counter the double sword frenzy. A hint of shock flashed in the red-eyed skeleton's gaze. This human was actually able to use a single sword to simultaneously counter its two swords. Moreover, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in the slightest. On the contrary, Su's momentum was only growing stronger. Su's sword strikes grew fiercer with every swing. Storm sword proficiency plus 808. Storm sword proficiency plus 1118. Su's proficiency with this skill was skyrocketing. The reason he chose to face this elite skeleton with just a broken dragon-inlaid sword rather than drawing his second one was precisely because he saw this as a golden opportunity. A golden opportunity to rapidly upgrade his Gale and Storm sword. With his origin sword body, even though his level was far lower than his opponent's, he was confident he could hold his own in a 1-against-2 battle. Moreover, his opponent's skill was very similar to his own Gale and Storm sword. Both were sword techniques with extremely fast attack speeds. By using these two skills to counter each other, exchange blows, learn from one another, and refine his technique, his skill proficiency would skyrocket. Before long, Su's Gale and Storm sword had advanced to the next tier. Skill proficiency maxed out, advanced. Gale and Storm sword lower grade gold. But it wasn't over yet. Su was still swinging his sword. His proficiency continued to climb. Since this enemy's level far exceeded Su's, the experience points and proficiency Su gained were both subject to a bonus multiplier. Su seized the opportunity and swung his sword with all his might. Every slash was converted into skill proficiency. Skill proficiency maxed out, upgraded again. Gale Rain / lower grade gold. Su was still slashing away. He felt an exhilarating rush and even let out a few hearty laughs. That's right, he had discovered the joy of combat. Facing this man, the red-eyed skeleton suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. What's going on? Aren't I out-leveling you and outclassing you in stats? Aren't I an elite monster? How am I getting pushed around like this? The red-eyed undead skeleton was a fallen creature that had lost all rational consciousness. But perhaps some vestiges of independent thought remained. So at that moment, an utterly baffling, blood-red expression flashed across its eyes. It couldn't fathom why Su's combat prowess had suddenly skyrocketed. The same sword technique, yet it kept evolving. Their duel lasted several rounds, with both of them slashing at each other for a full few minutes. The icy landscape within several meters of them was carved with deep gashes from the sword. The surrounding bamboo forest of ice shattered inch by inch. Nothing remained intact wherever the two passed. At first, Su had been retreating step by step. But now, Su had turned the tables and was forcing it back. The intense force of his sword strikes gradually began to chip away at the double-sword skeleton's weapons. After all, Sua's sword was a diamond-grade weapon, combined with its fire attribute enchantment and Sua's holy attribute enchantment. This made his dragon-inlaid broken sword incredibly sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through platinum-grade weapons. Skill proficiency maxed out, leveled up. Gale-piercing rain/high-grade gold. At that moment, Sua's skill had actually risen to high-grade gold. This rate of improvement was truly terrifying. Sua's sword swinging speed suddenly received a massive boost. The twin sword skeleton's two long swords were gradually slashed to pieces, covered in notches. It let out a furious roar. No human had ever dared to suppress it like this. Its aura surged violently, and a grayish-black, dark moon-like glow erupted from within its body. Its two swords formed a full moon as they slashed toward Sua's neck. It had changed its move, the soul-slaying sword formation, its most powerful sword technique. The two long swords crossed, carrying an unstoppable momentum as they struck toward Su. In that instant, Sua's eyes suddenly hardened. A broken blade shot out abruptly from the sword case on his back. Whoosh! The tip of the dragon-inlaid broken sword transformed into a streak of fiery light, slashing toward the skeleton's skull. The sound of the blade cutting through the air was crisp and clear. This strike pierced right through the red-eyed sword skeleton's head, shattering its brain matter. Flames flared up, igniting its headless neck for an instant. The fire damage was extremely high. Its health dropped by more than half instantly. At the same time, a shadow materialized within Sua's body and slashed out violently. This triggered the effect of the shadow sword set, Shadow Slash. The shadow blade sliced through the skeleton's body, reducing its health once again to less than 36%. Origin's sword body was terrifying, its power was overwhelming. Elite monsters like this, with thick health pools and high defense, usually required a squad or even several squads to take down. It often took numerous class holders bombarding them with a barrage of skills to kill them. But Su, alone and relying on just one or two skills, was able to swiftly slay it. The damage he dealt single-handedly was equivalent to that of 10 people. This is the terrifying power of the Origin Sword Body's 20x sword technique multiplier. Su estimated that one more strike would be enough to completely finish off this skeleton. But this skeleton was truly tenacious. Despite suffering 2 devastating blows from Su, it still refused to stop moving. Its headless body remained frozen in the posture of its final strike, charging straight toward Su. Soul-slaying sword formation. This was the skeleton's most powerful technique. It crossed its twin swords, enveloped in an unparalleled aura of soul-devouring sword energy, and slashed toward Su. Sua's head was right in the center of the path traced by the crossing blades. Once the sword sliced through, Sua's fragile body alone would inevitably be beheaded, leading to his death and the extinction of his cultivation. Even if Su could block the physical blade itself, he could not block the aura of death surrounding it. Once tainted by it, his skin would immediately begin to rot, and the decay would eat away at his very heart. Therefore, Su approached this strike with the utmost caution. His gaze icy cold, he sheathed his sword in that instant. He spread his arms wide and took a slow step back. This posture was practically like offering his neck to the executioner. In the next instant, he activated divine concealment. Whoosh! Suddenly, his figure seemed to transform into a black shadow, vanishing from the face of the earth. Everything, his aura, his presence, his physical form completely dissipated from the mortal realm. It was as if he had been erased from the very rules of the world. He entered a state of utter stillness. Even if the enemy's attack had actually pierced Sua's body at that moment, it would not have harmed him in the slightest. Because this was a rule-level technique once activated, it rendered him imperceptible. In that instant, no sense or detection method could detect him. The red-eyed sword skeleton's most powerful strike passed right through Sua's body. Yet Sua's health didn't drop by even a single point. He remained unscathed, standing tall amidst the icy, snow-covered landscape. A mix of shock and anger flashed in the skeleton's eyes. Why hadn't it succeeded in killing him? It had clearly struck him. But as a third transformation elite monster, how could it possibly comprehend a legendary tier skill? In the very next instant, Su unleashed the high-grade golden gale, piercing the rain strike. The frenzied sword strikes rained down like a torrent, endless and unrelenting. The red-eyed sword skeleton had wielded dual swords its entire life, yet it had never witnessed such a ferocious sword momentum. It could only fend off the onslaught with a frantic barrage of dual sword techniques. However, in the face of Su's lightning-fast swordplay, its moves were like a lone boat adrift in the ocean, tossed and shaken by raging waves. Thud. Whoosh. Hum. A symphony of sword cries. Finally, as wounds multiplied across its body, it was cut down to its knees by Su's sword, enchanted with sacred runes. Its bones were shattered, and putrid blood flowed from the fractures. Its body writhed, its bones creaking as if it were still trying to resurrect itself. It must be said this skeleton truly lived up to its reputation as an elite monster. Its resurrection speed was incredibly fast. Su estimated that in less than 5 seconds, it would be back on its feet, ready to continue the fight. However, Su delivered one final, decisive thrust with his sword. Thud. That strike was radiant with a golden, sacred glow. It mercilessly dashed its hopes of resurrection and put an end to its pitiful, fallen existence. It pierced straight through its heart. Its eyes stared blankly, the red, ferocious glint within them now gone. The skeleton's rotting body completely turned to ash and vanished into nothingness within the dungeon. Su waved his hand. The dragon-inlaid broken sword returned to its sheath at his waist. The blade of the dragon-inlaid sword, still suspended in midair, also turned and flew back. The skeleton was dead, but its twin swords remained, stuck in the ice and snow. One black, one white. Slayed red-eyed sword skeleton elite monster. Experience gained, 34,800. Leveled up to 24. Gain 10 free attribute points. Su immediately allocated all these points to luck. His luck attribute was now 160. Then, he looked at the skeleton's loot. Loot obtained, dual sword mastery skill scroll low-grade gold x1. White thin sword low-grade platinum. Black somber sword low-grade platinum. The loot from this skeleton was quite generous. Su first picked up the scroll and held it in his hand. He immediately activated item ascension. Ascension successful. Dual sword mastery high-grade gold. When attacking enemies with 2 sword-type weapons, the attack speed of both swords is increased. Su learned the skill right away. Suddenly, his mind was filled with numerous basic dual sword techniques. Reaching the platinum tier in dual sword mastery would bring about a qualitative leap. Therefore, Su was full of anticipation for the skill's future potential. Next, he picked up the 2 swords lying on the ground. One was black, the other white. The white one was as thin as ice, while the black one was thick and heavy. One had a transparent blade, looking just like crystal. The other was as black as ink and felt heavy in his hands. The 2 swords were completely different in style. This was precisely what gave the elite monster, the red-eyed sword skeleton, its formidable combat power. Its sword techniques were highly unusual because the swords held in its left and right hands were different. Its moves were one light and one heavy, one slow and one fast. After fighting it for a while, Su gained a great deal of insight. He immediately proceeded to sublimate both swords. Since he had slashed them until they were riddled with nicks, they were already in a state of disrepair. Without sublimation, they would be nearly unusable. Sublimation successful. Mystic Ice Sword Mid-Grade Platinum. Inkfall Sword Mid-Grade Platinum. After sublimation, the wear and tear on both swords was fully restored. Their properties also differed. Mystic Ice Sword Mid-Grade Platinum. A mystic ice blade of exceptional sharpness, imbued with a trace of the undead's magical power. Affix Mystic Water. This sword is formed from condensed mystic ice. If it becomes worn or shattered, simply dousing it with water will cause it to instantly reform, restoring it to peak sharpness. Affix Frostbite possesses an ice elemental enchantment. When it cuts an enemy's wound, it instantly freezes the wound, cutting off blood flow and causing limb necrosis. The Mystic Ice Sword is extremely effective. Inkfall Sword Mid-Grade Platinum. A longsword forged from ink steel, heavy and powerful, it can easily cut through heavy armor. Xianxian, this sword is very heavy and deals 78.1% bludgeoning damage to enemies. Moreover, the Mo Luo sword itself possesses exceptional sharpness. Holding both swords, Su felt as if they were an extension of his own limbs. He swung them casually, and to his surprise, there was not the slightest hint of stiffness. After all, with the dual sword mastery skill, he was now a true dual sword master. He stowed both swords away in his personal space. Then, Su strode quickly toward the location of the high-grade platinum treasure chest. A flicker of intensity flashed in his eyes. He was already getting a little impatient. He reached the frozen area and gave his hand a sharp flick. Whoosh! The dark blade on his back shot out suddenly. It plunged into the ground in an instant, shattering and slicing through all the ice blocks. Before long, a deep pit had been dug out. The treasure chest within was revealed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su activated item ascension. Ascension successful. The appearance of the treasure chest underwent a dramatic transformation. It became a large chest inlaid with various purple gems, its material crystal clear and translucent, resembling crystal. He scanned it. Shield sealed sword remains treasure chest. Quality, mid-grade diamond. This meant that whatever he found inside this chest would, at the very least, be a mid-grade diamond quality treasure. Su's current strongest weapon, the dragon-inlaid broken sword, was only a low-grade diamond. Su rubbed his hands together and immediately prepared to open it. But in the next instant, he sensed several waves of killing intent coming from behind him. Su's eyes suddenly hardened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of light shot toward him, striking Su directly from behind. That's right, it was a sneak attack. There were a ranger's arrows, a mage's light beams, and a warrior's sword flashes. A kaleidoscope of colors, brimming with lethal intent. Su's gaze was icy. He didn't even turn around. He knew that if he turned around, it would be too late to dodge. He cast a glance down at the ground. In an instant, using the reflection off the icy surface below, he determined exactly where the attacks were coming from behind him. With a single ethereal steps, he abruptly dodged. His light, floating steps were as effortless as a leisurely stroll, and in the blink of an eye, he sidestepped 10 meters. All the attacks were evaded. They struck the diamond treasure chest instead. Fortunately, the chest was sturdy and didn't sustain a single scratch. If he'd been standing there alone, he would have been riddled with holes long ago. Su let out a soft sigh. He'd ultimately been a step too slow. He'd intended to grab the treasure chest and make a quick getaway, far from this trouble-ridden place. He turned to look, his eyes flashing with fierce murderous intent. He saw several small squads rushing toward him in a massive wave. They surrounded Su completely. There were roughly a dozen people in total. At least 5 squads. All of them wore sinister grins on their faces. A look of gravity flashed across Su's eyes. He hadn't expected anyone to arrive right on the spot while he was opening the treasure chest. Fortunately, this group hadn't shown up while he was fighting the twin sword wraith. Otherwise, he would have been caught in a pincer movement between humans and monsters, which would have been a real mess to handle. Then again, it was also possible that they had actually been lying in wait all along. They simply hadn't revealed themselves, choosing to wait until he'd killed the monster guarding the treasure chest before stepping out to reap the rewards. How utterly shameless! Su had already depleted a significant portion of his stamina. After all, he'd just used divine concealment once. With legendary tier skills like divine concealment and slaughter strike, no matter how high Su's spirit attribute was, a single use would drain more than half his stamina. As long as his level wasn't high enough and his overall attributes didn't meet the required values, forcing himself to cast these skills beyond his limits would result in extreme exhaustion. These two skills were like bottomless pits. Su exhaled deeply. He knew a major battle was coming. Su slowly placed his hand on the dragon-inlaid broken sword. He showed no sign of backing down, even when facing such a large crowd. "Brother Swordmaster, you fought hard enough. Let us help you collect your loot." Yeah, look how heavy that treasure chest is. You're out of stamina. There's no way you can lift it." Bro, let us back off for now. We'll handle this for you. The crowd smiled faintly. Every single one of them eyed Sue with ill intent, a gleam flashing in their eyes. This group included tall and short, thin and stocky, men and women, handsome and ugly. But in their eyes, there was a single, shared expression. Greed. It was a desire shared by all humans. A gleam of intensity flashed in their eyes. They seemed eager to drive Sue away and seize the treasure chest. But they didn't act immediately. Instead, they tried to persuade Sue to give it up on his own. They, too, wanted to avoid a fight if possible. After all, to them, Sue was a stranger. His strength was completely hidden. They had no idea that Sue was only at the second transformation. And not a single member of these squads was below third transformation. After all, only experts at third transformation or higher dared to set foot in a D-rank dungeon. They regarded Sue as a very formidable opponent. Little did they know that Sue's level was far lower than theirs. Sue's gaze was icy. He showed no sign of leaving. He simply stared coldly at the crowd. Are you sure you want to take my loot? Sue asked. Hearing this, the group merely smiled indifferently. Brother swordsman, your strength is indeed formidable. We've seen it with our own eyes. But there are so many of us here. Even if you grew 8 arms, you still couldn't beat us all. A woman in red stepped forward and sneered. Another man, short, thin, and with a piercing voice, also stepped forward and said, that red-eyed skeleton killed so many monsters, yet you managed to take it down single-handedly. That alone proves your strength.